Escorted by more than 30 cavalrymen, a luxurious two-wheeled carriage bearing the coat of arms of Baron Catalan was slowly making its way north along the bumpy dirt road. The family crest consisted of 3 red flowers and 3 green leaves, but Reg Catalan, sitting inside the carriage, did not feel any significant jolting. His gaze passed through the slightly blurry car window, looking at the vast, desolate grasslands in the distance, his eyes revealing an uncontrollable excitement. He's finally arrived in his territory. Ahead lies Cheryl Town, a brand new starting point, opportunity, and future for him. He was transported to a medieval fantasy world by accident, and became the 3rd son of a noble viscount. In this world, humans, orcs, elves, monsters, dwarves, winged people, and many other races coexist. This place possesses both mysterious magic and powerful fighting spirit, and is also fraught with danger and opportunity. A month ago, Reg, who was studying magic at the Royal Capital Mage Academy, suddenly received a letter from his family. His father, Viscount Catalan, passed away due to a recurrence of an old injury. Upon reading the letter, Reg was overcome with grief and took leave from the college the next day, rushing back to Viscount Catalan's territory to bid farewell to his father. With the death of Viscount Catalan, the entire territory of the Catalan Viscount needs to welcome a new master. As the youngest son in the family, Reg was naturally not eligible to inherit the title of Viscount. The title would be inherited by his elder brother, Felix Catalan. Fortunately, the 3 human empires and 7 kingdoms of the Nora world have been implementing a system of succession by sons similar to the Edict of Grace in order to consolidate the rule of the royal family and the royal family. The eldest son of a nobleman can inherit the title and at least half of the fief, while other sons will receive a lower-ranking title and a corresponding amount of land. Benefiting from the plural succession system, Reg will receive the title of Baron and a town as his fief. Felix, who is about to inherit the title of Viscount, decides to grant him the town of Cheryl, named after Reg's mother, as his territory. Afterwards, Reg went to the Mage Academy to complete his withdrawal procedures. Having become the new Baron of Cheryl, he embarked on a long journey to his territory with a band of knights and a luxurious carriage left to him by his brother, thus beginning the turning point in his destiny. However, no one knew that Reg had also awakened an extremely powerful talent ability Appraisal. By expending his mental energy and focusing his gaze on the target, he can see through their lifespan, cultivation talent, elemental affinity, temperament, loyalty, and hidden potential. At the same time, he can also identify all the information about the items, and this information will be directly fed back into his mind. The awakening of this talent gave Reg, who was in another world, hope for a rapid rise to power. Soon, a complete plan took shape in Reg's mind. He would use his appraisal skills to continuously search for potential geniuses with special talents, and bring them all under his command. She also formed a maid army that was absolutely loyal to her, and had extremely strong combat power, thereby enhancing her own strength. He then used the modern knowledge in his mind to gradually build the barren territory he inherited into a prosperous and powerful territory, and from this starting point, he continued to expand outwards. He will start as an insignificant little baron and gradually grow into the overlord who will dominate the entire other world, completely rewriting his own destiny. As the carriage continued forward, a fortress-like town covering more than 200,000 square meters came into Reg's view. This was Cheryl Town. Due to the relatively barren land and its location in the northernmost part of the kingdom, it is frequently harassed by orcs, making the area around Cheryl Town unsuitable for large-scale farmland reclamation. Aure Nico, the junior fighter in charge of governing Cheryl, decided to focus the town's development on the service industry, providing services to passing mercenaries and caravans. At the same time, he also took the initiative to reduce commercial taxes in order to attract more mercenaries and caravans to trade in Cheryl Town. Mercenaries typically depart from Cheryl Town, venture deep into the Great Plains, capture orcs, and enslave them. The caravans would buy these slaves from mercenaries in the town, and then transport them to other parts of the kingdom for sale. Although Cheryl Town reduced its commercial taxes, the actual revenue from these taxes increased due to a significant increase in the number of caravans traveling through the town. If the orcs attack, the mercenaries temporarily staying in the town will become an important force in protecting Cheryl.
This demonstrates that Elroy Nico was indeed very talented in governing and managing his territory. Unfortunately, such a talent could not remain and continued to serve Reg. Elroy was originally a retainer of Viscount Catland. Now that the former Viscount has passed away, he naturally needs to swear allegiance to the new Viscount. With Cheryl being incorporated into Reg's fiefdom, Elroy must also leave and return to Viscount Catland. The soldiers guarding the south gate of Cheryl saw a cavalry convoy approaching in the distance, escorting a noble carriage, and immediately realized that the new ruler of Cheryl had arrived. Despite their anxieties about the future, the soldiers quickly lined up in formation amidst the officers' reprimands, ready to welcome the Baron's arrival. At the same time, the officer also sent a soldier to inform the town mayor, Elroy Nico. As he passed through the city gate, Reg deliberately glanced at the soldiers and officers stationed nearby. It's clear that these people are in excellent spirits and physically strong. They are a group of qualified soldiers. On the way to the town hall, a middle-aged, shrewd and capable man rode up to greet Reg on horseback. He was none other than Elroy Nico. "Your Excellency, Cheryl welcomes you to the town of Cheryl." Elroy's attitude towards Reg was extremely respectful. On one hand, Reg is the son of the former Viscount Catlan, to whom Elroy serves, and also the younger brother of the current Viscount Catlan. On the other hand, Reg is now a baron, while Elroy can at most be a knight. In the world of Nora, nobles can only bestow titles of knight. Only the king or emperor is qualified to grant titles of baron, viscount, earl, marquis, and duke. Reg dismounted from the carriage and walked alongside Elroy, with the accompanying cavalry still guarding him. Upon entering Cheryl, the cavalrymen became noticeably more vigilant, as the town was home to many mercenaries who lived a life of constant danger. As Reg and Elroy traveled, they observed their surroundings and frequently saw mercenaries in tattered armor, carrying weapons, haggling with merchants. In addition, you can see various orc slaves such as minotaurs, dog-headed people, pigmen, and catmen. These orc slaves, some with their bodies shackled, others locked in cages, all appeared listless and weak. Mercenaries or merchants deliberately starved them to prevent them from having enough strength to cause trouble or resist. Elroy took the initiative to tell Reg about the current situation in Cheryl. As he explained, Reg's understanding of the town deepened. At the same time, Reg felt increasingly regretful that a talent like Elroy could not stay and serve him. Through Elroy's explanation, Reg gradually learned about the specific situation of his territory. The entire territory covers an area of over 600 square kilometers, including a town, Cheryl, and 12 villages. Cheryl, located at the northernmost edge of the territory, acts as a barrier, protecting the 12 villages within its domain. If the Lord has sufficient ability, he can also take the initiative to expand northward and seize a wider area of land. The north belongs to the orcs, and humans and orcs have always been in a state of hostility, with war between the two sides never truly ceasing. Cheryl has a permanent population of about 2,000, and a transient population of over 500, not including the orc slaves. Most of the town's residents make a living by providing services to mercenaries and merchants. As for the 12 villages within the territory, each is a knight's fiefdom. Each village has a population of 300 to 500, and the total permanent population of the entire barren Cardaland is close to 7,000. Compared to its vast territory of 600 square kilometers, such a population size is definitely considered sparsely populated. Under normal circumstances, the number of standing troops in a noble territory usually accounts for 1 to 2% of the total population of the territory. However, Cheryl is located on the border and is frequently harassed by orcs, so the standing army accounts for more than 5% of the town's total population. The town of Cheryl has a standing army of over 350 men, with at least 10 soldiers stationed in each village, and the rest of the soldiers stationed within Cheryl town itself. An average farming family can generate about 2 gold coins worth of value each year. 1 gold coin is used to support the family, and the other is used to pay taxes. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, or 10,000 copper coins. The Violet Kingdom levies taxes on farmers ranging from 40% to 60%. Half of the taxes collected by the village went to the fief knight, who would receive at least 30 gold coins each year. The other half, which was originally to be handed over to Viscount Catland, is now to be given to Reg, and will amount to about 500 gold coins per year. The town of Cheryl collects more commercial taxes than the 12 villages combined. In addition to the taxes paid by the town's residents, Cheryl's total annual tax revenue is approximately 1,600 gold coins, of which 10% must be handed over to the king. Currently, Cheryl town has less than 300 gold coins left in its treasury, and Viscount Catlan has not taken the money. Maintaining a standing army constitutes the largest portion of the territory's financial expenditures. Ordinary soldiers are paid 1 gold coin annually, while officers receive a slightly higher salary. In addition, soldiers and officers need to eat in the barracks on a daily basis, and weapons and armor need to be replaced or repaired. In addition to other miscellaneous expenses, all of these require money. Cheryl Town was a new territory acquired during the last Kingdom Expansion War, and is located in the relatively dangerous and cold north. In less than 9 years, Elroy turned the place into a profitable business. Even though the profits weren't huge, it was enough to prove his management skills. In contrast, most of the surrounding territories are operating at a loss and require constant investment from nobles for development. Reg was indeed quite lucky to acquire such a profitable territory. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Cheryl is far from the core area of Viscount Catland. Meanwhile, Cheryl Town is located at the northernmost point of the kingdom and is frequently harassed by orcs, which is one of the reasons why it was assigned to Reg. If a noble's territory is breached by the enemy and the noble himself manages to escape with his life, depending on the severity of the situation, the noble may be stripped of his title. Even if they are not stripped of their titles, they will become nobles without fiefdoms, at the very bottom of the entire noble class. Reg and Elroy toured Cheryl and eventually arrived at Elra's mansion. Elra's mansion was considered the finest residence in Cheryl. Once he and his family returned to Viscount Catland, the mansion could temporarily serve as Reg's Baron's residence. If Reg is willing, he can also spend gold coins to rebuild an even more luxurious Baron's mansion in Cheryl. Reg arrived in Cheryl in the afternoon, and by the time he reached the Elra mansion, it was nearly evening. Elra's chef prepared a seemingly lavish dinner for Reg, but in Reg's eyes, it was quite ordinary. After dinner, Reg moved into the main house of the mansion and began to ponder. In this other world, as the power of extraordinary individuals increases, their lifespan also extends. Reg learned at the Mage Academy that the most powerful legendary figures in the world of Nora could live for 300 years. As for the legendary saints, they could live for up to 1,000 years. On one hand, the Viscount Catalan family did not have enough financial resources to support Reg's cultivation journey to becoming a legendary powerhouse. On the other hand, Reg's own talent was also insufficient to allow him to reach the legendary realm. The talents mentioned by extraordinary individuals are mainly divided into 2 types: cultivation talents and elemental affinity talents. Cultivation talent can be further divided into 2 categories: physical talent and soul talent. This world has roughly divided cultivation talent into 5 levels: unqualified, lower, middle, upper, and superior. Those with strong physical talents are generally more suited to become warriors. Those with outstanding spiritual talents are more suited to become mages. Whether you're a warrior or a mage, you need to cultivate by breathing in the magical elements contained in the air. Magical elements are further divided into different categories such as fire, water, wind, earth, ice, lightning, nature, light, darkness, and space. Each person is compatible with different types of magical elements, and there are also significant differences in their affinity for a single magical element. Based on the degree of a person's affinity for a certain magical element, they can be divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top. To increase cultivation speed, one should naturally try to inhale and absorb the magical elements that are most compatible with oneself. For example, if a person has a medium physical talent and a low-level fire element affinity talent, then he can cultivate to become a fire-type battle master and condense fire attribute battle chi. However, it's important to note that talent is not immutable. For example, consuming certain rare and precious herbs that can improve one's talent may enhance it. In this world of extraordinary power, noble titles are closely linked to strength. A novice warrior or mage corresponds to a baron, while a mid-level powerhouse corresponds to a viscount. If Felix inherits the title of viscount before reaching the intermediate level and is unable to be promoted within the time limit stipulated by the kingdom, he will be demoted and his fiefdom will be reduced. Of course, this rule mainly applies to minor and medium-sized nobles. For truly great nobles and royalty, as long as there is a strong member of the corresponding level in the family, the head of the family himself may not need to be the strongest. Although both are Brent's sons, Reg's physical talent is only of the lower grade, and his wind element affinity is only of the middle grade. However, he also possesses a middle-grade soul talent and an extremely rare high-grade spatial element affinity. Of all the elements, spatial talent is rare, but temporal talent is even rarer. If Reg hadn't also inherited physical and wind elemental talents, Brent would have doubted whether he was his son. Brent saw Reg's potential to become a spatial mage, which is why he spent a fortune to send him to the Royal Capital Mage Academy. Reg, however, believed that his spatial talent was likely related to time travel. His soul traveled from Earth across countless dimensions to the world of Nora. After undergoing a transformation, he not only changed his own talents but also awakened an additional ability, appraisal. Simply put, the appraisal skill allows Reg to see through parts of people and objects, as if the world has fewer secrets in his eyes. Of course, this is on the premise that he is strong enough, and using the appraisal skill requires mental energy. Reg first used an appraisal spell on himself, and the information immediately appeared in his mind. Name, Reg Catalan, gender, male, lifespan, 16 to 152 years, status, Lord of Catalan Barren, Violet Kingdom. Talent, 7th grade physique, 1st grade soul, intermediate wind element affinity, top grade spatial element affinity, appraisal skill, realm, beginner, 3rd stage spatial mage. To make it easier to view, Reg proactively compiled the information into a list. In fact, the appraisal technique could reveal even more details, such as height, weight, and cultivation deviations, but the more detailed the information, the greater the mental strain. This world originally only had lower, middle, upper, and super grades, but now, after awakening their talents, in Reg's eyes, they have been subdivided into 9 grades up to the 1st grade. The 9th class is considered unacceptable, the 8th and 7th classes are considered inferior, the 6th and 5th classes are considered middle, the 4th and 3rd classes are considered superior, and the 2nd and 1st classes are considered exceptional. These 9 levels correspond precisely to the 9 major realms of cultivators: apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, star, silver moon, radiant sun, legendary, and saint. A 9th grade talent is barely enough to become an apprentice, while a 1st grade talent possesses the potential to reach the saint level. Reg's 1st grade soul talent means he is qualified to become a saint. However, qualification does not guarantee success. Reaching that level requires massive resources and money, and some things cannot even be bought with money. More realistically, Reg doesn't have much money right now. Besides the improvement in his soul talent, his spatial elemental affinity has also gone from advanced to top tier, and it's the strongest tier within the top tier, having reached its limit. As for cultivation level, Reg is currently a beginner level 3 space mage. Each major realm of a battle master and a mage is roughly divided into 5 stages: newcomer, ordinary, senior, elite, and peak. This isn't a true bottleneck, but rather a division based on training time and overall strength. Reg hasn't used more precise percentage data for the time being. Reg took off his clothes, lay down on the unfamiliar bed, and began to contemplate the future. In the world of Nora, strength reigns supreme. As long as one is powerful enough, status, wealth, and beautiful women can be easily obtained. A powerful warrior joining a kingdom starts with a marquisate and a fief. A legendary warrior joining an empire can directly obtain a dukedom and corresponding territory. But to become a king or even an emperor, one cannot rely on oneself alone. One must build power and have allies and vassals. Unless one can reach the saint realm, which transcends the legendary, and single-handedly suppress a nation, forcing all forces to submit willingly. However, 1,537 years ago, the last saint of the Nora world passed away. After the death of that elven saint who clung to life through secret arts, the Nora world officially entered the 5th era. Chapter 4 World Tree Seed. Reg wants to cultivate into a true powerhouse. Talent alone is far from enough. He also needs time, money, and more importantly, cultivation resources that money can't necessarily buy. His territory was located at the northernmost tip of the Violet Kingdom. Further north lay the Orcish lands. Although the orcs' living space was constantly being squeezed by the 7 human kingdoms, they would still resist and actively invade human territory. Cheryl town has many mercenaries, but it's still not exactly safe. Don't expect to find any truly strong mercenaries, because those with even a little strength are usually recruited by the empire or kingdom and become nobles with fiefdoms. Most mercenaries aren't even superhumans. A few who reach the apprentice level are enough to form a mercenary group. Novice battle masters or novice mages are already considered experts among mercenaries, and they only occasionally appear in Cheryl town. Therefore, Reg set 3 goals for himself. First, to improve his strength as quickly as possible, at least to become an intermediate mage, or even an advanced mage. Second, to develop his territory, strengthen the power of Cheryl town, and create a place where he could cultivate in peace. Third, to make money, both through his territory and through his own abilities. Money can be used to buy ordinary cultivation resources to improve cultivation efficiency, and it can also be invested in the territory to accelerate the development of Cheryl town. Although Elroy has been managing the territory for many years and it has begun to make a profit, the annual income is still too small. If the orcs attack and the town suffers heavy damage, the money won't even be enough to pay the soldiers and mercenaries' pensions. To make big money, Reg will ultimately have to rely on himself and his appraisal skills. During his previous trip to the capital to pay homage to the king and swear his oath of succession to the title, and later to the Mage Academy to withdraw from his studies, Reg discovered several hidden treasures in the superhuman market. He only bought what he could afford, but dared not resell them immediately. The capital city is the most concentrated area of extraordinary individuals in the Violet Kingdom, even boasting legendary powerhouses. Reg is merely a minor baron, and the Catalan family lacks a strong background. Flaunting his wealth rashly would easily attract attention. He plans to change his appearance later, and quietly sell the treasures. Thinking of the most precious item among them, Reg opened the personal space reserved for spatial mages, and took out a black stone the size of a baby's head. The stone's surface was pitted and its shape was extremely irregular. Buying it had cost Reg almost half of his fortune. To others, it appears only slightly lighter than ordinary stone, yet it is ridiculously hard. Even with the most powerful weapons, it can only leave shallow marks, and the resulting powder is utterly useless. It is unlike metal, unlike wood, and even unlike real stone. Many alchemists had bought it to study, but all had come up with nothing. It was like trash, yet no one was willing to simply discard it or sell it cheaply. When Reg bought it, many around him thought he would soon regret it and sell it at a loss. However, the appraisal technique told Reg that this unassuming stone was actually the most precious treasure in the world of Nora. Its name was the World Tree Seed, also known as the World Seed. The World Tree Nora was once severed by a powerful being who descended from the sky, leaving only its roots connected to the entire world. The dying tree roots, having exhausted their last bit of energy, and some of their spirituality, transformed into this seed, waiting to sprout anew one day. The remaining power was left to the world of Nora, allowing it to become an independent world of life. The World Tree Seed now only retains a sliver of life, lacking spirituality, and could die completely at any moment. One of its solutions is to use the soul of a transformed Transmigrator to replenish the missing spirituality. Reg was nearly drained by the appraisal skill to identify the seed, spending several days to obtain this crucial information. In the beginning, there was no Nora world in the starry sky, only a World Tree Seed. The seed took root and sprouted, drawing magical elements from the void to grow. Soil grew from the roots of the World Tree, and the soil continued to expand, eventually becoming the land that supported the World Tree. Over millions of years, a world of life was born, and the earliest intelligent life emerged from the World Tree. The World Tree bore fruit, and when the fruit ripened, countless spirits hatched from its shells. The first elf was born, marking the beginning of the first era in the world of Nora. As the elves multiplied, they established civilizations, calling the World Tree the Mother Tree, or Mother Nora. Nora is both the name of the World Tree and the name of the entire world. In the First Age, the elves ruled the world, and all other races were their servants. Until the last day of the First Age, a powerful being descended from the heavens and felled the World Tree. The elves were plunged into chaos, and all other races seized the opportunity to rebel, thus beginning the Second Age. A seed that can eventually grow into a world is immeasurably precious. More importantly, although it was on the verge of death, Reg happened to have the ability to revive it. During his journey, Reg's soul underwent a transformation, becoming no less valuable than Nora's, the former World Tree. He could use his soul to replenish the missing spirituality of the World Tree Seed. However, this also presented Reg with two choices. First, he could merge his entire soul into the seed, becoming the World Tree himself in the future. Second, he could only infuse a small portion of his soul into the seed, making the World Tree an extension of himself. After careful consideration, Reg still felt that being human was better. Becoming a tree that couldn't move was simply too meaningless. After leaving the capital, he devoted himself to learning the art of soul splitting. Splitting one's soul is no small matter. A slight mistake could either kill oneself or turn one into an idiot. Now that he has basically mastered the art, Reg is still in no hurry to put it into practice. The residence he was temporarily staying in didn't belong to him yet, and if he made any noise, it would inevitably alert Elroy. Especially with a treasure like the World Tree Seed, Reg was most worried that its birth would cause strange phenomena. With his current strength as a beginner-level third-stage space mage, he simply couldn't protect such a treasure. If the elves were to learn of the World Tree Seed's existence, they would absolutely go insane. The elves might not be a match for a single human empire, but they were enough to defeat a kingdom. The Violet Kingdom couldn't possibly stop the elves, let alone Reg in his current state. It wouldn't be too late to deal with the World Tree Seed after Elroy left and the territory stabilized. Reg put the seed back into his personal space and continued to ponder his future plans. Before he knew it, he felt tired and sleepy, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. Chapter 5 The 14 Nights. A new day dawned, and Reg, attended by the manor's maids, washed and ate his breakfast. After breakfast, Elroy continued to explain the situation of Cheryl Town to him in detail. This town was entirely built by Elroy, who had a deep affection for it, and naturally didn't want to see Cheryl decline, much less be conquered by orcs. Elroy actually wanted to stay, but he was loyal to Viscount Catalan, not Baron Reg of Catalan, who had just inherited the territory. As 8 o'clock approached, a servant guarding the manor gate rushed in to report that 14 knights from Cheryl Town had come to pay their respects to the Baron. Elroy had already mentioned that there were 14 knights in the town. 2 of them were deputy commanders of the standing army, without fiefdoms, and were stationed in the town on a long-term basis. Elroy is both the mayor and the military commander. Cheryl comprises 12 villages, which are the fiefdoms of 12 other knights. Although Reg is a baron, he is not the mayor. Elroy remains the one truly in charge of managing Cheryl. When Reg arrived yesterday, Elroy sent word to all the knights. Today, these 14 men have come together not only to pay homage to the new baron, but also to make a decision. As a junior warrior and a confidant of Brent Catalan, Elroy has no choice but to continue pledging allegiance to the new Viscount Catalan. The 14 knights, however, had the choice. They could either leave with Viscount Catalan or stay and pledge allegiance to Baron Reg of Catalan. Reg and Elroy came out of the house to greet them. The eldest, Sir Aaron Mansfield, led the way, followed by 14 fully armed knights and servants into the manor. The 2 sides met on the road. Upon seeing young Reg, the knights knew he was the new baron and immediately knelt on one knee, placing their right hand on their chest. "We pay our respects to your excellency, Baron." Elroy was also a knight, but his strength had reached the level of a junior battle master, and his status was higher than these battle master apprentices. Therefore, he only needed to address Reg as your excellency, Baron, without having to kneel. "Please rise, everyone." Reg stepped forward to help Sir Mansfield to his feet, and the others followed suit. Elroy had already introduced the 2 deputy commanders during their patrol of the town yesterday. They were Hippolyte Onley and Jolins Gerard. As for the remaining 12 knights with fiefs, Elroy announced their names one by one, allowing Reg to recognize them. After the introductions, Elroy Derrick asked directly, "Have you made your choices?" These questions elicited varying expressions from the knights. Some had already decided, while others were still hesitant, especially the 12 knights who possessed village fiefdoms. They had managed their fiefdoms for many years and were naturally reluctant to give them up. If they returned to Viscount Catalan, they might not receive new fiefdoms for a long time. After all, a village could only be granted to one knight, and the number of knights in a viscountdom far exceeded the number of villages that could be granted. Beyond the fiefdom itself, they were more concerned about the strength of Cheryl Town. Elroy was the town's only novice battle master. If he left, the town's fighting power would inevitably decline significantly. Unless Reg himself was also a novice battle master or novice mage, or Viscount Catalan was willing to send a strong person to oversee the town, it would be best if Elroy could stay. However, the information they received indicated that this 16-year-old baron appeared to be only a spatial mage, with no particularly outstanding talent. Could someone so young truly reach the level of a novice mage? Finally, it was the eldest knight, Mansfield, who spoke. "Your Excellency, have you already become a novice mage? Or will Your Excellency appoint a powerful figure to oversee the territory?" Reg was not annoyed. A lord chooses suitable vassals, and vassals, in turn, choose lords worthy of their loyalty. If he lacked the strength and had no trump card to defend his territory, it was understandable that these knights, worried about the future of Cheryl Town, would choose to leave. "Unfortunately, my brother didn't arrange anyone for me. If possible, I hope Knight Nico can stay and help me. However, I am already a beginner level 3rd stage spatial mage. Even if Knight Nico leaves, I will protect Cheryl Town, because it is a town named after my mother." As soon as he finished speaking, Reg released the pressure of a beginner mage. The 14 knights' expressions changed, then they revealed surprise. Elroy was also quite surprised. He had only vaguely sensed that Reg's realm seemed to have reached the initial stage, but he hadn't expected that Reg wasn't a recent breakthrough, but rather an initial stage 3 mage. Spatial-type superhumans are extremely famous in the superhuman world. Their spatial attributes often make them invincible among those of the same level, and they may even have the ability to fight beyond their level, provided they have enough combat talent. The 2 deputy commanders originally had no fiefdoms and preferred to follow Elroy back to Viscount Catalan. However, upon learning that Reg was a novice level 3 space mage, their hearts immediately turned. They had stayed in Cheryl for many years, cultivating deep relationships with the army and knights, their very resources. Returning to the Viscountry, all these connections were gone, and the fiefdom was out of the question. Moreover, Reg is only 16 years old, yet he has already reached the third stage of the beginner level and is a powerful spatial mage. In a few more years, how far will this baron have grown? The knights exchanged glances, finally making their decision. They knelt on one knee once more and shouted in unison. "We are willing to pledge our allegiance to the baron and protect Cheryl town to the death." Now that it was time for vassals to pledge their loyalty to their lord, Reg's thoughts stirred, and his personal space opened. He raised his right hand and drew a ceremonial longsword, ornately decorated but practically unusable in combat. Reg drew the gleaming silver blade and lightly tapped Aaron Mansfield's left and right shoulders once with the flat of the blade. "Sir Aaron Mansfield, I accept your allegiance. May you be brave, loyal, and just." "Yes, your excellency." Reg sheathed his sword and moved on to the next person. Chapter 6: Elra's Departure. All 14 knights remained, swearing allegiance to Reg, and Elroy Nico appeared very pleased. The northern territory was fraught with danger. A baronial territory needed more than just a novice mage to oversee it. It also required the assistance of knights at the apprentice level. A knight with a squad of soldiers is enough to protect a village. The mercenary town of Cheryl also needs knights to patrol and handle disputes between mercenaries and caravans. Now that 14 knights remain in the territory, with only Elroy leaving, it neither weakens the strength of Cheryl nor puts his mind at ease. After the allegiance ceremony, everyone returned indoors, and Reg spoke with each of the 14 knights individually, inquiring about their families and fiefdoms, quickly building rapport. At noon, he hosted a banquet for the knights at Elra's mansion. After lunch, the 12 knights hurried back to their respective fiefdoms. They could not stay away for too long. Cheryl town was vast, but its population and military strength were insufficient to patrol all the borders. With its current forces, it can only defend Cheryl town and its 12 subordinate villages. Orcs and even weak goblins still frequently raid its territory. Villages are constantly in danger if they lack knights to garrison them. This is the true predicament of Baron Catalan. After the knights left, Elroy continued to explain town affairs to Reg. Reg also took the time to visit the military camp twice, meeting with all the officers and soldiers. Under the leadership of the 2 deputy commanders, Hippolyte Henri and Jolins Gerard, the officers and soldiers swore allegiance to the new baron. Unlike his treatment of knights, Reg didn't try to cultivate relationships with the ordinary soldiers. Instead, he directly distributed his limited funds as a reward. This sum was roughly equivalent to a month's salary for them, a considerable sum for ordinary officers and soldiers. Upon receiving their rewards, everyone wore genuine smiles, and their admiration and loyalty towards this young and generous baron increased considerably. 7 days after Reg arrived in Cheryl, Elroy finally departed with his family and steward, escorted by cavalry. Reg personally saw him off outside the town. Watching the departing procession, he felt calm, only slightly regretful that he hadn't been able to keep Elroy by his side. Accompanying him were 2 deputy commanders and deputy mayor Sam Zimmerman. Sam was a somewhat thin middle-aged man, not a superhuman. He had always been Elroy's deputy, assisting in managing the affairs of Cheryl. Elroy specifically told Reg that Sam was capable and trustworthy. Reg had no one else available, so he continued to serve as deputy mayor, leaving the mayor's position temporarily vacant. With Sam in command and 2 deputy commanders in charge, Elra's departure won't have a significant impact on Cheryl for the time being. Over the past week, Reg, accompanied by Elroy, has been inspecting various locations. Meanwhile, notices have been posted throughout Cheryl and its 12 villages. The announcement officially declared that Cheryl town belonged to Baron Catland, but the existing low commercial tax rules would remain unchanged. The mercenaries and merchants finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their biggest fear was that the new baron would raise commercial taxes, forcing them to leave this familiar place. More and more people in town recognized Reg, and they would stop to bow and respectfully address him as Baron. Reg usually just smiled and nodded in response. After Elroy left, his mansion was officially renamed Baron Catalan's Mansion. The mansion was not large, only a little over 2,000 square meters, and had few servants. Elroy took his butler and his family with him, leaving behind only 6 servants, including 2 young maids and a cook. These people were either alone or lived in town, earning a meager annual salary of only half a to 1 gold coin. Reg kept them all, planning to replenish the ranks later. The only new servant added to the manor is the coachman who drives Reg's carriage. As for a butler and head maid, it would be difficult to find suitable candidates in Cheryl town. Before becoming a baron, Reg spent most of his time studying at the Royal Academy of Magecraft in the capital, and spent too little time at home. Otherwise, he could have chosen reliable people from among the children of his own servants. However, Reg already had an idea for his new servants. His appraisal skill could reveal a person's talent for cultivation. He planned to purchase a group of promising young servants. The maids would remain at the Baron's mansion, while the male servants, after working for a period of time, would be taught cultivation techniques and then sent to the army. This is also a way to strengthen the territory. Reg chooses to buy servants rather than hire them because hiring is just a job and not worth his time to train. Purchased servants need to sign a contract of servitude. They are slaves, and Reg is the master, a relationship that will not easily change. In the world of Nora, slave contracts and equal contracts exist, but the number of people a person can contract is limited. With a contract of servitude, coupled with a powerful yet lenient master, it is difficult for a servant to harbor thoughts of betrayal. Faced with the conflict between population, land, and food, far too many people were willing to sell themselves into slavery. Most of the nobles' former subjects were serfs. Now, although they were free, they didn't necessarily have a better place to go. For the illiterate and defenseless peasants, leaving the land meant that their most likely fate was still to die on the streets. Chapter 7 Extraordinary System. Reg took out the World Tree seed and played with it for a moment before putting it back into his personal space. Now was not the time to inject the split soul into the seed. Elroy had just left, and the territory still needed to be stabilized. He planned to wait a week to confirm that Elroy's departure hadn't caused any major changes, then use the excuse of a mage going into seclusion to complete the task. The extraordinary systems of the Nora world are divided into two categories: warriors and mages, both rooted in magical elements. A battle master refines their body by absorbing magical elements through breathing, fusing them with the life force born from their physical body to form battle chi. This battle chi circulates within the body and is continuously absorbed, gradually strengthening the physique. The cultivation technique for this is called body tempering technique. As long as one continues to exercise, there is a chance to develop battle chi. Therefore, even if Brent only does farm work, he can become a battle master. The characteristic of a battle master is to sustain oneself through battle, and even break through realms in life-or-death battles. Mages refine their souls, merging the magical elements they absorb with the spiritual power generated from their soul's origin, ultimately forming magical power. While magical power circulating within the body can slightly enhance physical constitution, its true importance lies in its tempering of the soul. The foundation of a mage's cultivation lies in the art of meditation, which must be performed in a relatively quiet environment. Breakthroughs in cultivation levels also require undisturbed activity. While meditation cannot directly generate magical power, it strengthens the soul. Most mages initially struggle to control their spiritual power because their souls are too weak. They must first strengthen their souls through meditation until they can actively guide their spiritual energy and fuse it with magical elements to form mana. This creates drastically different entry barriers for the two professions. Commoners with exceptional physiques have the opportunity to cultivate their own battle aura. No matter how high one's spiritual talent, without meditation skills, one cannot embark on the path of a mage. Even knightly families could hardly afford the cost of training a mage, and baronial families also had to invest a great deal of money, so being a mage was almost exclusively a noble profession. Among mercenaries, the extraordinary individuals are mostly battle masters, with mages being extremely rare. Moreover, at the same level, mages are not necessarily stronger than battle masters. However, the extraordinary development and production progress of the entire Nora world are inseparable from mages. Fighters are purely combat-oriented professions, while mages can combine combat, research, and creation. Professions such as alchemists, pharmacists, and array masters all require a mage to qualify. Therefore, it is perfectly normal for mages to cultivate in seclusion, forbidding anyone from disturbing them. Reg could use this as an excuse to inject his split soul into the World Tree seed. The following week, he planned to handle territory affairs in the mornings and lead a group to inspect Cheryl town in the afternoons. These matters were not difficult for Reg. The Mage Academy in the capital city already offered courses on managing territories and even commanding armies. Most of those who could enter the academy were sons of nobles, and many of the direct descendants of nobles had the opportunity to receive fiefdoms in the future. Reg had learned a great deal about the subject, which he could now apply to managing the territory. However, he wouldn't make any drastic changes for the time being. Cheryl town first needed to smoothly complete the transition between the old and new rulers. Once his prestige is higher and he gains more support from the residents, he will allow the territory to develop in the direction he desires. Elroy has already managed Cheryl town quite well, but Reg, who has lived 2 lives, also has his own ideas. He might be able to make this place better, but he couldn't guarantee success. After all, this was a world with extraordinary powers, and one couldn't simply apply the perspective of their previous life on Earth to make judgments. Cheryl Town had a permanent population of less than 7,000, and its affairs were not complicated. The main focus was on mercenaries and orcs. Sam, Hippolyte, and Jolens can handle most minor matters. They only report to Reg for important issues, and he makes the decisions. After finishing his official duties in the morning, Reg continues his cultivation until noon. After lunch, he must take a nap. Sleep is the best way for a mage to restore their mental energy. With sufficient mental energy, they can use the appraisal spell more often. After his afternoon nap, Reg led a small squad of soldiers to patrol the town of Cheryl. It was a fortified town, surrounded by high and sturdy walls, and the houses were mostly made of brick, stone, and wood. 3-story houses are few, and 2-story houses are only a minority. The vast majority of residents live in 1-story buildings. 2 wide avenues, one running east-west and the other north-south, run through the town, and on both sides of these avenues are the bustling commercial streets frequented by mercenaries and merchants. Elroy established 2 markets in the town, one for trading slaves and the other for trading goods. Mercenaries entered the Orcish wasteland not only to capture orc slaves, but also to bring back tribal spoils, magical plants, and magical beast materials. The caravans that came to Cheryl Town not only bought orc slaves, but also brought various goods needed by the residents and mercenaries. The caravans usually sold goods when they arrived and bought slaves when they left, so the 2 markets each had their own uses. The slave market wasn't just for orcs, it also traded human slaves, and even free people with no other options would voluntarily sell themselves. Those who could fetch a good price were usually beautiful and strong men and women, or skilled artisans. A healthy adult male is worth about 4 gold coins, while an adult female is worth even less, only 2 gold coins. The price of an adult male is less than that of an ox or a draft horse. A good warhorse is worth about 20 gold coins, an ordinary warhorse about 10, and an ox or draft horse about 5 gold coins. Those free people who voluntarily sell themselves often don't even ask for payment. They only ask for food and lodging and that their employers not be too harsh. But these people are the hardest to sell, because the entire human realm is overflowing with people. Reg ostensibly inspects his territory, but in reality, he visits the slave market each time to search for exceptionally talented human or orc slaves. He also casually assesses beautiful female orcs like cat people, fox people, and werewolves, as they fit his aesthetic preferences. Chapter 8: Purchasing Slaves. The appraisal technique consumes mental energy, and the more detailed the information appraised, the greater the energy Reg consumes. To increase the number of uses, he doesn't examine all the information at once when appraising someone. He usually only looks at their physical and soul talents. Cultivation talent directly determines whether a person has the potential to become a superhuman. Only when Reg discovers someone with sufficiently high talent will he proceed with further evaluation to avoid buying back problematic servants. Reg strolled slowly through the slave market with his soldiers, and most people assumed the Baron was merely on an inspection tour. This had happened quite a few times since Reg arrived in Cheryl. A few guessed he was there to select servants, and slave traders even approached him to promote their wares. Reg only said that he had no plans to buy anything for the time being, but he was secretly considering that it would be difficult to find a qualified steward in Cheryl Town. Perhaps he could have slave traders bring people over from outside in the future. Anyway, with the appraisal skill, he wasn't afraid of buying someone with bad intentions. His gaze was mainly fixed on girls aged 12 to 16, men aged 14 to 20, and young, beautiful beaster girls. Reg was somewhat of a germaphobe, so if he were to choose maids, he would naturally only choose virgins. In this world, the lower classes have short lifespans and marry and have children early, so older women generally don't meet the criteria. As for appearance, Reg isn't too concerned. As superhumans increase their strength, their bodies continuously evolve. Even if they are born with ordinary looks, they will become handsome as they grow stronger. The requirements for maids are strict, while those for male servants are much more lenient. Men are mainly responsible for physical labor, and those who are too young are of no use. However, if a man is exceptionally talented, Reg is willing to make an exception even if he is a bit older. Along the way, he identified many slaves who fit the age criteria, with the highest talent coming from an 18-year-old male. That man possessed a 6th-grade physical talent, showing the potential to become a high-level battle master, but potential is ultimately just potential. Cultivating a high-level battle master requires not only a long time but also a significant investment of cultivation resources, which Reg cannot afford at the moment given his current abilities. Since awakening his appraisal technique, Reg has examined the talents of thousands of people and summarized some patterns. Almost everyone has cultivation talent, with the lowest being level 9. About half of the people possess level 9 talent, and among the remaining half, the vast majority are level 8 talent. 1 in 10 people will have a 7th level talent, 1 in hundreds will have a 6th level talent. As for 5th level talent, you might only encounter 1 in thousands. On average, human slaves in the slave market are less talented than mercenaries who have been fighting all year round. A mercenary leader at the apprentice battle master level might have a 5th grade, or even 4th grade talent. No matter how talented someone is, without money, resources, or cultivation techniques, they might die in the wilderness one day. The nobles are not unaware that there are exceptionally talented people hidden among their subjects, but they are simply unwilling to nurture outsiders. They even worried that someone might suddenly rise to power and retaliate against the nobles for past oppression, ultimately leading to their own death and the extermination of their clan. Compared to outsiders, nobles preferred to invest heavily in cultivating their own family members. Even if a collateral branch rose to power, the family name would ultimately remain unchanged. Moreover, the cost of testing cultivation talent and elemental affinity is extremely high, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Reg searched the entire slave market, even examining every bastard girl, but couldn't find a slave with better talent. After some thought, he finally decided to buy the 18-year-old man with a 6th grade physical talent, so at least he wouldn't leave empty-handed. With a little training, even if he couldn't become a high-level dosher, becoming a low-level dosher shouldn't be difficult. After some discussion, Reg bought Spike, who was healthy but not particularly strong, for 3 gold and 50 silver coins. The slave trader had obviously raised the price a little because the buyer was a baron, but he didn't dare to raise it too much, for fear of angering the new lord. Reg didn't care about the extra money, nor was it worth wasting an appraisal spell to investigate the merchant's background. After the indenture was handed over to Reg, Spike officially became his slave. Spike has an honest appearance. He's not particularly shrewd, but he's certainly not stupid. While the appraisal technique can't directly show loyalty, it can reveal his character. He's loyal and unlikely to betray. Furthermore, he possesses a 6th level physical talent and a low-level earth element affinity, making him a potential future earth-type warrior with formidable defense. Spike and his father were originally residents of Cheryl town and were well-liked. However, his father borrowed money to start a small business, but lost everything and was harassed by creditors, ultimately leading to his suicide. A month ago, Spike sold himself into servitude for 2 gold coins and 80 silver coins to pay off his father's debts. Only today was he bought by the new lord. The merchant appeared to have earned 70 silver dollars, but in reality, he still had to feed Spike for a month to ensure Spike didn't starve and maintained a presentable appearance. If Spike continued to be unsellable, the merchant would actually lose money. Master. Spike knelt on the ground, wanting to kiss Reg's shoes. This was how a slave expressed absolute submission to his master, a skill Spike had learned from other slaves when he was a slave for the first time. Reg frowned slightly and stopped him. Everyone around assumed the Baron was a germaphobe and disliked being touched by lowly slaves. Reg didn't explain, but Spike felt a little uneasy, wondering how his new master would treat him. As Reg, along with his soldiers and Spike, prepared to leave the market, a slender, brown-haired girl with blue eyes, dressed in tattered linen clothes, walked in. The girl was plain-looking, but Reg casually cast an appraisal spell on her. 5th rank physical talent, 8th rank soul talent. Upon seeing the 5th rank physical talent, Reg immediately stopped in his tracks. Aside from that mercenary group leader, this was the first time he had encountered someone with 5th rank cultivation talent in the slave market. What is she doing here? Is she offering herself up? Reg's gaze fell on the girl, and he used his appraisal skill again to check more information about her. Chapter 9 Maid Mia. Name Mia. Gender, female. Lifespan, 14 to 57 years. Identity, resident of Cheryl town, Baron Cartran domain, Violet Kingdom. Talent, 5th grade physique, 8th grade soul, advanced wind element affinity. Mia and her family live in Cheryl. Her younger brother, Hassan, is seriously ill, and the family has almost run out of money, but they still can't cure him. To save her brother, 14-year-old Mia volunteers to sell herself at the slave market, asking for 2 gold coins, with a minimum charge of 1 gold coin. Reality was crueler than she imagined. Even for just 1 gold coin, no one was willing to buy the plain-looking girl. Mia refused to lower the price, because less than 1 gold coin was simply not enough to save her brother's life. Just as she was leaving in despair, Reg noticed the information above her head, especially the high-level wind element affinity. Go and call that girl who just passed by. A soldier immediately chased after her, and quickly brought Mia back to Reg. Mia was trembling all over and nearly tripped while walking. She thought she had unintentionally offended the new Baron, and even felt that she might die and implicate her family. Tears were already welling up in her eyes. As she approached Reg, preparing to kneel and beg for forgiveness, Reg took out 2 gold coins from his personal storage space and tossed them into her hand. I'll buy them. Take the money home and come to the Baron's manor as a maid tomorrow. Mia clutched the gold coins tightly, then knelt on the ground with a thud, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, Baron. No, thank you, Master. Reg nodded, turned and left, leaving 2 soldiers behind to protect Mia. 2 gold coins weren't a large sum, but it was enough to tempt the town's outlaws. Cheryl town had many mercenaries, including some who were always ready to kill, rob, and flee their territory. Reg wasn't worried at all about whether Mia would take the money and run away. Accompanied by 2 soldiers, Mia ran all the way home, excitedly shouting as soon as she entered the door. Mom and Dad, we have money! My little brother is saved! She opened her arms, revealing 2 gleaming gold coins. Her parents' first reaction upon seeing the money wasn't joy, but fear and sorrow. They knew their daughter had gone to the slave market to sell herself, and they understood that given Mia's circumstances, she might not even be able to sell 1 gold coin, let alone 2. To them, this wasn't money for selling herself, but rather money earned by their daughter risking her life. The mother hugged Mia, sobbing uncontrollably. My poor child, I'm so sorry. The father sighed repeatedly. A poor family's daughter would eventually marry, but a son could carry on the family line. Although they hadn't stopped Mia, they still couldn't accept their daughter's sacrifice. Mia, though young, was already quite sensible. She sensed her parents' worries and could only suppress her own unease as she offered words of comfort. The one who bought me is the new Baron of Cheryl Town. He is young, handsome, and very generous. I'm just going to the Baron's mansion as a maid. My food and clothes will definitely be better than at home. I'm going there to enjoy a life of luxury. Upon learning that a Baron had bought their daughter, the parents were stunned, but at least felt a little better. Being bought by a nobleman was better than falling into the hands of a stranger. However, there were too many rumors among the common people about the cruelty of nobles, and they could only pray that the new Baron wouldn't mistreat Mia. Mia, not wanting her parents to continue their grief, urged them hastily. We have the money now, hurry and take your brother to get treatment. If we delay any longer, even 2 gold coins might not be enough. Her parents, startled, quickly picked up Hassan from the bed, and the family rushed to the clinic. As they went outside, they discovered that 2 soldiers had been standing guard there. Upon learning that the soldiers were on the Baron's orders to protect Mia, the couple quickly forced smiles and thanked them. They were then escorted to the clinic by the soldiers. Hassan's illness had already been diagnosed. The medicine he had previously purchased could only temporarily suppress the symptoms and could not cure the disease. To completely cure him, at least 1 more gold coin was needed. Now that he had the money, the doctor re-diagnosed him and prescribed a new medicine. The medicine contained a small amount of low-level magical plants. It wasn't cheap, but it was guaranteed to cure Hassan's illness. Physicians are just ordinary people familiar with medicinal herbs, not extraordinary individuals. True natural masters, light masters, or extraordinary elixirs can certainly cure diseases more easily, but they are simply unaffordable for ordinary people. If Mia's family hadn't relied on her selling herself for money, Hassan would almost certainly have been beyond saving. After buying the medicine, they still had 70 silver coins left, and their parents finally saw a glimmer of hope for their future. Back home, Hassan drank the medicine and, as the doctor had said, would recover quickly. His parents finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the thought of Mia entering the unfamiliar Baron's mansion made their hearts sink again. Her father finally made a decision. Mia should pack her things and go to the Baron's mansion now, instead of waiting until tomorrow. The Baron's mansion was in town, and perhaps she could come back to visit later. Besides, 2 soldiers were waiting outside. Mia nodded, hugged her mother, and turned to gather her meager belongings. She stood by her brother's window, intently watching Hassan. She didn't regret selling herself into slavery. She only hoped her brother could live a good life, grow up, marry, and have children. Although both the Baron's mansion and her home were in Cheryl, Mia didn't know if she would ever have the chance to return. After wiping away her tears, she took a few personal belongings and, under the protection of 2 soldiers, headed for the Baron's mansion. The parents stood at the door, watching Mia's departing figure. Finally, the father told his wife to go home and look after their son, while he silently followed behind. He followed her all the way to the Baron's mansion, watching her walk through the gates, standing there for a long time before turning back to go home. Chapter 10 Secluded Cultivation. Mia arrived at the Baron's mansion ahead of time. Reg didn't say much, only took out a contract of indenture, wrote her name on it, and had her put her fingerprint on it. With the contract complete, Mia and Spike officially belonged to him. Both had considerable talent for cultivation, but Reg didn't intend to nurture them for the time being. First, let them work in the manor as servants so they understand their place. Later, grant them the right to cultivate. Their loyalty will be easier to maintain. Since there was no steward in the manor, Reg appointed the older Karina as head maid and Jim as head servant. The two had worked for Elro for many years and were familiar with the affairs of the Baron's mansion, so managing the servants temporarily wouldn't be a problem. The newcomer, Spike, was handed over to Jim for arrangements, while Mia was led by Karina. Reg didn't need to assess their diligence. Everything a slave owned belonged to their master, and very few dared to slack off or cheat. Even if a master executed a slave, they would not be punished. Days passed, and Reg continued to live at his own pace. He dealt with territory affairs in the morning, spent the rest of his time cultivating, rested at noon, and went out to inspect in the afternoon. 2 days after buying Spike and Mia, he went to the slave market again, but didn't find a single slave with 6th grade talent. So he approached a well-known slave trader in Cheryl town, asking him to find a suitable slave to serve as his steward. A slave who could read, do arithmetic, and knew etiquette wouldn't be cheap. Reg agreed to pay a reward of 30 to 50 gold coins depending on the circumstances. However, buying the steward was only a temporary measure. Once the best servants in the manor obtained cultivation methods and became extraordinary individuals, ordinary stewards would be no match for them. Once the male servants have cultivated to the level of apprentice battle master, they can be sent to the army. After they have accumulated enough merit in battle, Reg might even return their contracts of servitude, making them free citizens. By then, Reg will have already won their loyalty. Compared to women, powerful men often have greater ambitions, so he wouldn't keep male servants in the manor for long. Female servants, on the other hand, would likely remain in the Baron's manor indefinitely. In the future, the manor's servants would gradually be replaced by female servants with exceptional cultivation talents. What male servants can do, female servants at the dosher apprentice level can do as well, and perhaps even better. Reg will then select suitable women from among the female servants to serve as stewards. After several days of continuous inspections, Reg not only traversed the town of Cheryl but also visited villages and the countryside outside the town, gaining a deeper understanding of his territory. Using his appraisal skill, he also discovered a small iron mine within his domain. Although small in scale, it gave him hope for the potential of developing a steel industry in the future. A week after Elroy left, Cheryl town remained undisturbed despite the change of ruler, finally putting Reg's mind at ease. On the 6th day, the Baron's manor gained another servant. It was Roger, a 15-year-old boy with 6th level soul talent, 9th level physical talent, and intermediate fire elemental affinity talent. He was also very clever. Reg wouldn't even look at slaves with talent below the 6th rank. Once his strength improves further, he will travel to other noble territories, or even the kingdom's major cities, to select those with even higher talent. The servants in the manor are now divided into 2 categories. One is the slaves like Mia, Spike, and Roger, who have sold themselves to Reg. The other is hired laborers like Karina and Jim. The number of slaves will continue to increase, and eventually, only slaves will remain in the Baron's manor. As for these employees, as long as they don't make mistakes, Reg will make other arrangements for them, and their wages will not be reduced. The Viscount Catalan family also has some properties in Cheryl, which are now under Reg's control, but they cannot bring him much profit for the time being. A week later, Reg was finally ready to begin his plan. As a mage, he needed a quiet training room. He converted a house in his manor into a training room, where he would cultivate after finishing his affairs in the territory in the morning. The servants were already used to it, and wouldn't disturb him easily. Even if Reg hadn't come out by mealtime, they would obey orders and never approach. Reg had dry rations and water stored in his personal space, so he could simply eat in the training room when necessary. Having been in Cheryl town for half a month, he was getting closer and closer to the 4th stage of the beginner level. The cultivation efficiency brought by his first-class soul talent was still astonishing, even without the assistance of resources. However, the higher the cultivation level, the less efficient it becomes to rely solely on talent. Ordinary cultivation resources require gold coins to purchase, and truly special resources may not even be available even with money. Special resources are a temporary concern. The most important thing right now is to make money and buy ordinary resources. However, his current territory simply can't provide Reg with many gold coins. Relying on his appraisal skills to go out and hunt for treasures is also unrealistic. He's currently too weak, and rash action could lead to danger. Therefore, he decided to first see what the Nora World treasure, which had cost him most of his fortune, could bring him. Before entering the training room, Reg summoned Vice Mayor Zimmerman, Vice Commander Unley, and Vice Commander Gerald, telling them that he would be going into seclusion for a few days. He gave his servants another instruction before entering the meditation room and closing the door tightly. Reg sat cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the room, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing, trying to bring his soul and body to their optimal state as quickly as possible. He didn't immediately begin practicing meditation. Cultivation is essentially training, which depletes one's energy. It only increases the upper limit of power. For warriors and mages, the best way to rest is to sleep. Powerful superhumans can endure even longer, perhaps going for days without sleep, but that doesn't mean they don't need rest. Reg quickly regained his composure, took out the world tree seed from his personal space, and gently placed it on the ground in front of him. The first step was to split his soul, cutting off 1/10 of his original soul essence. Using the soul-splitting technique he had obtained through the appraisal technique, Reg condensed his mental power into a sharp blade and directly cut towards his own original soul essence. The feeling was like wielding a knife in your right hand and chopping off your own left. The mere thought was enough to send chills down your spine. There were extraordinary potions that could alleviate the pain, and Reg could barely afford them, but they would reduce his reaction time and control. But the division of the soul is not the end. The truly crucial step is to inject the separated soul essence into the seed of the world tree. Chapter 11 Soul Splitting and Seed Incarnation. Reg condensed his spiritual power, transforming it into a soul blade. This blade only cuts the soul, not the body. He was prepared, but still gritted his teeth and controlled the soul blade to slash at his own soul essence. With a single stroke, 1/10 of Reg's soul essence was precisely severed, transforming into a miniature version of him. Intense pain instantly engulfed his entire body. Reg was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he dared not stop. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that seemed to tear his soul apart, and manipulated that wisp of his soul to fly towards the world tree seed. The moment the wisp of his soul touched the seed, it easily pierced through the hard outer shell that even divine weapons could only leave shallow marks on, and went straight into the interior. This world tree seed was on the verge of death, devoid of all its spirituality, with only a last glimmer of life remaining. Reg had originally thought it would repel any outside souls, but unexpectedly, that glimmer of life took the initiative to embrace it. Like a drowning person grasping at a straw, the world tree seed accepted Reg's split soul without resistance. Everything went surprisingly smoothly. The split soul successfully took over the seed, and from that moment on, the world tree seed became Reg's alter ego. Reg replenished its missing spirituality with 1/10 of his soul essence, and now the seed could finally take root, sprout, and begin to grow anew. But without a suitable place, the world tree seed remained useless. Reg had long pondered where to plant it. If planted directly in the Baron's mansion, or even on the surface of the Nora world, the commotion would inevitably reach the outside world. The original elves were all born from the world tree. Although they now reproduce naturally, no one knows whether they can still sense the world tree's reappearance. Reg even felt that he might be considered the elves' father. But he was too weak now, and if the elves discovered him, they might not acknowledge him as their father, and might instead target him for the sake of the world tree. Moreover, even the elven race might not be capable of protecting the world tree. What Reg fears most is the terrifyingly powerful being who once cut down the world tree. It's important to remember that in the beginning, there was no Nora world in the starry sky. The world tree created this world. Therefore, Reg decided to hide the seed in another space. The superhumans of the Nora world divided space into two layers. One layer was a real, visible vacuum, in which the Nora world and the starry sky were contained. The other layer is the void, invisible to the naked eye. It is empty, yet filled with violent chaotic energy. Ordinary extraordinary beings cannot even touch the void. Only those with spatial abilities can venture into it. Spatial mages' teleportation and teleportation are achieved by creating channels in the void, enabling rapid travel through the vacuum. The personal space of a space mage is also created within the void. However, the chaotic energy in the void is extremely violent, and extraordinary beings cannot utilize it. Instead, they will be severely injured by it. Only the Nora world can slowly absorb a small amount of chaotic energy to grow, and then release magical elements onto the surface. Reg learned through his appraisal skill that the Nora world's efficiency in absorbing chaotic energy was now far less than that of the former world tree Nora. After the world tree was cut down, the concentration of magical elements on the surface had been declining, cultivation resources were becoming increasingly scarce, and the overall strength of superhumans and magical beasts was also declining. In the current world of Nora, there isn't even a single saint. The legendary realm is already considered top-tier powerhouse. Therefore, Reg decided to place the world tree seed into his personal space. With this spatial isolation, it would be difficult for outsiders to sense the World Tree's emergence. The World Tree, remaining in its personal space, should also be able to absorb chaotic energy from the void and slowly grow. The only problem is that Reg's current strength is insufficient, and the personal space he has created is limited, simply unable to accommodate the massive World Tree once it matures. However, the World Tree grows slowly, while Reg's cultivation level will continue to improve. As his strength increases, he will naturally be able to create a larger space to house it. An apprentice-level space mage can only maintain one personal space. Only after advancing to the beginner level can one maintain two simultaneously, although the total volume of the two spaces has an upper limit. Reg didn't need to buy expensive spatial items. He usually had a 2 cubic meter personal space, which was enough for his daily use. Now, for the sake of the World Tree, he opened up a second personal space. The size of the space depends on the strength of the soul's essence and the affinity with spatial elements. Ordinary 5th stage apprentices and low-level spatial affinity users can only open up a maximum of 1 cubic meter of space. When Reg first awakened his past life memories, he was also at the 5th level of apprenticeship. With his top-tier spatial affinity talent, he was able to create a space of more than 10 cubic meters. Now, he was already close to the 4th level of beginner level, but after splitting off 1/10 of his soul essence, his realm dropped directly, and he is about to fall below the 3rd level of beginner level. The second personal space, originally 60 cubic meters, rapidly shrank, eventually leaving less than 40 cubic meters. Reg opened the space, restoring it to a cube with sides less than 3.5 meters long, then placed the World Tree seed in the center before closing the space. Space mages have a deep connection with their personal spaces. Even with the space closed, Reg could still sense what was inside and even control everything within it with his mental power. He immediately commanded the World Tree seed clone to begin germinating. Although the seed only had a sliver of life left, it still stored the energy needed for germination. Under the clone's control, the energy within the seed was gradually consumed, while the life force slowly grew stronger. A portion of this energy was first used to repair the injuries to the split soul's original essence. A severed soul essence would also leave wounds. Before his injuries heal, Reg cannot cultivate, and it's best he avoids combat as well, otherwise his soul might be damaged again. Reg had already confirmed this information using his appraisal skill. After his clone's soul heals, he will guide some energy to repair the original soul's essence. All other energy will be used to allow the World Tree seed to germinate and continue to grow. Chapter 12 The Small World of Cataland. More and more energy was being absorbed by the World Tree seed, and Reg could clearly feel that the clone's body was constantly expanding. Until the energy reached saturation, the hard shell could no longer restrain it, and the clone's limbs, embryonic roots, and buds simultaneously broke through the shell and stretched outwards. The embryo transformed into crystalline stems and leaves, and the radical sanguine pierced the void, gradually forming a root system. Simultaneously, a vast amount of knowledge about the World Tree flooded into Reg's mind. Thus, a small World Tree was born. It grew rapidly, stopping only when it reached nearly a meter in height, at which point the energy stored within the seed was completely exhausted. The newly sprouted World Tree was lush and verdant, its dark brown roots as hard as seed coats, its trunk and branches as clear and translucent as crystal, and its leaves resembling pieces of jade. Most remarkably, its roots and leaves could penetrate space, directly drawing upon the chaotic energy from the void, the very essence of the World Tree's growth. Although its growth rate had slowed considerably after absorbing void energy, the World Tree was now capable of sustaining its life on its own. It continuously absorbed chaotic energy, its roots began to nurture soil, and its branches exhaled various magical elements, quickly filling Reg's personal space with dense elemental energy. Originally, Reg had intended to release these elements into the outside world to create a high-concentration elemental environment suitable for cultivation, and even condense precious magic stones. Now, it seemed there was no need for that at all. Because within the World Tree's clone, a higher-level power had been born. That was the power of the World Tree, and also the power of a world. Reg named it, the power of the world. As the power of the world continued to increase, Reg could control this power through his clone. The personal space originally held by his main body also began to be transferred to the World Tree clone. From this day forward, this space will be controlled by the World Tree, but Reg's connection to the space remains unbroken, allowing him to freely enter and exit at any time. The power of the world far surpasses battle aura and magic, possessing many incredible uses. Reg's main body can even borrow it through clones, unleashing powerful combat strength at crucial moments. However, the world's power has just been created and will be continuously consumed by the World Tree to stabilize and support this space. The World Tree grows larger and larger, and the amount of land it needs will also increase. Especially in the future, the area of land beneath its feet may even far exceed the area of the tree itself. To support a larger space, more world power is naturally needed. Reg will later need to consume world power to create a sun-like light source. The world tree itself doesn't need sunlight, but for this new world born from it to nurture life, light is indispensable. Reg immediately used an appraisal spell on the world tree. Name, world tree, Reg Catalan's clone. Description, the seed left behind by Nora after the death of the world tree. Reg Catalan used 1/10 of his soul essence to replenish its spirituality, and it took root and sprouted anew. Status, 0.95 meters tall, growing 1 centimeter every century. The land supporting the world tree expands by 10 square meters per day, multiplied by the world tree's height. Solution, absorbing life energy can accelerate the world tree's growth. Reg quickly calculated that the world tree, currently 0.95 meters tall, expands by 9.5 square meters of land per day, totaling approximately 3,420 square meters per year. This area is smaller than even the farmland of a single farmer in barren Catalan's territory for a year, yet Reg still named it the Catalan mini-world. The environment of Cheryl town simply cannot compare. Even the most elementally concentrated place in the entire Nora world cannot compare to the current Catalan mini-world. Although the world tree is small, its efficiency in absorbing chaotic energy is far less than that of the vast Nora world. However, the Nora world has a wide surface area, and the magical elements naturally appear thinner after being dispersed. The Catalan small world is different. Although the space is small, the elements are extremely dense, making it a true sacred place for cultivation. And since the world tree is primarily of the natural attribute, it is especially suitable for nature-based extraordinary beings to cultivate. As it continues to grow, Reg might even gain an affinity for natural elements, potentially improving his physique. The land in the Catalan mini-world is currently barren, but due to the influence of the world tree, plants grown here can accelerate their growth. Reg certainly wouldn't waste such a place on ordinary crops. He'd plant valuable magical plants instead. High-level magical plants have extremely demanding environmental requirements. Many cannot be transplanted, let alone cultivated on a large scale. Even after years of research, nature mages can only stably cultivate a portion of low-level magical plants and a few mid to high-level ones. The remaining precious magical plants can only be found in the wild, which is why their prices remain so high. However, in the small world of Catalan, as long as a suitable environment is created and magical plants are planted, they can quickly adapt and grow rapidly. Of course, aquatic magical plants cannot be directly planted in the soil. The necessary environment must still be prepared. The high concentration of magical elements enhances Reg's cultivation efficiency, while the world tree helps him cultivate magical plants on a large scale. These magical plants can be used directly as cultivation resources or sold for money to acquire more precious resources. More importantly, the Catalan mini-world is also an excellent refuge. Whenever Reg encounters danger, he can simply retreat here with a thought. Aside from powerful space-type superhumans, it's virtually impossible for other superhumans to enter the Catalan mini-world. The benefits brought by the world tree far exceeded Reg's expectations. He used Appraisal again, trying to figure out how to make the world tree grow faster. The answer remained, absorb life energy. Something containing life energy can be a treasure or a living being. In a narrow sense, it refers to vitality. In a broad sense, it refers to all the energy possessed by a living organism. Either way, it can become nourishment for the world tree's growth. For example, the world tree can directly extract life energy from a person. If all of it is extracted, the person will undoubtedly die. If only a portion is absorbed, the person will become weak and their lifespan will be significantly shortened. Superhumans, magical beasts, and magical plants can provide even more life energy. Even if they are dead, they can still be absorbed by the world tree. It's just that the shorter the time since death, the more life energy remains. The longer they are dead, the more severe the energy loss. Thinking of this, Reg felt he needed war. Chapter 13 Butler Otis. Reg stayed in the cultivation room for nearly 2 days, and only when he came out did the servants in the manor finally breathe a sigh of relief. This was the first time the Baron had been in seclusion for such a long time, and everyone was worried that something might have happened to him during his cultivation. However, Zimmerman, Ongli, and Gerald were not too worried. They understood mages better and knew that seclusion for cultivation was a common occurrence. After dealing with the backlog of territory affairs from the past 2 days, Reg personally inspected Cheryl town. He didn't find any slaves with talents of level 6 or higher during this inspection, but he didn't care. His main purpose wasn't to select people. He wanted the townspeople to see with their own eyes that Baron Catalan was still in power and unharmed. As long as Reg is still alive, the people can live in peace, and those mercenaries who live by the sword won't dare to cause trouble easily. If he is only an apprentice-level transcendent, and there aren't even any low-level transcendents in the territory, it's hard to guarantee that no one will take the risk. Kill the Baron, steal some money, and then escape to other human countries to evade the Violet Kingdom's pursuit. Although humans are the strongest race in the world of Nora, and can unite against external forces, their internal alliances are far from solid. However, now that Reg is a novice level 3 spatial mage, as long as he is stationed in Cheryl Town, the mercenaries dare not act recklessly. After his inspection, Reg returned to the Baron's mansion and entered his training room once more. The energy within the World Tree Seed had completely healed the wounds left from severing his soul essence. However, the 1/10 of his soul essence that had been separated could not recover on its own unless he actively retrieved the clone. The reduction in his soul essence caused a slight decline in his mage level, but fortunately, his injuries healed in time, allowing him to barely maintain the initial 3rd stage. Now that his injuries had healed, he naturally couldn't waste time and continued cultivating. The height of the World Tree and the thickness of the land almost determined the height of his personal space, while the land area determined its size. As the World Tree grew, the land expanded accordingly, and his personal space became the prototype of that small world. Currently, the small world was too small to be suitable for direct cultivation. Reg then opened his personal space, releasing the dense magical elements within. The training room was almost completely sealed, and the elements in the small world rapidly surged out, causing the elemental concentration inside to rise continuously. Only when the elemental concentrations on both sides approached parity did the outflow of magical elements gradually cease. Ordinary people cannot see or touch magical elements, yet the elemental concentration in the previously sparse training room has increased hundreds of times. The spatial element, in particular, has surged thousands of times. This is likely due to the World Tree penetrating space and drawing chaotic energy from the void, resulting in a much higher proportion of spatial elements compared to other elements. Of course, a surge in elemental concentration doesn't necessarily mean a 1,000-fold increase in cultivation efficiency. Its greatest effect is a significant increase in the speed of mana recovery. Mage cultivation is divided into 2 types. One is absorbing magical elements and refining mana, and the other is practicing meditation. Meditation doesn't require magical elements, but refining mana cannot be done without elemental support. With ample spatial elements, Reg can refine mana faster and recover it in less time, naturally freeing up more time to practice meditation. Compared to mages, warriors have a simpler cultivation method. They generate life force through physical training, then fuse it with magical elements to form battle chi. This battle chi circulates throughout the body and is absorbed, thereby strengthening the physical body. The life force here is merely the power generated by the physical body, and it's not the same as the life energy needed by the World Tree. If a battle master doesn't absorb magical elements, and only relies on physical training, their improvement will be negligible. Reg closed his personal space, first breathing in and out elements to refine his mana, and once his mana reached his body's capacity limit, he would then switch to meditation. As a new day dawned, the slave trader finally delivered the stewards he needed to the Baron's mansion. The trader brought 3 suitable candidates, 2 men and 1 woman, all former steward slaves who had served nobles. Despite their lowly status, the 3 maintained an elegant, meticulous, and submissive demeanor. Some had been sold because their former masters had been stripped of their titles, while others had been sold by their masters for minor offenses. They weren't actually owned by the merchant. He merely acted as an intermediary, earning a commission after the sale. Reg used his appraisal skill to examine the 3 individuals' information, ultimately spending 48 gold coins to buy 43-year-old Otis Walpole, along with his 2 family members. Otis was the most expensive of the 3, but Reg felt the money was well spent. Otis was sold because his former master lost his title, which at least proves that he wasn't sold due to incompetence or serious wrongdoing. His wife, Eudora, had been a head maid, and upon arriving at the Baron's mansion, she was perfectly capable of training the new maids. Their son, Matt, had been raised by Otis to the standards of a butler since childhood, and now at 22, he could also assist his father. More importantly, Otis's black hair and black eyes made her particularly pleasing to Reg's eye. Eugela and Matt were temporarily in the hands of another slave trader, but the Walpole family had sold them as a package and would arrive in Cheryl Town within 10 days to reunite with Otis. The moment the indenture was handed to Reg, Otis became his new slave. Otis immediately knelt at Reg's feet, bowing his head to kiss his master's shoes as a sign of submission. Reg, however, stepped back and ordered him to rise. Otis was not much surprised. He had seen too many nobles and knew that some were inherently averse to such gestures. Chapter 14 Magical Plants and Medicine. Reg ordered head maid Karina and head servant Jim to gather all the servants of the Baron's manor. In front of everyone, he officially appointed Otis Walpole as the new steward of the Baron's manor. After announcing this, Reg said nothing more and directly handed over the affairs of the manor to Otis, allowing him to get acquainted with the servants. Afterwards, Reg led a squad of soldiers away from the Baron's mansion and began patrolling the town of Cheryl. He observed the town's situation while searching for slaves with high talent, and also planned to purchase some magical plant seeds to plant in his own little world. Mercenaries occasionally brought back magical plants when returning from Orcish territory, so there were people selling magical plant seeds in Cheryl. Most seeds aren't expensive, provided they have no other use and can only be planted and cultivated. However, cultivating magical plants is no simple task. Usually only nature mages can do it, and most extraordinary individuals simply don't possess this ability. No one would easily buy seeds that cannot be cultivated, which keeps seed prices consistently low. Reg spent over a dozen silver coins to buy dozens of different magical plant seeds, including a batch of high-grade magical plant seeds. The classification of magical plants is straightforward, similar to elemental affinity talents, divided into low, medium, high, and top tier. The classification of magical beasts is much more complex, using numbers as ranks corresponding to different realms of extraordinary beings. Back in his cultivation room at the Lord's Manor, Reg opened his personal space and planted hundreds of seeds in the barren land of the small world. Once these magical plants matured, some could be used directly as cultivation resources, while others could become raw materials for brewing potions. The Viscount Catalan family was a newly emerging noble family with almost no heritage or foundation. They didn't even have a single formal novice mage under their command. The family only had a few mage apprentices, and they relied entirely on purchasing extraordinary potions from outside. For those from ordinary families with average physical talents, it was not easy to cultivate their first trace of battle chi and enter the ranks of extraordinary beings through training. Therefore, the mages developed awakening potions that could assist users in cultivating battle chi. Expensive awakening potions can almost guarantee a successful awakening. Cheaper potions can also increase the probability of cultivating battle chi. His father, Brent, had always hoped that a pharmacist would emerge from the family or territory to concoct extraordinary potions such as awakening potions, healing potions, and antidotes. When Reg's soul talent was detected, Brent was overjoyed and even offered to spend a fortune to send him to the Royal Capital's Academy of Mage Arts. During their conversations, Brent repeatedly emphasized the importance of apothecaries. Therefore, Reg took pharmacy courses during his time at the academy and developed some talent for it. With sufficient resources and money, he had every opportunity to become a true pharmacist. Even if the initial cost of his potion making was more expensive than purchasing them directly from outside, the Catalan family would gain the ability to make their own potions. In this way, the family would not only have a spatial mage lineage but also an additional lineage of apothecaries. Under the guidance of the Academy's teachers, Reg had borrowed the Academy's potion-making equipment to concoct several simple extraordinary potions. Strictly speaking, he was now considered a pharmacist apprentice. Reg knew very well that the most basic part of medicine making was mastering potion formulas and the medicinal properties of various magical plants. The real difficulty, however, lay in the extraction and mixing processes. No two people were exactly alike, and no two magical plants were exactly alike. The pharmacist needs to extract the active ingredients from the magical plants, then mix the various ingredients in sequence to allow them to react and ultimately form a potion. The content of the active ingredients varies from plant to plant, which severely tests the pharmacist's experience and mental perception. Even a slight deviation in the ratio of the two reacting components will result in the failure of the entire potion-making process. However, Reg's awakened talent, the identification technique, can solve this problem perfectly. He only needs to perform a simple identification of the ingredients, requiring very little mental energy, to accurately determine the content of the active ingredient. He can even determine whether there are other impurities mixed in. With the aid of the identification technique, he can completely prepare the potions step by step according to the most precise proportions. He could even buy finished potions directly and deduce the complete formula using identification techniques. Once he obtained the formula, and planted the necessary magical plants in his small world, he could continuously concoct extraordinary potions using the resources of that small world. Some low-level potions could even be sold directly in Cheryl Town. While healing and antidote potions aren't cheap for ordinary mercenaries, a mercenary group will always keep a few on hand in case of emergencies. Initially, selling low-level potions at low prices will attract outside mercenaries and boost the development of Cheryl Town. The only problem now is when the magical plants in the small world will mature. After arriving in Cheryl, Reg first rewarded all the soldiers with the equivalent of a month's salary. He then bought 3 talented slaves, as well as the butler Otis and his family, spending over 100 gold coins in total. The town had less than 300 gold coins left, money he couldn't easily touch. No one knew what unexpected events might occur. Concocting extraordinary potions requires specialized equipment, which is also quite expensive. If he doesn't wait for the magical plants in the small world to mature, he'll have to buy materials from outside. What Reg needs most right now is money. Making money through appraisal skills isn't feasible for the time being. On one hand, he's the only low-level extraordinary individual in Cheryl Town and can't leave his territory for extended periods. Even though he was in seclusion in his training room, he still remained in the town, ready to appear immediately if anything happened. On the other hand, it was also because his strength was insufficient. Reg wasn't afraid of weak mercenaries. He had teleportation skills, and even a space-based professional would have a hard time catching up with a superhuman of the same level if they wanted to escape. But if he went to a larger noble territory, or even a city under the kingdom's rule, the situation would be completely different. Not only are there intermediate and advanced extraordinary beings there, but there might even be experts at the Star Realm. He's currently only at the initial 3rd stage, and his strength is far from sufficient. His best option right now is to stay in Cheryl Town and wait for the low-level magical plants in the small world to mature. Just one day later, more than a dozen tender green seedlings have sprouted from the once barren land. Chapter 15 Tenfold Accelerated Growth. The magical plants planted in the small world grow at a much faster rate than those outside. The high concentration of magical elements naturally fosters the growth of magical plants, and the world tree, as a top-grade plant, also possesses an aura that accelerates plant growth. The magical plants Reg planted were all low-grade, 1-year-old plants, which typically matured within a year in standard elemental concentrations and fertile soil. If magical elements are scarce and the soil is fertile, the growth cycle will be greatly prolonged. However, although the small world's soil is barren, it is rich in magical elements, and the world tree continuously accelerates plant growth. Reg used his appraisal spell on the sprouting magical plants, and the results delighted him. The first batch of magical plants will mature in a month at most. This means the maturation time has been compressed to 1/10 of the normal time. A month later, he will be able to earn his first stable income by selling magical plants. And as the world tree continues to grow, this accelerated effect will be even stronger. Currently, the small world is adding 9.5 square meters of land every day. Reg decided to continue buying low-level magical plant seeds to fill all the newly added land. In his eyes, those empty plots weren't just soil, but gold coins waiting to be harvested. Right now, what he lacked most was money. The larger the small world, the more magical plants he could cultivate, and the higher the future profits would be. And to expand the small world, he needed to allow the world tree to absorb more life energy, accelerating its growth. Ordinary plants can also provide life energy, but only the death of a large number of plants can cause a noticeable change in the world tree. Doing so would attract too much attention, and Reg wasn't prepared to take that risk. After much thought, he set his sights on the orcs and goblins who frequently raided Cheryl Town. Compared to ordinary plants, intelligent beings can provide the world tree with more life energy. Cheryl Town is located right next to the Orcish territory, and it has no shortage of wandering orcs and goblins. Truly powerful orc tribes, on the contrary, dare not approach the borders of the Violet Kingdom, fearing a sudden attack from the kingdom's army that would wipe them out in one fell swoop. Only the lowly and weak orcs and goblins, completely unaware of the border, wander aimlessly and frequently intrude into the territory of Cheryl Town. They dare not touch the town itself, protected by its sturdy walls, but often target villages guarded by only a single knight. However, most of the time, they are defeated by the village knight and his troops. Within the territory of Cheryl, orcs and goblins with the strength of novice warriors or mages are almost nowhere to be seen. In a small squad, often only the leader has reached the apprentice level, and their combat strength is much weaker than that of human knights who have long trained and honed their combat skills. When Elroy was in charge, Cheryl mainly defended the town and 12 villages, and its military strength was insufficient to cover the entire territory. As for the mercenary groups and caravans that come and go, they are usually not too afraid of these roaming monsters. After all, Cheryl Town is located at the northernmost tip of the kingdom, which is inherently dangerous. The caravans and mercenary groups that dare to do business here are all somewhat powerful. On weekdays, the town sends cavalry to patrol around. If they find enemies, they will drive them away if possible, and if they cannot, they will keep an eye on them from a distance. Once the enemy prepares to attack the village, the patrolling cavalry immediately return to town to report. Depending on the enemy's strength, the town then dispatches one or more extraordinary individuals to lead a cavalry unit to provide support. Cheryl Town only has one novice battle master and 2 battle master apprentices, but the town is not short of mercenaries. As long as the money is right, even battle master apprentice level mercenaries can be hired to fight. For gold, mercenaries will do almost anything. When Reg arrived in Cheryl, Felix sent over 30 cavalrymen to escort him. The leader was a gladiator apprentice riding a fine warhorse worth 20 gold coins, while the rest of the cavalry rode ordinary warhorses worth 10 gold coins each. The warhorses of this cavalry alone were worth over 350 gold coins. Cheryl Town has limited net income each year and must also pay revenue to Viscount Catalan, so the town has fewer than 20 ordinary warhorses. Knights mostly buy their own warhorses. A knight earns at least 30 gold coins a year, enough to buy a good warhorse after a few years. As long as the horse isn't seriously injured, a good horse can be ridden for 5 to 10 years. On the battlefield, warhorses, armor, and weapons are essential components of a knight's strength. A good horse not only enhances a knight's fighting ability, but can also carry him to safety if he is outmatched. After much deliberation, Reg finally devised a plan. He ordered his servants to summon knights Omni and Gerald and gave them the orders. From now on, if the patrolling cavalry discovers any invading enemies, they should report back to Cheryl Town first. I will personally lead the cavalry to eliminate the enemy, giving the caravan more security and also giving them some practice and combat experience. Omni and Gerard accepted the order and left, immediately relaying the Baron's command to all the cavalry. The 2 men had no doubts whatsoever. On the contrary, they trusted Reg even more. Cheryl Town was safer, which would indeed attract more caravans to trade, increasing tax revenue. Reg was quite young, and having previously studied at the Royal Academy of Mage Arts, he clearly lacked real battlefield experience. The fact that the noble Baron was willing to volunteer for combat and improve his fighting skills was something his subordinates were happy to see. The kingdom's expansionist wars, held every 5 years, are a tremendous test for all minor nobles. Weak nobles may even perish in the war alongside their men. Both Ungly and Gerald hope to follow a brave, intelligent, and powerful lord and achieve victory after victory. Perhaps in the future they too can rise from knight to baron, or even viscount, like the deceased Viscount Catalan. However, some ordinary knights harbored resentment. While more battles might bring rewards and honors, the chances of injury or even death also increased. Wasn't patrolling according to the rules left by Knight Nico better? But they had no right to disobey the Baron's orders and could only wait for the day they could fight alongside Reg. Chapter 16 Goblin Horde. Less than a day after Reg's order was given, the patrolling cavalry discovered that dozens of goblins had entered Baron Catalan's territory from the northeast. Upon reconnaissance, it was found that this goblin horde consisted of 1 goblin leader, for large goblins, and the rest were ordinary goblins. Goblins can be considered a relatively intelligent race in the world of Nora. They are short in stature, with dark green skin, red eyes, pointed ears, sparse hair, and a slovenly and ugly appearance. These creatures are greedy, despicable, cowardly, violent, and selfish. They have limited intelligence and a very low level of civilization, and usually can only survive in tribes. Goblins have never established their own kingdoms. The goblin population is roughly divided into 4 classes: ordinary goblins, great goblins, goblin leaders, and goblin kings. Ordinary goblins are only 90 to 120 centimeters tall, and their weapons are mostly stones and wooden clubs. In one-on-one combat, they are even no match for human farmers carrying farming tools. The large goblin is nearly the size of an adult male, possessing even greater strength, enough to defeat a farmer, hold off several farmers simultaneously, or fight a trained human soldier. The goblin leader has reached the transcendent realm, possessing considerable intelligence, and its strength is mostly equivalent to the weakest apprentice-level transcendent. Even newly promoted apprentice-level battle masters have a chance to kill it. As for the goblin king, he can only be born after a difficult journey to the initial stage. He possesses intelligence close to that of humans, but his numbers are few, making him completely incapable of leading his foolish kin to establish a kingdom. After the cavalry returned with the news, Reg immediately took off his robes, put on a set of light metal armor, and prepared to personally lead the expedition. Although he primarily cultivated as a mage, he possessed a 7th-grade physical talent and regularly exercised. While spellcasting was important for mages, a robust physique was equally essential. The groom quickly brought over a fine warhorse, and Reg mounted it, galloping towards the city gate. Within minutes, Sir Gerald arrived with 10 cavalrymen to join him. Gerald was fully armored, even his warhorse was clad in armor, while the ordinary cavalrymen wore only leather armor. The cavalry unit consisted of 18 men in total, divided into 2 shifts to patrol and rest in rotation. Each cavalryman had only 1 warhorse, which naturally could not run continuously for long periods. This time, Knight Gerard led the expedition, while Knight Ongli remained to guard Cheryl town. Move! With Reg's command, the messenger cavalry led the way, and the group galloped off towards the invading goblins. The townspeople, watching the Baron and his cavalry hastily depart, speculated that perhaps the villages below had been attacked. More than half an hour later, the cavalry had traveled over 15 kilometers and finally found their target. The goblin leader, wielding an iron sword stolen from somewhere, might not have been afraid of a single human cavalryman. But now, with more than 10 cavalrymen appearing at once, and possibly including a human superhuman among them, it immediately realized something was wrong. Fight! Hold off the humans! The goblin leader commanded his men, but his body was secretly moving towards the rear of the ranks, his eyes constantly glancing at the nearby woods. He clearly wanted his men to delay the cavalry while he fled into the woods to save his own life. Sir Gerard, you shall command the battle, Reg ordered in a deep voice. Yes, sir! All cavalry, listen to my command, charge with me! Sir Gerard led the charge, followed closely by 10 light cavalrymen, with Reg also spurring his horse behind the ranks, charging towards the goblin horde. Ordinary goblins may lack intelligence, but they are by no means truly stupid. Seeing the cavalry approaching at high speed, they immediately sensed a deadly threat and, ignoring their leader's orders, turned and scattered in all directions. Seeing this, the goblin leader could only lead a few large goblins and charge into the forest. The intimidation of cavalry over infantry was vividly demonstrated at this moment. If they had only faced a dozen or so human infantrymen, these goblins might not have fled. But their legs were no match for war horses. The cavalrymen quickly dispersed, swords drawn, and pursued the fleeing ordinary goblins. One goblin was caught, and a cavalryman slashed it with his sword, its head flying off. The headless corpse lurched forward a few more steps before collapsing to the ground. Knight Gerard and Reg ignored the ordinary goblins, chasing directly towards the goblin leader and the great goblin. Seeing they would be overtaken before even entering the forest, the goblin chieftain finally stopped, shouting at the big goblin and gripping his iron sword, ready to fight to the death. Several big goblins obeyed, gathering around their chieftain, attempting to band together to block Gerard the knight. Gerard, however, showed no sign of slowing down, continuing his charge. Reg reined in his warhorse, rapidly constructing a spell model in his mind and infusing it with mana. A minor magic missile. Just as Knight Gerald slammed into a goblin and swung his sword at the goblin chieftain, Reg unleashed his most practiced attack spell. A fist-sized, gleaming silver magic missile streaked dozens of meters, striking the goblin's head precisely and instantly blowing it off. The goblin chieftain raised his iron sword, attempting to parry Knight Gerald's attack. The next moment, the iron sword, along with its body, was cleaved in two by Knight Gerard's blade. Knight Gerard then pounced on another large goblin, while the last large goblin was pierced through the chest by Reg's second minor magic missile. As for the ordinary goblins, the cavalry could handle them. They might not even be able to defeat a farmer, and without the ability to band together, they were unlikely to harm any cavalry. Reg rode up to the goblin leader's corpse and dismounted. Under the suspicious gaze of Knight Gerald, he stored the goblin leader's corpse and several large goblins into his personal storage space. Reg didn't need to explain to his men, but he also didn't want anyone to misunderstand that he was going to conduct some evil research on the goblin corpses. Leaving the corpses here will easily attract wild beasts or even magical beasts. Put them in my personal space, and when the space dissipates, they will disappear with them. Knight Gerard nodded, seemingly understanding. Afterwards, Reg ordered the cavalry to bring back all the ordinary goblin corpses and put them into his personal space. After all, compared to the laborious task of digging pits to bury these ugly corpses, the cavalry clearly preferred the Baron's method. Chapter 17: The Method of Resurrection. The goblin's corpse was sent into his personal space and piled up next to the World Tree. Reg manipulated the World Tree's clone to extract life energy from the corpse, using it to nourish the World Tree's growth. The goblin corpses quickly withered, their flesh, bones, and even their remaining souls being devoured by the World Tree. In the end, only a few remnants remained on the ground, impurities that the World Tree did not need. 1 goblin leader, 4 great goblins, and 38 ordinary goblins all became nourishment for the World Tree. After devouring these corpses, the World Tree grew 0.27 centimeters taller, from 95.14 centimeters to 95.41 centimeters. The land area of the small world can therefore increase by an additional 9.72 square meters each year. 0.27 centimeters may seem like little, but the actual gains are significant. The World Tree grows naturally, taking 100 years to grow only 1 centimeter, or a mere 0.01 centimeters per year. This absorption of life energy saved it 27 years of growth time. The world tree possesses extremely high essence, but it is currently still a sapling, roughly equivalent to the apprentice level of a human superhuman. That's why a group of weak goblins were able to allow it to grow so much. However, once the world tree grows to 1 meter and enters a new realm, even if it devours the same number of goblins, it can only grow by a maximum of 0.09 centimeters. The higher the rank, the more life energy is required for growth. However, Reg was already very satisfied with this. With just a dozen or so more battles like this, the world tree would be able to break through 1 meter and play an even greater role. For example, making the world tree bear fruit. The first spirits emerged from the fruit of the world tree. However, the world tree is currently too weak to create souls, and therefore cannot truly nurture life. Furthermore, Reg, being human, did not want his world tree clone to give birth to elves. He has a better way. Once the world tree reaches 1 meter in height, it will absorb external life energy and be able to bear special fruits according to its will. If any of his important subordinates die in battle, Reg can take their souls and bodies. Then, using the old body as the core, more life energy is integrated to create a new body with even greater potential. The fallen can be resurrected by merging their souls into a new body. The new body was entirely bestowed by the world tree's avatar. Reg could give it, and naturally, he could take it back. Those who are resurrected from the fruit of the world tree will be completely under his control and become his most loyal subordinates. This method could even theoretically be used to resurrect Reg's physical body, provided that his soul has the opportunity to return to the small world. Of course, in the world of Nora, which possesses extraordinary powers, this is not the only way to resurrect the dead. A light mage of the legendary realm can learn a legendary spell called Resurrection. The Empire of Light, one of the 3 great human empires, has a legendary light mage in charge. As Reg led his cavalry on their return journey, they were getting closer and closer to Cheryl town. They marched quickly on their way here, but could only travel slowly on their way back, since they did not have extraordinary mounts, and could not withstand a long-distance trek. The cavalrymen were generally not very enthusiastic after wiping out a group of goblins and getting almost no spoils. In Cheryl, under Elra's control, this shouldn't have been a battle that required their involvement. Even if goblins attack a village, a knight with a dozen soldiers and dozens of farmers would be enough to defeat them. Even those goblins might not have dared to attack the village in the first place. However, these cavalrymen were ordered by the Baron to travel dozens of kilometers round trip to eliminate a group of weak enemies, and they gained nothing in return. They disliked this kind of meaningless fighting. If you go to rescue an attacked village, after the crisis is resolved, at least you can stay in the village and have a good meal. Having lived 2 lives, Reg quickly understood their intentions. Upon returning to Cheryl, he immediately ordered, "Everyone who participated in the battle today will receive an extra bowl of meat soup. Only those who participate in the battle will receive extra food, that's fair. Those who don't get a drink today will naturally get one next time they join the fight." The previously listless cavalrymen immediately thanked their lord. Reg did not reward money directly, firstly because he didn't have many gold coins to begin with, and secondly because this small-scale battle was not worth rewarding with money. A bowl of meat soup is enough. The standing army of the Baron Catalan ate similar food to the lower and middle-class commoners, consisting mainly of black bread and vegetable soup. Black bread has a rough texture. It's edible when it's fresh out of the oven, but it becomes dry and hard after being left out for a while, and it has a strange taste. It's often only good for soaking in soup. While sweet and fluffy white bread may not be more nutritious, it is expensive, and usually only the nobility can afford to enjoy it at every meal. Even knightly families mostly ate higher quality black bread, only serving white bread to guests during festivals. The black bread for the standing army was slightly better than that for the common people, and its biggest advantage was that it was filling. Normally, the soldiers could eat their fill of black bread and vegetable soup, but they couldn't take any home. Only on holidays or when they received a reward from a nobleman could they have a bowl of meat soup. Meat soup is the lowest tier of reward, followed by eating meat directly, then weapons, food, and other physical items, with the best being money and land. The other soldiers were filled with envy when they heard that the cavalry had gone out with the Baron to kill a bunch of goblins, and would get an extra bowl of meat soup that night. In their view, goblins are so weak that they would be willing to go to the battlefield if they could get a bowl of meat soup in return. In the evening, the cavalrymen who had gone out on patrol returned one after another. Those cavalrymen who hadn't participated in the battle saw their comrades carrying meat soup, and immediately gathered around to ask if they could share half a bowl. "You gave me half a bowl today, and next time I join the battle and get the broth, I'll give you the other half. Some people felt that half a bowl wasn't enough and refused to drink it. Some people felt that they could drink meat soup more often and were willing to exchange it. Chapter 18 March ends. Before she knew it, Mia had been at the Baron's mansion for half a month. On her first day there, she took a long, hot bath and changed into a brand new black and white maid outfit and cloth shoes. The head maid, Karina, explained the rules of the manor to her, deliberately scaring her by saying that minor mistakes would result in a beating, while serious ones would lead to death. Although Mia felt that the other woman was just trying to frighten her, she dared not talk back and could only memorize the rules. Karina and Cindy usually serve the Baron. Mia is new and clumsy, so she can only learn how to be a good maid from Karina. After spending more time with them, she discovered that the servants in the manor were all quite nice. Karina, who seemed strict, was actually very caring towards her. The new butler, Walpole, was strict, but would occasionally show a kind smile. What reassured Mia the most was the Baron. She had almost never seen Reg get angry, and if servants made minor mistakes, they would only be verbally reprimanded. He never hit anyone indiscriminately. The rooms at the Baron's mansion were more spacious than at home, and the food was much better. She could eat as much as she wanted. However, Karina cautioned her not to gain too much weight, or she might be reassigned to the kitchen as a cook. Reg had white bread, broth, fried eggs, roast meat, and pastries at every meal. The leftovers from the nobles' meals were not kept but distributed to the servants. Things that Mia could never have dreamed of before, she could now eat. She even wanted to take the food home so her family could try it. Although she lost her freedom after being sold, the initial sadness had passed, and she was actually glad that she had been bought by the Baron. Because she was doing well, her brother's illness had been cured, and life at home had returned to normal. Mia didn't dare ask herself if she could go home, so she could only ask a servant who could leave the manor to deliver a message. Upon learning that her younger brother had recovered, her parents were relieved, and she finally felt that everything was moving in a positive direction. Gradually, Mia developed new goals in her mind. First, become a qualified maid, then strive to succeed the aging Karina as the new head maid of the Baron's mansion, serving Baron Katon wholeheartedly. On the last day of March, slave traders brought Walpole's wife, Eudora, and son, Matt, to the Baron's mansion, and the Walpole family was finally reunited. Eudora was getting old, so Reg didn't let her take over as head maid. Instead, he put her in charge of continuing to teach Mia. Matt, on the other hand, worked for his father. The number of servants at the Baron's mansion gradually increased, but there were only a dozen or so. For such a large mansion, a few dozen servants would have been considered normal. Reg's life continued to consist of handling territory affairs, cultivating, and inspecting the territory. Every 2 or 3 days, he would lead his cavalry into battle to clear out enemies who had invaded his fiefdom. After the goblins, he also wiped out the kobolds and ratmen. These two types of orcs were of low intelligence and weak in strength, but their numbers were enormous, and when hungry they would even eat grass and the corpses of their own kind. Because they were too ugly and unintelligent, they were not even fit to be slaves. Humans would not eat the flesh of intelligent races, so these battles yielded almost no spoils. But Reg's greatest gain remains unknown. It allowed the world tree to continue growing. The cavalrymen who participated in the battle received a bowl of meat soup, and no longer resisted fighting. The infantry also wanted to fight and win, but they were too slow, far inferior to the swift cavalry. Unless a large enemy force appeared, the infantry would never be called upon. They encountered no large enemy forces, nor did any formidable foe appear. However, just as April began, a patrolling cavalryman brought a surprise. A 2.5-meter-long, over 1,000-pound tusked war boar broke into their territory. This zero-term magical beast possesses the strength of an apprentice, and the pigmen even use it as a mount. Cheryl Town has many mercenaries, and magical beast meat, hides, and materials are all valuable. Unexpectedly, this war boar was discovered first by Reg's cavalry. Reg knew that even if they killed the tusked war boar, it would be difficult to send it into the small world for the world tree to absorb. But it was still a decent spoil of war, which was good for the cavalry. He immediately set off with the only knights and 10 ordinary cavalrymen, aiming to find their target before the mercenaries discovered them. Ordinary cavalrymen, not yet possessing extraordinary abilities, would likely be injured or even killed facing the thick-skinned war boars. Only could kill it alone with some effort, but Reg didn't need to waste time. A secondary spatial magic missile blasted the tusked war boar's head to pieces. The power of a spell is not only determined by its rank, but also by the caster's skill level. With Reg's strength as a novice mage, killing a level 0 magical beast is a piece of cake. The 1,000-pound tusked war boar was too big, so the group could only skin and butcher it on the spot. Each cavalryman took a portion of the spoils and returned to Cheryl town. Chapter 19: The Art of Managing Subordinates. A tusked war boar weighing over 1,000 pounds, after its internal organs were removed, still yielded over 500 pounds of pork, nearly 250 pounds of bones, and over 60 pounds of edible internal organs. Each pound of fanged warhorse meat is worth 5 silver coins, and the pork alone is worth 25 gold coins, almost equal to a knight's annual income. Including the pigskin, tusks, bones, and internal organs, the monster that Reg personally hunted was worth over 40 gold coins. However, Reg did not intend to keep all the spoils for himself. He planned to distribute some as rewards to his men in order to enhance the loyalty of the territory. 14 knights, 18 cavalrymen, more than 300 infantrymen and officers within the territory, as well as the deputy mayor and officials of various ranks, were among those who received the reward. The deputy mayor's status was almost equivalent to that of a knight, and together with the 14 knights, each of the 15 people received 10 caddies of pork, worth half a gold coin. The only knights who accompanied Reg into battle received an extra 2 caddies of pork. The rewards for the 18 cavalrymen differed. The cavalrymen who found the tusked war boar received 5 gene, the 9 who went into battle each received 2 gene, and the 8 who stayed behind to patrol each received 1 gene. Territorial officials and some officers among the infantry were also rewarded with 1 caddy of pork, while lower-ranking officials and officers received pig offal. As for the minor officials and ordinary soldiers, Reg had pork bones soup made to ensure that everyone could drink their fill. Even though Reg wasn't present in person, everyone in the territory was still grateful for the Baron's kindness after receiving the rewards. After distributing the spoils, Reg still had 300 gene of pork, 150 gene of bones, and more than 20 gene of offal left. The inedible pig skin and tusks were also his spoils. Reg wasn't very interested in the fanged meat. It was from an earth elemental magical beast, and the meat of earth elemental magical beasts usually didn't taste good. Even though it doesn't taste good, monster meat is still expensive because it is a cultivation resource, and ordinary people can slightly improve their physique by eating it. Reg kept a small amount of pork, bones, and offal as a reward for the servants of the Baron's manor, and sent the rest to the market to sell. In the end, the tusked war boar brought him another 26 gold coins, which finally allowed him to recover some of his losses. More importantly, he gained greater loyalty from his servants and subordinates. However, such rewards are only given occasionally. If you reward them too frequently, their appetites will grow. And if you give them less reward one day, they might become dissatisfied. Managing subordinates is a profound art. A good lord must control people's hearts in order to inspire his men to fight to the death on the battlefield. The lordship of Catland is still small, and Reg has only been a baron for a month, slowly figuring out his own way of managing his subordinates. The servants of the Baron's manor were overjoyed to eat monster meat and drink pork bones soup, feeling that their treatment was almost on par with that of the Night Lord. Of course, that's somewhat of an exaggeration. A knight could eat monster meat every day if he was willing to spend the money, and it would only cost him 9 gold coins a year. Whether they were servants employed by the Baron's mansion or slaves bought by Reg, they were all extremely satisfied with their current lives and were willing to serve the Baron forever. Having just acquired 26 gold coins, Reg quickly spent another 1 gold and 45 silver to buy Kyle, the 4th slave with good cultivation talent. Kyle is 14 years old. After his biological father died, his mother remarried and took him into a new family. The stepfather and stepmother had 3 children in succession, and the family grew larger and larger, but the income did not increase much, and life soon became difficult. The stepfather grew increasingly dissatisfied with his stepson, who was not related to him by blood and refused to call him father, and frequently beat and verbally abused Kyle. The mother was powerless to stop it, and even secretly complained that life might be easier if Kyle hadn't been with her. One time, the stepfather complained that Kyle ate too much and even considered selling his stepson. One less mouth to feed would mean more money for the family. After discussing it with his stepfather and wife, his mother dared not object, and Kyle had no power to resist. Kyle, who was healthy and good-looking, was eventually sold for 1 gold coin and was soon discovered by Reg, who was patrolling the slave market. Reg bought Kyle for 1 gold and 45 silver because he possessed a 6th-level soul talent, a 9th-level physique talent, and a high-level water element affinity talent. Such talent was enough for Kyle to become a water mage. However, the constant beatings and scoldings had made the boy taciturn. Now, Kyle has become a valet in the Baron's mansion. When the stepfather learned the news, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with selling his stepson. Instead, he spread the word that his son had become the baron's slave. In his view, noble servants were a grade above commoners, and others would not dare to bully the families of noble servants. Those who knew the truth only felt disgusted, spitting at him behind his back and despising the man who sold his stepson. But all of this was irrelevant to Kyle now. From the moment he was sold, he had no attachment to that home anymore, and his only remaining relative was his deceased father. The butler, Otis, was puzzled as to why the baron had bought another underage slave who had never done any work and could not be of much help to the baron's mansion. It wasn't until a week later, with Reg's new orders, that Otis vaguely understood what was going on. A month after Mia and Spike were bought, Reg ordered Matt, the butler's son, to begin teaching them to read and do arithmetic. The two of them must study for 2 hours every day to quickly master common vocabulary and basic arithmetic. Reg also personally taught them a set of universal body-strengthening techniques, which could be practiced regardless of elemental affinity talent, and would not prevent them from switching to other body-strengthening techniques in the future. From then on, the two reduced their working hours to half a day, spending the remaining half day on studying and cultivating. Seeing these arrangements, Otis believed that the Baron was cultivating true confidence. Nobles and knights may appear close, but in essence, they are lord and vassal. The relationship between slaves and masters is clearly much closer. Everything a slave owns belongs to his master. If the master wants the slave to die, the slave must die. But a lord cannot demand that his vassals die. Even a vassal's vassal is not a vassal of the lord. Reg trains the slaves he buys, and no matter how strong the slaves are, they always belong to him. If you train knights to be loyal to you, those knights may leave once they become powerful, and may even want to become barons loyal to the king. In fact, the most suitable people to train are their own people, but Reg has no people in his tribe to train, so he can only focus on slaves. Otis still couldn't understand what was so special about the 4 slaves that the Baron had bought that were worth training. Chapter 20: A Hard-Won Opportunity. Reg would never reveal to anyone that he could discern a person's talent for cultivation. At least not when his strength was insufficient. This secret must not be exposed, and there was no need to explain it to the butler. Otis was filled with doubt, while Mia and Spike were overwhelmed with joy. Not only was their master willing to teach them to read and do arithmetic, but he was even going to teach them cultivation. By learning to read and do arithmetic, and acquiring knowledge, one can at least become the head of the male or female servants, and even have the hope of becoming a steward, who will be assigned by the master to manage the estate. However, the significance of cultivation is different. In the world of Nora, even the lower classes know of the existence of warriors and mages. To become a knight, one must first step into the extraordinary realm, and then be granted a title based on merit. Most nobles are powerful superhumans, and their master, Reg, is clearly one of them. Now that their master is willing to teach them cultivation, doesn't that mean they also have a chance to become superhumans? Spike was so excited that he knelt down on the spot, almost wanting to kiss his master's shoes. But he knew Reg was a germaphobe, so he held back, afraid of displeasing his master and losing this hard-won opportunity. Mia's mind went blank. Seeing Spike kneel down, she quickly followed suit. Reg didn't plan for their distant future, only telling them to study hard and cultivate diligently. Roger and Kyle entered the Baron's mansion later than them, and seeing Spike and Mia get their chance, they were equally excited. Kyle, especially, who was usually quiet and reserved, was pounding with anxiety. Ever since being sold by his stepfather, he had decided to live for himself for once. If he could learn cultivation, even if he remained a slave, he could still live a fulfilling life. In those folk tales, it's not uncommon for people to rise from slavery to nobility. Even Reg's deceased father was once a serf. Roger quickly began to calculate. In the manor, he, Spike, Mia, and Kyle were all around the same age, and they were all slaves bought by Reg Youth meant potential. The housekeeper and his wife were old, and the housekeeper's son was 22, much older than them. Spike and Mia had been bought for a month when they were qualified to learn cultivation. Judging from this, he should be getting there soon. Roger was filled with anticipation. The servants in the manor were incredibly envious of this, and some even considered selling themselves to the Baron in exchange for a chance to learn and cultivate. But they quickly calmed down. They were not young anymore, and even if they sold themselves, they might not get this opportunity. Besides, they were doing well now, and the Baron was a good lord. Perhaps their lives would get even better in the future. Reg then arranged for his servants to renovate the 2 houses, one as a classroom to teach knowledge and the other as a training room for combat masters. As the number of servants in the manor increases, various rooms need to be added. The Baron's manor has plenty of open space and doesn't cost much, so several more houses need to be built, including a new mage training room. We can't have all the mages crammed into their training rooms when they become powerful. Training rooms for warriors and mages are essential because Reg can infuse them with high concentrations of magical elements. Even if these people haven't yet developed battle chi and magical power, cultivating in that kind of environment can still improve their efficiency. However, Reg doesn't have much money at the moment, and can't provide many cultivation resources. What he can offer right now is abundant magical elements, plenty of food, and some ordinary meat. Once the low-level magical plants in the small world mature, new cultivation resources can be replenished. Of course, the most important thing is Reg's own cultivation. Training subordinates is just a side benefit. Besides literacy, arithmetic, and cultivation, he also planned to teach the slaves military knowledge. Leaving aside the female slaves for now, most of the male slaves would eventually join the army, gaining some military knowledge, and perhaps one day commanding thousands of troops. Basic military books can be bought outside, so Reg doesn't need to bother. What's truly valuable are military treatises, which are mostly collected by nobles. Reg's father had written a book on military strategy based on his battlefield experience, which was only allowed to be studied by members of the Catalan family. After thinking about it, Reg decided to personally compile a Nora world version of the 36 stratagems. One strategy is needed for each battle. Let them easily memorize the 36 approaches first. As for whether they can use them flexibly, we'll talk about that later. In the world of Nora, where extraordinary powers exist, military strategy is certainly useful, but the strong are the key to determining the course of war. Tactics can be employed, but strength is always the most important factor. A few days later, Roger and Dee joined Spike and Mia to study and train together, leaving Kyle alone to wait. After getting to know the three, Kyle vaguely guessed that the first month after becoming a slave was probably a test set by his master. Only those who performed well would be qualified to learn cultivation. Those who performed poorly might not even be able to save their lives. All he could do was try his best to be a good slave. Reg did not forbid this, and the news quickly spread throughout Cheryl through the hired laborers and their families. Becoming a slave to the Baron gives one the opportunity to learn to read and study, and even embark on a path of cultivation. Many slaves begin to dream of being bought by Reg. Even in the slave markets, the number of free people wanting to sell themselves into slavery has increased. Especially whenever Reg goes out to inspect, the number of people in the market immediately surges. They were only willing to sell to the Baron, and once Reg left, they dispersed as well. No one knew that Reg bought slaves primarily to select those with good talent. Even fewer people imagined that he could judge a person's cultivation talent with just a glance. In the past few days, Reg did find a few people with 6th level or even 5th level talents, but unfortunately they were all too old, and their talents were not high enough for him to relax the requirements. The territory has a limited population, and it's difficult to find even a 4th tier talent. It seems that if we want to recruit truly good prospects, we'll have to continue searching in other places later. Chapter 21: The War of Pioneers. Nearly a month after splitting his soul's essence, Reg finally reached the 4th stage of the beginner level in mage cultivation. If it weren't for cultivating the World Tree clone, he could have become a beginner level 4th stage space mage 20 days ago. Strength is extremely important to Reg. He actually has a faster and more profitable way than growing magical plants in the small world. For example, you can use the appraisal skill to buy damaged body tempering techniques, meditation techniques, or potion recipes at a low price on Taobao, repair and restore them, and then sell them at a high price. This path can indeed make a lot of money, but the more money you make, the more danger you attract. No one who can produce such large sums of gold is simple. If someone discovers that Reg is weak and has a shallow background, they might just devour his gains and not even spare him. Now he is just a minor baron, without a powerful family to back him up, so naturally he doesn't dare to rashly make money through appraisal skills. Moreover, his goal in enhancing his strength wasn't just to make money, he also planned to participate in the Kingdom Expansion War, which might break out next spring. The 3 great empires and 7 kingdoms of the human race occupy the most prosperous central and eastern regions of the continent, while continuously expanding into the southern and northern regions. The western regions were occupied by the 3 kingdoms of elves, winged people, and dwarves, leaving the remaining human forces to focus their attention on the north and south. The 3 great empires of the south, the Griffin Empire, the Glory Empire, and the Light Empire, have their main enemies as the Troll Empire and the Greenskin Orc Empire. The 7 kingdoms of the north, Thousand Sails, Violet, Ted, Emerald, Knight, Blackstone, and Mage, have long-faced orc tribes of varying sizes. The central and eastern regions have fertile land and a mild climate, allowing for 2 harvests a year in most areas and even 3 harvests a year in a few. With this land, the human race has supported more than 500 million people, but the combined area of the Middle East and the northern regions is still smaller than that of the southern region, or the northern region. The population is already nearing the land's carrying capacity, yet most nobles are not trying to increase food production, but only want to solve the problem through war. In their view, dying of starvation is death, dying in battle is also death, so it's better to send people to the battlefield. If they win, they can seize vast tracts of land and feed a larger population. If they lose, they can reduce domestic pressure and, incidentally, eliminate a group of weak nobles. Therefore, the 7 kingdoms agreed to launch a regular expansion war every 5 years and a large-scale expansion war every 10 years. Even when defeated in war, humans often managed to hold on to the lands they previously conquered. With their large populations, the 7 kingdoms can continuously deplete the orcs by constantly conscripting farmers as cannon fodder. The northern orcs were internally divided and had been forced to retreat for a long time, making it difficult for them to break through the humans' well-defended border defenses. Their only chance to defeat the human army was to wait for the humans to leave their lines and venture deep into the northern wilderness. Less than a year has passed before the Violet Kingdom's next expansion war. According to the Noble Code, when a new noble like Reg participates in a war for the first time, he does not need to lead the troops himself. He only needs to send 1/3 of the knights from his territory and a battalion of more than 300 soldiers. These soldiers don't all have to be regular troops. 1/3 regular troops plus 2/3 farmers temporarily conscripted will suffice. When the second expansion war arrives, Reg will have to personally lead the army into battle, and his cultivation level must be at least that of a beginner-level transcendent. But Reg intends to personally go to the first war next spring. However, what he wants is not military glory. What he truly valued were the corpses of orcs and humans who fell on the battlefield. As long as those corpses are sent into the small world, they can become nourishment for the world tree's avatar to grow. If battlefield corpses are not disposed of promptly, they can easily breed plague. Light elemental extraordinary beings can purify them, and alchemists can also concoct purification potions. However, there are not many light-type extraordinary beings in the Violet Kingdom, and purification potions are even less likely to be wasted on lower-ranking soldiers. Burying and burning large numbers of corpses is extremely troublesome, and as a space mage, Reg is perfectly capable of taking on the task of cleaning up the corpses. If the corpse is placed into the personal space created by the space mage, and then the maintenance is lifted, the space will collapse and be annihilated along with everything inside. This is a perfectly good way to deal with trash. Powerful space mages would disdain doing such things, but Reg is just a minor baron, so taking on the task isn't beneath him. On the contrary, it can earn him merit. His superiors might even prevent him from fighting on the front lines and instead assign him to logistics. The thought that hundreds of thousands, or even millions of soldiers might die on both sides in the war of expansion stirred something within Reg. The vast majority of soldiers did not reach the transcendent level, and their life energy would continue to dissipate after death. However, such a large number of them was still enough to make the world tree grow much taller. Perhaps he could revive some talented individuals from the battlefield, and use them for his own purposes. Training them from scratch would be far too slow. Thinking about this, Reg felt he should also take action and visit his neighbors first. Intermarriage and social interaction among nobles were common. Before he had enough power, he also had to maintain relationships with the surrounding lords, just like any other noble. Fortunately, the Catalan family's rise to power was relatively recent, so they didn't have many allied nobles, nor did they have many enemies. The barren Catalan territory is bordered by 5 neighbors to the east, west, south, southeast, and southwest, 4 barons and 1 viscount. One of them had lost his fiefdom, but regained it through meritorious service in wars of expansion. Both were originally knights, but were promoted to barons for their military achievements. The remaining 2 were noblemen who inherited the titles of viscount or baron and their corresponding fiefs after their fathers' deaths. It wasn't considered impolite of Reg to pay a visit more than a month after arriving in his fiefdom. Everyone knew he was young and most would assume he was busy consolidating his territory, and only now had time for socializing. His neighbors, especially those on his left and right, would certainly not refuse to befriend him. They were all located in the northernmost part of the kingdom, directly facing the orc territory. Once a powerful orc attacks, the kingdom's army at the border fortress may not be able to arrive in time, and the only reliable support often comes from nearby lords. Baron Catalan, though young, was already a novice mage, and a rare and powerful spatial mage at that. Chapter 22 The Potions Shop of Cataland. If you want to visit your neighbor, you can't just go whenever you want. You have to send someone to deliver a visiting card first, and then arrange a time for the formal visit after the other party agrees. As a baron, Reg had to be received according to aristocratic etiquette, which required him to both display his status and avoid losing face. Therefore, when Reg went out, he could not ride a horse alone, but instead changed into noble clothes and rode in a carriage bearing the coat of arms of Baron Catalan, escorted by cavalry to visit guests. Over the course of a week, Reg ran around visiting 5 of his neighbors, Viscount Coffey, Baron Lindbergh, Baron Simon, Baron Fielding, and Baron Grant. When they first met, they chatted and laughed on the surface, as if they had quickly become friends, but their true thoughts were all hidden in their hearts. Among them, Baron Simon and Baron Fielding, who were sitting next to each other, were the most enthusiastic, clearly thinking that Reg might come in handy in the future. Reg responded just as enthusiastically. After all, in this territory, no one could say for sure when they might need to ask their neighbors for help. After the visit, the first batch of magical plants planted in the small world finally matured, mainly a low-level fire tribute magical plant called Edelweiss. Fireweed can be eaten directly and can improve the training efficiency of battle masters with fire element affinity. Its effects are especially noticeable on ordinary people and battle master apprentices. However, it is only a low-level magical plant after all, and its effects will be greatly reduced after being consumed by novice fighters, making it suitable for sale in Cheryl town. The town is never short of mercenaries with affinity for fire. Ordinary mercenaries, apprentice mercenaries, and even the occasional novice mercenary are all guests of Firefly. Reg had already prepared for the sale before the magical plants matured. Lower-level magical plants were simply placed on the shelves without attracting much attention. So he renovated one of his shops and officially put up a new sign: Catalan Potions Shop. This shop originally belonged to the Catalan Merchant Guild, and usually sold local specialties from the Catalan Viscountry, and did some general trade. After the 3 brothers divided their property, the Chamber of Commerce's assets were also split up, and all the assets in Cheryl town fell into Reg's hands. Reg and his 2 brothers' territories were too far apart, so continuing to trade wouldn't earn them much. They decided to turn their shop into a potion shop, selling magical plants first and potions later. To attract customers as quickly as possible, the prices of magical plants in the shop will be lower than the market price. The potion shop should have opened immediately once the first batch of Edelweiss matured. However, the first batch of Edelweiss only had a dozen or so plants, and the total price was less than half a gold coin. If the shop opened now, it would probably have to close down very soon. Reg decided to wait 2 more days until several batches of low-level magical plants matured before putting them all together in the store for sale. The Catalan Potions Shop is not far from the trading market and is in a prominent location, but even though it is a property of the local nobles, it still needs to make a name for itself. Reg plans to erect a billboard at the entrance of the trading market, proclaiming the grand opening of the Catalan Potions Shop, which will initially only sell low-level magical plants produced in the small world. The shop is a minor issue. The supply will soon be plentiful. The world tree has now grown to 96.49 centimeters. The small world gains 9.649 square meters of land every day, and its total area reaches 288.35 square meters. After each harvest of magical plants, the vacated land, along with the newly grown land, is immediately planted with new magical plants. As time progresses month by month, the planting area for specializing in short-cycle magical plants will expand rapidly, and the number of magical plants available for sale will also increase. Through continuous experimentation, Reg has developed a method for planting. Newly added land in the small world will be planted with low-level, mid-level, high-level, and even top-level magical plants in a fixed proportion. Currently, the largest area is still occupied by low-level magical plants, especially those that can be directly used as cultivation resources, which are given priority for large-scale planting. Reg had done a quick calculation. He could earn at least 100 gold coins from selling low-level magical plants in the first month. If the small world gains the same amount of land every day, the amount will be 200 in the second month, 300 in the third month, and 400 in the fourth month, and the income will continue to grow. To outsiders, magical plants are nothing more than those collected in the wild, sold by mercenaries, purchased by nobles, or cultivated by themselves, none of which are cheap. Therefore, even though the income of the Catalan Potions Shop is becoming increasingly outrageous, no one would believe that all that money is earned by Reg. To the average person, a net profit of 1/5 is already considered high, and more often than not, it's only around 1/10. In reality, Most of the revenue from the Catalan potions shop goes directly into Reg's net profit. He will continue to prepare and sell potions in the future, but he won't devote too much energy to it in the short term. Self-cultivation is the most important thing. In the future, when we have trained female and male mage servants, if any of them are suitable to become pharmacists, they can be put in charge of preparing medicines and then selling them in the shop. The only problem the potion shop is currently facing is the lack of a qualified shop manager. Those who buy magical plants and potions aren't just ordinary people. They also include apprentices and even novice superhumans. If the shop manager is just an ordinary person who has never cultivated, he will inevitably be afraid when facing extraordinary beings. It would be best to have an extraordinary being at the apprentice level in charge, and a natural mage would be the best choice. Natural mages are compatible with natural elements, are naturally suited for making medicine, and are also more likely to identify and understand various magical plants. However, Viscount Catalan only had a few apprentice mages under his command, and Reg was just a minor baron, so it was impossible for any mage to voluntarily pledge allegiance in the short term. He could only wait to train mage servants, or wait until the world tree grew to a meter before considering resurrecting the fallen mages. Fortunately, the potions shop was located in Cheryl town, and with Reg personally overseeing it, almost no one dared to cause trouble. For the time being, the store will only sell a small number of low-level magical plants, and will not carry out other businesses. It will not cause any problems for ordinary people to be store managers for the time being. When the store expands, adds more business, or even opens branches elsewhere, an extraordinary person must serve as the store manager. Next, the Catalan potions shop will become Reg's most important source of funding. Part of the funds were used to purchase the resources needed for his own cultivation, while the other part was used to shop online and buy slaves. As long as the treasures you buy are not sold, the chances of them being noticed by others are very small. Reg planned to begin his operation once he became an intermediate-level mage. Chapter 23 Opening. At 8 a.m. on April 23rd, a 2-meter-high wooden billboard was erected next to the gate of the Cheryl Town Goods Trading Market. The sign clearly states that the Catalan Potions Shop, owned by Baron Catalan, officially opens today. The store is offering a limited number of low-priced Edelweiss plants, 23, sunflowers, 19, and azure flowers, 35. All three types of low-level magical plants are being sold at 5% of the market price. At the same time, the store is also buying various magical plant seeds at high prices. The goods trading market is one of the two major trading markets in the town, bustling with people every day. Such an eye-catching sign quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Those who could read saw that it was a potion shop personally opened by the Baron, and that the price of magical plants was lower than the market price. They immediately spread the news. Those mercenaries who needed low-level magical plants for cultivation turned around and headed towards the Catalan potions shop almost without hesitation. Some people also had magical plant seeds on hand and wanted to try their luck to see if they could sell them for a good price. Many people think that mercenaries live on the edge, spending their earnings on drinking and women, just getting by day by day. In reality, many mercenaries have their own goals: to become extraordinary individuals, join the army to earn merits, at least achieve the status of a knight, and even gradually become true nobles. Therefore, they are willing to spend most of their commissions on cultivation. Zero-tier magical beast meat and low-level magical plants are the cultivation resources they can access and barely afford. Nowadays, the magical plants at the Catalan potion shop are a bit cheaper, and for these mercenaries, every little bit saved counts, so they naturally don't want to miss out. As a result, the three kinds of magical plants were sold out in just over 10 minutes after the store opened, but mercenaries kept coming to inquire outside. The store manager had no choice but to quickly remove the advertising sign at the market entrance and have people stand guard outside the store repeatedly shouting messages. "The magical plants are sold out. Please come into the store to sell magical plant seeds." Those mercenaries who arrived late were filled with regret upon hearing the news. Cultivation resources were already expensive, and no matter how much money they had, it wouldn't last long. They were willing to fight for even the smallest discount. Reg didn't seem to care that the magical plants sold out so quickly. Right now, the production in this small world is limited. Once the production of magical plants increases in the future, even if the mercenaries of Cheryl Town came to buy them, let alone the entire town, they might not be able to buy them all. At that point, he could lower the price even further and wholesale it to caravans, who would then transport the magical plants to other places for sale. However, the successful opening of the Catalan potion shop still put Reg in a great mood. His wealth finally stopped shrinking and began to grow. The Baron's servants also noticed that the Baron was clearly in a better mood. Their master's happiness naturally brought them joy as well. Meanwhile, Mia, Spike, and Roger are studying and training even harder than before. They knew all too well that such an opportunity was hard-won. How many nobles in the world would be willing to let their slaves learn to read, arithmetic, or even cultivate strength? Illiterate and powerless slaves will forever remain at the bottom. And now, a bright future lies before them. Legend has it that slaves have risen to become knights, nobles, and even kings. The three dare not dream of such a distant future. They only hope that one day they could become knights under their master's command. Spike was 18, Roger was 15, and Mia was 14. The older they got, the harder it was for them to learn, so Spike's progress in literacy and arithmetic was noticeably slower than Roger's and Mia's. But he dared not relax at all, and even during his breaks he studied. Whenever he encountered something he didn't know or had forgotten, he would take the initiative to ask Roger and Mia for help. Spike's relentless effort put pressure on Roger and Mia, and a competitive spirit gradually formed among the three of them, with none of them willing to fall behind. In truth, Mia's motivation for learning and training wasn't as strong as Spike's or Roger's. Her efforts were more motivated by a desire to repay her master. The world of Nora is mostly a patriarchal society where men hold power, and it is extremely rare for a society like the Elves to be ruled by women. Human nations have seen powerful female rulers, but they were ultimately few and far between. Even female nobles were rare. In a family with male heirs, titles and fiefs are usually not passed on to daughters. The so-called inheritance by sons only applies to sons, not daughters. In those stories of people rising from slavery to become nobles or even kings, the protagonists are almost always men. Brent Catalan is a good example. Men are often dissatisfied with the status quo, and once given the opportunity to learn and improve themselves, they will try to change their destiny and realize their ambitions. Reg understood this perfectly, which is why he didn't intend to keep the male slaves he bought by his side forever. Once they reach the apprentice level, they can be sent to the army. As long as they achieve enough merit in battle, Reg will return their indentures and then appoint them as his knights. Perhaps in the future someone will break away from their vassal status due to ambition, aim for the title of baron, and instead pledge allegiance to the king at a higher level. Female slaves were a different story. Most women didn't have such great ambitions, and besides, not many nobles were willing to let female slaves study and train. Even if a woman becomes extraordinary, it is difficult for her to become a noblewoman. Her greatest goal is often simply to marry a promising nobleman, or a prince or royal. As for female slaves, their thoughts are usually simpler. Their highest expectation is perhaps to become their master's woman. However, Reg will train both male and female slaves. Since the current resources invested are limited, he'll gradually increase investment and accelerate their growth once the potion shop generates more revenue. Reg saw all of Mia, Spike, and Roger's efforts. Professor Matt was in charge of literacy and arithmetic, so Reg didn't need to interfere. His real focus was on the three of them training in body tempering techniques. From the beginning, Reg taught them the complete body strengthening technique and let them practice on their own, occasionally giving them personal guidance. On the surface, Reg isn't even a fighting master apprentice, so he doesn't seem qualified to teach others how to cultivate body strengthening techniques. However, he possesses the art of appraisal, which allows him to easily spot the oversights and mistakes made by the three during their cultivation. Incorrect cultivation methods can easily leave hidden injuries in the body, and may even damage the foundation in the future. With Reg correcting them, they can not only avoid hidden injuries, but also progress faster and more steadily on their cultivation path. The three gradually discovered that their master, despite being a mage, could even provide precise guidance on body tempering techniques, and their awe of Reg grew ever deeper. Chapter 24 Night Battle. In the dead of night, hundreds of goblins, under the cover of darkness, quietly crossed the border of Baron Catalan's territory and crept deeper into the land. The leader of the group was a goblin chieftain who was close to the beginner level and only one step away from becoming the Goblin King. His wisdom far surpassed that of ordinary goblins. Knowing the dangers of daytime and that Cheryl was a dangerous town, it deliberately infiltrated from a direction far from the town, its target being the village of Douglas. They intended to kill all the men in the village and steal the women and food. But they were discovered by the night watchman as soon as they approached the village. The bugle calls suddenly rang out through the night sky, instantly waking the entire village. Everyone understood that this meant an enemy attack. The adult men hurriedly threw on their clothes, grabbed their farm tools and weapons, and rushed towards the village entrance. The goblin chieftain was also alarmed and yelled, ordering his tribesmen to launch a preemptive charge. Knight Douglas had no time to put on his heavy armor or mount his horse. he simply charged toward the edge of the village with his long sword in hand. His son, Sean, hoisted his heavy armor onto his warhorse and led it after his father. By the time Douglas arrived, swarms of goblins were already upon him. With a swing of the long sword, 2 ordinary goblins fell instantly. But the enemy numbered over 100, including more than 20 large goblins. Douglas had just finished off several enemies and was about to stabilize the front line when the strongest goblin chieftain charged out. Immediately afterwards, the second, third, and fourth leaders surrounded him. The 4 leaders attacked together, and Douglas, who was not heavily armored, quickly suffered several wounds. Fortunately, soldiers and farmers arrived one after another. He fought and retreated, barely managing to hold off the goblins' fierce attack with his men. However, the villagers lacked equipment and training, and many were still injured, with one villager even dying on the spot. Just then, Sean finally arrived with his warhorse, but Douglas had no time to don his armor. If he stopped, the defensive line ahead would be torn apart by the goblins. "Sean, ride my warhorse to Cheryl town and ask for reinforcements, hurry!" Without the slightest hesitation, Sean put down his heavy armor, mounted his horse, and charged into the night from the other side of the village, heading straight for Cheryl town. Douglas village is only 3 kilometers from Cheryl town, and Sean knows the roads well, riding his father's fine warhorse. 10 minutes later, he arrived outside the south gate. The night watchman on the city wall heard the rapid hoofbeats, and immediately looked out of the city. "This is Sean Douglas. Douglas village is under attack by a horde of goblins. The situation is critical. Requesting backup." The garrison recognized Sir Burke Douglas and Sean, and immediately opened the city gates to let him in. The officer ordered Sean to go to the Baron's mansion and sent someone to inform the military camp. Reg, who was fast asleep, was awakened by a maid and learned that the village had been attacked. He immediately took out light armor from his personal storage space and put it on. By the time he reached the gate, his warhorse was already ready. Reg looked at Sean and said, "Let's talk as we go." The two mounted their horses and headed straight for the south gate. On the way, Sean quickly recounted the attack on the village and his father's desperate defense. Upon reaching the south gate, Sir Gerard had already arrived with his cavalry, and the infantry were also urgently assembling. "The cavalry will go first to support Knight Douglas," Reg ordered. 21 riders, led by Sean, galloped off towards the village of Douglas. Meanwhile, the battle in the village had already become extremely fierce. Douglas, who was not wearing heavy armor, was getting more and more seriously injured under the attack of the 3 leaders, but he still desperately seized the opportunity and killed one of the goblin leaders. There were too many goblins, with more than 20 large goblins alone. More than 10 farmers and soldiers had died in the battle, and more than a third of the village were wounded. "Hold on! The Baron will be here soon!" Douglas, covered in blood, still shouted encouragement to the crowd. The group gritted their teeth and held on desperately. Dozens of ordinary goblins, 5 large goblins, and 1 leader already lay dead on the battlefield, but the goblin leader was still unwilling to give up and roared, urging his people to continue the attack. When 5 more villagers fell and Douglas sustained several more wounds, reinforcements finally arrived. Knight Gerald led his cavalry out of the darkness, their iron hooves thundering as they charged straight into the goblin ranks. Regler reined in his warhorse and swiftly constructed a spell model, gathering magical power. The higher the level of a transcendent being, the stronger their night vision. The powerful can even see night as day. Reg couldn't do that yet, but by the moonlight, the goblins on the battlefield were clear enough. Seeing the human reinforcements arrive, the remaining 3 leaders immediately retreated, trying to escape. Reg raised his hand and launched a secondary magic missile. The magic missile struck the largest goblin chieftain instantly, killing it. At the same time, Gerald led his cavalry into the enemy ranks and began slaughtering the scattered goblins. Covered in blood, Douglas grinned and gave chase. Reg released another secondary magic missile. The second missile pierced through 2 ordinary goblins, killing the leader who was fleeing in front. The last goblin leader was killed by Knight Gerard with a single sword strike. The cavalry, along with the villagers, farmers and soldiers, pursued the remaining goblins until they fled into the woods, at which point they finally stopped. Chapter 25 Healing Agents. All the goblin leaders were killed, and only 3 large goblins and more than 20 ordinary goblins escaped. More than 100 goblin corpses lay scattered across the battlefield, and Knight Douglas was also seriously injured. Reg took out a bottle of extraordinary potion from his personal space and handed it to Douglas. "This is a low-level healing potion. Drink it and your injuries will heal quickly." Douglas did not accept the potion, but respectfully said, "Thank you, Your Excellency. I still have half a bottle of medicine left. My injuries can still be managed, so there's no need to waste it. Reg nodded and put the potion back into his personal storage space. He understood that Douglas wasn't reluctant to use it, but rather unwilling to easily shorten his lifespan. Both the healing potions and the healing techniques of the Brightness Master accelerate the consumption of life energy in the injured person's body, forcibly promoting physical healing. Wounds heal quickly, but at the cost of reduced life energy, which also shortens lifespan. Life-saving potions are different. They contain life energy and can replace the injured person's own consumption. Not only will they not significantly shorten lifespan, but they can even replenish life force. In a sense, life-extending potions are longevity-enhancing potions, and their price naturally far exceeds that of treatment potions. The healing spells of a nature mage consume less life energy, but the recovery speed is also slow, making them suitable for healing slowly when the situation is stable. On a real battlefield, healing potions and the healing spells of light mages are what truly save lives. Wealthy people, on the other hand, prefer to use life-saving potions directly. Even the most basic low-level healing potion costs at least 30 gold coins. A standard potion can fully restore a severely injured superhuman apprentice, and also save the life of a novice superhuman. Therefore, knights usually carry a full bottle or half a bottle in case they die in a critical moment. As for mercenaries, most of them simply cannot afford one. At most, they would buy some poorly formulated, substandard treatments, which had unstable effects and were often accompanied by serious side effects. Reg sent Douglas to treat the wounds while he stayed behind to oversee the situation, ordering the medic to treat the wounded soldiers and farmers. When encountering someone with severe injuries, he would be willing to take out a drop or even a few drops of low-grade medicine to save their life first. As for a reduced lifespan, that's a minor issue compared to saving one's life. But even if they are saved, the disability and long recovery period are enough to bankrupt a family. Some people would rather die in battle than live a life of mere survival. At least their families could receive a pension. When a soldier in the standing army dies in battle, he usually receives 3 years' salary, approximately 3 gold coins. This is the standing army of Baron Catland, so the money should naturally be paid by Reg. 3 soldiers died tonight, which is worth 9 gold coins, almost equivalent to 3 days' net profit for the Catalan potions shop. If a farmer died in battle, the Knight of Douglas would be responsible for providing compensation. Some would receive a gold coin, while others would receive nothing at all, dying in vain. Reg temporarily ignored the farmer's compensation and focused only on the regular army soldiers who were killed or wounded. Since arriving in Cheryl and becoming the ruler of this land, Reg has been leading his cavalry to actively eliminate any enemies that enter his territory. Previously, they had only eliminated weak enemies, but today was the first time they had encountered a horde of goblins capable of severely damaging a village. With Douglas's strength, he could certainly survive if he wanted to escape. But if the village fell, the casualties would be devastating. Douglas is past middle age, and his potential is limited. He only wants to manage the village well and raise his son, Sean. When he grows old, Sean, as a fighter apprentice, will be able to succeed his father as the new Knight of Douglas and continue to serve Baron Catalan. Douglas held the village to the death precisely because it was important. And because he knew the battle was dangerous, he sent his son to seek reinforcements. Even if the village is destroyed, at least Sean will survive. Although Sean, who cultivates body tempering techniques, has not yet reached the extraordinary realm, he is already the second strongest person in the village. Fortunately, the village held out before reinforcements arrived. Douglas was badly injured, but not seriously. Elroy once said that 2 villages in Cheryl's history were destroyed by alien races, and on one occasion, even the knight who was stationed there died inside. In his previous life, Reg was just an ordinary person, but in this life he has become a nobleman, and has directly inherited the title of Baron. He has gradually integrated into this world, and no longer cares about the life and death of every person at the bottom of society, as he used to. Besides, with his current strength, he cannot create an absolutely safe baronial territory. Reg sighed inwardly, then began to deal with more important matters. Soldiers and farmers who were uninjured or only slightly wounded carried the goblin corpses one by one in front of him. Reg sent the corpse into the small world, allowing the world tree clone to absorb the life energy within. The 4 goblin leaders, 19 large goblins, and 82 ordinary goblins brought considerable growth to the world tree. The world tree has increased by 0.815 centimeters and is now 97.31 centimeters tall. It could have gone even higher, but the battle lasted too long, and the goblins that died first had lost a lot of life energy. When reinforcements arrived, about half an hour had passed since the battle began. The world tree was just 2.69 centimeters away from shedding its seedling stage and entering a new realm. While clearing the battlefield, Reg didn't forget the infantry troops that were on their way. He sent a cavalryman to stop the infantry and send them back to Cheryl to rest. Reg and his cavalry stayed overnight in Douglas Village, intending to return the next morning in case of another enemy attack that night. Given Douglas's current injuries, coupled with the numerous casualties in the village, they would have a hard time holding out if another wave of enemies came. Sir Douglas asked Sean to invite Sir Greg and Sir Gerald to his home to rest. The so-called mansion was actually just a larger courtyard with simple and plain furnishings. The knight's annual income was not much. Douglas spent most of his money on his and his son's training, as well as raising war horses and maintaining equipment. He only employed a few servants at home. Nobles value pomp and circumstance, but knights, especially those living in villages, do not. Reg had no interest in aristocratic pomp and circumstance, but he was now a member of the nobility himself, and until he had enough power, he could only temporarily follow the rules of this circle. Chapter 26: A Day at the Potion Shop. In the morning, Reg led half of his cavalry back to Cheryl, while Knight Gerald led the other half to stay behind in Douglas Village. Once Reg has transferred over 30 infantrymen from Cheryl to garrison the town, Gerald will be able to return with his cavalry. This infantry squad will remain in the village until Knight Douglas recovers from his injuries. Last night's battle resulted in the deaths of 3 soldiers from the village, but also the deaths of 16 farmers, and many more were wounded, though most were only slightly injured. 16 farmers were involved, affecting 15 families. One family even lost a husband and an adult son, a truly devastating loss. But at least the village held. If it had fallen, the men would have been slaughtered by goblins, and the women would have either been killed or abducted. This was the cruelest reality of the border region. The Violet Kingdom is densely populated and has limited land, resulting in countless deaths of starving commoners every year. The barren Cartran domain is vast, much larger than the ordinary baronies in the heart of the kingdom. Although the land here is somewhat barren and the climate is colder, as long as you are willing to cultivate it, the land allocated to you is enough to support your family. The dangers of the border deter most people. Only those who are truly desperate and have enough courage will come here to gamble for their lives. Given the size and terrain of the barren Cartland, it wouldn't be difficult to cultivate enough land to support tens of thousands of people, yet now it only houses fewer than 7,000. The only way to significantly increase the population is to wait for the Violet Kingdom to launch a new war of expansion and continue to expand its territory. Once the territory of Barren Catalan is no longer directly adjacent to the Orcish lands, its security will greatly increase, and naturally more people will be willing to move there to live. However, the population issue is not important to Reg at the moment. He is more concerned with his own cultivation, the growth of the world tree, and the income of the Catalan potion shop. With his own talent, Reg believed that he would definitely be able to step into the intermediate level before the next war of expansion, and not just the initial level, but perhaps even the second or third level. Despite limited cultivation resources in the early stages, his progress was still rapid. Now, the magic potion shop has begun to generate profits, and some of the magical plants grown in the small world can also serve as cultivation resources for him. His cultivation speed will only increase from now on. As for the world tree, if there are 3 or 4 more battles of the scale last night, it will reach a meter in height. The sun was setting, and a busy day was drawing to a close. The Catalan potion shop closed its doors, and shopkeeper Peter began tallying the day's accounts. Every day before opening, Peter would go to the Baron's mansion to collect a batch of magical plants from Reg, and then bring them back to the shop to sell. Wooden signs stand outside the goods market and potion shops, listing the magical plants for sale that day and their prices. Mercenaries looking to buy cheap magical plants often arrive early in the morning to wait. As soon as the store opens, all the magical plants are sold out in just a few minutes. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the daily stock is not very large. However, the number of magical plants that Reg is taking out is increasing every day, and this situation of supply falling short of demand will gradually change sooner or later. After the magical plants sold out, the shop didn't close down. Instead, it switched to buying up magical plant seeds. Peter was just an ordinary person who initially neither recognized the magical plants nor could he distinguish their seeds. The names, selling prices, and purchase prices of the magical plants were all predetermined by Reg. To be a good store manager, Peter proactively studied the appearance, names, and value of the magical plants. However, the effects and medicinal properties of magical plants are not knowledge that ordinary people can easily access, especially the medicinal properties, which are usually only understood by pharmacists. Peter made many mistakes when he first started buying seeds. He even failed to notice when mercenaries tried to pass off rare, common plant seeds as magical plant seeds. After making the mistake, Reg didn't remove him from his position as store manager. He only made him pay for the seeds and gave him a few words of reprimand. After all, Reg couldn't find a more suitable candidate at the moment. Unless a superhuman is willing to take over, Peter will have to continue. Meanwhile, Reg has also ordered the arrest of the mercenaries who cheated at the potion shop. They might not actually catch the person, but the wanted poster is enough to deter other mercenaries and make them abandon their budding ambitions. Peter studied even harder as a result. After settling accounts in the evening, he took the ledger, most of the money, and the seeds he had collected to the Baron's mansion and gave them to Reg. Reg could tell how much he made from selling the magical plants that day, and how much he spent on acquiring seeds just by glancing at the ledger. It's fine to keep only a small amount of cash in the shop, or even none at all. The magical plants always sell out quickly, and the money from selling the plants can be used to buy more seeds. Once the magical plants in the small world mature, they will produce seeds. Therefore, once enough seeds of common low-level magical plants, and even some uncommon species, are collected, Reg will instruct Peter to stop purchasing them. Now that the potion shop is profitable, and seed prices are generally low, the shop is willing to buy even high-grade and top-grade magical plant seeds, but they are extremely rare to find. Mercenaries who manage to obtain high-level or top-tier magical plant seeds have mostly discovered the magical plants themselves. Such treasures are incredibly valuable and easily attract the covetous eyes of powerful superhumans. Even if someone accidentally discovers it, they might not dare to sell the seeds, lest they expose the fact that they have obtained a high-level magical plant. Even if mercenaries brought high-grade or top-tier seeds to the shop, Peter wouldn't recognize them. Reg then allowed him to take people to the Baron's mansion so he could personally authenticate them. Almost every day, the Catalan Potions shop sells more magical plants. Once it's been a month since it opened, the stock will double. The profits Reg is making from the potions shop are steadily increasing. Currently, this money mainly covers the daily expenses of the Baron's mansion, with Reg saving the majority of the remainder. He plans to save it for future use on Tauba to buy cultivation resources or to purchase slaves with exceptional cultivation talent. It would be great if there were a nature mage apprentice to be the shop manager, so that they could buy magical plants from mercenaries and resell them at a higher price. In this way, the magical plants that Reg took out would no longer seem so conspicuous. Chapter 27 Doubling Income. Since the attack on Douglas Village, the territory of Barren Catalan has entered a rare period of peace. Occasionally, weak enemies would cross the border during the day, and Reg would personally lead his cavalry to attack and wipe them out, sending their corpses to nourish the World Tree clone. In his spare time, Reg would also accept invitations from the surrounding nobles to attend some noble gatherings. Some older nobles even brought their daughters, hoping to arrange a marriage between them and the young Baron. Although the territory of Catalan is located in the far north of the kingdom and is fraught with danger, the next war of expansion is not far off, and the Violet Kingdom is likely to continue to expand its territory. Once the war is won, the territory of Catalan will no longer be the northernmost borderland. In addition, Reg is exceptionally handsome and a novice space mage at a young age, and may even be promoted to viscount or earl in the future. As a result, more and more nobles set their sights on Reg. However, he declined them all, citing his young age and the recent death of his father. 16-year-old Reg had just come of age and preferred to devote his time to cultivation. He knew very well that his future was not limited to Baron and Viscount. The daughter of an ordinary noble family was not someone he could rush into making a choice about. At the Royal Capital Mage Academy, he had also seen the daughters of dukes and kings, but those girls of noble status were never short of earls, marquises, or even the sons of dukes. Even before Reg had awakened his memories of his past life, he was unwilling to curry favor with them, let alone lower himself now. Besides, in this world of extraordinary powers, polygamy was common, and powerful female superhumans having multiple husbands was equally unquestionable. Reg's mother was Brent Catalan's second wife. When Reg visited other noble territories, nobles also came to visit the territory of Catalan. The Baron's mansion was well managed by experienced butlers, and etiquette was never lacking, but the mansion's scale was indeed meager. The visitors could understand this. After all, the territory of Catalan had only just begun to turn a profit, and Reg might not have the funds to build a more luxurious Baron's mansion. The surrounding nobles were still envious, because most territories were still pouring money into it, and it was considered good if they could barely break even, with only a few actually making a profit. Despite having no special products, the territory of Catalan attracted mercenaries and caravans with its low commercial taxes, which led to the rapid prosperity of Cheryl town. Many border nobles imitated this approach, but none could surpass the town of Cheryl under Elra's rule. Some even secretly believed that once the expansion war ended and the territory of Catalan no longer bordered Orcish lands, mercenaries and caravans would naturally stop coming. Elroy had already foreseen this and came up with a new development plan. With the borders away from danger, Cheryl's security would improve, making it a perfect opportunity to attract a large population, cultivate farmland, and shift from a commercial to an agricultural focus. Tax revenue may decrease initially, but as the agricultural population grows, future tax revenue may not be less than it is now. Reg's plans went a step further. He intended to distinguish himself in the war of expansion, earn new fiefdoms, and ensure that these new fiefdoms remain connected to Cheryl and the kingdom's borders. A longer and narrower territory is fine. As long as the territory is deeper, Cheryl town can still improve its security, and the development of agriculture, commerce, and service industries in the south will not stop. More importantly, by continuing to border the orc territory, he can keep hunting orcs and cultivating his world tree clone. But the battle had not yet begun, and no one could guarantee that the Violet Kingdom would win. Therefore, Reg always understood that his own strength was fundamental, and he still devoted most of his time to cultivation, steadily approaching the 5th level of the initial stage of the Space Mage realm. On May 20th, a month had passed since the first batch of low-level magical plants matured in the small world. The original plot of land matured again, and another newly planted plot of low-level magical plants also yielded a harvest. As a result, the number of low-level magical plants that Reg provided to the Catalan Potions shop doubled. For the past 2 weeks, the potion shop has been selling low-level magical plants daily, typically earning between 3 and 4 gold coins. In the next month, their daily earnings will double. Not all of the mature magical plants in the small world were sold. Reg used some himself, and kept the rest as materials for concocting extraordinary potions. After harvesting, he immediately replanted new magical plants to prevent the land from lying idle. After his income doubled, Reg quickly made 2 decisions. First, he sent a caravan to a major city to purchase a set of basic pharmaceutical tools for himself. These tools could be used to prepare low-level extraordinary potions and could also handle some mid-level potions. Intermediate-level magical plants are still far from mature, so Reg only needs to practice with low-level magical plants for now. But even ordinary medicine-making tools cost dozens of gold coins. Back at the Royal Capital Mage Academy, he had always been reluctant to buy it. But after arriving in Cheryl town, he had considerable expenses and still couldn't afford it. Now, the Catalan Potions shop has brought in nearly 90 gold coins a month. After deducting the daily expenses of the Baron's mansion and the cost of purchasing seeds, the remaining money is enough for him to buy tools. Secondly, Reg plans to increase the training resources for the 4 slaves, Spike, Roger, Kyle, and Mia. More than a month has passed since Kyle was bought, and Cheryl town cannot find a slave with better talent. When Reg visits other noble territories, it is not convenient for him to reveal his identity to make purchases. Previously, his help to the 4 mainly consisted of cultivating techniques, body-strengthening skills, meditation techniques, and creating a high-concentration magical element environment within the small world. With increased income and a greater daily production of low-level magical plants in the small world, Reg was finally willing to allocate some of these plants as new cultivation resources for the 4 slaves. Chapter 28 Elementary Level 5. Even if an ordinary person has some physical talent, practices body-tempering techniques, and has a sufficient food supply, it often takes years to become a battle master apprentice. Of the 4 slaves, Mia has the best talent, possessing a 5th level physical talent, while Spike, Roger, and Kyle all have 6th level talents. Moreover, the cultivation speed of a 6th grade soul talent is even slower than that of a 6th grade physical talent. For someone like Mia, relying on body tempering techniques and food supplies, becoming a battle master apprentice in 4 years is already considered quite fast. If one cultivates in an environment with a high concentration of magical elements, one can reach the apprentice level in as little as 2 years. With the addition of magical plants, magical beast meat, and extraordinary potions, breaking through within a year is not impossible. However, the gap between 5th tier talent and 1st tier talent is simply too great. With this 1 year, Reg could easily advance from a novice mage to an intermediate mage. The leap from novice mage to intermediate mage is far greater than that of an ordinary person becoming a battle master apprentice. Yet these 4 were the youngest and most talented slaves Reg had found in his territory. Those with 6th tier talent have the potential to become advanced superhumans, while those with 5th-tier talent even have the hope of becoming stellar superhumans. Reg didn't expect them to realize their full potential. He would be satisfied if they could become beginner or even intermediate superhumans. Once these people possess power, as long as they remain loyal to him, Reg can continue to enhance their cultivation talents through the world tree. However, at the current pace, the 4 of them will not be able to reach the apprentice level before the kingdom's expansion war arrives. Reg had originally wanted to train someone who was both powerful and absolutely loyal to stay in Cheryl Town, but now he has no choice but to make other plans. Fortunately, the knights under his command were equally loyal to him. When Reg distributed the first low-level magical plant as a cultivation resource for Mia and the other 3, they were almost too excited to contain themselves. As they began their training, they gradually came to understand just how difficult the path to becoming a superhuman truly was. The soldiers in the army had no shortage of food, but no one could obtain body-strengthening techniques or meditation skills. Exercising one's body on one's own is far less effective than cultivating martial arts techniques. Not to mention, they can enter the cultivation room and enjoy the rich magical elements. This treatment was almost equivalent to noble children having magic stones heated and sublimated to fill the entire training room with gaseous magical elements during their cultivation. The master was clearly spending a huge amount of money to raise these slaves. Now, in addition to the high-concentration magical elemental environment, the master has also brought out low-level magical plants suitable for them to consume. Low-level magical plants have limited effects on novice transcendents, but are most suitable for apprentices and ordinary people who have not yet entered the transcendent realm. The 4 knelt down on the spot, solemnly swearing eternal loyalty to their master, praising his greatness, and promising to cultivate diligently, and reach the extraordinary realm as soon as possible to repay this blessing. 2 months ago, they thought that once they became slaves, they were destined to be at the very bottom of society. They would either die from overwork, or be beaten to death by their masters for no apparent reason. The luckier slaves were merely allowed to marry and continue to produce offspring for their masters. But those bought by Baron Catalan not only had the opportunity to study, but also the qualification to cultivate extraordinary powers. The master was even willing to spend a lot of money to train them, which made the other servants in the mansion green with envy. The 4 of them finally understood that only by cultivating diligently could they repay their master's kindness and truly help him in the future. Gradually, they became almost cultivation fanatics. Reg was quite satisfied with this. He wasn't worried about them getting tired, but rather about them not giving their all. As long as they remained loyal, even if they died during training, he could resurrect them. 4 days later, on May 24th, Reg officially entered the 5th dan of the beginner level. He had already completed 4/5 of the path from beginner to intermediate, with only 1/5 remaining. Reg estimated that in another month and a half to 2 months, he would reach the limit of the beginner level. Possessing first-class soul talent, the bottleneck from the beginner to intermediate level is practically non-existent for him. Whether as a warrior or a mage, breakthroughs are very simple. A warrior can continuously improve their physical attributes, while a mage can continuously strengthen their soul's essence. Battle aura and magical power are merely external manifestations of strength. The soul and body are the foundation of extraordinary power, and are also related to lifespan. Despite his exceptional talent and abundant resources, Reg did not slack off in the slightest. When will I be able to stop training so desperately? Perhaps only when I become a legend, stand at the pinnacle of the extraordinary beings in the Nora world, and possess absolute self-protection, will I be able to relax a little. But it was only a slight relief. He couldn't truly relax. The more he learned, the more worried Reg became. Through his appraisal technique, he already knew who the powerful figure was who had cut down the world tree Nora. That person's strength must be above that of a saint. After the legends come the saints, and even those who become saints must continue on the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, the Catalan Potions shop has become increasingly bustling over the past 4 days. Since its opening day, the number of low-level magical plants available for daily sale has been steadily increasing. It wasn't until half a month after the store opened that the quantity gradually stabilized, but it was still pitifully small, and mercenaries would snap it up every day. The mercenaries nearly came to blows over the low-level magical plants. The 5% discount off the market price attracted not only the mercenaries but also the knights under Reg's command. However, the number of knights was small, and their money was limited. So Reg gave them a little favor. Knights who wanted to buy low-level magical plants could buy them at 10% of the market price as long as they informed shopkeeper Peter in advance. However, these magical plants are for the knights and his family's use only and must never be resold. Reselling them wouldn't earn much, but it would anger the baron he served. If a knight offends the baron, it's tantamount to courting death. Because the Catalan Potions shop always sells in limited quantities, it cannot yet meet the needs of all mercenaries, nor has it impacted the market price of low-level magical plants in Cheryl Town. 4 days ago, however, the daily sales of low-level magical plants in the shops suddenly doubled. Although they were still sold out quickly, the merchants in town who dealt in low-level magical plants began to get restless. They worried that the Catalan Potions shop might continue to increase its stock. If one shop in the Baron's mansion could meet the needs of the entire town's mercenaries, their business would be completely unsustainable. By then, they would only be able to purchase magical plants in Cheryl Town and then transport them to other places for sale. Some had even begun to consider whether they could wholesale low-level magical plants from the Catalan Potions shop. Chapter 29 Verona, with her innate superhuman strength. More than a month after its opening, the Catalan Potions shop has become increasingly famous, and the low-priced, low-level magical plants sold in the shop have attracted more and more mercenaries to Cheryl Town. Other nobles on the border are also lowering commercial taxes, trying to emulate Elra's methods of robbing caravans and mercenaries. Some even have lower tax rates than those in Catalan. However, the reputation of the Catalan Potions shop, spread by word of mouth among mercenaries, continued to attract people. With the increase in mercenaries, caravans also increased, and the territory's commerce and service industries flourished. However, the large number of people also brought trouble, and the security situation in Cheryl Town began to deteriorate. Reg had no choice but to increase patrols and personally deal with a few troublemaking mercenaries. Only after making an example of them did the town return to stability. He could already foresee that with the continued sale of low-level magical plants, the number of mercenaries, caravans, and local service personnel would continue to increase, and before long, Cheryl Town would become crowded. So Reg wrote out an expansion plan to expand the current town of Cheryl, which is over 200,000 square meters, to at least 1 million square meters, officially turning it into Cheryl City, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people. At the same time, the Lord's Manor was to be expanded from over 2,000 square meters to 100,000 square meters. This 50-fold increase in area was not for the sake of the noble's extravagance, but to accommodate the ever-increasing number of slaves in the future. These slaves all have the talent for cultivation and need their own rooms, classrooms for learning knowledge, training rooms for practicing body strengthening and meditation techniques, as well as sparring arenas and spell practice grounds. The new Lord's Manor is more like a small cultivator's academy, so its area is naturally quite large. Expanding the city and building the manor are extremely costly, but Reg believes that the low-level magical plants produced in the small world are enough to support this expense. Moreover, the project cannot be completed in a day, and all funds need to be invested at once. The best time for the actual expansion is after the kingdom's expansion war ends. Regardless of victory or defeat in the war, as long as his territory hadn't been captured by the enemy, Reg would push for the expansion of Cheryl Town. Just as he was on his routine patrol, a small mercenary group entered the town. The mercenary group consisted of only about 20 people. 7 rode horses, but they all dismounted and led the way as required by custom, while the others rode in carriages. Their weapons and armor were not particularly exquisite, but they were clearly superior to those of ordinary mercenaries. The woman walking at the very front caught Reg's attention immediately. She was at least 1.8 meters tall, with wheat-colored skin, short black hair, a broad forehead with slightly high-brow bones, and resolute yet curious dark eyes. The woman led a fine warhorse, its saddle strapped with her weapons and armor. A massive sword, 1.6 meters long and over 8 centimeters wide, was paired with a metal shield, a truly extravagant combination. The great sword is for offense, the shield for defense. Fighting with one hand on the sword and the other on the shield requires astonishing strength. Yet, despite her tall stature, she doesn't appear bulky. It's truly unimaginable how she wields such a weapon. Reg could tell she was a battle master, and a rare female one at that. The 2 tall women behind her, leading the horses, also exuded the aura of battle masters. Driven by curiosity, Reg used his appraisal skill on her. Name: Bologna. Gender: female. Lifespan: 25 to 158 years. Identity: citizen of the Violet Kingdom, leader of the Warmad mercenary group. Talent: second class physique, fourth class soul, top tier natural element affinity, top tier earth element affinity, advanced wind element affinity, divine power, combat intuition. Realm: beginner, 5th stage battle master. After reading the information, Reg was somewhat stunned. Bologna's talent was simply astonishingly exaggerated. Her second-class physique means she has the potential to become a legendary powerhouse, and her 4th-class soul talent is also formidable. Her top-tier affinity for natural elements grants her vitality far exceeding that of her peers, allowing her to heal injuries faster and live longer. Her top-to-earth element affinity grants her formidable defense and immense power, while her advanced wind element affinity gives her even greater movement speed. These talents were already astonishing enough, but she also possessed two other extraordinary abilities, divine strength and combat instinct. Divine strength granted her terrifying power from birth, while combat instinct allowed her, born into a farming family, to quickly grow into an outstanding warrior. Also born into a farming family, Bellona reached the 5th level of beginner-level battle master at the age of 25. With these terrifying talents, she even had the strength to fight beyond her level. Reg found it hard to imagine that so many talents could be concentrated in one person, especially a woman. If she were a man, even if she came from a peasant family, she might already be a nobleman of the kingdom, even if she was just a baron of the lowest rank. As a woman, she couldn't join the army and could only be a mercenary. Although she was strong, her background was too low, and few nobles would really take a liking to her. The forensic report also revealed that Bellona had witnessed villagers being bullied by noble children when she was young. She didn't necessarily hate all nobles, but she clearly didn't have much affection for them. Looking at her talent, strength, and appearance, Reg felt a strange urge to conquer her. But he quickly shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind. At his current age, Bellona is like a large vehicle that he simply cannot control. Although they are at the same level, Bellona is a powerful battle master with divine strength. Reg, however, was a relatively weak mage. To conquer such a powerful woman, one would first need a sufficiently strong body. Although he currently focuses on mage cultivation, he must continue to cultivate the path of combat master in the future, embarking on a dual cultivation path of combat and magic. It wasn't just about having a strong body. The information gleaned from the appraisal technique also made Reg realize that to become a saint, both body and soul must reach their limits in order to complete the final transformation. Chapter 30 Contact. Reg stared at Bellona for too long, and she soon noticed. Bellona turned her head and met his gaze. She noticed his luxurious aristocratic attire, frowned slightly, and then looked away. She disliked nobles but didn't want to offend one for no reason. However, Reg's curiosity about her didn't end there. After learning about Bellona's experiences, Reg had people gather information about the War Maniac Mercenary Group. The Berserker Mercenary Group was not founded by Bellona. Like Brent, she had no choice but to leave home and wander after her family could no longer provide enough food. Brent, being a man, could join the army, but Bellona was unwilling to be alone in an army full of men and ultimately chose to become a mercenary. She joined several mercenary groups, some because she disliked their style, and others because the groups had undergone major changes. Finally, she joined the War Maniac Mercenary Group. At that time, the War Maniac Mercenary Group was extremely weak. Only the old leader was a battle master apprentice, and the rest of the members were just ordinary people. The old leader treated Bellona very well, not only taking care of her but also imparting a lot of knowledge about extraordinary beings to her, making him her guide on the path of cultivation. In a later mission, the Berserker Mercenary Group suffered heavy casualties. Before his death, the old leader entrusted the mercenary group to Bellona. From then on, Bellona became the new leader of the Berserker Mercenary Group. Her strength continued to grow, and she was loyal to her members, rarely abandoning any of them. But she was, after all, a woman, and most men didn't want to be dominated by a woman, so not many were willing to join the War Maniac Mercenary Group. Bellona has her own standards for recruiting members. She doesn't accept just anyone. To date, the War Maniac Mercenary Group only has 24 members. Among them, Bellona is a beginner 5th level battle master, and there are 4 men and 2 women, making a total of 6 battle master apprentices. The remaining 17 are just ordinary people who are working hard to cultivate. Mercenaries in this world are also ranked. Ordinary people are iron rank, apprentices are bronze rank, and beginner superhumans are silver rank. Intermediate level superhumans are at the gold rank, while advanced level superhumans are at the crystal rank. As for higher ranks, almost no one has ever heard of them. Advanced superhumans are extremely rare. Those who possess such strength often try to become nobles with fiefdoms, and will not continue to be mercenaries. The same applies to the ranks of mercenary groups. A mercenary group consisting entirely of members at the iron rank is called an iron mercenary group. A mercenary group can be promoted to bronze mercenary group if it has at least 1 bronze rank mercenary, and completes enough missions. The promotion rules for silver, gold, and crystal mercenary groups are similar. The current War Maniac Mercenary Group is a silver mercenary group. Although Bellona is only a beginner 5th level battle master, she has the strength to fight against intermediate level superhumans, and there are also 6 battle master apprentices in the group. Although small in number, they are very strong overall and have a good reputation in the mercenary world. This wasn't because Bellona was kind-hearted, but because she was unwilling to do things against her conscience for profit. The War Maniac mercenary group had many rules and was strict in recruiting, but this also made them exceptionally united. They came to Cheryl Town because they were attracted by the Catlin Potion shop, hoping to find a suitable opportunity there, and they might not stay in the town for long. Upon learning this news, Reg, who had initially felt a desire to conquer Bellona, suddenly had another idea. Perhaps he could hire a war monster mercenary group. This mercenary group is strong enough and principled. Even if you replace Reg with Elroy, plus the 14 knights, they might not be a match for the War Berserker mercenary group even if they join forces. The number of active mercenaries in Cheryl Town is increasing, putting greater pressure on the territory's army. Reg wants to strengthen the army, but he cannot train enough superhumans in a short period of time. The increased number of mercenaries can quickly consume the low-level magical plants produced in the small world. However, what the army truly lacks is not ordinary soldiers, but extraordinary individuals. If any apprentice mercenaries are willing to pledge allegiance, Reg is willing to grant them the status of knight, and even allocate land for them to recruit manpower, and establish villages on their own. However, the barren Catherine territory, located on the kingdom's border, held little appeal for apprentice-level mercenaries. Reg was also young. Who knew when this territory might be destroyed? Compared to the effort of expanding the army, directly hiring mercenary groups is clearly a better option. Reg's wealth has steadily increased, allowing him to hire a silver mercenary group. He is particularly pleased with the War Maniac mercenary group. Once the kingdom's expansion war begins, and he leads part of the territory's army away, the War Maniac mercenary group can stay behind to guard the territory. So Reg decided to contact Bellona first. As for whether she would accept the job, they would have to discuss that in person. While the War Maniac mercenary group was still wandering around Cheryl Town, Matt found them with Reg's orders. He handed Bellona an invitation. Baron Catalan was inviting her to his manor. Bellona was stunned as she held the invitation. She couldn't understand why Baron Catalan would take the initiative to invite her. The 6 apprentice warriors behind her were also surprised and began to whisper among themselves. Could this be a trap set by the nobles? Could it be that Baron Catalan has taken a liking to the eldest brother, and wants to marry him? With the captain being so strong and the Baron being so young, what kind of trap could possibly be able to ensnare the captain? This is the first time a nobleman has taken the initiative to invite our leader. Why don't we accompany him to take a look? After a brief discussion, Bellona hesitated for a moment before accepting the invitation from Matt. After Matt left, the group found a place to discuss the matter, but in the end, it was Bellona who made the decision herself. I'll go and take a look by myself. I think I exchanged a glance with Baron Catalan a few hours ago, perhaps it was related to that matter. With my strength, even if there is a trap, I have nothing to fear. Everyone was aware of Bellona's strength. She could fight against a mid-level transcendent being and had even personally killed a second-tier magical beast. After Bellona enters the Lord's Manor, they can stay nearby. If anything happens, they can join forces with the captain and storm out of Cheryl Town. They didn't believe that a mere baron could stop the War Frenzy mercenary group. However, if things really escalated to that point, whatever the reason, they would probably have to leave the Violet Kingdom. Don't be so pessimistic. I don't think that Baron Catalan is a bad person. Bellona offered words of comfort to her companion, but even she herself didn't know whether the young baron was good or bad. Chapter 31: The Democracy-Driven Mercenary Group. The next morning, Bellona changed into her best men's clothing. Her wardrobe contained nothing but underwear. She carried only a dagger. The rest of the weapons were kept by the members of the War Maniac mercenary group, who would guard the vicinity of the Lord's mansion and provide support at any time. Regardless of whether Baron Catalan is good or evil, the War Berserker mercenary group must prepare for the worst. If anything happens to Bellona in the manor, they will rush in to rescue her. At the appointed time, Bellona arrived at the Lord's manor, where Matt was already waiting at the gate. After bowing respectfully, he led her into the manor. This wasn't the first time Bellona had stepped into a nobleman's mansion, so she wasn't too nervous. She just kept her eyes straight ahead to avoid accidentally stumbling upon secrets that the nobleman didn't want others to see. In the drawing room, she met Lord Reg, the ruler of Cheryl Town. This was their second meeting. Bellona's impression of Reg was only average. She simply thought the Baron was young but quite powerful. She was still somewhat uneasy about why Reg had suddenly invited her to be his guest. Ms. Bellona, please have a seat. 2 maids served tea, which was called azure tea, made from the azure fruit tree, a low-level magical plant grown in the Reg small world. This tea is quite famous among the extraordinary individuals in the Violet Kingdom, and it is somewhat beneficial to those at the apprentice level. But Bellona didn't touch the tea. She was straightforward and disliked guessing games, so she asked directly, "Baron, what brings you here?" Reg took a sip of tea and slowly said, "I am a beginner level 5 mage. When I first met you, I knew that you were quite strong, so I had someone check your information and also learn about the War Maniac mercenary group. I've found that you have a good reputation and are principled, so I'd like to assign you a task. I wonder if you'd be willing to accept it." Upon hearing that it was a mission, Bellona's guard immediately lowered considerably. "What mission?" Reg said. "The town of Cheryl has attracted more and more mercenaries and caravans due to its low commercial taxes. With more people, the local army is under increasing pressure to maintain order. Therefore, I want to hire a group of capable people to help maintain order in the territory." Bellona quickly began to think. She didn't have a good impression of nobles, but the War Maniac mercenary group wouldn't refuse any missions issued by nobles. The nobles usually offered higher rewards, but they were absolutely unwilling to become the black hand that the nobles used to oppress the common people for the sake of gold coins. Reg's mission was simply to maintain order. It wasn't particularly difficult, and was within the acceptable range for the War Maniac mercenary group. However, the Berserker mercenary group is never decided by Bellona alone. Whether or not to accept a mission must be discussed with all the members. "Whether it's acceptable or not, I need to discuss it with the group members," Bellona said frankly. "But how much compensation can the Baron offer?" Reg thought for a moment. "Calculated on a yearly basis, your reward is 300 gold coins. The average reward for a Battle Master Apprentice is 30 gold coins, and for those below the Battle Master Apprentice level, the average reward is 5 gold coins. Hiring the entire Berserker mercenary group costs Reg 565 gold coins a year, with Bellona accounting for more than half of that. But given Bellona's strength, those 300 gold coins were well worth it. Although the two were of the same level, Reg might not be able to defeat her in a head-on fight, but Bellona also couldn't truly defeat Reg, who could hide in the small world. Reg added, "After you receive your payment, you can purchase magical plants and future potions from the Catalan Potions shop at a 10% discount from the market price. But there is one condition: it can only be used by the user and cannot be resold." This offer clearly appealed to Bellona. An annual salary of 565 gold coins was already quite generous for maintaining order. Especially considering her annual reward of 300 gold coins, it's definitely a high price. Not everyone believes that a woman who doesn't look particularly strong could possess strength comparable to a mid-level superhuman. Moreover, the Catalan Potions shop was the main reason the War Maniac mercenary group came to Cheryl Town, and the temptation of buying magical plants at a 10% discount was not small. Once hired, the members are likely to invest their earnings in potion shops, exchanging them for low-level magical plants suitable for their own cultivation. The only downside is that the shop doesn't have any intermediate-level magical plants at the moment. Low-level magical plants also work for Bellona, but she prefers to buy intermediate-level ones, so if necessary she'll have to buy them elsewhere at market price. "Baron, your offer is indeed very attractive," Bellona said earnestly, "but I still need to go back and discuss it with my guild members before I can give you an answer." Reg nodded. "I understand. This is your War Maniac mercenary group's motto, democracy." "Yes, that's democracy." Bellona's eyes widened slightly, and the more she thought about it, the more apt the word seemed. The War Berserker mercenary group never made decisions unilaterally. All important decisions were discussed and agreed upon by everyone. Therefore, she felt a bit more favorably toward Reg, who had uttered the word democracy, and thought that this nobleman seemed to be different from others. What Bellona didn't know was that Reg himself was anything but democratic. In fact, he was quite dictatorial. "Your Excellency, I understand the situation. I will go back and discuss it with the members of the group and give you an answer as soon as possible," Reg said. "No rush, finish your tea before you go." Bellona didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the teacup, finishing it in one gulp. She didn't taste anything particularly special, but she thought the tea was indeed quite good. "Your Excellency, I must take my leave." Reg did not try to stop her, and had Matt escort Bellona out of the Lord's Manor. 565 gold coins a year isn't a lot of money for Reg now. Divided into 12 months, that's only 47 gold coins and 8 silver coins per month. In the second month after the opening of the Catalan Potions shop, the revenue reached 200 gold coins, which was less than a quarter of the monthly salary paid to the mercenary group. By the third month, the potion shop's revenue is expected to reach 300 gold coins, and this commission will be less than 1/6 of that. Reg understood, of course, that personal strength was the most important factor. But as the Lord, he also did not want Cheryl Town to descend into chaos. As long as security is maintained, the pre-expansion town of Cheryl can accommodate more outsiders. Mercenaries and caravans dislike chaotic and disorderly places. The more outsiders there are, the more commercial taxes the territory collects, and the more low-level magical plants the Catalan Potions shop can sell faster. Chapter 32 Preparation of Pharmaceuticals. After leaving the Lord's manor, Bellona quickly found her companions and returned to the inn, where she told Baron Catalan about his terms of employment. The annual reward is 565 gold coins, and the job is to maintain the security of the territory. The price is indeed not low, but the mission lasts for a whole year. The group members quickly analyzed the situation. Although there were many mercenaries in Cheryl Town, most of them were ordinary people, and even low-level superhumans were not common. This mission poses little danger to the war-fighting mercenary group, and they can also purchase magical plants from the Catalan Potions shop at a 10% discount from the market price. Some people worried that this was the border and that orcs might attack at any time, but their companions quickly refuted them, saying that they had even killed and captured orcs and had done even more dangerous missions. Everyone agreed that this job was easy and stable, allowing them to earn gold coins and have plenty of time to cultivate, making it a perfect opportunity for rest and recuperation. After a vote, the War Maniac mercenary group decided to accept the mission, but signed a 3-month contract first, and would renew or leave depending on the situation after the contract expired. That afternoon, Bellona arrived at the Lord's Manor and signed a written agreement with Reg, officially hiring the War Berserker mercenary group to maintain order, with payment to be settled monthly. Since the mercenary group had no accommodation for the time being and staying in hotels for an extended period was too expensive, Reg vacated part of the military camp and offered them accommodation free of charge. The military camp is spacious and suitable for cultivation. It is also close to the territory's army, so they can take immediate action if anything major happens in the town. Of course, the agreement only covers maintaining order. If Reg has other tasks, he will have to be paid extra. Faced with this treatment, most of the mercenary group felt that Baron Catalan was indeed a generous nobleman. Little did they know that what Reg valued was not only the principles of the War Maniac mercenary group, but also Bellona's extraordinary talent. What he wanted was to keep Bellona by his side completely. The War Maniac mercenary group is only a silver-level mercenary group and is not well known in the entire mercenary world, but it is quite a formidable force in the northern part of the Violet Kingdom. Upon learning that they had stayed in Cheryl Town, the visiting mercenaries immediately became much more restrained and dared not cause trouble easily. Leaders must act with evidence and follow procedures. Unfair treatment could drive away other mercenaries. But the War Berserker mercenary group is different. If someone causes trouble, they will really take action. With this force joining them, the pressure on the Knights of Angli and Gerald was greatly reduced, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. A few days later, Reg issued an additional task, assigning Bellona to the Lord's Manor to guide Mia, Spike, and Roger in their training as battle masters. The reward is straightforward. Bellona can use the Lord's Mansion's fighter training room that day and enjoy a high-concentration magical element environment, provided it doesn't interfere with her security mission. After experiencing it once, Bellona was very satisfied with the reward and became even more serious when teaching the three of them. She didn't care about Mia and the other two's status as slaves. After all, she herself was just a farmer, and even if she reached the 5th level of the beginner level, she was still a commoner. After learning about Mia's past, Bellona even considered redeeming her from her servitude, but after careful consideration, she gave up the idea. After being redeemed, Mia either has to go home and live as an ordinary person, losing the opportunity to study and cultivate, or join the War Maniac mercenary group, where her future may not be better than staying by Reg's side. During the training process, Bellona also discovered that all three of them had considerable talent as fighters, which may be why Reg was willing to invest heavily in their training. As they spend more time together, Bellona's feelings for Reg gradually increase. On June 5th, half a month later, the caravan finally brought back the complete set of pharmaceutical tools that Reg had ordered. The medicine-making room in the Lord's Manor had already been built, and after the tools were set up, Reg was finally able to try making medicine for the first time in his own territory. He started with the simplest hemostatic medicine. He had successfully concocted this extraordinary medicine when he was at the Mage Academy. The main ingredient is hemostatic grass, and the other 2 auxiliary ingredients are also grown in the small world. Reg placed the materials into glass dishes and began extracting the active ingredients. Next, he mixed the essence of the 3 magical plants according to the proportions and steps, and soon a hemostatic medicine was successfully completed. Reg didn't even need to use his appraisal skill to confirm that he had successfully prepared the medicine, which showed that his technique was still sharp. Furthermore, with his soul essence growing stronger, concocting such ordinary yet extraordinary potions became much easier for him. The key to medicine making lies in the power of the soul. Pharmacists rely on the power of their souls to remove residual impurities and determine the amount of effective ingredients in magical plants. The hemostatic agent is just the most basic extraordinary medicine, worth about 10 silver coins per dose, and its hemostatic effect is immediate for ordinary people. Common herbs can stop bleeding, but they are almost useless against superhumans, while hemostatic agents work much faster. However, the profit margin on this medicine was too low, and Reg only prepared it to practice and regain his feel for making medicine. The most profitable items are healing potions. They may not be the most expensive, nor the best-selling, but they are the most important life-saving supplies for superhumans. Wealthy superhumans will always carry a bottle, or even half a bottle, of healing potion with them. Even if using it will shorten their lifespan, no one will care about that when facing life and death. Compared to hemostatic agents, low-level healing agents are much more difficult to make, requiring more low-level magical plants. Extracting ingredients, removing impurities, and mixing proportions must all be done correctly at every step. A bottle of low-level healing potion costs at least 30 gold coins, but the raw material cost is only about 10 gold coins. The success rate of the pharmacist will directly determine the final price at which the drug can be sold. Chapter 33 100% Success Rate. Being able to prepare basic potions is only considered a barely passing entry into the ranks of junior pharmacists. To gain recognition, one must be certified by the Pharmacist Guild. Low-level, intermediate-level, high-level, and top-level medicines correspond to junior pharmacists, intermediate pharmacists, senior pharmacists, and master pharmacists, respectively. Based on the selling price and material costs of low-level treatment drugs, a success rate of at least 1/3 is needed to break even, and a success rate of more than 1/3 is required to generate profit. If the success rate is less than 1/3, the more you refine, the greater the losses. Ordinary pharmacist apprentices often have a success rate of less than 1 in 10 when refining low-level healing potions. Back in the Mage Academy, Reg was barely considered an apprentice pharmacist. Now, with his mage cultivation improved and his soul essence strengthened, he is a qualified apprentice. With the aid of the identification technique, Reg, though still an apprentice, began directly preparing low-level healing potions. The effective components and proportions of each raw material were crystal clear with the aid of identification techniques. He completed the mixing step by step and finally successfully formulated a basic therapeutic agent. Reg immediately conducted an analysis and, after confirming that the medicine was up to standard, a smile finally appeared on his face. The medicine in the glass bottle shimmered with a sky-blue light, as beautiful as a work of art, and also represented considerable value. However, this potion nearly exhausted his mental energy, affecting even his cultivation for the day. Yet, it cost a hefty 30 gold coins. The minimum annual income for an apprentice knight is no more than 30 gold coins. The average annual salary for apprentice warriors in the War Frenzy mercenary group is also only about the same amount. If Reg refines 1 bottle every day, and the materials cost almost nothing, he can earn 900 gold coins a month, and up to 10,800 gold coins a year. However, he was unwilling to let money interfere with his cultivation, especially since the Catalan potions shop was already quite profitable. After careful consideration, he decided to continue refining potions. Because some magical plants cannot be used directly for cultivation, as they contain harmful components, they must be made into medicine to remove the harmful substances before they can be used. Other potions need to be crafted, including low-level healing potions, but not too many. Reg decided to prepare 1 batch every 5 days and sell it at the Catalan potion shop. This way, he can both enhance the reputation of the potion shop and reveal his identity as a junior potion maker to the outside world. The combination of a novice mage and a novice apothecary wouldn't shock the nobles too much, but it would be enough to make them value Reg even more. As for the low-level magical plants that cannot be used directly and are considered raw materials for low-level healing potions, Reg does not plan to put them in the store for the time being. Nowadays, the potions sold at the Catalan potions shop are all low-level magical plants that can be used directly for cultivation, which cannot even meet the needs of the mercenaries in Cheryl town. Mercenaries generally don't buy magical plants that can't be used directly. They are either pharmacists, nor do they often resell them unless the price is attractive enough. There are not many apothecaries in the entire Violet Kingdom, mainly concentrated in the capital and the territories of great nobles. Some noble territories have only 1 or 2 apothecaries, and minor noble territories don't even have apprentices. These special magical plants are only needed where apothecaries exist. Barren Catalan has no sales channels and can only rely on foreign caravans to purchase them. Currently, the caravans heading to Cheryl town are mostly slave traders and general merchandise merchants, including some who deal in magical plants. Mercenaries can find many kinds of magical plants when they enter orc territory. The quantity is usually not large, but occasionally they will find high-level magical plants. They were in a hurry to sell, often at prices below market value. Other potion shops in town, however, sold their potions at market price or even higher, and then bought the magical plants from the mercenaries at even lower prices. Reg's price will be slightly lower than the market price, but not so low that mercenaries would sell it off. As the number of low-level magical plants at the Catalan Potions shop increases and the mercenaries can't use them all, coupled with the reputation of its low-level healing potions, merchants dealing in magical plants will naturally come to the shop. By then, Reg will be able to negotiate wholesale prices himself. Perhaps some intermediate-level magical plants will have matured by then, but he will definitely not sell them to the public in the short term. A small number of low-level magical plants is nothing, but once mid-level magical plants are sold in bulk, it will inevitably attract more attention, and others will definitely investigate Reg's source of goods. In the world of Nora, where extraordinary powers exist, strength is everything. For a business to grow, it must be backed by a sufficiently powerful superhuman. Reg's current strength is insufficient to support the sale of mid-level magical plants at the Catalan Potions shop. Selling low-level magical plants in bulk first will still yield considerable profits. As for the intermediate-level magical plants produced in the small world, keep them for our own use for now. We'll let them appear before the world when we have enough strength. The arrangements for the magical plants and potions were thus finalized. Reg took out the small glass bottle given to him by the merchant, and filled it with the first dose of low-level healing potion. He personally engraved, "Basic Healing Potion," and "Prepared by Reg Catalan," on the bottle, and also engraved the coat of arms of Baron Catalan in the style of 3 flowers and 3 leaves. The 3-flowered and 3-leaved potions also appear on the signboard of the Catalan Potions shop, representing Baron Catalan's business. Most pharmaceutical tools are made of glass. If Reg had traveled to an ancient world without supernatural powers, manufacturing glassware might have been a highly profitable business. In the world of Nora, alchemists have already developed various types of glass, and even methods that ordinary people can manufacture. It was normal for noble homes to have glass doors and windows, and small glass mirrors could also be seen in the homes of the middle and lower classes. Not only glass, but also papermaking, soap making, and even stockings already exist. Perhaps due to different world rules, there is no gunpowder here, but there are alchemical bombs, magic guns, and magic cannons. Chapter 34 Guinea Pig. Reg took out a gold coin and gave Bologna a new task, to help the Catalan Potion shop sell a bottle of low-level healing potion. This potion is worth 30 gold coins, enough to make up for 4 or 5 days' profit for a potion shop. The shopkeeper and the shop assistant are just ordinary people, so there's no guarantee that mercenaries won't take the risk and steal the potion to escape Cheryl town. Even the apprentice battle masters of the war maniac mercenary group could do this, but Reg chose to hire Bologna to protect the potion. Bologna readily accepted the task, but was secretly astonished. This low-grade healing potion was actually crafted by the Baron himself. Despite being only a beginner-level 5th-tier mage, Reg was able to concoct low-grade healing potions, making him comparable to a novice pharmacist. More importantly, he was only 16 years old, just turned 18. Bologna recalled herself, how she couldn't even afford to test her talent when she was an apprentice. It wasn't until she became a beginner transcendent and her income increased that she realized her cultivation and elemental affinity talents were actually quite high. Despite lacking suitable body tempering techniques, she still managed to cultivate to the 5th level of the initial stage, not far from becoming an intermediate-level battle master. Had she been born into a noble family, she might have already become a high-level battle master. Reg was born into nobility. His father was a viscount, and he had attended the Royal Capital Mage Academy. He had money and suitable meditation techniques, yet he was able to become a junior mage and junior pharmacist at the age of 16. His talent was obviously no less than hers. Bologna and Reg had known each other for a long time, and because she frequently visited the Lord's manor while guiding Mia, Spike, and Roger in their training, she came to know the young Baron better and better. She could tell that Reg was a decent nobleman. With each instance of him hiring her, her affection for him grew. But liking someone doesn't mean liking them. Bellona never thought about it that way. Reg was a full 9 years younger than her, and a relatively frail mage. Even though Reg treated her with great courtesy, a nobleman would not marry a commoner. To Bellona, Reg was merely an employer. She only needed to complete the tasks assigned to her by her employer. On the morning of June 6th, new advertisements were posted again on the billboards next to the goods trading market and the entrance to the Catalan Potions shop. The Catalan Potions shop has always offered a limited number of low-level potions at a 5% discount, which has long attracted a large number of mercenaries. Every morning, people gather in front of the billboard to check if there are any low-level magical plants they need. Today, a particularly eye-catching message appeared on the billboard. Lord Catalan has personally concocted a low-grade healing potion and is now seeking individuals with severe injuries to experience its effects, with priority given to those with extraordinary abilities. If any side effects occur, Catalan Potion Shop will provide compensation. Reg knew that the potions he concocted were absolutely up to standard, but the mercenaries in town didn't. They weren't potion makers, nor had they used similar potions before. No one could judge the quality of a potion by sight. To make a name for their concocted potions, they first needed to find a test subject to act as a guinea pig. The side effects compensation clause was further designed to allay the mercenaries' concerns. Mercenaries are often injured, and many suffer serious injuries without the money for treatment. If someone is willing to try the medicine, its effects will naturally spread throughout the town. As Reg had predicted, news of Baron Catalan's creation of a low-level healing potion quickly spread throughout Cheryl. The mercenaries might not have believed in the potion's effects, but they all confirmed one thing: Baron Catalan was actually an apothecary. News of the potion shop recruiting participants quickly spread to the various mercenary groups. Narva, a member of the Lake Brothers mercenary group, overheard the mercenaries talking while he was out buying food. He quickly went over to check on them. After receiving confirmation, he excitedly rushed back to the camp. As soon as he entered the gate, Narva shouted, "The boss is saved! The boss is saved!" Most of the people in the camp looked worried and were injured. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at Narva, and someone asked urgently, "Narva, what happened?" Narva, panting, said, "The Baron has concocted a low-level healing potion, and the Catalan Potion Shop is looking for test subjects, with priority given to those with extraordinary abilities. If we send our boss there, maybe we can heal his injuries." Many people's eyes lit up immediately, but others thought it was unreliable. The Lake Brothers mercenary group was established by the Lake Brothers themselves. Initially, they were just a black iron rank mercenary group, without even a single superhuman. Later, during a mission, Big Lake was killed in battle, and Little Lake took over as leader. Perhaps it was his superior talent, or perhaps it was the death of his brother that spurred him on, but Little Lake successfully stepped into the extraordinary realm and became a battle master apprentice, and the mercenary group also advanced to the bronze rank. Although the Lake Brothers mercenary group is not as principled as the War Maniac mercenary group, its reputation is still above average among the many mercenary groups. However, their strength was limited, and they didn't earn much money. In the end, they simply abandoned the mercenary guild's mission and went to the border to collect magical plants and hunt magical beasts to make a living. During this outing, they encountered an extremely powerful and cunning monster of the Zeroth rank, and the entire mercenary group was plunged into a fierce battle. Finally, Little Lake desperately held off the monster, working with his teammates to severely injure it. However, the monster escaped wounded, while the Lake Brothers mercenary group suffered heavy losses, with nearly half its members killed or wounded. Most importantly, Little Lake was severely injured and fell into a coma after returning to Cheryl Town. The mercenary group simply didn't have the money to buy medical supplies for their leader. Even so, not a single member chose to leave the group. Ultimately, the deputy leader, Euroclin, made the decision. Go to the potion shop in Catalan. Euroclin originally thought that if he couldn't afford a low-level healing potion, he would buy a bottle of inferior healing potion as a last resort. Now that the Baron himself is concocting a potion, even the worst one should be a low-quality healing potion, and it's free, so they have no reason to refuse. The group members all agreed to the decision. Those who were uninjured immediately carried the stretcher, along with the unconscious Little Lake, to the Catalan Potion shop. Those with minor injuries followed behind, hurrying along, afraid that their spots would be snatched up by others. Fortunately, when they arrived at the potion shop, Little Lake was the first seriously injured superhuman to arrive. In front of the shop, several ordinary mercenaries with severe injuries had already gathered. Chapter 35 First Order World Tree. Store manager Peter first asked Bellona to check Little Lake's injuries to confirm that the only experienced slot was for him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Peter took out the low-grade healing potion concocted by the Baron, poured out half of it, and fed it to Little Lake. The medicine took effect immediately upon entering the mouth, and Little Lake's internal and external injuries healed simultaneously, especially the wounds on his body, which everyone watched as they closed up quickly. The Baron's potion was clearly very effective, but everyone was still worried about whether there would be any side effects. Peter felt that it wasn't enough to let just one superhuman test the medicine, so he also fed a little to 2 seriously injured ordinary mercenaries, leaving only a third of the medicine in the bottle. The 2 mercenaries recovered quickly from their injuries. One of them was still conscious and could clearly feel that his body was getting better. He had no discomfort for the time being. Once the mercenaries had fully recovered, Little Lake, who had recovered earlier, also woke up. After the vice-captain explained the situation to him, he immediately thanked Baron Catalan. Little Lake then declared to everyone, "I drank the Baron's potion and experienced no side effects." This statement is somewhat absolute, since some side effects don't appear immediately. However, half a bottle of potion is worth 15 gold coins, which the Lake brothers' mercenary group simply cannot afford. This is the only way he can express his gratitude. All 3 injured people at the scene have recovered without any direct side effects, which has increased the onlookers' trust in the potion personally concocted by the Baron. The remaining third of the potion was priced at 9 gold coins by Peter, and was sold in the blink of an eye. Peter took the opportunity to promote the idea that the Baron would prepare a bottle of low-grade healing potion every 5 days, which would be sold at 95% of the market price for only 28 gold coins and 50 silver coins, and pre-orders were accepted. Although no one placed an order that day, the news that Little Lake had been saved by the potion quickly spread throughout the territory, and some superhumans began to seriously consider buying it. In the Violet Kingdom, a bottle of low-level healing potion typically sells for 30 gold coins. The capital city has many apothecaries, hence the price. In fact, it's more expensive in remote territories. Baron Catalan's potions were cheaper, and he promised compensation for any side effects. Iron Tier mercenary groups couldn't afford them, and even many Bronze Tier mercenary groups struggled to pay for them. So some superhumans who were on good terms with each other discussed buying it together, splitting a bottle between 2 or 3 people. For someone as seriously injured as Little Lake, half a bottle would be enough to heal him, so they only needed to keep half a bottle to save their lives. Over the next few days, none of the 3 people who had taken the medicine experienced any side effects, and many people who were interested in buying it even came to inquire about it. The Catalan potion shop began to receive orders, but Reg could only produce 1 potion every 5 days. No matter how many orders there were, they could only wait in line. Having lived 2 lives, Reg began to ponder another matter. Could he use the same methods he had used in his previous life to concoct extraordinary potions on a large scale? The quantity and price of medicines in the world of Nora are subject to the availability of raw materials, the number of pharmacists, and the abilities of the pharmacists themselves. With the small world and the world tree present, Reg will not lack magical plants in the future. Raw materials will only become more abundant. The only thing truly limiting production is the apothecary. Pharmacists need to expend mental energy to prepare medicines, and the lower their strength level, the more limited the number of medicines they can prepare. Reg wanted to completely break free from these limitations and create a machine that could extract the effective components of various magical plants, and then automatically prepare the required medicines according to fixed proportions and steps. The idea is good, but it's not something he can do right now. He can only study it slowly after he becomes stronger. Time passed relentlessly, and Reg, being a nobleman, had no time for leisure. He was either cultivating, handling affairs of his territory, inspecting his domain, or leading his cavalry to suppress invaders. On the afternoon of June 17th, after leading his cavalry to eliminate a group of weak orcs, Reg sent the corpses into the small world and entrusted them to the world tree to absorb life energy. The world tree finally reached a height of 1 meter, and the area of the small world expanded to 850.71 square meters. The world tree officially entered the first stage. Upon reaching the first rank, the world tree can bear fruit. The fruit cannot yet directly give birth to life, as it cannot nurture new souls. However, as long as Reg provides a soul, the fruit can give birth to new life, which is actually a kind of resurrection. This ability has little effect on Reg's physical body. If he dies suddenly, his soul has almost no chance of entering the small world. If he can still hide in the small world, then there is no need for resurrection. However, the world tree can resurrect those who serve Reg, and this value is equally astonishing. After the world tree advances to the next level, its more important ability is to enhance the physical attributes of life forms and grant them affinity with natural elements. If the world tree is considered a plant, then it is the highest ranking plant in the Nora world, and also the most top-tier natural treasure, naturally possessing the effect of improving talents. Reg's soul talent is already at the first-class level and doesn't need further improvement. However, his physical talent is only at the 7th class level and must be improved as soon as possible, ideally to match his soul talent. Natural element affinity is also indispensable. It can enhance vitality, prolong life, and accelerate healing after injury. Reg wants to improve his physical talent and gain affinity for natural elements as soon as possible. The stronger one is in the higher one's realm, the greater the price the world tree has to pay when bestowing talents upon them. The current cost is the life energy that the world tree absorbs from the outside world. If life energy is not used for the growth of the world tree, it can be used to bear fruit, or to enhance physical attributes and endow natural elements with affinity. Next, Reg needs to continue leading the cavalry to eliminate the enemies invading the territory and accumulate more life energy for the world tree. Chapter 36: The Plant Merchant in Action. Reg was delighted that the world tree had grown to a meter tall. 3 days later, the supply of low-level magical plants for sale at the Catalan potion shop increased again, which pleased him as well. This means that the gold coins he has accumulated are constantly increasing. At this time, the potion shop has been open for nearly 2 months, and the magic plant seeds planted in the small world have been in existence for 3 months. Thanks to the world tree's properties, plants in this small world grow much faster than those outside. Low-level magical plants that would normally take 10 months to mature can grow to maturity here in just 1 month. Now that the world tree has advanced to the next level, its ability to stimulate plant growth has improved slightly. While it can't directly enhance Reg's strength for the time being, it can certainly bring him a fortune. With the gold coins, he could continue to improve his physical talent and gain the talent of affinity with natural elements. The more Reg thought about it, the more unbelievably lucky he felt. Having traveled to the world of Nora, awakening the appraisal skill was already amazing enough, but I never expected to obtain the most precious world tree seed in the capital of the Violet Kingdom. At first, he suspected a conspiracy, but after using his identification skills to confirm it, he realized that this opportunity was more like luck, or an arrangement of fate. When the world tree seed fell into his hands, its last vestige of life was almost gone. Without Reg, it would have died completely, with no chance of ever sprouting and growing again. It is almost impossible for others to discover the true nature of the seed, and even if they do, they cannot find a way to make it take root again. Nora is a world of sentient beings, a consciousness derived from a part of the world tree Nora's consciousness. Others may not realize that Reg is a transmigrator, but the world's consciousness can detect it. It had no needs from Reg, only hoping that the world tree seed wouldn't die completely. Now that the seed had taken root and sprouted in Reg's hands, growing anew, the world's consciousness no longer paid attention to him. World consciousness is not some so-called divine way, but rather the soul of a special being. The entire world is its body. Reg possesses human perspectives and humanity, but Nora's world lacks them. It is more like an observer, watching the rise and fall of countless civilizations on the surface of the body, without liking or disliking, and without caring about right or wrong, and almost never actively intervenes. But even a slight fluctuation from it could have a huge impact on civilization. Reg didn't like being targeted by such a being, and this was exactly what he wanted. Every morning when he gets up, the first thing Reg does is enter the small world to pick mature, low-level magical plants that can be sold. In the 2nd month of planting, he only needed to harvest 1 plot of land per day. In the 3rd month, it became 2 plots, and now, in the 4th month, he needs to harvest 3 plots per day. Every month thereafter, a new plot of land will be added to the harvesting area. Each plot is small, but as the small world continues to expand, planting and harvesting will take up more and more of his time. The small world now covers an area of over 880 square meters, and it's increasing by at least 10 square meters every day. In the future, there will have to be permanent staff here to manage the plantation. Ideally, the other party should be a nature mage familiar with magical plants. The quickest way is to encounter a deceased nature mage, resurrect their soul in a small world, and have them stay there to do things. A slower approach is to purchase slaves with natural mage talents, train them into natural mage apprentices, and then send them into the small world. However, for the time being, these tasks still need to be done by Reg himself. Usually, before he has even had breakfast, Peter will rush to the Lord's Manor with the shop assistants to collect the fresh magical plants from the servants. Before the potion shop officially opens, Peter needs to put all kinds of low-level magical plants on the shelves and then post the day's advertisements on the 2 billboards outside the shop. Reg had told him before that the quantity and variety of magical plants sold in the store would increase approximately every month. Therefore, Peter was not surprised that there were nearly 50% more goods available today. The sight of the limited edition items advertised on the billboard sent a frenzy through the waiting mercenaries. The low-level magical plants at the Catalan Potions shop had increased again. For the past month, they queued up every day to buy the goods, and even argued over where to stand. Now that the supply has increased, many people feel that they will finally no longer have to queue so desperately. Some people see things more clearly. The buying frenzy will likely continue. The Catalan Potions shop, consistently selling at 5% of the market price, has been continuously attracting mercenaries from other regions to Cheryl town. This is the border of the kingdom. Heading north will lead to the Orc territory, where you can make money by capturing Orc slaves, collecting magical plants, and hunting magical beasts. Cheryl town offers everything else you can do on the border, plus it sells cheap magical plants. The only limitation is that the town is small and can't accommodate too many mercenaries. On June 20th, for the first time, the Catalan Potions shop earned more than 10 gold coins in a single day solely from its magical plant business. The mercenaries were delighted, but some of the merchants in town who dealt in magical plants were getting restless. Almost all the mercenaries who wanted to buy low-level magical plants were drawn to the Catalan Potions shop. Even if they don't manage to snag one on the day of purchase, they're willing to wait until tomorrow or the day after, since the market price is 5% off, which can save them a lot of money in the long run. The merchants were initially able to tolerate it, thinking that the stock at the Catalan Potions shop would eventually reach its limit. But now that they've increased sales for the second time, who knows if there will be a third or fourth? If it really comes to that, their business of selling low-level magical plants will be completely unsustainable, and they will have no choice but to continue buying magical plants from mercenaries. If it were any ordinary competitor, the merchants would have already tried to sabotage their business. However, the Catalan Potions shop was owned by the local nobles, and they dared not provoke it easily. Even if some merchants have other nobles backing them, or even own businesses owned by other nobles, they would not easily provoke conflict over such a small business. Moreover, the Catalan family has more than one baron. There is also a viscount and a baron, and the three are brothers. Chapter 37 Unknown Supply Channels. Merchants couldn't target the Catalan Potions shop, but they still had to continue their own magical plant business, otherwise, they would have no income. So some people began to investigate the source of the low-level magical plants in the Catalan Potions shop, thinking that if they could find a supply channel, they could also get the goods at a low price. Even if the market in Cheryl town is taken over, they can still transport the magical plants to other places to sell and still make a profit. Almost no one believed that these low-level magical plants were provided by Baron Catalan, or the Catalan family themselves. The Catalan family is a newly emerging noble family, with the highest rank being only viscount. The family has few members and a weak foundation, and their only mage, Reg, is a space mage. Under such conditions, it would be impossible for the Catalan family to own a plantation that could reliably produce magical plants. In the eyes of the businessmen, the most likely explanation is that Reg found a secret channel to purchase the magical plants at a low price, and then resell them in his shop. As for the idea that a powerful nature mage could generate a large number of low-level magical plants every day, no one would believe it. However, a problem arises. A force capable of supplying low-level magical plants in bulk is certainly not an ordinary force. Even if they found out, these small businessmen might not be qualified to do business with the other party, let alone request an audience with Baron Catalan. Some people quickly changed their minds. If they couldn't see the Baron, could they at least see the manager of the potions shop? As soon as the Catalan Potions shop opened during the day, merchants came in and immediately asked to discuss business with Peter about magical plants. Peter had already received instructions from Reg, so he invited the guests into the inner room and treated them politely. Faced with the merchants probing, he only said that the magical plants in the store were supplied through channels personally found by the Baron, and that he was not aware of the specifics. But Peter revealed that the monthly supply will continue to increase, and it won't be long before it can meet the needs of all the mercenaries in Cheryl town. These words immediately alarmed the merchants. If it really comes to that, they won't be able to sell low-level magical plants in Cheryl town at all, and will have to switch to buying and selling, which will significantly reduce their profits. What's more troublesome is that the Catalan Potions shop can not only sell magical plants, but also buy them from mercenaries. They wanted to bypass the Catalan family and contact the supply channel directly, but even Peter, the store manager, was unaware of the inside story, let alone the others. So someone changed the question, tentatively asking Peter if they could wholesale the magical plants to them, and ship them to other places at a lower price in the future. Peter didn't rule it out completely, only indicating that it depended on the Baron's opinion, and that he did indeed have this intention. However, the prerequisite is that the Catlin Potions shop must first meet the needs of the Catlin Baron's territory before any extra magical plants can be sold to them. After hearing this, the merchants felt some of their worries dissipate. They were originally merchants who traveled to many places, purchasing low-level magical plants from outside and selling them to mercenaries, and then buying magical plants from the mercenaries and transporting them to other places. As long as you can get a low enough wholesale price from the Catalan Potions shop, even if you include transportation costs, and the cost is 95% lower than the market price, you can still make a profit. But if they want to open shops in other places or sell to other merchants, they must offer even lower prices. The Catalan Potion shop retails at 95% of the market price, but they want to make money through wholesale resale, so their purchase price must be at least 85% of the market price. Therefore, these ordinary merchants could only wait patiently, hoping that the Catalan Potions shop would lower its prices in the future. As for those big businessmen with connections, they still haven't given up on finding supply channels. So far, all they've found is that Peter would take his shop assistants to the Lord's mansion every morning to collect the magical plants to be sold that day. But they couldn't find out where those magical plants came from, or what secrets were hidden in the Lord's mansion. No one dared to send anyone to infiltrate the Lord's manor. Reg is a novice mage, but also a space mage with extremely strong combat power. Barona, the leader of the war maniac mercenary group, also frequents his company. Even if we send in a low-level superhuman, they might not be able to escape unscathed, not to mention that hiring a low-level superhuman is extremely expensive, and we simply can't find anyone to hire now. Bologna is already the first novice superhuman to reside permanently in Cheryl town. The investigation has reached a complete deadlock. Some businessmen with powerful connections, upon learning of the future opportunity to wholesale magical plants from the Catalan Potions shop, temporarily changed their minds and decided to continue to observe the situation. Reg, who was busy cultivating, only briefly learned about the activities of these merchants. After all, he would need these merchants in the future to transport the magical plants from his territory to more distant places for sale. Currently, it's just a low-level magical plant business, limited to Baron Catlin's territory, and can't even meet the needs of all mercenaries. In the short term, this amount of business is not enough to attract the attention of the great nobles. The real trouble will only arise when the magical plants produced in the small world leave the Baron's territory, and their influence gradually expands. Reg is a nobleman of the Violet Kingdom. Even if he is only the lowest-ranking Baron, he and his two older brothers can hold off the enemy for a while. Whether Reg can maintain his ever-growing magical plant business in the future depends on his own strength. The merchants gradually quieted down, but the mercenaries, attracted by the low-priced magical plants, poured into Cheryl town in increasing numbers. For Reg, the more mercenaries the better, because more mercenaries would also consume more magical plants. However, the town of Cheryl is limited in size and is struggling to accommodate its ever-growing population, which is the real headache for Reg. It's not a good time to expand now. We should wait until the kingdom's expansion war is over. However, the future expansion of Cheryl town into Cheryl city, and the plans for a new lord's mansion, can be designed in advance. This kind of thing requires professionals, and Reg can't do it himself. He can only offer some suggestions on the design based on his experience from 2 lifetimes. So he sent caravans to big cities to find designers willing to come to Cheryl. Anyway, once the design is finished, I can leave. I don't need to stay here for long. Someone should be willing to come. Chapter 38: The Comfortable Life of the Warman Mercenary Group. Unbeknownst to many, a whole month had passed since Verona and her war-crazed mercenary group arrived in Cheryl town. This month was a rare period of peace for the mercenaries who constantly walked the line between life and death. There were no dangerous battles, the security missions were not difficult, but the rewards were just as good. They can also purchase magical plants from the Catalan Potions shop at 10% of the market price, making their cultivation resources much more abundant than before. In this environment, the mercenary group's strength improved rapidly, far surpassing the days when they risked their lives everywhere. Bologna, in particular, received the highest reward for her missions and also took on extra missions. As long as she regularly visits the Lord's Manor to guide the 3 warriors in their training, she can enter the training room with an extremely high concentration of magical elements. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bologna is getting closer and closer to the intermediate-level Battle Master realm. Maintaining public order is a rare task, and high-paying, low-difficulty tasks are even rarer. Under normal circumstances, nobles would use their territorial armies to maintain order. Even if they were short-handed, they would prefer to expand their armies rather than spend money to hire outsiders. The lordship of Catalan, however, is an exception. The low commercial taxes attracted caravans and mercenaries, and the reputation of the Catalan potions shop grew, making Cheryl town even more lively. With more people comes more trouble. Reg can spend money to expand his territory and army, but it is difficult to quickly cultivate enough superhumans. Meanwhile, the number of mercenaries in Cheryl town is increasing, including many apprentice warriors. The war maniac mercenary group was powerful and principled, which naturally attracted Reg's attention. Thus, the mercenary group was given a well-paid but low-risk security mission. The comfortable life, coupled with their rapidly growing strength, has made everyone in the group extremely satisfied with their current situation. Many mercenaries initially disliked nobles, but now they gradually come to realize that Baron Reg Catalan is indeed a generous and kind nobleman. Some suggested that the term of the security mission should be extended immediately. Some people even began to consider settling down in Cheryl, getting married, having children, and living a stable life. Some even considered pledging allegiance to Baron Catalan, provided they could receive sufficiently good treatment. Comfort can indeed make people lose their fighting spirit, but a month is not enough to wear down the fighting spirit of the war maniac mercenary group. In reality, the mercenaries simply longed for a peaceful environment where they could cultivate in peace. They wanted to become superhumans, to become novice superhumans, to shed their mercenary status, to become noble knights, and even one day to become true nobles. If you want to live a stable life, you first need to have money. Ordinary mercenaries, driven by money, must venture into orc territory to capture orcs, gather magical plants, and hunt magical beasts, each task fraught with danger. Harvesting magical plants may seem safe, but poisonous insects and ferocious beasts often lurk around them. Humans need magical plants for cultivation, and so do poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. Whoever gets close to a magical plant may become its prey. The mortality rate of mercenaries is extremely high, even comparable to that of ordinary soldiers in the kingdom's expansion wars. But driven by a desire to defy mediocrity, people continue to embark on the path of mercenaries. Most people die or become disabled, a small number are able to retire unscathed, and only a very few can become knights or even join the ranks of nobles. At a mercenary group gathering, everyone was drinking, eating, and chatting animatedly, praising their current mission life. O'Roy, one of the two female fighter apprentices, suddenly started joking with Bologna. "Boss, the Baron gave us such a high reward and even invited you to teach cultivation at the Lord's Manor. Does he have feelings for you?" Jennifer immediately chimed in. "If that's really the case, then boss, just give in. We'll join the Baron's ranks right now." Bologna blushed instantly. She had never thought of it that way before and felt that Reg didn't mean it that way. In her view, Reg hired the war maniac mercenary group because the group was strong enough and principled enough. As for why they value her so much, perhaps it's just because they want to subdue her, the strongest one. Moreover, she was just a commoner, and her status was different from that of the Baron, and there was also a significant age gap between them. Everyone knew that Bologna had a good temper, so they continued to laugh and tease her, and no one took it seriously. Including the 4 male apprentice fighters in the group, although some of them had feelings for Bologna, none of them dared to say it out loud. Because Verona had said long ago that to become her man, one must first be stronger than her. Her combat strength is comparable to that of a mid-level superhuman, and she has even personally killed a second-tier magical beast. Even with 6 mercenary apprentices joining forces, they were no match for her. No one could imagine what kind of man she would marry in the future. When Bologna saw Reg again after the party, she was inexplicably a little shy. Clearly, she was still affected by her companion's jokes. But Bologna was determined enough to quickly regain her composure and stop letting these emotions bother her. The war maniac mercenary group continued their comfortable life, which even made the mercenaries who later arrived in Cheryl town envious. The security tasks are easy and the pay is high, so everyone wants to take on such a good job. But they lacked the strength of the war maniac mercenary group, and they didn't have a leader like Bologna. With this powerful and disciplined mercenary group in charge, the number of mercenaries who dare to cause trouble in Cheryl town has decreased significantly. Reg's decision to hire the War Frenzy's mercenary group at great expense was clearly worth every penny. After a month, Reg felt that he and Bologna could be considered friends. He would occasionally chat and drink tea with Bologna, inquire about her past experiences as a mercenary, and invite her to dine at the Lord's Manor. But Bologna never dreamed of becoming a friend of the nobles. In her eyes, the two parties were still just employer and employee. She interpreted Reg's attempts to get closer to her as a means of winning her over. Having known Reg for so long, Bellona has indeed learned quite a bit about him. She doesn't reject being subdued by Reg, but she won't accept it easily either. Money cannot buy Bellona's approval. To gain her true recognition, one must not only earn her approval but also possess power surpassing hers. Reg was someone she barely acknowledged, but she didn't think the young Baron had the ability to defeat her. Moreover, many warriors are averse to mages who are arrogant but physically weak. Even if she is defeated in the future, Bellona hopes that the person who defeats her will be a truly powerful fighter. Reg's appraisal skills couldn't see through Bellona's heart, so he naturally didn't expect to conquer her now. Bellona is about to break through to the intermediate-level battle master, and Reg is also about to become an intermediate-level mage. Once he becomes an intermediate mage, Reg will go out to hunt for treasures and buy slaves with special talents. Bellona was very important to him. When she is not in her territory, Bellona can stay in Cheryl Town and take care of any unexpected events. Chapter 39 Intermediate Mage. It took Reg to become an intermediate mage sooner than he had expected. On July 20th, the Catalan Potions shop will celebrate its 3-month anniversary, and for the third time, it has increased the quantity of low-level magical plants for sale. Over the past month, more and more mercenaries have arrived in Cheryl Town, and the market for low-level magical plants in the shops has become almost saturated. Mercenaries no longer need to queue up early to buy things. They can usually buy the low-level magical plants they need after waiting for an hour or two. However, after noon, the inventory would still decrease rapidly, and before half the afternoon was over, the shelves would be completely emptied. As the number of items sold increased, the potion shop's daily revenue increased from 10 gold coins to about 14. The low-level magical plants alone can bring Reg about 420 gold coins a month, plus 6 bottles of low-level healing potions, worth 171 gold coins. There are probably more than 1,500 mercenaries active in Cheryl Town now, including dozens of apprentice mercenaries. Most mercenaries went into Orc territory to make money, while a small number stayed in town to rest and train. Cheryl Town could barely accommodate them. The next morning, the enemy invaded the territory, and Reg personally led the cavalry to attack, quickly annihilating the enemy. The World Tree has advanced to the first tier for over a month, and its height has remained unchanged, but it continues to absorb and store external life energy. This energy is precisely what is intended to enhance Reg's physical talents, and endow him with the talent of affinity for natural elements. After this battle, he finally accumulated enough life energy. Reg's cultivation level was still low, so the energy required to modify his body wasn't particularly staggering. At noon, he took a nap to adjust his state. After waking up, he told the housekeeper that this seclusion might last for a long time. Upon entering the training room, Reg closed the door tightly, walked to the center, and with a slight thought disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he entered the small world of Catalan, which covered an area of nearly 1,200 square meters. Standing before the World Tree, which was only 1 meter tall, Reg could clearly feel the connection between himself and his clone, as well as the abundant life energy within the tree. He quickly took off his clothes, sat down next to the World Tree, and placed his palms on the trunk. Let's begin. Under his control, the World Tree began to consume its stored life energy, transforming it into power with the characteristics of the World Tree, which was continuously sent into Reg's body. Once life energy enters the body, it begins to transform his flesh and bones, rapidly improving his physical talent and enhancing his overall physical condition. At the same time, Reg was endowed with an affinity for the natural elements, and his connection with the natural elements continued to deepen. The transformation lasted less than half an hour. At this moment, Reg already possessed first-class physical talent and top-level natural elemental affinity talent. In terms of affinity with natural elements alone, he is even slightly higher than Bellona, but still not as high as the top-tier affinity with spatial elements. But the biggest gains didn't stop there. After the body modification, Reg's Battle Master realm directly advanced to the Apprentice realm, and he was already able to cultivate battle chi. However, he was in no hurry to leave the small world. Before the transformation, his mage level was already close to the initial perfection. Now that the transformation is complete, his mage realm has naturally reached the initial perfection. With his first-class soul talent, breaking through to the intermediate mage realm will not be difficult. Reg remained seated cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began practicing the Catalan meditation technique. He originally learned the Void Flash meditation technique from the Mage Academy, a high-quality meditation technique exclusive to space mages. In the realm of the extraordinary, Body tempering techniques and meditation techniques are divided into 5 grades: rudimentary, common, excellent, outstanding, and legendary. However, rank does not represent the upper limit of cultivation. People with strong enough talent have the opportunity to become legendary powerhouses even if they cultivate simple techniques. While practicing, Reg used his appraisal technique to continuously modify the void flash meditation technique, eventually turning it into the meditation method that best suited him. The effects of this meditation technique even surpass many excellent grade spatial meditation techniques, making it a perfect meditation technique unique to Reg. Therefore, he named it the Catalan meditation technique. If someone else were to practice it, it would also be considered of excellent quality. If someone becomes a legendary powerhouse in the future using this meditation technique, the Catalan meditation technique will also be recognized as a legendary meditation technique. After just 2 minutes of cultivation, Reg began to break through. The key to a mage's advancement lies in the transformation of their soul. His soul essence continued to grow stronger, and the magical power that emerged from the fusion of his soul power and magical elements underwent a qualitative change. With greater magical power, the spells he casts are naturally more powerful. Only after his soul transformation was completely complete, and his realm stabilized, did Reg cease his cultivation. By this time, it was already night outside. Compared to a battle master's breakthrough, a mage's breakthrough was indeed much more troublesome. Reg cast an identification spell on himself, and the information quickly surfaced in his mind. Name, Reg Catalan. Lifespan, 16 to 163 years. Identity, Lord of the Cateran Baronial Domain, Master of the Cateran Minor World. Talents: First-class physique, First-class soul, top-tier spatial element affinity, top-tier natural element affinity, intermediate wind element affinity, appraisal skill. Realm: Apprentice Level 3 Battle Master, Intermediate Level 1 Mage. His exceptional affinity for natural elements extended his lifespan by 11 years. A mage's lifespan does not increase as they advance from the beginner to the intermediate, or even advanced levels. Only when they reach the star realm will their lifespan increase from about 150 years to 200 years. Only those at the legendary level can possess a lifespan of 300 years. Reg was slightly surprised by the fact that his Battle Master realm had advanced 3 levels in a row, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood why. When a mage cultivates his soul, his physical attributes will naturally improve slightly. In addition, the World Tree's physical transformation, combined with the mage's cultivation, allowed him to reach the 3rd stage of apprenticeship. Starting today, Reg will officially begin his dual cultivation of combat and magic. First, cultivate as a mage each day. Once your soul power has been depleted to a certain extent, then you can begin cultivating as a battle mage. When your physical strength is almost depleted, go straight to sleep to allow your mental and physical energy to recover. Of course, without the training of a battle master, he could rest earlier and have more time to train as a mage. Practicing both magic and combat would inevitably delay his mage cultivation to some extent. Chapter 40 Reg Spell. After being promoted to intermediate mage, Reg was finally able to learn new spells. Previously, during his apprenticeship as a mage, the spatial spells he mastered were mainly personal space and secondary space tearing. The personal space is used for storage, while the secondary space tearing can create spatial gaps at designated locations, making it an extremely powerful attack method. In addition, he also learned the Lesser Magic Missile and Lesser Magic Shield, one for offense and one for defense. Although Spatial Tear is more powerful, it is not as convenient to cast as Magic Missile. In particular, the power of releasing secondary magic missiles using spatial attribute magic is astonishing, enough for Reg to kill enemies of higher ranks. At the beginner mage level, spatial mages can learn Spatial Rip, Spatial Barrier, and Teleportation. The former is an upgraded version of secondary Spatial Rip, while the latter two correspond to defense and displacement, respectively. Among extraordinary individuals of the same level, spatial magic has always been the most powerful, the strongest in defense, and the fastest in speed. Spatial warriors are no exception. This is the fundamental reason why space-type extraordinary beings are invincible among their peers and can even fight across realms. And for space mages, the most important ability is always displacement. Novice mages can master short-range teleportation, those at the star realm can learn long-range teleportation, and those at the legendary realm can even cast large-scale teleportation portals. Once a space mage reaches the star realm, they possess extremely high strategic value. As for teleportation portals, their value is immeasurable. Unfortunately, there are very few people with spatial elemental affinity, and related cultivation resources are extremely scarce, so legendary spatial mages are almost never seen. During his novice mage stage, Reg also mastered common spells such as magic missile, magic shield, concealment, and reconnaissance. Now that he has become an intermediate mage, he can learn intermediate spells such as rift blade, spatial vibration, spatial expansion, as well as rapid-fire magic missiles, tracking magic missiles, and multiple magic shields. Reg also possesses intermediate-level wind elemental affinity, which would have allowed him to learn wind magic. However, wind elemental affinity is far inferior to spatial elemental affinity, making cultivation too inefficient, so he won't waste his time on it for now. His top-tier affinity for natural elements allows him to experiment with nature-based spells, such as the most important healing spell. In fact, Reg can quickly heal his injuries by using the life energy absorbed by the World Tree. However, this ability cannot be revealed for the time being, so he still needs to master normal healing spells. Under normal circumstances, the power within Reg's body is still primarily spatial magic. The total amount of power the human body can hold is limited, like a jar that, once filled with red water, can no longer hold blue water. Reg pursues a path of dual cultivation of combat and magic, with both combat aura and magical power coexisting within his body. However, he personally cultivates both powers and can perfectly control them, thus avoiding any conflict. Different types of battle aura and magic can coexist. When he advances to the Saint realm in the future, battle aura and magic will no longer be distinguished, but will instead merge with soul power, life power, and magical elements to form true Saint power. Reg's current mage level is far higher than his battle master level, so he naturally uses mage techniques in battle, and the power stored in his body is more inclined towards mana. After getting dressed, Reg left the small world and went to the training room to open the door. Cindy, the maid waiting outside, immediately bowed and asked what orders the Baron had. Reg told her to find a cook to prepare dinner for her. The next day, Bellona arrived at the Lord's manor, ready to continue teaching Mia, Spike, and Roger. Upon seeing Reg, she keenly sensed something was amiss about him. "Baron, have you broken through?" Bellona asked tentatively. She herself was only a few days away from becoming a perfect beginner-level dosher, which is why she was able to better perceive the changes in Reg. Reg smiled and nodded, confirming that he had been promoted to intermediate mage. "Congratulations, Baron, on becoming an intermediate mage." Bellona quickly offered her congratulations, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was quite talented, but hadn't yet broken through to the intermediate-level battle master. Reg, 9 years younger than her, was already an intermediate-level mage, which made her think about the gap between nobles and commoners. If she had been born into a noble family, she might have already become a high-level battle master, or even a star battle master. But just as her mood was starting to dip, Reg called out to her. "Bellona, I have a new task for you." "Baron, please give your orders." Bellona didn't ask any further questions, she already trusted Reg enough. Reg told her that he would be frequently away from Cheryl for the next period of time, and might even be out of town for entire days. The territory needed a strong person to oversee it, and he hoped she could help in case of any unforeseen circumstances. The reward would naturally be substantial. "I accept this mission," Bellona agreed without hesitation. New missions mean more money. Although she wasn't born into nobility, she was able to earn money from nobles through her talent, and she was sure to become a well-known powerhouse on the continent in the future. After Reg was promoted to intermediate mage, he also prepared to officially start his Taobao shop and his plan to buy talented slaves. The first targets are the 5 neighboring towns around Cheryl: Viscount Coffee, Baron Lindbergh, Baron Simon, Baron Fielding, and Baron Grant. Typically, a baronial territory has only one town, while a viscountshal territory has several towns. The location of a viscount's mansion can at least be considered a small town. However, Viscount Coffee's territory, like Cheryl Town, was newly occupied during the same war of expansion. Most of the superhumans there were Viscount Coffee's subordinates, with very few outside superhumans or settlers. On the contrary, Cheryl Town, where mercenaries gather, has a larger number of superhumans. There are no superhuman markets in the surrounding 5 territories, so Reg's idea of finding a bargain is not realistic for the time being. The only real opportunities to snag bargains are in large cities where extraordinary individuals congregate. But the inability to find bargains on Taobao doesn't mean you can't buy slaves. Almost every noble territory had a slave market. Reg could simply enter another noble town or city, stroll through the slave market, and use his appraisal skill on those who met the criteria. Once he finds a slave with exceptional talent, he buys them and takes them away. Now that the Catalan potions shop is consistently profitable, Reg is becoming increasingly well off, and he can afford even slaves that are more expensive. Chapter 41 Emily. Emily sat in front of the dressing table, while two middle-aged maids with unfriendly expressions carefully did her makeup and hair. She was about 1.6 meters tall when she first came of age. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a delicate oval face. Wearing a pink princess dress, her appearance was almost as beautiful as a real princess. But at this moment, her eyes were red, yet she dared not cry, much less show any signs of mourning, otherwise the maid would surely scold her. The past few days have been the most painful days of Emily's short life. She was born into a wealthy and happy family. Her father, Jocelyn Cavson, was a businessman who seized an opportunity to do business in the Viscount of Coffee, and his business grew bigger and bigger. Among businessmen without connections, Joffrin had almost reached the top. He deeply loved his deceased wife and never remarried, raising his two children alone. Although Emily lost her mother at a young age, she had a kind father and a loving brother, and her childhood was always happy and peaceful. But less than a month after her 16th birthday, disaster struck. My brother accidentally offended a knight and disappeared without a trace, either alive nor dead. The knight's revenge did not end there. His father was imprisoned and soon sentenced to death, and all of the Cavson family's properties changed hands. Emily, on the other hand, fell into the hands of the slave trader Wimps and was about to be sold as merchandise. If she couldn't fetch a good price, Wimps would send her to a brothel. She grieved for her father and brother's fate and despaired for the life she was about to face. The only saving grace is that she remains intact to this day, simply because Wimps wanted to sell her for a higher price. Emily had hoped that a knight in shining armor would come and rescue her during the most dangerous time of her life. But that was just a story in a book. Her fate was either to become a slave or to be sent to be a prostitute. She even considered suicide, to end it all, but never had the courage. In the end, she could only force herself to live, waiting for an opportunity to avenge her father and brother. After dressing up, Emily was escorted out of the room by two maids and locked in an iron cage outside, becoming a slave waiting to be sold. In the slave market, countless eyes were fixed on her. So beautiful, such female slaves are a rare sight. With such an elegant demeanor, could she be the daughter of some fallen noble family? She's Cavson's daughter, I've heard of her. If I could touch it once, I would be willing to pay a silver coin. The foul language kept getting into her ears. Emily dared not cry, nor did she dare to raise her hand to cover her face. She could only endure the humiliation and grief, standing in the cage waiting for her fate to be decided. She no longer longed for a Prince Charming, she only hoped to be bought by someone soon, which would be better than ending up in a brothel. But Wimps priced her too high, and most of the knights in Viscount Coffee's estate couldn't afford her. So he promoted her relentlessly to get more people to see Emily. If no one buys her locally, she can sell her to foreign slave traders and resell her in big cities. If she really can't sell her, she can earn a lot of money for Wimps by entering a brothel and using her current fame. As the morning passed, no one bought Emily, and her heart sank deeper and deeper. Just then, Reg, dressed as a mercenary, walked into the slave market. He walked the streets selecting slaves who met his requirements, continuously casting his appraisal spell. Although the city of Kofi was small, it had tens of thousands of inhabitants, and the entire Vis country had even more, so the number of slaves was naturally considerable. After browsing only half of the market, Reg bought 3 people, one with a 5th-level soul talent and 2 with a 6th-level physical talent. He then hired a carriage and a temporary team of mercenaries to guard the 3 slaves in a corner of the market. The slave dared not run away. What he was really worried about was that someone was eyeing the promising young man he had just bought. After making the arrangements, Reg continued his search for a target and soon noticed Emily in the cage. Name, Emily Cavson. Gender, female. Lifespan, 16 to 65 years. Identity, Viscount Kofi, Lord of the Violet Kingdom, a slave awaiting sale. Talent, 3rd class physique, 8th class soul, advanced ice element affinity, low level water element affinity. Upon seeing the authentication information, Reg's eyes lit up immediately. Emily was the first slave he had encountered so far with a 3rd class physical talent. The best talent he had bought before was only a 4th class soul. This time they had clearly struck gold. Reg immediately summoned the slave trader Winpow. Upon learning that someone wanted to buy Emily, the overweight Wimps rushed over. Seeing that the buyer was a young mercenary, he showed no disdain. Who knows if this might be a noble scion hiding his identity and traveling around. In this world, there are quite a few people who pretend to be weak while actually being strong. Although Wimps was just an ordinary person, he had a vague feeling that Reg was a superhuman, so he immediately asked respectfully, "Sir, are you going to buy Emily?" Reg nodded. Yes, make an offer. Wimps knew that selling Emily directly would be more profitable than sending her to a brothel. He didn't dare ask for too high a price, fearing he would scare Reg away, but he also didn't want to sell her too cheaply. Reg was not satisfied with the offer. Although making money was not difficult for him, he couldn't be too ostentatious about the source of his wealth, and his savings were still limited. So he used his appraisal skill on Wimps to find out the other man's bottom line for selling Emily. After several rounds of bargaining, Reg finally bought Emily for 27 gold coins. This price is almost equal to the annual income of an apprentice-level knight, and close to the average cost of hiring a battlemaster apprentice in a mercenary group. However, Emily was still much cheaper than the butler Otis. After all, she was just a merchant's daughter, a commoner. If she were the daughter of a fallen nobleman, the price would be even higher. Beautiful commoner women were few, but not uncommon. Nobles might not be interested, but a knight could easily have women throwing themselves at him. Reg, who bought Emily, didn't care about her appearance. What he truly valued was her outstanding talent. Chapter 42: An Alternative Cultivation Method for Battle Masters. Emily's gaze remained fixed on Reg. She had been sold by slave traders, and now this young man was her new master. He's so young and handsome. Emily's heart skipped a beat, and she mistook Reg for the Prince Charming who had rescued her from her predicament. At least she wasn't bought by those disgusting businessmen, nor did she fall into the hands of an old man old enough to be her father, which surprised and delighted her. After the iron cage was opened, Emily walked up to Reg and awkwardly lowered her head. Master. When other slaves were bought, they would often kneel and kiss their master's shoes to show submission. Emily clearly lacked this awareness, and Reg didn't bother to care. He didn't say much, only instructing Emily to stay close to him and continue selecting suitable candidates from the slave market. Soon, Reg bought 3 more slaves, possessing 4th, 5th, and 6th class talents respectively. Including Emily, who had a 3rd-class talent, he had bought 4 slaves that day. Although Kofi was a small city, he managed to gather 7 slaves who met his requirements. Reg, with the 4 newly purchased slaves, joined the 3 he had bought earlier and decided to return to his territory. 7 slaves squeezed into the carriage, and Reg rode an ordinary warhorse, escorted by mercenaries, leaving the city of Kofi and heading north to the barren Kartran territory. No one followed them along the way, and the mercenaries they hired on the spot had been assessed and were not expected to have any ill intentions towards their employer, so the journey was destined to be very smooth. Inside the carriage were 3 women and 4 men. Emily huddled alone in a corner, and the other 6 deliberately avoided her, none of them willing to strike up a conversation. They were all slaves, but Emily had once been a young lady from a wealthy family, while the other 6 came from humble backgrounds. Moreover, she was strikingly beautiful and exquisitely dressed, standing out starkly from the others dressed in burlap. They shunned Emily, and Emily, in turn, refused to approach them. It was only the first day she had been sold into slavery, and her former life as a pampered young lady had not yet completely faded away. She was still fantasizing that Reg would become her Prince Charming, and even imagined how wonderful it would be if she could ride a horse with him. But she couldn't help but get angry. Since they had bought her, why did they have to put her in the same carriage as these slaves? Viscount Coffee's domain is adjacent to Baron Catalan's domain, not far from each other. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the group arrived in Cheryl and stopped in front of the Lord's manor. The gatekeepers shouted, "Baron!" And the mercenaries, coachmen, and slaves realized that the young, wealthy man dressed as a mercenary was actually a real baron. Reg had no intention of hiding his identity. Buying slaves was nothing shameful. In fact, his noble status would save him a lot of trouble. Upon learning that Reg was a baron, Emily was initially delighted, but then a hint of regret arose. Her Prince Charming seemed to be of a lower status than she had imagined. But reality quickly shattered her illusions. After Reg entered the Lord's manor, the 7 new slaves were taken in by the manor's servants. Emily was forced to take off her gorgeous princess dress and put on an ordinary maid outfit, and began to receive maid training from Ugula. She didn't become a baroness, but rather a baron's maid. But compared to being sent to a brothel and reduced to a plaything for guests, her current situation was far better. What gave her even more hope was that the 4 slaves that Reg bought first were all granted the qualifications to study and cultivate. Emily was already literate and could do arithmetic, so she didn't need to learn much more. What she truly wanted was the opportunity to cultivate, become a powerful superhuman, and avenge her father and brother. So she began to take her job as a maid seriously. The young lady who had once been waited on was now learning to serve others, and her progress was remarkably rapid. Eudora quickly informed Reg about Emily's performance. Reg was indeed paying close attention to this newly purchased female slave. Firstly, her talent was the highest among the slaves. Secondly, she was the most beautiful of them all. Even ordinary people who become superhumans will have their appearance improve as their strength increases. But Reg didn't want to wait for her to slowly transform. Emily was already outstanding enough. He wasn't in a hurry to enjoy the decadent life of the nobility, but rather wanted to use the dual cultivation of men and women to assist his cultivation as a battle master. The cultivation methods of a fighter are inherently unconventional. Body tempering techniques are cultivation, running is cultivation, doing farm work is also cultivation, and even romantic love can naturally be considered cultivation. Reg spends most of his time improving his strength. After a long period of cultivation, he needs to vent his frustrations. Cultivating both men and women is a good way for him to relax and increase his cultivation as a battle master at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Some powerful warriors, driven by lust, have taken many wives, yet their cultivation progress has not lagged behind at all. Mages, on the other hand, do not have this advantage, especially given their frail physiques. 3 days after Emily entered the Lord's manor, Reg felt the time was right. He didn't take Emily's body on the first day because he wanted her to face reality, and stop clinging to unrealistic fantasies. Emily was a slave he bought, and would not become his wife, at least not for a long time. If you give her too much expectation on the first day, the disappointment later will only be greater. Reg then instructed the head maid Karina. Karina, have Emily warm my bed tonight. Upon hearing the Baron's order, Karina was taken aback at first, but quickly came to her senses. Chapter 43. A fine sword is forged through tempering and honing. After dinner, Reg went to the training room as usual to continue his mage training. According to the rules of the Lord's manor, the servants can only eat after the Baron has finished his meal, and they will also be given some fine leftovers. After everyone finished eating and cleaned up, Karina called Emily aside, her expression unusually serious. Emily, I have an important task for you tonight. Emily's heart immediately tightened, and she asked in a low voice. Head maid, what is the mission? Karina said bluntly. Tonight you will warm the Baron's bed. Emily stood there, stunned, her mind reeling. She was already an adult, and had read many stories, so she naturally understood what warming the bed meant. What, you don't want to? Karina looked at her. No, I am willing to serve my master, Emily quickly resolved. Having experienced the despair of the slave market, she had long since come to terms with reality. As a slave, she had no right to even dream of becoming a nobleman's wife. But this is also an opportunity. If she can gain the master's favor, she might receive more rewards, or even the cultivation qualification she desires most. Moreover, she had no choice but to obey orders. Emily couldn't imagine what kind of punishment she would face for disobeying her master. Seeing that she agreed, Karina said no more and immediately arranged for several maids to bathe and dress her. Everyone in the Lord's manor knew that Reg was a germaphobe. Emily was thoroughly washed by several people, and her skin was almost red from being rubbed. Her pretty face and fair skin had long been the envy of many maids. Now that she had become the first maid to warm the Baron's bed, Mia was even more envious. Of course, Karina and Cindy, who already have husbands and children, didn't have much to say about this. After her bath, everyone dressed Emily up carefully, still keeping her in her maid outfit, and took her to Reg's bedroom. Alone in the spacious room, Emily felt both fear and anticipation. Following the head maid's instructions, she made the bed, lay down, and waited for her mistress to return. Once she calmed down, her mind was filled with jumbled memories. She remembered when she was on the verge of despair in the slave market, and how Reg bought her. She remembered her missing brother, her executed father, and the carefree days she once had. The past is over. Now, she can only start a new life in the Lord's manor. Emily prayed silently, hoping her master would treat her better. She also secretly vowed that if she could truly obtain the qualification to cultivate, she would cultivate with all her might. Once she has enough power, she will ask her master to let her avenge her father and brother. As long as she can get revenge, she is willing to stay by her master's side forever as an obedient little maid. As Emily pondered, she grew sleepy and couldn't help but mutter softly, "Why isn't master here yet?" After an unknown amount of time, footsteps finally came from outside the door. The door was pushed open, and footsteps drew closer. Emily hurriedly closed her eyes, then couldn't help but open them again, nervously watching Reg enter the room. She sat up, covered herself with a blanket, and whispered, "Master, I'm here to serve you." Emily wasn't quite a qualified maid, but she knew what she was supposed to do. Reg nodded, stood by the bed with his arms outstretched, and let her help him change. Facing her master's gaze, Emily suppressed her shyness and diligently performed her duties. This night was both unfamiliar and unbearable for Emily. An ordinary person's physique is ultimately no match for that of a superhuman, and she quickly succumbed to the strain. Seeing that she was injured, Reg could only use healing magic to restore her health. Otherwise, given Emily's physical condition, she probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the ordeal. After everything was over, Reg felt somewhat helpless. Although Emily was beautiful, she was, after all, just an ordinary person with a weak constitution, and couldn't stay with him for long. Even though Mia had trained for a while, she wasn't much stronger. Reg couldn't help but think of Bellona. In terms of physical strength, he was no match for Bellona for the time being. A few days ago, Bellona was promoted to intermediate-level battle master. With her talent, she was already a strong player among her peers as soon as she entered this realm. Reg's cultivation level as a battle master has only just entered the 4th stage of apprentice, so he is naturally unable to defeat her at the moment. But he wasn't in a hurry. He had a higher physical talent, more money and resources, and the life energy from the world tree could directly strengthen his body. That kind of enhancement is almost equivalent to raising one's level as a battle master. Currently, however, Reg's mage level far surpasses that of a battle master, and his strength is still primarily based on the mage path. The taller the world tree grows, the greater the rewards it will bring in the future. For a battle master, cultivation simply requires steady progress. As a new day dawned, Reg woke up on time. He stirred slightly, and Emily, who was lying beside him, woke up as well. Emily, who had just woken up, was still a little dazed. It took her a few seconds to remember everything that happened last night, and her pretty face immediately flushed with embarrassment. She forced herself to sit up, suppressing her shyness, and said softly, "Master, I will help you get dressed." Reg hummed in agreement, and opened his arms. As Emily tidied his clothes, Reg said calmly, "From today onwards you will cultivate with Mia." Upon hearing this, Emily instantly became excited. "Thank you for your grace, Master. I will definitely work hard in my cultivation." Reg simply responded, as if granting her the right to cultivate was nothing more than a trivial matter. But for Emily, this was a chance to change her destiny. There are countless slaves in this world, but how many can embark on the path of cultivation? If she hadn't been bought by Reg, she would never have what she has today. If they are sent to a brothel, they will have no hope of turning their lives around. Reg gave her a chance to change her fate, and Emily's calling of Master became more and more sincere. Chapter 44 Royal Decree. Since being promoted to intermediate mage on July 21st, Reg has been traveling to neighboring territories to purchase talented slaves. He rode alone and could reach the town where the neighboring lord's manor was located in an hour or two. Large-scale slave trading only took place in that town. After buying a few slaves, hire a carriage to send them back to Cheryl town. Although it is slower, a day is enough to complete the trip, including the time for selection and purchase. In just 1 week, Reg has visited all 4 baronies, and yesterday he even went to the only small town in Viscount Coffee's territory. Over the next few days he planned to visit several towns in Viscount Coffee's territory, and once he had toured all 5 of his neighbors' lands, he would suspend his travels. With August approaching, the northern border of the Violet Kingdom will soon enter the autumn harvest season. More importantly, the royal decree of Violet 7 has been delivered to Reg. The king ordered Baron Reg of Catalan to send a large contingent of his territory's army to Bodenburg after the autumn harvest, carrying grain or military supplies worth 20% of the territory's taxes. Bodenburg is an important fortress on the kingdom's northern border, where elite royal troops are stationed regularly. In the upcoming war of expansion, armies from all over will converge there. Of these 10% of the tax revenue, 10% was the annual tax that should have been paid to the king, which was entirely invested in the war of expansion. The other 10% was the expansion tax levied every 5 years, which was only collected when a war of expansion was launched. If the war goes against them, the expansion tax may be increased. In the past, the town of Cheryl paid the kingdom approximately 160 gold coins in taxes each year. Now that Cheryl has separated from the Viscount of Catalan and become an independent Baron of Catalan, it is developing better than before, and Reg naturally has to pay more taxes. Ultimately, he decided to purchase military supplies worth 400 gold coins and send them to Bodenburg. With this amount, no one would dare say he paid too little tax. The king's decree required the dispatch of over 300 troops from the territory, not only to escort supplies but also to directly participate in this expansionist war. According to the aristocratic code, a baron must contribute at least a battalion, a viscount a regiment, an earl a brigade, a marquis a division, and a duke a corps. This is the minimum troop strength standard. There can be more, but not less, and at least 1/3 must be regular army soldiers. To gain more military achievements and benefits in war, one must send out more and more elite troops. If one does not want to compete for benefits, one can send out troops according to the minimum standards. When nobles personally lead their armies into battle, they usually bring a stronger force. If they do not go in person, they will be treated with the bare minimum. After all, the casualties in expansionist wars are never low. An ordinary baron's army might have half of its men return alive if they were lucky, but if they were unlucky, more than 300 men might not survive. As a newly promoted nobleman, Reg did not need to lead the troops in battle this time, but he set his sights on the hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of corpses of soldiers from both sides on the battlefield. If these corpses could be transformed into nutrients for the world tree, even just 1/10 of them would cause the world tree to grow significantly taller. Moreover, he can find talented individuals among the fallen and attempt to resurrect them for his own use. As long as the small world exists, Reg can hide inside it immediately if he encounters danger. So he had already decided that once he arrived on the battlefield, he would volunteer to the commander to be in charge of cleaning up the bodies of the fallen soldiers. In this scenario, he and his territory's army would most likely be relegated to logistics. Unless the main force suffers a crushing defeat, it would be difficult for them to directly engage the orcs in a head-on battle. Although the battle merit of slaying orcs was lost, handling the corpses was still a merit. If the corpses were not dealt with in time, they could easily cause disease, with even more troublesome consequences. For ordinary people, cleaning up corpses is arduous and exhausting, yet yields little reward. Digging pits to bury them, or burning them with wood, dry grass, and oil, are all too slow. Those nobles preferred to rush onto the battlefield and fight the orcs, so they naturally looked down on this safe but arduous logistical task. But Reg is different. He doesn't hide his identity as a mid-level space mage. Openly, a space mage can move corpses in large numbers. In reality, he only needed to send the corpse into the small world so that the world tree could devour it as nourishment, which was far more efficient than the normal method. This task, which others would consider a chore, was a surefire way to make money for him. This achievement might not be enough to get him promoted to viscount, but obtaining another fiefdom wouldn't be difficult. Reg's suspension of travel wasn't solely due to the autumn harvest and the king's decree. With the 7 human kingdoms joining forces to launch a northern expedition against the orcs naturally wouldn't sit idly by and wait for their doom. After the autumn harvest, the armies of various countries will escort supplies to the northern border to assemble. Upon arrival, they will conduct training, and by the time winter is about to end, the army will be ready. Once the weather warms up, the human army will immediately head north to eliminate any orcs they discover, while simultaneously constructing fortresses and defensive lines in the designated areas. As long as these fortresses and defenses are held, the war of expansion is considered won. Afterwards, the king will allocate the newly conquered lands to the meritorious nobles, who will then relocate the population to completely assimilate the new territories. But the orcs would never wait for the humans to come knocking. Usually, during the human harvest season, the orcs would invade from the south, both to plunder food and to delay the expansion plans of the 7 kingdoms. Therefore, this autumn is particularly dangerous for Baron Catalan. In previous years, only small groups of orcs and goblins would invade, which Reg could easily deal with his cavalry. But this time, a large horde of orcs might invade the territory. If that happens, Reg might only be able to hold out for Cheryl, unable to even rescue the villages outside if they are attacked. The nearest border fortress, Bodenbig, is separated from it by the barren fielding. Reg can only appeal to 2 neighbors for help at most, and even the royal army of Bodenbig might not be able to arrive in time to provide assistance. Chapter 45: The Mercenaries' Path to Nobility. Before the outbreak of the Pioneering War, how much damage Baron Catalan would suffer depended on luck. Compared to the surrounding baronies, Catalan is more confident because it has Reg and Bellona in its ranks. Reg is an intermediate-level spatial mage, and Bellona is an intermediate-level battle mage, both possessing 2 powerful talents. Although they have only just entered the intermediate level, they are already strong individuals of the same rank. Together, they are capable of contending with advanced superhumans, and if they seize the opportunity, they might even be able to kill them. The territory's army isn't particularly strong, but Cheryl Town is home to a large number of mercenaries, including many apprentice warriors. If they were all gathered together, their numbers and strength would far surpass those of the territory's army. After the orcs migrated south, it became much harder for mercenaries to travel north to capture slaves, gather magical plants, and hunt magical beasts. Some would avoid the war and head to the heart of the kingdom to take on quests and earn money. However, many people remained. The Catalan potions shop was attractive, but more importantly, the expansionist war meant that commoners could also strive for a noble status. The kingdom has established a special mercenary legion, allowing mercenaries to participate in battles. As long as their military achievements are sufficient, the king does not mind bestowing noble titles upon them. Of course, in the end, only a few mercenaries with both strength and good luck will truly succeed. Many more will die in this war. For commoners with cultivation talent, becoming a mercenary, establishing a mercenary group, and participating in pioneering wars are good ways to embark on the path to nobility. Another path is to join the kingdom's army, starting as a soldier or junior officer, rising through the ranks based on military merit, and eventually becoming a nobleman. The sons of nobles had it much easier. Like Reg, who inherited his fiefdom and became a baron upon his father's death. A baron's son could also be knighted. When the orcs truly invade Catalan, Cheryl will undoubtedly have a large number of mercenaries stationed in the town. If necessary, Reg will hire them to fight on the battlefield. If the enemy is too strong to resist, and there is no time to escape, Reg will take all the important people into the small world for refuge, and then come out again after the orcs are driven away. Unless he clearly abandons his territory and flees, the kingdom will probably not punish him too severely. Even if his fief is revoked, he can still win back a piece of land by distinguishing himself in the wars of expansion. Having lived 2 lives, influenced by his memories of this life, Reg does not want to give up Cheryl, the town named after his mother. He had just gone out yesterday, and was staying in the territory today. After breakfast, Reg went to handle the affairs of the territory. Although Emily had become Reg's woman, she was still not entitled to dine at the same table with him. Her status remained that of a maid. However, in the eyes of the other maids, her status had changed. No one dared to ostracize her, much less speak ill of her to her face, for fear that she would complain to the master. After the servants finished breakfast, Emily took the initiative to walk up to Mia and said kindly, "Mia, starting today, I will cultivate with you." She wanted to build a good relationship with Mia. Of the 4 slaves who had gained the qualification to learn cultivation, Mia was the only woman, and she had many things she needed to ask her. Mia was taken aback at first, then she understood. Emily had warmed her master's bed and thus gained the qualification to study and cultivate ahead of time, without having to wait another month. "Sister Emily, cultivation is very hard, so you should be prepared." Emily gritted her teeth and said, "No matter how hard it is, I will persevere. I will avenge my father and brother." Her plight had already spread among the slaves in her village. Her brother was missing, his chances of survival were slim, her father was executed, and she herself was sold into slavery. Mia felt sorry for her. She had sold herself to pay for her brother's medical treatment, and now that he was cured, her family could live a normal life again. Emily, however, lost almost everything. If she hadn't been bought by Reg, her future would have been even worse. Therefore, Mia was willing to help her with her cultivation, and the two gradually became closer. The other newcomers couldn't help but feel envious and jealous when they saw that Emily, who had only been in the Lord's Manor for 3 days, had already obtained the qualification to learn cultivation. But that's all. They learned from Mia and the others that as long as they stayed for a full month, behaved well, and didn't make any mistakes, they would basically qualify. Emily has only gone ahead, it won't be long before they can cultivate as well. The fact that slaves could learn cultivation was simply unbelievable to them. Therefore, they felt a mixture of envy and jealousy towards Emily, but were filled with gratitude towards Reg. In their hearts, Baron Catalan was the best nobleman in the world. Another week later, Reg had traveled to several towns in Viscount Coffee's territory, and bought 12 slaves. With the last batch of people entering the Lord's Manor, the number of slaves with good cultivation talent has reached 36. Among them, 1 person was of 3rd-class talent, 2 were of 4th-class talent, 7 were of 5th-class talent, and 26 were of 6th-class talent. 25 people cultivated battle chi, and 11 people studied the path of a mage. There were 22 male slaves and 14 female slaves. When Reg bought the slaves, he relaxed the requirements for the male slaves slightly, so the number was greater. The 36 slaves together cost less than 100 gold coins. Buying Emily alone cost 27 gold coins. With new people constantly joining, the number of servants in the Lord's Manor is increasing, and the slaves that Reg has bought already account for 2/3 of them. Talented slaves are not hard to buy, but it takes time to truly transform them into extraordinary individuals. Reg wasn't in a hurry, and he didn't need them right now. Once the pioneering war ended, someone should be able to reach the extraordinary level. Emily is the only third-tier talent among the 36. Although she joined late, she may still become the first to break through to the extraordinary level. Cultivation talent is extremely important for those with extraordinary abilities. Even commoners can become extraordinary nobles if they have high enough talent, but those with low talent will have limited future potential. Reg valued talent when buying slaves, but he valued their loyalty to him even more. As long as someone is wholeheartedly loyal, Reg can create clones of the world tree to enhance their cultivation talents. Chapter 46 3 Coping Strategies. Bellona, who frequently visited the Lord's manor, noticed that the number of slaves in the manor was increasing, which aroused her suspicions. She couldn't help but ask Reg, "Baron, you've bought so many slaves, are you going to make them all study and train?" Reg nodded and said, "You guessed right. I can see their talent. The slaves I bought have at least average talent in cultivation. I will give them the opportunity to learn and cultivate, and in the future they will all become extraordinary beings." Bellona gasped. The 36 slaves, even the worst among them, possessed only average talent. Given the right techniques and enough food, they had a chance to reach the extraordinary realm. But Reg gave them much more than that, a training room with a high concentration of magical elements, and low-level magical plants that could be used directly were all prepared. As long as these people don't betray them, the apprentice realm is just the starting point, and they may even reach the initial stage in the future. Moreover, the 36 people were clearly not the end. Reg would continue to buy talented slaves to further cultivate his power. At this moment, Bellona felt more and more that Reg was hiding too many secrets. The cultivation talent surpassed hers, the low-level magical plants of unknown origin, and the carefully nurtured slaves. These were not the kind of resources an ordinary baron should possess. Perhaps Reg will become a duke in the future, or even go further. Bellona dared not think any further, but secretly made a decision. Mercenaries are not a long-term career. Most of them either die on the battlefield or retire with injuries. Very few can retire peacefully. From the day they became mercenaries, they were all searching for a place to settle down and make a living. Bellona also wanted to find such a place for the War Berserker mercenary group. However, since Reg had let her know everything she saw inside the Lord's manor, she couldn't just reveal it to the other members. Once this war of expansion ends, if Baron Catalan is safe and sound, she will discuss with everyone the possibility of joining Reg. Later on, once the slaves Reg has trained have grown up, the war maniac mercenary group, apart from herself, will probably not be so important to anyone else. As August arrived, the northern border of the Violet Kingdom welcomed the autumn harvest, and rye was the most widely cultivated crop in Baron Catalan's territory. Rye is cold-hardy and tolerant of poor soil, making it more suitable for the northern lands than wheat. In the territory's farmland, medium-grade fields account for about one-third, a small amount of high-grade fields are planted with wheat, and the remaining low-grade fields are mostly planted with rye. The yield of rye on 1 mu, approximately 0.16 acres, of low-quality land is often less than 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms. In addition, farmers also grow peas and broad beans in rotation with grains. Ordinary people don't understand the principle of nitrogen fixation for fertilizing fields. They only know that it's a practice passed down from generation to generation, and that beans can supplement the nutrients in food. During the autumn harvest, Reg left Cheryl town to personally inspect the fields. Upon seeing the yield, he frowned. It was far too low. To increase yields, the key is to fertilize the land, and the most direct method is chemical fertilizer. Nora World also has chemical fertilizers, which were developed by mages. But those are expensive products specifically for use by magical plants, and ordinary farmers simply cannot afford them, let alone use them. Mages certainly have the ability to research fertilizers needed for ordinary crops, but just as nobles don't care about the lives of the lower classes, mages also don't care about their harvests. Reg was somewhat concerned, but powerless to change anything for the time being. He could only make a note of the fertilizer issue and wait to have someone research it later. The autumn harvest is extremely important for all agricultural territories, but for the Baron Catland, the approaching threat from the north cannot be ignored either. Mercenaries continued to return from the north, and after a brief rest in Cheryl, they immediately retreated south, away from the northern border that was about to become a battlefield. They brought back news that a large number of orcs were advancing towards the northern border of the Violet Kingdom, and some mercenaries were even unable to escape and died directly in the orcs' encirclement and killing. Previously, the invaders were mostly weak races like ratmen, kobolds, and pigmen. This time, however, powerful warriors such as minotaurs, centaurs, and werewolves have appeared. The orcs were also constantly embroiled in internal strife, with each race vying to become royalty, resulting in extreme fragmentation within the group. However, under the pressure of the human race's continuous expansion, the powerful orc race had no choice but to unite and drive the weaker races to form a loose alliance to fight against the human race. Since it was difficult for the orc army to assemble, they first sent out mobile forces to harass the border and plunder food. Reg had already prepared for the possibility of the orcs invading his territory, devising 3 strategies to deal with them. First, if the enemy is strong enough, take the initiative to attack and eliminate the invading orcs outside the territory to prevent them from destroying farmland and villages. To this end, Reg set aside 200 gold coins in advance to buy 20 ordinary war horses, expanding the cavalry from 18 to 38 riders. The price of war horses is also rising. A horse that used to cost about 10 gold coins now costs nearly 12, and the atmosphere of war is growing stronger. Second, if a strong enemy is encountered, the city should be defended, and all forces should be concentrated to protect Cheryl town. People from the 12 villages in the territory should evacuate into the town as much as possible. If Cheryl town cannot accommodate them, knights, regular troops, and some farmers should enter the town, while the rest should evacuate to the neighboring territory to the south. Reg had already discussed this matter with his neighbors. If Baron Catelyn's territory couldn't hold out, the orcs would storm into their lands next. Third, if an overwhelmingly powerful orc appears, Reg will take those who are important to him and escape into the small world. Now, it all comes down to luck. Chapter 47: The Wolf Riders Attack. Baron Cartran is actively preparing for war. The forces that Reg can currently mobilize are mainly the 200-plus regular troops in Cheryl town, as well as the mercenaries remaining in the town. The soldiers stationed in the 12 villages could not be withdrawn for the time being. Reg originally wanted the villagers to seek refuge in the south, but the autumn harvest was not yet over, and the grain in the fields was related to the income of the villagers and knights for the whole year, so no one was willing to give it up. Each village was a knight's fiefdom, and the villagers paid half their taxes to the knight and half to the baron. If the harvest wasn't finished, they might run out of food next year. They could only wait until the autumn harvest was over before the villagers could migrate south, and the knight would bring soldiers and able-bodied men to Cheryl town. Elroy had previously trained the town's standing army quite well, so Reg didn't need to make any major moves for the time being. The knights in the border territories also trained adult male villagers on a regular basis, so the standing army and reserves of Catalan were stronger than most of the baronies in the kingdom. Even with his superior strength, he couldn't overcome the shortage of troops, so Reg had no choice but to hire mercenaries. He sent people to post notices in Cheryl town, stating that mercenaries willing to fight the orcs could register their names, strengths, and specialties at the military camp and receive payment according to their abilities. Apprentice mercenaries earn 10 to 15 silver coins per day, while those who haven't reached the transcendent level earn 1 to 3 silver coins per day. They can also use their earnings to purchase magical plants and potions at the Catalan Potions shop at 90% of the market price. Reg won't support mercenaries for free indefinitely. They will only be paid if they accept and complete missions. However, if they are killed or wounded in action, the territory will provide compensation. This offer spurred the town's mercenaries to sign up. Most of them were already preparing for the pioneering war, and fighting orcs usually didn't pay them. At most they'd receive some supplies. Now that they could earn money, naturally no one refused. Reg selected those skilled in reconnaissance from the list, and dispatched them in batches to the north of Cheryl town to keep a close watch on the orcs' movements day and night. Once the enemy was spotted approaching, they had to immediately return to town to report so he could decide on a countermeasure based on the enemy's strength. Bodenbig has also been busy recently, with the kingdom's army constantly launching attacks to drive out or eliminate orcs near the border. However, the fortress's forces are limited, and they fight even less at night. Some orcs possess excellent night vision, making them particularly adept at night combat. While humans can rely on magic and alchemical tools for illumination, they still have to guard against night attacks, hence Reg focuses his reconnaissance efforts on nighttime. On the third day after the mercenaries set out, they discovered traces of orcs. Reg immediately increased security, and notified the nearby barons Simon and Fielding. Fielding barony was close to Bodenbig, and what Reg was most worried about was himself and Simon barony. Soon, his worries became a reality. On the morning of August 7th, news came from Baron Simon's territory. Last night, a village was massacred by wolf riders. No one, including the knights, escaped. Most were killed, and a few women were abducted. The fate of those women is not hard to imagine. They might even end up as food for dire wolves. Werewolves usually don't eat people, but dire wolves are wild beasts that will eat anything. The wolf riders also plundered all the food in the village. Baron Simon learned of the news that night but dared not send troops to the rescue. He feared that once the reinforcements left Simon Town, they would also be ambushed by the Wolf Riders, or even lead the enemy to the vicinity of the town. Reg's vigilance immediately reached its peak, and he dispatched even more mercenaries to scout outwards. Just 2 days later, the Wolf Riders reappeared. In the darkness, the Wolf Riders spotted the mercenaries but paid them no heed, continuing their advance towards their target. The group numbered over 100, with both the captain and vice-captain being novice battle masters, and their war wolves being zero-tier magical beasts. Destroying several villages would be easy for them. What they really wanted to do was ambush the reinforcements driving out of the town, and ideally, kill the human nobles outright. Upon spotting the enemy, the mercenaries immediately turned their horses around and fired signal flares. These were one-time use items created by alchemists, with different lights representing different enemy situations. The signal flare meant something simple: about 100 enemies were attacking. The light in the night sky travels very far. Even if Cheryl Town cannot see it, other mercenaries along the way will continue to send out signals to relay the message back. Orcs are attacking! Upon seeing the signal, the soldiers on the city wall immediately sounded their horns. Reg, who had been holding Emily and falling asleep, was suddenly awakened. He hurriedly dressed, rushed out of the room, mounted the warhorse brought by the groom, and headed straight for the military camp. Inside the military camp, all the soldiers, officers, and members of the War Monster mercenary group were awakened and hurriedly donned their armor and weapons, preparing to fight. Not only the military camp, but all the registered mercenaries in Cheryl Town also got up and assembled. Reg arrived at the military camp and immediately gave the orders. Led by Bellona, most of Cheryl Town's cavalry went into battle. Territorial cavalry, members of the War Berserker mercenary group with warhorses, and mercenaries from the town who brought their own warhorses were all incorporated into the force. Soon, a cavalry unit of over 100 men began to assemble. Reg ordered the soldier in charge of blowing the horn to relay the message. 2 different horn sounds rang out in succession, but the order was the same: those with warhorses, immediately proceed to the south gate to assemble. Chapter 48: Verona unleashes her power. Bellona led the expedition, while Reg stayed behind in Cheryl Town. It wasn't that Reg was afraid of death. With the small world around, he could hide inside whenever danger arose. Moreover, personally fighting and killing enemies allows for the immediate transfer of corpses into the small world, maximizing the preservation of life energy, which Reg naturally wanted to do as well. However, Cheryl Town needs a strong person to be in charge. Bellona is barely considered his subordinate. It's not feasible for the Lord to personally lead the expedition, while his subordinates stay behind to guard the town. Therefore, Reg stayed in the town and sent Bellona to lead the army out of the city. Since the mercenaries scattered in various places would take too long to assemble, Bellona led the cavalry of the army camp ahead. The group consisted of 6 apprentice warriors from the War Frenzy mercenary group and 35 cavalrymen from the territory, a total of 42 men, who headed straight for the south gate. The Umli Knights waited for the remaining mercenaries to assemble before leading the second group to set off, while the remaining 3 cavalrymen were responsible for relaying messages. Some fast mercenaries had already reached the south gate and simply joined Bellona's team, bringing the number of cavalry to over 50 and the number of fighting apprentices to 2. After leaving the city, the group headed in the direction of the signal flare. Along the way, the mercenaries on scouting arrived to report that wolf riders were active in the vicinity. Bellona was extremely confident in her own strength and had no fear of the larger and unknown wolf riders. After traveling for another 10 minutes or so, the 2 reconnaissance teams spotted each other first. The wolf riders immediately turned, clearly intending to devour the human cavalry. 6 minutes later, a large contingent of wolf riders appeared in Bellona's field of vision. Bellona immediately realized that her group was being watched. Although she was confident of victory, she did not want her cavalry to suffer too many casualties, so she decisively turned around and prepared to join up with the Umli Knights. The wolf riders pursued closely behind. Bellona rode a superior warhorse, while most of the others rode ordinary warhorses. The wolf riders' captain and vice-captain rode level 0 magical beasts, their speed almost matching that of the superior warhorses. Ordinary war wolves are no slower than ordinary warhorses. More importantly, they are not just mounts, but can also directly attack and kill enemies. The 2 sides were closing in. Both werewolves and dire wolves have good night vision, giving them a huge advantage in night battles. Fortunately, they are not good at mounted archery and cannot suppress enemies from a distance. After a chase, Bellona finally reunited with the Umli Knights' forces. The 2 cavalry units combined actually outnumbered the wolf riders. Their own side now had over a dozen apprentice warriors, almost double the number of wolf cavalry apprentice warriors. Bellona immediately turned her horse around, her great sword pointing directly at the enemy. "Charge with me!" Bellona took the lead, followed closely by the warrior apprentices on either side, and then the regular cavalry pressed forward. The wolf riders also showed no fear, with their captain and vice-captain brandishing their scimitars as they charged straight at Bellona. War horses and dire wolves galloped wildly, shaking the ground. Bellona held the reins in her left hand and gripped an exaggerated greatsword in her right, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "Kill!" The greatsword descended with terrifying power, and the wolf rider captain, who had just raised his sword to parry, was cleaved in two along with his direwolf. Upon witnessing the captain's gruesome death, the vice-captain was both shocked and enraged. He brandished his sword and charged at Bellona, attempting to kill the human woman and take the captain's place. But it was only a beginner's second-stage battle master, and it couldn't stop Bellona at all. Bellona withdrew her great sword, first parried the scimitar, and then suddenly exerted her strength, killing the vice-captain and the direwolf with a single strike. The vice-captain could never understand, even in his death, why this seemingly weak human woman possessed such terrifying power. Bellona's movements were so fast that she had already killed two warriors before the two groups of apprentice warriors had even clashed or the ordinary cavalry had even actually collided with them. Immediately afterward, Bellona swung her great sword and charged directly at the surrounding werewolf warrior apprentices. The captain and vice-captain were instantly killed, and the wolf riders were thrown into disarray. "The captain and vice-captain are dead! Run! We've encountered a powerful human!" The ordinary wolf riders turned and fled, but the werewolf warrior apprentices who were already entangled couldn't escape. The human warrior apprentices outnumbered the werewolf, with almost two of them attacking each one. One fighter engaged in direct combat, while the other focused on attacking the dire wolves. Their combined attack was extremely ruthless. Bellona then proceeded to kill two more werewolf fighting apprentices, and the remaining apprentices were also overwhelmed and killed. When the last werewolf warrior apprentice fell, more than a dozen ordinary werewolf riders were also killed. On their side, however, 2 ordinary riders were killed, 3 were seriously wounded, and 1 warrior apprentice was slightly injured. "Chase them! Kill them all!" Bellona shouted and took the lead in chasing the fleeing soldiers. Almost all of the wolf riders' superhumans were dead, and the ordinary wolf riders scattered and fled for their lives. It was time to strike while the enemy was down. Dire wolves are not adept at long-distance raids, and wolf riders were quickly caught up and killed. Human warrior apprentices led their own teams, spreading out to pursue the enemy. The chase lasted for nearly an hour before ending, with no more than 20 wolf riders escaping. Had it been daytime, probably none of these wolf riders would have escaped. The battle was finally over. 6 of our regular cavalrymen were killed, 3 of whom were mercenaries, and the number of seriously wounded increased to 11. Those wolf riders who knew they couldn't escape fought desperately, causing considerable losses. But compared to the outcome, it was still a great victory. In this battle, Bellona's side killed more than 90 werewolves, including 2 novice fighters and 7 fighter apprentices. The battle was won, but cleaning up the battlefield became a problem. The werewolves only needed to cut off the heads, and after the king's decree was issued, the orc heads could serve as proof of their war merits. Reg didn't personally fight tonight, but these werewolves will count as his achievements. As for the dire wolves, their meat is edible, their hides can be made into leather armor and boots, and their teeth can be used to make arrowheads. All the dire wolves must be brought back to Cheryl. Chapter 49 Post-War. A cavalryman rode back to Cheryl, bringing with him an exhilarating battle report. The invading wolf riders had been decisively defeated. The officers, soldiers, and mercenaries on the city wall finally breathed a sigh of relief. Reg, however, remained calm. He had enough confidence in Bellona's abilities. In addition to reporting on the battle situation, the cavalry also brought back a message from Bellona, hoping that the Baron would immediately send men to clean up the battlefield. Reg immediately ordered Deputy Mayor Zimmerman and Knight Gerald to take charge, mobilizing wagons and manpower to prioritize the transport of the dire wolf carcass. If there was enough transport capacity, the werewolf corpses were also brought back. Those that couldn't be carried were buried on the spot. Many mercenaries who didn't have war horses and couldn't participate in the battle also joined the transport team. On the battlefield, the mercenaries were boasting to acquaintances about how many werewolves they had killed, but most people were talking about Bellona, who had displayed her prowess that night. The mercenaries in Cheryl Town had long known that Bellona had advanced to the intermediate level battle master, but today, they truly witnessed how terrifying she was. The 2 werewolves, both at the beginner level of battle master, were almost powerless against her sword and were killed on the spot, one after the other. In reality, Bellona didn't use her full strength, but that scene was enough to shock everyone. Cheryl Town doesn't even have any resident low-level superhumans, yet Bellona easily killed 2 low-level werewolves, making many mercenaries consider joining the War Maniac mercenary group. Join powerful mercenary groups in pioneering wars. If the leader accumulates enough merits to become a noble, the apprentice warriors will have the opportunity to obtain the status of knights, and others may also be allocated land to start a family. But the thought that Bellona was a woman made most people hesitate. In their view, it was far too difficult for a woman to become a noblewoman of the kingdom through military achievements. If Bellona were a man, with her intermediate-level battle master strength, she might very well have been able to fight her way to a baronial title in this pioneering war. It's a real pity. After a busy night, all the spoils were finally transported back to Cheryl. The townspeople took to the streets to watch the triumphant procession. Reg himself rode to the south gate to welcome the warriors who had fought in the battle. In this world, there was no rule about keeping spoils. Whoever killed the enemy got the loot. The 2 rank 0 magical beasts, the dire wolves, that Bellona killed naturally belonged to her. She offered one to Reg, who accepted it with a smile. With only 1 dire wolf remaining, Bellona planned to share it with her brothers and sisters in the War Berserker mercenary group. She didn't lack cultivation resources for the time being and had no intention of selling it for money. Most of the superhumans who participated in the war did the same, preferring to keep the wolf meat for themselves, and pickling the rest if they couldn't finish it. As for the dire wolves hunted by ordinary cavalry and mercenaries, most of them chose to sell them for real money. Reg later confirmed that the wolf riders who attacked Baron Catlin's territory were likely the same ones who had wiped out a village in Baron Simon's territory. He immediately sent word to Baron Simon. Simon was shocked to learn that the wolf riders, whom he himself dared not send troops to stop, had been completely annihilated by Baron Catlin. In particular, all the werewolves who had reached the Transcendent Realm were killed. Simon quickly sent people to investigate and learned that Reg had hired a large number of mercenaries, including the intermediate-level battle master Bellona. Having the money to hire mercenaries is also a form of strength. Baron Simon felt envious, but he also understood that the current Baron Catherine territory was stronger than his own. He decided to take this opportunity to thank Reg and, incidentally, deepen their relationship. The knights stationed in the villages of the territory were filled with lingering fear upon hearing the news. The knights in the northern villages, in particular, knew that if Cheryl Town had not sent troops in time, the wolf riders would have surely destroyed a village, and they too would have been doomed. They were increasingly grateful that they were loyal to Baron Catlin. Had Knight Nico been in charge of Cheryl, the tragedy of the village's destruction and the knight's death in battle would likely have occurred once again. Rumor has it that 16-year-old Reg has already become an intermediate mage, and a rare and powerful spatial mage at that. In the eyes of the knights, the title of Baron was merely the beginning for Reg. In the future, he might become a viscount, or even an earl, and the knights who followed him would also rise in status. A day later, Reg personally led a group to escort the werewolf's head through Baron Fielding's territory to Bodenbig to register their war merits. The results of this battle have surpassed the gains of many baronies in their previous expansionist wars, but for the kingdom, it is still only considered an ordinary victory. Reg was just a minor baron and didn't see any important figures in Bodenbig. He could only have the kingdom's officials record the time and course of the battle according to the rules, and then count the werewolf heads. Cheryl is a fortified town, while Bodenbig is a real, tall fortress with a permanent garrison of over 30,000 troops, mostly officers, soldiers, and merchants. With orcs frequently raiding the city and the garrison constantly being mobilized, even the city's service industry has become much quieter. Reg knew that he would probably have to come here many more times to record his achievements before he led his troops to escort military supplies to his permanent post in Bodenbig. The Wolf Riders were just the first Orcish force to invade after the autumn harvest. The territory would face even more threats before the real war of expansion began. Now he only hopes that the autumn harvest will end as soon as possible so that most of the people in the 12 villages can be sent south to escape the disaster. The rest of the people concentrated in Cheryl Town, and by guarding only this place, there would be far fewer places in the territory that needed to be defended. Chapter 50 Werewolf Revenge. After Baron Catlin wiped out a wolf rider force, the remaining orcs quickly spread word of their strength there. Other orcs dared not approach easily anymore, and the territory was unusually quiet for a while, which gave the mercenaries who stayed in Cheryl Town some free time. Apart from those who take on reconnaissance missions, the other mercenaries have almost nothing to do and naturally have no income. They weren't afraid of the orcs returning. In fact, they hoped for more waves of enemies. The last battle hadn't resulted in many casualties, but the rewards and spoils were quite substantial. Moreover, with the powerful Bellona leading the team, the mercenaries felt that if the orcs dared to come, they could have another fierce battle. August 20th arrived in the blink of an eye, and the Catalan Potions shop increased its sales of low-level magical plants for the 4th time. A month ago, during the 3rd increase in supply, the mercenary needs of Cheryl town were basically met. Reg had originally planned to sell the surplus magical plants to caravans and send them to the outside world. However, after the outbreak of the war, many mercenaries left Cheryl town, and most caravans stopped coming to do business, especially merchants dealing in magical plants. The price and quantity of low-level magical plants sold at the Catalan Potions shop made it difficult for merchants to compete. They could originally have bought magical plants from mercenaries at low prices and then transported them to the outside world. Now that mercenaries can no longer enter orc territory to harvest magical plants, their last source of income has been cut off. Furthermore, with barren Catalan's territory becoming increasingly dangerous, magical plant merchants have largely stopped coming. Reg's plan to sell magical plants had to be put on hold for the time being, and the extra low-level magical plants were used on the slaves in the Lord's Manor. A group of slaves had just completed their 30-day service and were qualified to study and cultivate. With the increase in the number of cultivators, the low-level magical plants could be consumed quickly. In Reg's view, this was not a waste. The slaves would grow up and be useful sooner or later. He had no clansmen to rely on, and his relationship with his slaves was much closer than with his knights. When it came to a life-or-death situation, the slaves would fight harder than the knights. If a slave dares to escape once his master dies, anyone has the right to capture and execute him. However, it's unclear how long these slaves will have to wait to achieve transcendence. On the contrary, Reg himself made extremely rapid progress, especially in his cultivation as a battle master. 5 days later, while practicing swordsmanship with Emily, he easily broke through to the 5th stage of apprentice. At this rate, he will become a beginner-level battle master in another month. Faced with an increasingly powerful master, Emily recalled what she had read in a storybook, and blushing, asked Ugela, Corinna, and Cindy for advice, learning many ways to deal with the situation. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop the giant sword in Reg's hand and was killed without any chance to fight back. Every time she was seriously injured and on the verge of losing consciousness, the same thought would pop into her mind: if only she were stronger. Or could I find someone to join forces with and fight against my master? If Reg hadn't used his healing spell to heal her after the battle, Emily probably wouldn't have been able to get out of bed the next day. Half a month after the Wolf Riders' attack, orcs began to appear again near barren Catalan's territory. Reg learned from his neighbors that more orcs had moved south and were attacking the noble territories in the northern border of the Violet Kingdom. A town far from the border fortress had already fallen, and the Baron who ruled the town managed to escape. Another Baron personally led his troops to fight, but was killed by the orcs. Most of these battles took place at night. During the day, the kingdom's army frequently went out to hunt down and drive away the orcs, while at night, elite orc squads would take advantage of the darkness to launch surprise attacks. They did not have a large army pressing in, nor could they confront the kingdom's army head-on, but they were enough to cause unrest throughout the northern border. Villages like those in Baron Simon's territory have been annihilated by orcs, a common occurrence. Had Baron Catalan's territory not been so powerful, it would likely have suffered the same fate. What's more troublesome is that if the nobles don't send reinforcements, the village will suffer, but if they do send reinforcements, even the reinforcements may suffer heavy losses. Therefore, many border nobles now choose to defend their cities, and even when orcs raid their territories and villages, they are rarely willing to send troops to their aid. However, the nobles were not entirely passive. Some joined forces with their southern neighbors to ambush the orcs, and then distributed the spoils according to their respective contributions. Some of the kingdom's troops also dispersed into the noble territories, specifically to severely damage the attacking orcs. The Violet Kingdom suffered more casualties, but most of them were civilians. The orcs died fewer, but they lost their elite troops. For the kingdom's high command, sacrificing civilians for the lives of elite orcs was not a loss. The only ones truly heartbroken were the nobles who had lost their people and villages. They were even more worried that one day powerful orcs would march directly to the city and attack the city they were defending. Reg was equally worried about this, but fortunately he had a way out. If he encountered an insurmountable enemy, he could simply retreat into his small world. In the past month, although the world tree hasn't grown much, the land area of the small world has already exceeded 1,500 square meters. Reg even put a batch of food and water inside beforehand. In the darkness of night, a force of several hundred wolf riders was rushing south at an extremely fast speed. Their target was none other than Cheryl Town. At the very front of the group was the tall werewolf. He rode a Tier 1 magical beast level direwolf, and his appearance was very similar to Nathan, the werewolf who had been killed by Bellona half a month ago. Nathan is his younger brother, and the leader of this wolf rider force, Nachin, has reached the intermediate 4th level Battle Master realm. The two brothers shared a very deep bond, and Nachin led his troops south with only one purpose: to avenge Nathan. Even with city walls protecting the human nobles, he didn't believe they could stop him. Cavalry weren't good at sieges, but he would personally break down the city gates and lead his wolf riders into the city. Nachin didn't believe that there could be a superhuman in a small noble territory who could stop him. Chapter 51: The Siege of Cheryl Town 1. Nachin's wolf rider force continued to approach Cheryl. Such a large wolf rider force was quickly discovered by the mercenaries responsible for reconnaissance. The mercenaries fired signal flares as they fled. The wolf riders ignored the fleeing mercenaries and charged straight toward Cheryl Town. Cheryl is not far from Bodenbeek. Nachin knew he had to break through the city as quickly as possible, kill the human nobleman and the woman who killed his brother, and then retreat quickly. The signal flare that shone in the sky was spotted by officers and soldiers on the walls of Cheryl Town, and the bugle call for the enemy attack sounded. The people of Cheryl heard the horn and thought that orcs had invaded Baron Catalan's territory. Soon, the horn sound changed. Orcs were about to attack Cheryl Town. The officers, soldiers, and members of the War Berserker mercenary group hurriedly dressed, donned their armor, grabbed their weapons, and ran out of the camp toward the city wall. The mercenaries, scattered throughout the town, also ran towards the city walls fully armed. Before the wolf riders charged, Reg and Bellona climbed the north city wall one after the other, standing on the top of the wall and looking out at the approaching wolf riders. Reg used his appraisal skill and discovered that among the attacking wolf riders was a werewolf who had reached the intermediate 4th stage of the Battle Master realm. There are 4 werewolves at the beginner level of Battle Master, one of whom is not far from reaching the perfect beginner level of Battle Master. Without Reg and Bellona, Cheryl Town would never have been able to hold out. Bellona, among the attacking werewolves is 1 intermediate 4th level fighter and 4 beginner fighters. Our mission is to kill them all, Reg said calmly to Bellona. I see. The great battle was about to break out. Bellona's expression was cold, and her eyes were resolute. She was thinking about how many moves she would need to kill the intermediate 4th level werewolf. Bellona didn't care at all that her Battle Master level was only at the intermediate stage. Officers and soldiers of the territory's army, along with mercenaries residing in Cheryl, all climbed the city walls. They mainly guarded the north and south city walls. Cheryl Town only had north and south gates. Cavalry units without siege weapons cannot fly directly to the city walls. Usually, a strong man would break down the city gate, and then the cavalry would charge in. With the intermediate level fighter Bellona in charge, the mercenaries who climbed the city walls showed little fear and were full of fighting spirit. Mercenaries who were afraid to fight orcs would not even stay in Cheryl Town, let alone climb the city walls. Of course, there was also the reason why the mercenaries did not know that among the attacking wolf riders there was 1 intermediate level fighter and 4 junior level fighters. The wolf rider force approached Cheryl. Just as the wolf riders were about to enter the range of the archers on the city wall, the wolf riders were suddenly split into 3. The 3 wolf rider squads were all roughly the same size, with over 100 wolf riders each. A wolf rider unit remained north of Cheryl Town, led by a junior level 3 fighter. The other 2 wolf rider groups, one on the left and one on the right, planned to bypass Cheryl and launch an attack from the south of Cheryl. The garrison of Cheryl mainly gathered at the north and south city walls, with the largest number at the north city wall. Seeing that the wolf riders planned to attack from the south, Reg and Bellona exchanged a glance. Without hesitation, Bellona, wielding a great sword in one hand and a shield in the other, jumped off the city wall, creating a crater in the ground. She mounted her warhorse and galloped along the north-south avenue toward the south city wall. Reg shouted and gave the order. Knight only, you take your men and guard the north wall, and 1/3 of your men will come with me to support the south wall. Yes, sir. After saying this, Reg jumped off the city wall, quickly mounted his warhorse, and headed towards the south city wall. The people on the north city wall were stunned to see the Baron jump off the wall. It's unbelievable that the Baron, a mage, would dare to jump off such a high city wall. The apprentice warriors on the city wall, clad in heavy armor, dared not jump directly off the wall. Legu has reached the 5th level of the apprentice realm, but he is only wearing light metal armor, so he will not be injured if he jumps off the city wall. 1/3 of the people on the north city wall, including the fighting apprentices, immediately followed the Baron's footsteps. Those who came on horseback descended from the city wall and rode off. No one on horseback ran along the city wall. When Bellona climbed the south wall, 2 wolf rider squads had already arrived south of Cheryl town. When Reg climbed the south city wall, the 2 wolf rider squads had already joined forces and were charging toward Cheryl town. Nachin, the strongest among them, was at the forefront. In the darkness, a flare was launched into the sky, illuminating the battlefield. The men on the south city wall with bows and arrows immediately drew their bows and shot arrows at the wolf riders. Several arrows were shot at Nachin, who easily blocked them by wielding his scimitar. Intermediate level, novice level, and even apprentice level warriors can block arrows fired by ordinary archers, but many ordinary wolf riders are hit by arrows and fall limply from their dire wolves to the ground. Nachin paid no attention to the werewolf behind him being shot by an arrow and charged toward the south gate with all his might. Just then, a magical missile gleaming with silver light shot straight toward Nachin. Sensing the danger, Nachin, who had almost become one with his mount, the wolf, narrowly escaped the magical missile. Nachin dodged the magic missile, but a werewolf at the apprentice battle master level behind him was pierced through the chest by the magic missile. After killing a werewolf at the apprentice fighting master level, the magic missile did not dissipate and continued to pierce the bodies of 2 ordinary werewolves behind it. What powerful magic! Orcs also gather intelligence on humans. Some scoundrels among humans will sell human information to orcs for money and treasure. However, this intelligence is usually obtained at a relatively long interval. Nachin knew that the ruler of Cheryl was a young Baron Cathlon, a space mage. Little did they know that Reg was already an intermediate-level spatial mage. They didn't even know that Bellona was an intermediate-level battle master. They only thought that Bellona was a relatively powerful beginner-level battle master. If Nachin had known that there were 2 intermediate-level superhumans in Cheryl town, he would never have risked his life. Seeing the immense power of the spell released by Reg, Nachin was shocked. He realized that if he were hit by the spell, he would be injured or even killed. He truly lived up to his reputation as a powerful spatial-type superhuman. Nachin showed no fear, on the contrary, his fighting spirit soared, and he drew ever closer to the southern wall of Cheryl town. Reg realized that killing Nachin was too difficult, so he turned his attention to the 3 novice fighters in the wolf rider squad. One magical missile after another was released by Reg. Just as Nachin was about to reach the city wall, one of the 3 werewolves at the beginner level of Battle Master was killed and another was seriously injured. Nachin angrily charged toward the south gate, and the next moment, Bellona descended from the sky, wielding a great sword and slashing toward Nachin. Sensing danger, Nachin hurriedly swung his scimitar to block the giant sword that was falling from the sky. Chapter 52 The Siege of Cheryl Town 2. Boom! The scimitar blocked the great sword, but the immense power of the great sword directly knocked Nachin and the dire wolf beneath him to the ground. The first magical beast-level dire wolf let out a miserable howl. If Nachin hadn't been a mid-level 4th stage battle master, and if his scimitar hadn't been a sturdy magical weapon, he would probably have been killed by the great sword by now. Bellona regained her footing on the ground and continued to swing her sword at Nachin. Nachin darted away from the dire wolf. The already severely wounded dire wolf was instantly killed by Bellona, who continued to swing the great sword toward Nachin. Nachin had no time to grieve for his mount and comrade in arms, and immediately took up his scimitar to fight Bellona. Nachin became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. It sensed that the human woman it was fighting was also a mid-level battle master, but her level was not as high as its own. She was probably a newly promoted mid-level battle master. But why is she so powerful? He wielded such a massive sword with the agility of an ordinary longsword. But the weight of the great sword left Nachin with almost no ability to defend himself, and he was unable to retaliate even after a few blows. The opponent, however, seemed to grow stronger with each battle, like a berserker. Nachin was focused on the battle and didn't notice that all 3 of his novice fighter subordinates had been killed by Reg's magic missiles. Nachin was still fighting. Even though the 3 werewolves at the beginner level of Battle Master had died, the werewolf at the apprentice level of Battle Master was still leading the ordinary werewolves to charge toward the south gate. The ordinary werewolves suffered heavy casualties under the arrows fired from the city walls. After killing the werewolves at the beginner level of Battle Master, Reg began to clear out the werewolves at the apprentice level of Battle Master. A single magic missile can take down not only a werewolf at the apprentice level Battle Master realm, but also several other ordinary werewolves. After suffering heavy casualties, werewolves finally rushed into the battlefield between Nachan and Bellona. But Reg won't allow other werewolves to interfere in the battle between Bellona and Nachan. Reg releases secondary magic missiles faster and consumes less energy, much like a large-caliber semi-automatic rifle, firing a secondary magic missile almost every 0.3 seconds. When the casting time is less than 0.1 seconds, it is considered instantaneous. Under Reg's incredibly fast secondary magic missile attack, all werewolves that approached the battlefield between Bellona and Nachan were killed by the secondary magic missiles. Threatened with death, the other werewolves were too afraid to approach the battlefield. Unable to advance and help the leader, who is engaged in battle, they cannot retreat voluntarily. Dilemma. While releasing secondary magic missiles, Reg gave orders to those around him. The cavalry immediately descended the city wall, rode to the city gate, and prepared to pursue the wolf cavalry. Nachan, focused on fighting Bellona, realized after dozens of rounds that he could not defeat her. After a brief moment of distraction and noticing the heavy casualties among his men, an enraged Nachan realized it was time to retreat. Even though the mount is dead, how can a human run as fast as a werewolf? When Bellona swung her sword again, Nachan used the power of the great sword to be knocked away. The opportunity has arrived. A magic missile flew towards Nachan, who had not yet landed. Nachan hurriedly swung his scimitar, barely managing to shatter the magic missile. The next moment Bellona hurled her great sword, followed immediately by a second magic missile. Nachan managed to block the giant's sword, but it was too late to dodge the magic missile, which shattered his left shoulder. There's no escaping it. Run! Nachan shouted to his men. The few remaining werewolves, already wanting to run away after being attacked by arrows and magic missiles, turned and fled upon receiving their leader's order. As they ran, some werewolves were struck by arrows from behind and remained on this land forever. Reg stopped attacking the already injured Nachan and instead used secondary magic missiles to try and kill more werewolves. The south gate swung open, and human cavalrymen rushed out to pursue the fleeing wolf riders. Nachan wanted to cover his men's escape and tried to hold off the human cavalry as much as possible, but Bellona had already charged forward. The great sword was thrown away by Bellona, leaving her with only a shield. Shield bash! Shield bash! Shield bash! Nachan's scimitar left 2 marks on the shield. On the third impact, Nachan was knocked away by the shield, even dropping his scimitar. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in midair. Death was imminent, and Nachan seemed to see his younger brother's figure. Nachan regretted it. He regretted not investigating the strength of humanity before seeking revenge. When Nachan landed on the ground, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Bellona retrieved the great sword and beheaded Nachan with a single blow. Nachan, a mid-level 4th stage battle master, could provide a large amount of life energy to the world tree with his corpse, but Reg was not in a hurry. Nachan is the highest level of martial arts master, but there is only one Nachan. On the contrary, there are more ordinary werewolves, which can provide more life energy. It doesn't matter if Nachan loses more life energy after being dead for a long time. The cavalrymen who left the city gave up after pursuing the wolf riders for a while. The fleeing wolf riders gradually rejoined the wolf rider group north of Cheryl town, numbering nearly 150, with a werewolf at the beginner-level battle master level also in command. They fled north without looking back. Without Reg or Bellona leading the charge, this wolf rider force could not be defeated. Even if we defeat this wolf rider force, our losses will be enormous. In fact, during the pursuit of the wolf riders from the south, the cavalry killed 14 wolf riders, but also suffered several casualties themselves. Only after the wolf riders fled did Reg feel a sense of urgency, but on the surface he calmly arranged for people to clean up the battlefield. The officers, soldiers, and mercenaries cared about the werewolves' loot and the dire wolves they killed, while Reg cared about the werewolves' corpses. The werewolf's head was cut off, and the body was sent to Reg's personal space, Small World. All the werewolf corpses were transformed into nutrients for the world tree, which grew a full 1.28 centimeters taller tonight. A mid-level fighter grew approximately 0.17 centimeters. The 3 novice fighters grew a total of 0.15 centimeters. The 14 apprentice fighters grew a total of 0.21 centimeters. More than 150 ordinary werewolves caused the world tree to grow approximately 0.75 centimeters taller. A single ordinary werewolf provides little life energy to the world tree, but their sheer number makes up for it. Reg couldn't help but wonder how many orc and human corpses the world tree would absorb when the expansion war broke out. How tall will the world tree grow after the War of Expansion ends? A resounding victory. Those who participated in tonight's city defense battle cheered loudly. Those on the south city wall witnessed the fierce battle between the Wolf Rider leader and Bellona, and only then did they realize just how powerful this Wolf Rider force was. Fortunately, Bellona and the Baron are in Cheryl town. Bellona single-handedly held off the powerful Wolf Rider leader. The Baron continuously unleashed spells, dismantling the Wolf Riders' offensive and nearly killing all the strong members of the Wolf Riders. Ultimately, the Baron and Bellona worked together to kill the leader of the Wolf Riders. If it were any other barony on the border, the cities would probably have already been breached by the Wolf Cavalry. In Reg's view, this was his first time fighting alongside Bellona, and they didn't have much chemistry, otherwise they could have killed the Wolf Rider leader much faster. Chapter 53 Creating a Genius Persona. The last time the Wolf Riders were wiped out, it was led by Bellona, which greatly increased Bellona's prestige in Cheryl town. This time, Reg commanded the battle and personally took action, killing a large number of werewolves. Moreover, the attacking werewolves were more numerous and stronger. Although none of the attacking werewolves were killed, the leader of the Wolf Riders was killed. After this battle, Reg's prestige in his own territory also increased significantly. The battle was relatively short, but the sound of the horns woke almost everyone in Cheryl. Many people are worried that Cheryl may not be able to hold out. Fortunately, the battle ended soon afterward, and the cheers of the participants put the residents of Cheryl at ease, and they quickly drifted off to sleep. When they woke up in the morning, news of the battle the previous night spread quickly. More than 300 Wolf Riders attacked, and their leader was a mid-level warrior. The residents were terrified. If Nicholas Knight had been in charge of Cheryl, Cheryl would probably not have been able to hold out. Fortunately, the town of Cheryl is now ruled by the Great Baron. The Baron is very young, yet incredibly powerful. Not only did they kill a large number of Wolf Riders in battle, but they also joined forces with Bellona to kill the Wolf Rider leader. With the Baron here, Cheryl town will surely be able to hold off all the attacking enemies. Last night, after accepting all the orc corpses, Reg returned to the Lord's Manor to rest. After breakfast, Reg went to deal with the spoils of war. For example, Bellona wanted to share the spoils from the Wolf Rider leader with Reg. The Wolf Rider leader's scimitar is a magical artifact, possessing the attributes of sturdiness and sharpness. The leather armor he was wearing was also a good thing. It wasn't magical equipment, but its defensive capabilities were very high. Reg didn't want the equipment. Instead, he asked Bellona to give him half of the Wolf Rider leader's mount's meat. That's the meat of a first-tier magical beast, a dire wolf, and dire wolf meat tastes pretty good. In addition to the spoils from the Wolf Rider leader, there were 3 zero-tier magical beast-level dire wolves and dozens of ordinary dire wolves. Reg decided to distribute some of the rank 0 wolf meat to his knights, officials, and officers, and leave the rest for the slaves in the Lord's Manor. Most of the ordinary dire wolf meat was given to those who participated in the battle but did not receive any spoils. The remaining ordinary wolf meat, bones, and offal were used to make soup, which was then provided free of charge to all residents of Cheryl. Let's all celebrate this victory together. Just as the residents of Cheryl were rejoicing, Reg led a cavalry unit to escort 2 carriages to Bodenburg. The carriage contained the head of a werewolf. The troops' arrival in Bodenburg, where a larger army had already gathered, had little impact. The kingdom's army stationed in Bodenburg launched frequent attacks, and the victory of Baron Catalan in this battle was only a small-scale engagement for the kingdom's army. In the past month, several orcs at the Star Realm level have fallen. When Reg arrived at the Battle Merit office, Zachary Rowland, the head of the office who was a high-level battle master, was somewhat surprised. Reg Catalan, a mere baron, was actually able to kill the leader of the Wolf Cavalry, who was at the intermediate 4th-level battle master realm. Most importantly, Reg is young. Zachary exchanged a few words with Regdo, expressing his desire to befriend this young and promising baron. Reg's achievements did not have an impact in Bodenburg, but they spread from Baron Catalan to the surrounding neighbors. Viscount Coffee and the other barons were all astonished when they learned of this. The Wolf Riders who attacked Baron Catalan's territory were so strong, yet Baron Catalan was able to defeat them and even kill their strongest leader. Compared to the battle 2 weeks ago, the strength of Baron Catalan exceeded their expectations. The leader of the Berserker mercenary group, Bellona, is relatively easy to deal with. The main problem is Baron Catalan's strength. Baron Catalan has actually become a mid-level spatial mage. Such a young intermediate mage, and a powerful spatial transcendent. The nobles from the border regions of the kingdom seemed to be getting to know Baron Catalan all over again. Reg received a sudden surge in invitations, many of which came from nobles who wanted to use the banquets to introduce Reg to their daughters. Through 2 battles, Reg's reputation soared among the nobles in the border regions of the kingdom. It is limited to the border regions of the kingdom, among barons and viscounts. It wouldn't be enough at the level of an earl. Unless Reg can achieve even greater results. Reputation is still very useful to Reg. With his first-class soul talent and first-class physical talent, he made very fast progress in both mage and warrior training. He's currently only a mid-level first-stage mage and a 5th-stage apprentice fighter, but it won't be long before he becomes a beginner fighter. While his Dosha realm is temporarily hidden, he may only need a year to become a high-level mage. By cultivating a persona of genius, no matter what outrageous things Reg does, the kingdom's nobles will believe it's a testament to his genius. Instead of thinking about what adventures Reg might have had or what treasures he might possess. The noble code stipulated that nobles were not allowed to kill other nobles. But this is only what's out in the open. As long as no evidence can be found, a mere baron is dead and that's it. Reg didn't want to be targeted by the powerful nobles, so he planned to first cultivate a persona of a genius. Having lived 2 lives, Reg understands that caution is paramount when one's strength is insufficient. Avoid the limelight if possible, and work hard to develop your skills in secret. If you absolutely must stand out, you need to find a suitable reason. With the defeat of the Wolf Riders temporarily behind them, Reg continued his arduous training, believing that this crushing defeat of the Wolf Riders would significantly reduce the number of orcs coming to his territory. To Reg's surprise, the number of orcs scouting Baron Catalan's territory did not decrease at all. 3 days later, on the last day of August, a centaur force entered Baron Catalan's territory under the cover of night. Compared to wolf riders who were not good at riding and archery, centaurs were almost all excellent archers. Centaurs have the lower body of a horse and the upper body of a human. Horses have 4 limbs, and so do humans. Centaurs, however, have 6 limbs and can run at high speed while shooting arrows. Centaurs do not need mounts, they run and shoot arrows just like infantrymen do. Centaurs possess the running speed of cavalry, but cavalry archers are less accurate than centaurs. Centaurs possess the best mounted archery skills among orcs. However, centaurs are not the best archers among orcs. The best archers are the eagle men who can fly. The eagle men are one of the most troublesome orc races among the human nations. To drive away the centaur army, Reg personally led his troops into battle. Mages can attack from a distance, but Bellona's strength lies mostly in melee combat. Reg eventually succeeded in driving away the centaurs, killing many of them, but his own cavalry also suffered heavy losses. Centaurs have excellent night vision, making them a more formidable enemy than wolf riders for Baron Catalan. Chapter 54: The idea of forming a new army. After the wolf riders suffered a crushing defeat, orcs continued to attack, and Reg thought of a reason. The last time the wolf riders suffered a major defeat, only some ordinary wolf riders escaped. It was probably these wolf riders who spread the power of the Baron Catalan territory. This resulted in no other orcs invading Baron Catalan's territory for a short period of time. This time, it seems the wolf riders didn't reveal their crushing defeat at Baron Catalan. The other orcs were unaware of the strength of Baron Catalan and invaded as if it were an ordinary baron. In particular, the orcs are divided into different groups, who are in competition with or even hostile to each other, and they would love for the other to lose more of their people in the territory of Baron Catalan. It's possible that the centaurs who were driven away this time won't reveal the strength of Baron Catalan. Indeed, this was the case. As time went on, orcs continued to invade Baron Catalan's territory. Some orc groups, relatively weak, target villages in Baron Catalan's territory, only to be driven out or defeated by Reg or Bellona. A relatively powerful orc force launched a direct attack on Cheryl town. With Reg and Bellona in command, the attacking orcs were defeated. Among the orcs that attacked, the leader was a high-level second-stage battle master. Fortunately, as Reg and Bellona fought together more often, they gradually developed a tacit understanding. In this battle, Bellona stood in front of the orc leader head-on, and Reg used magic to injure him before driving him away. The fighting in Baron Catalan lasted until the end of September. The autumn harvest in the territory was basically over, and the knights, along with regular soldiers and some able-bodied men, gathered in Cheryl town. Most of the villagers from the 12 villages fled south, intending to return once the orc invasion ceased. The population of Baron Catalan has all gathered in Cheryl town, so there's no need to worry about orcs invading the territory again. One reason for this was that more troops rushed to the border, and the orcs dared not harass the border anymore, so they had to retreat. Over the course of nearly 2 months, the barren Catalans suffered considerable losses, with nearly 100 killed and hundreds more wounded. Of the nearly 100 people who died in battle, more than half were mercenaries. Mercenaries may be slightly stronger individually, but they are not as good at following orders as soldiers of the territory's army, so they are more likely to die in battle. Reg offered sufficient mission rewards and compensation, and the barren Cartran territory was relatively strong, winning almost every battle, so there was no shortage of mercenaries willing to risk their lives for money. Other baronies and even viscounties in the border region basically held their cities. Even if orcs invaded their territory or even destroyed villages, the nobles would not send troops to support them. Barren Cartaland is a rare exception. When orcs invade its territory, Cheryl town will send out cavalry to intercept them. The border nobles didn't care that Baron Catalan was fighting the orcs to protect his people. What they were concerned about was that the strength of the Baron Catalan was considerable, no less than that of some viscountries. With each battle, Baron Catalan's record continued to grow. Given Baron Catalan's current record, even if he does nothing in the upcoming expansion war, Baron Catalan will be able to acquire a new fiefdom as long as the kingdom successfully expands its territory. As for being promoted from Baron to Viscount, the required military achievements are still far from sufficient. The border nobles only saw Reg protecting his people and gaining military merits, but they had no idea that the large number of orc corpses became nourishment for the world tree. From the moment the battle ended with the killing of the mid-level 4th tier wolf rider leader until the end of September, the world tree has grown another 5.47 centimeters in height. It has now reached 106.88 centimeters. The land area of the small world has also increased to 1896.35 square meters, which is almost 3 acres. To some extent, unlike most nobles, Reg did not care about the lives of his subjects. They didn't care much about the lives of the mercenaries they hired. They weren't their subjects, so if they died, they died. The losses suffered by the territory's army were the only thing that pained Reg a little. After the knights gathered in Cheryl with the regular army soldiers and able-bodied men, Reg arranged for the knights to train the local army and reserve young men. In the southern part of the Violet Kingdom, the weather is warm and the autumn harvest comes earlier. Many nobles have already dispatched troops to escort military supplies and embark on the road to the north. The army of Baron Catland is escorting military supplies to Bodenbig, which is relatively close, so Reg doesn't need to rush. As long as you travel to Bodenbig before half of winter has passed, it's fine. Most nobles were willing to send their troops to the front lines earlier. Once the army arrives at the front lines, the kingdom will be responsible for its supplies. If they remain in their territory, the nobles will be responsible for supporting their troops. The army of Baron Catalan will not go too early, nor too late. We should take advantage of this time to train the army properly, especially the young and strong. The able-bodied men are all farmers, and their main occupation is farming. Because they were stationed on the border, the knights would occasionally train them, but it was far from enough. Although Reg did not intend to participate in the main battle, he trained the able-bodied men well, strictly followed orders, and efficiently sent the corpses of both sides into his personal space. In this way, the world tree can also absorb more life energy. Reg entered the Mage Academy relatively early, and was not very familiar with the training of Viscount Catlin's army. This time, when the knights were training the young men, Reg would often go over to inspect and watch. After watching it several times, Reg didn't show any reaction on the surface, but he kept frowning in his heart. An army composed of farmers, not to mention their crooked and meandering ranks. Many farmers can't even distinguish between commands to turn left or right. This army is so bad that if Reg hadn't given up on leading it into battle, he would have trained them himself. On the battlefield, an army composed of farmers is nothing more than cannon fodder. The soldiers of the territory's army are physically strong and able to obey the orders of their officers, making them qualified regular soldiers of the Violet Kingdom. Having memories of his past life, and thinking about the army from that time, Reg was still very dissatisfied. Of course, building an army as disciplined, brave, hard-working, and steadfast as the one in my previous life would be extremely difficult. Territory armies are not suitable for direct modification. Young farmers should be selected to form a new army, and the officers of this army should not be senior officers or knights. Reg thought of the male slaves who were studying and training in the Lord's Manor. Reg has already written the 36 Stratagems, Nora's World Edition. Once the male slaves have learned common vocabulary, they can then learn the 36 stratagems and basic military tactics. At the same time, Reg planned to personally conduct military training for them, using the training methods from his previous life's army that he remembered, and also to establish new military discipline. Once the male slaves reach the transcendent level, Reg can use them as officers to form a new army. Only by starting from scratch can Reg build the army he desires. Chapter 55 Draw Lottery for the Expedition. As October began, Reg felt that he was about to break through to the next level of the Battle Master realm. He is about to advance from a Battle Master apprentice to a junior Battle Master. It was during my sword training with Emily that I progressed from the 4th Dan to the 5th Dan. Section is not a minor realm. On the path of cultivation for extraordinary individuals, there are only major realms. Each breakthrough in a major realm results in a noticeable increase in strength. Reg didn't want to practice swordsmanship with Emily when he was about to break through to the Battle Master realm. A fighter can break through during battle, but this could also injure Emily. Realizing that he had reached the peak of the apprentice realm of Battle Master, Reg went to the training room and released the magical elements from his small world, filling the entire training room. It was only then that Reg began his training as a Battle Master. In terms of mage training, Reg primarily focuses on spatial magic. In terms of training as a Battle Master, Reg mainly focuses on training as a nature-type Battle Master. Natural-type fighters are known for their rapid recovery and long combat endurance. Reg's fighting style is mainly based on spatial magic, and since the focus of Battle Master training is on survival, he chose to train as a natural magic-based Battle Master. He found a body forging technique for nature-type fighters and used his appraisal skill to modify it into his own perfect body forging technique. In the training room, Reg was practicing body strengthening techniques. The natural elements and life force that enter the body through breathing merge into natural attribute battle chi. Natural attribute battle chi circulates within the body, is consumed by the body, and enhances physical fitness. Before he could even finish a set of body tempering techniques, Reg broke through to the Battle Master realm. The natural attribute battle chi, formed by the fusion of natural elements and life force that has undergone a certain degree of qualitative change, also has a qualitative improvement. There is one crucial difference between a Battle Master apprentice and a novice Battle Master. After becoming a beginner-level Battle Master, you can release your battle chi, which greatly enhances your Battle Master strength. The fact that Reg is an intermediate mage has already spread, but almost no one knows that Reg is training as a Battle Master. Only Emily, who was closest to Reg, personally felt that her master's physical condition was excellent, making it possible for him to train as a Battle Master. By October, no orcs dared to approach Barren Catalan's territory. The main reason is that the number of troops from the Violet Kingdom gathering at the border is constantly increasing, and the Barren Catalan is relatively close to Bodenbig. Bodenbig is one of the 3 most important fortresses on the border of the Violet Kingdom. According to the information Reg received, the Violet Kingdom's expansion war will be led by the eldest prince, Crown Prince Leonard Violet. The kingdom's renowned generals, Duke Olympus Walsh and Marquis Waltz Layton, served as deputy commanders. The Marquis of Leiden was in charge of the Western Route Army, which was stationed in Bodenbig. The Marquis of Leiden has now arrived in Bodenbig. It's normal that the orcs don't dare to approach Barren Catalan's territory. The orcs stopped coming to Barren Catalan's territory, but the mercenaries in Cheryl's town gradually left for Bodenbig. With the Marquis of Leiden's arrival in Bodenbig, the mercenary legions of the Western Route Army have begun to be formed. The mercenaries stayed in Cheryl town, unable to get any more missions, and still had to pay for their own food and lodging. Head to Bodenbig and join the mercenary legion. You can then use the kingdom's resources for food and lodging. Reg didn't care when the mercenaries left. It doesn't matter even if the mercenaries leave. 12 knights, along with regular soldiers and able-bodied men, gathered in Cheryl, which was already overflowing with people. As some of the mercenaries left, the overcrowding in Cheryl town was actually relieved. In the Lord's Manor, all 14 knights under Reg's command held a meeting. I will personally lead the army in this pioneering war. All the knights present were stunned when they heard the first words spoken by the Baron. According to the regulations, the Baron was not required to participate in this pioneering war in person, so why did he have to participate personally? Moreover, in the past 2 months, the Baron has already achieved considerable military exploits. Before any knight could ask, Reg continued. The reason I personally led the army to participate in the pioneering war is very simple, for the sake of military merit. However, I do not intend to go directly to the battlefield to fight the orcs. I am a space mage, and I can easily deal with a large number of corpses. When the kingdom's army clashes with the orcs, both sides suffer heavy casualties. If the corpses on the battlefield are not properly disposed of, a plague will break out and contaminate the water sources. Being able to properly dispose of the corpses saves the kingdom's army manpower, which is also a merit, and will earn me more fiefdoms. The prerequisite is that the kingdom can acquire a large amount of land in this expansion war. The Baron's explanation made many knights' eyes light up. The knights all knew about how the Baron easily disposed of corpses using his personal space. As the Baron said, being responsible for handling the corpses on the battlefield, without directly participating in the battle and fighting the orcs, would indeed earn one merit. There is a small condition: the kingdom's army cannot suffer any mishaps, such as being defeated by orcs. At that time, who would care about disposing of the corpses? The Baron would also have to go to the battlefield. Based on past wars of expansion, the likelihood of this happening is relatively small. So who among you is willing to participate in this pioneering war? Reg finally asked. Faced with Reg's inquiry, all the knights signed up to participate. Even if we don't participate in the pioneering war this time, we will participate next time. Nobles could not avoid it. Most nobles had to personally participate in one out of every 2 expansionist wars. Not to mention the knights. According to the Baron, this time there's no need to fight orcs, so the danger level is relatively low. No one knows what the next war of expansion will be like. So the knights eagerly signed up, wanting to follow the Baron in this pioneering war. This was a real surprise for the knights. Seeing that all the knights were so proactive, Reg thought for a moment and then said, "Since you all want to participate in this expansion war, but the territory still needs people to guard it, I plan to take a maximum of 5 people with me. You can decide by drawing lots." After a simple draw, 5 people, including Knight Gerard and Knight Mansfield, were successfully selected to accompany the Baron on his expedition. A smile appeared on the knight's face. Some knights kept a straight face, but were secretly overjoyed. The other knights who didn't get a spot in the lottery mostly looked helpless. "Knight Ungly, you lead everyone to stay and guard the territory. Bologna will stay behind. If anything happens that you cannot handle, go to Bologna." "Yes, my lord," Knight Ungly replied loudly. Although it's unclear who is stronger between Bologna and the Baron, they are definitely the 2 strongest people in the Baron Cartran territory. With one person remaining to oversee Baron Cataland, the chances of trouble will be greatly reduced. The Baron Cartran territory has no junior superhumans stationed there, but it does have 2 intermediate superhumans. This is no ordinary barony. The knight's decision to remain after pledging allegiance to the Baron was undoubtedly the right one. Will the new Viscount Cataland, who will inherit the title of Viscount, be as powerful as our Baron? Chapter 56: Assembling the Expeditionary Force. The 5 knights who would accompany Reg on the expedition had been selected, but Reg set the date for leading the army to escort military supplies to Bodenbeek as November 1st, just as winter was beginning. With nearly a month to go until November 1st, 5 knights are tasked with selecting a large contingent of troops from the territory of Baron Cataland to lead the expedition. The military structures of various human nations are largely similar. The basic unit is the squad, which consists of about 10 people, with a squad leader and a deputy squad leader. 3 squads form a team, with about 30 people. 3 squads make up a company, which consists of about 100 people. 3 squadrons make up a battalion, which has about 300 men. Above that are regiments, brigades, divisions, and armies, all of which are organized into 3 units. Above the army, there are also legions, road armies, and group armies with varying numbers of soldiers. These 3 terms all refer to the same type of large-scale army. For example, in this expansion war, Crown Prince Leonard Violet commanded the Central Army, which could also be called the Leonard Legion. In a normal war of expansion, a baronial territory, regardless of the number of its subjects, only needs to deploy a large contingent of its own army. If an accident occurs, the war on the front lines becomes tense, and the army suffers heavy losses. The king will continue to issue orders, commanding the nobles to send more troops from their territories to the front lines. Baron Cataland had a population of less than 7,000, but he had a standing army of about 350 men. By drawing lots, 1 company of regular troops and 2 companies of reserves can easily form a battalion of territorial troops. Under extreme troop deployment conditions, the Baron of Cataland could easily assemble an army of over 1,000 men. Because Reg did not intend to fight the orcs on the battlefield, he only needed to deploy troops at the minimum standard, with only 1/3 of the regular soldiers in a large contingent of his territory's army. Reg was mainly worried about an accident. During the pioneering war, a small group of orcs infiltrated and attacked Cheryl town. With Bologna stationed in Cheryl and enough troops remaining, they should be able to hold the town. The expedition consisted of a large contingent of territorial troops, with 5 knights, 3 of whom served as the captains of 3 separate companies. The remaining 2 knights served as vice-captains. Reg personally took on the role of captain. According to the information Reg had gathered, if they were to engage in direct combat, the armies of the 3 baronies would be combined into a single regiment. 1 baron serves as the commander, and 2 barons serve as deputy commanders. The noble armies, which were of regimental size, continued to combine with other regiments to form brigades, and then divisions. Because of the need to reorganize the army, nobles who wished to make a name for themselves in the war should lead their troops to the front lines as soon as possible. Reg doesn't plan to fight head-on, it doesn't matter if he goes later. However, Reg went early to cultivate good relations with other nobles and to volunteer to his superior to handle corpses during the war. The nobles were unwilling to take on the task of disposing of corpses, not only because the reward for their efforts was low, but also because the task itself was unpleasant. After all, they had to deal with corpses, even if nobles didn't need to touch them personally. Reg had no choice but to do this in order to accelerate the growth of the World Tree clone and to revive some talents on the battlefield for his own use. The 5 knights began selecting officers, soldiers, and farmers from the standing army to go on the expedition. Upon learning that they would have to go to war, most people were unwilling, even though officers and soldiers could receive higher pay, and farmers who joined the army could also receive a salary. But war kills people, and even young people have heard that many people die in pioneering wars. In the past, after selecting those willing to go to war, those unwilling to join the army were drawn by lot. This time, the knights stated directly what the baron wanted to do, not fight the orcs, but deal with the corpses on the battlefield. Slightly different from the knights, not everyone was willing to go to war after learning of the baron's decision. Accidents can happen at any time. Knights are vassals, a status, a permanent profession. They cannot simply give up their duties. The officers and soldiers of the standing army were entirely mercenaries. They can retire when they reach retirement age, or they can voluntarily leave the military earlier. This is mainly related to the transformation of the people from serfs to free people. Once the people are all free citizens, they are free to choose to accept employment and terminate employment. If everything belonging to the people belongs to the Lord, then officers and soldiers are essentially in a permanent profession, only able to leave the army voluntarily by dying in battle, retiring due to illness, or reaching retirement age. Fortunately, after learning that the baron would not be fighting on the battlefield, most people were willing to go to war. 5 knights drew lots to form a large contingent of the territory's army. A squadron is composed entirely of regular army soldiers and officers. The other 2 companies were composed of farmers, and their officers were soldiers and junior officers from the regular army. These are all infantry. Reg will also lead a detachment of 10 cavalrymen on the expedition. These 10 cavalrymen were, to some extent, a display of regalia by Reg as a nobleman. The expeditionary force has been assembled, and the 5 knights are now focused on training it. As training intensity increased, the officers' and soldiers' meals were also slightly improved to maintain the high-intensity training mission. The other knights were not idle either, training the other standing army and farmers gathered in Cheryl. However, the training intensity is relatively low. As October arrived, invitations to meals from neighbors suddenly increased. This was due in part to the strength of Reg and Baron Catalan, and in part to the upcoming war of expansion. Most of Reg's neighbors were going to personally lead their troops in this pioneering war. Noble armies in a province are usually organized together, especially between neighboring provinces. Nobles are more familiar with each other, which can increase their level of cooperation. The neighbors were somewhat surprised to learn that Reg, who had been a baron for less than a year, would also personally lead the army into battle. However, considering that Reg was protecting his people by killing orcs to gain merit, people believed that Reg was young and strong and wanted to gain more merit on the battlefield. Reg himself didn't hide anything and revealed that he, as a space mage, wanted to be responsible for dealing with the corpses on the battlefield. No noble would compete with Reg for the task of disposing of corpses. The space mage went to carry out this mission and really showed off his skills, and was able to gain a considerable amount of merit. This inevitably made some neighbors envious. They might not even be able to earn so many merits in the battlefield, but Baron Catalan did it with ease. Baron Catalan was unable to be promoted to viscount in this expansion war, but he should be able to in the next expansion war. The border nobles who knew Reg became even more eager to marry him, and more nobles wanted to form a marriage alliance with him. Reg remained unmoved by the marriage alliances among nobles, using the fact that his father had been dead for less than a year as the best excuse. If Reg really meets a girl he likes, he wouldn't mind a marriage alliance. It's not like you can only marry one wife. But Reg wouldn't compromise himself for the sake of a so-called marriage alliance, and marry a bunch of women he didn't like. Chapter 57 Departure. The frequent invitations to meals from his neighbors were somewhat interfering with Reg's training. It wasn't until October 13th that Reg's mage level reached the intermediate second stage. In another 2 weeks, Reg will lead his troops to Bodenbig. Once we reach Bodenbig, it's uncertain where the army will be stationed. It may be south of Bodenbig, or it may be east or west of Bodenbig. They might even be stationed in barren fielding. No matter where they are stationed, they will not be too far from the territory of barren Catalan. During several trips to Bodenbig, it was revealed that the caravan, accompanied by wagons carrying orcs, moved at a slow pace. Without the carriage slowing you down, you can ride a horse directly. If the distance is short and the speed is fast, you can make a round trip in half a day. Even if the journey is long, it's easy to make a round trip in a day. Unless there's something important to do in Bodenbig, Reg can ride back to visit. Also, send a batch of mature low-level magical plants from the small world, and inject a high concentration of magical elements into the training room. All the cultivation resources in the entire Lord's Manor are focused on Reg. With Reg gone, the slaves cultivating in the Lord's Manor will be unable to obtain cultivation resources, and their cultivation efficiency will drop significantly. Now, there are few mercenaries left in Cheryl, and business at the Catalan Potions shop has declined significantly. Every day, Reg would harvest the mature magical plants from the small world. If the fresh magical plants can't be sold, then we'll deal with them and store them temporarily. Reg has now stored a batch of low-level magical plants, and there is no need to sell them. They will remain in the Lord's Manor for the slaves to use in their cultivation. When I had some free time in Bodenbig, I returned to Cheryl Town to replenish their low-level magical plants. This situation continued until the start of the expansionist wars. After the outbreak of war, Reg, who was a member of the army, could no longer leave the army at will. It is now late autumn. In previous years, the northern border of the Violet Kingdom would be the first to enter winter around November 1st. The army of the Violet Kingdom, however, would gradually converge at the border during the cold winter. Compared to the warm south, the north is far too cold. The army in the southern border needs to prepare warm clothing in advance. Even so, many people still fall ill after arriving in the north. If someone falls ill, they should be treated. There's no need for Master Guangming to intervene. A regular doctor will suffice. Arriving in the north earlier allows for earlier training, increasing the soldiers' cold resistance. In cold weather, soldiers would rest in houses or tents. They will come out to train when the weather is relatively warm. Increasing cold resistance was only one aspect. Another was the continued training of the noble army. An army composed of at least 1/3 standing soldiers and 2/3 farmers would have an invincible fighting capacity. An army cannot exist with only quantity and no quality. Large numbers of cannon fodder were sent to the battlefield, only to be scattered by the orcs' charge. After the noble army arrives at the front line, it usually undergoes 2 assessments and 2 team formations. Assess the strength of noble armies, and group the strongest armies together and the weakest armies together. At the very least, a commander must be able to know the level of his troops. Don't assign a high difficulty task to troops with low skill levels. Next comes the winter training period. If the troops are trained well during this time, they can be reorganized. Of course, none of this concerns Reg. On November 1st, among his neighbors, Reg was the first to lead his troops to escort military supplies to Bodenbig. Although the kingdom's army has gathered at the border, the orcs have basically stopped harassing the border noble territories. But the nobles were still worried, especially those in weaker noble territories. For example, in the territory of Baron Simon, there is only one junior fighter, Baron Simon, in charge. Baron Simon led his army away, leaving the army short of a junior warrior and a smaller force. If orcs attack, the city will likely be breached. Therefore, Baron Simon planned to lead his troops to escort military supplies to Bodenbig at a later time. As for Baron Simon's wife and children, they were sent away by Baron Simon before the autumn harvest and have not returned to this day. Baron Simon, as the lord, cannot leave. If a lord abandons his territory and hides, he will be punished by the kingdom. This was basically the case for other minor nobles on the border. Baron Simon envied Baron Catalan for having a mid-level battle master, Bellona, in his service, and even made a request to Reg during a banquet. When an accident occurs in Baron Simon's territory, we hope that Bellona can go and provide assistance. Reg naturally agreed, but only if he was capable of doing so. Going to provide support when encountering a powerful enemy is tantamount to courting death. Reg had previously traveled to Bodenburg only to deliver a few wagons of orc heads each time. This time, there's a lot more stuff to be shipped to Bodenburg. The Baron Catherine had few special products. The only thing that could be used as military supplies was food. They also had to bring their own tents, bedding, and other items. Food is the most important military supply for the army, and the more the better. Reg prepared a staggering 400 gold coins worth of food. The price of grain is the current market price. After the autumn harvest, grain prices should theoretically be at their lowest point of the year. However, due to the wars of expansion, food prices rose considerably. The people living in the 12 villages paid taxes with grain. Half of the grain was given to the knight, and the other half to the baron. Reg used the grain paid by his subjects as military supplies to be paid to the kingdom. Reg led his army, escorting a long line of wagons loaded with grain. They dared not take the outside roads. Only the road through Baron Fielding's territory was safer. After traveling all morning, we finally arrived outside Bodenburg. Bodenburg established 3 locations in the east, west, and south to receive the noble army. The noble armies were all transporting military supplies to the front lines, and these 3 locations were responsible for keeping track of the number of noble armies and the military supplies they transported. If any aspect fails to meet the standard, the noble must make up for it as soon as possible. As long as you have enough money, it's easy to make up for it. Both of the criteria for the Baron Catalan title are met. The official in charge of receiving them told Reg the location of the Trut Province Allied Forces base and instructed Reg to lead his troops to the Trut Province Allied Forces base. The Lordship of Catalan is located in the province of Trut. The administrative divisions of the human kingdoms are mainly divided into 4 types: provinces, prefectures, towns, and villages. The Violet Kingdom has a total of 18 provinces. The province with the smallest land area has 80,000 square kilometers, and the province with the smallest population has more than 1 million people. The province of Trut, located in the northern part of the kingdom, is one of the largest provinces in the Violet Kingdom in terms of land area, and also one of the least populated provinces. Typically, a duke's territory is limited to a single province. A marquis's territory encompasses several counties. An earl's territory usually consists of only one county. A viscount's territory comprises several towns. A baron's territory usually consists of only one town. The largest noble territory in the province of Trut was the Marquisate of Herbert. Chapter 58 Meeting the Marquis. Marquis Herbert, still holding the title of Earl, made great contributions in the War of Expansion and was promoted to Marquis, receiving a fief in the province of Trut that was several times larger than the Earl's territory. With no room for further development in the earldom, Marquis Herbert shifted the focus of his domain to his new fiefdom in the province of Trut. The noble armies of Trut Province formed the Trut Province Allied Army. Among the nobles of the Trut Province, Marquis Herbert held the highest rank. Therefore, the Marquis of Herbert was appointed commander of the Allied forces of Trut Province. This is an army of at least 40,000 men. The Western Army, commanded by the Marquis of Waltz-Leighton, numbered approximately 250,000 to 300,000 men, with the Trut Province coalition forces being a significant component. Reg learned from the kingdom's officials that Marquis Herbert had arrived at the front. The garrison of the Trut Province Allied forces is located southeast of Bodenburg, relatively close to the Fielding Baron's domain. After unloading the grain at the designated location, Baron Catalan led his army toward the Allied forces' encampment in the province of Trut. More and more troops gathered in the Bodenburg region. Baron Catalan led his army at a slow pace, and it took them 2 hours to reach the outskirts of the Allied forces in the Trut province. After showing their identities to the gatekeeper, the official immediately led Baron Catalan and his troops to the designated area. Reg spoke with the officials and learned that Marquis Herbert was currently in the military camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Reg put his deputy captain, Sir Gerald, and Sir Mansfield in charge, directing the soldiers to set up the tents as quickly as possible. Reg, led by an official, waited outside a tall, luxurious tent where Marquis Herbert was located. Marquis Herbert looked very busy. There were people waiting in front of him for an audience. Half an hour later, it was Reg's turn. Guided by a male servant at the Dosher apprentice level, Reg entered the tent and soon arrived at Marquis Herbert's office area. The red-haired Marquis Herbert was looking down at a document when Reg approached, and only then did the dignified Marquis Herbert look up at Reg. "Your subordinate, Reg Catalan, greets His Excellency Marquis Herbert," Reg said respectfully, bowing slightly. Baron Catalan, you must be that Brent fellow's son. What a pity he died young," Marquis Herbert said with a sigh. Reg replied with a touch of sadness. Yes, my father was Viscount Brent Carteland, who passed away from illness this January. Marquis Herbert nodded, not actually caring much about the matter. He simply wanted to use the past to win over the minor nobles. Young Baron Catalan, what brings you here? Your Excellency, I would like to take on a task in this war of expansion. Reg couldn't possibly handle the corpses of both sides on the entire Western Route Army battlefield. He had to deal with the corpses of both sides generated during the battles of the Trut Province Allied forces before dealing with any more corpses. What mission? Marquis Herbert asked curiously. Norman Herbert was only a marquis, but his territory in the province of Trut occupied more than 1/5 of the province's area and was the southernmost part of the province. However, the Marquis of Herbert regarded the province of Trut as his sphere of influence, and had some understanding of the situation of the nobles in the province. For example, Marquis Herbert knew that Reg was a mid-level space mage, and also knew that Reg had hired a mid-level battle mage named Bellona. Your Excellency, when the kingdom's army fights the orcs, many people will die on both sides. If the corpses on the battlefield are not dealt with in time, they will cause disease and pollute the water source. And dealing with the corpses, whether by burying or burning them, requires a lot of manpower and even resources. I am an intermediate-level spatial mage. I can send corpses into my personal space and dispose of them quickly. This is the task I want to undertake, to quickly dispose of the corpses of both sides on the battlefield after a battle. Hearing Reg's words, Marquis Herbert's face remained unchanged, but he was genuinely surprised. Reg is quite strong, but at such a young age, he doesn't want to fight on the front lines. Instead, he takes on the task of disposing of corpses after the battle, a task that is rejected by other nobles. It's really suitable for a space mage to take on this kind of task. It's rare to see a space mage take on this kind of task before. After much deliberation, Marquis Herbert concluded that it was most appropriate to entrust this task to Reg. He was actually worried that if Reg went into battle and made great contributions, he would be promoted to Viscount after the war ended. Reg became an intermediate-level space mage as soon as he came of age, which shows that Reg has great potential. Marquis Herbert did not want to see a troublesome opponent emerge in the province of Trut. Reg was tasked with disposing of corpses, a low-risk job that also earned him considerable merit. However, even with his previous achievements, it wasn't enough for Reg to be promoted to Viscount. Thinking of this, Marquis Herbert, with a slightly gentle expression, said to Reg, "It's truly remarkable that a young noble like you would not be thinking of fighting on the battlefield, but instead volunteer to handle the task of disposing of corpses. The task of disposing of corpses is also very important, and other nobles are unwilling to do it. Since you are willing to do it, then it is up to you. If you do it poorly, you will be subject to military law." "Yes, Your Excellency Marquis." There were others in line behind Reg to meet Marquis Herbert, so after receiving his appointment from Marquis Herbert, Reg immediately left and returned to the camp of Baron Catalan's army. Along the way, Reg was in a good mood because he had been successfully appointed, and he looked around with great interest. The main focus is on the other noble armies from the Trut province that have already arrived at their posts. Reg felt that these noble armies that arrived earlier were all quite capable, and his own territory's army seemed very ordinary compared to them. Back at the camp, the 5 knights were still leading the soldiers in setting up tents, with Reg's tent being the first to be erected. The soldiers' tents were the most basic, the knights' tents were slightly better, and Reg's tents were even better, but none were as luxurious as Marquis Herbert's tent. Even if he were rich, Reg, a mere baron, couldn't compare to a marquis. If a baron's pomp and circumstance surpasses that of a marquis, the marquis may not say much, but the other nobles will shun this foolish baron. The knights were in charge of setting up the tents. Reg went into his own tent and, having nothing to do, sat cross-legged on his cot to meditate and cultivate. Practicing meditation without releasing magical elements from a small world doesn't necessarily reduce training efficiency. On the contrary, both restoring mana and cultivating as a battle master require an environment with a high concentration of magical elements. Reg's tent was relatively sealed, and if no outsiders came, he could release magical elements from the small world. Even if others notice, it can be assumed that a magic stone was used. Reg had several magic stones in his personal storage space as spares, and he had prepared excuses in advance. Caution was the most important thing. Chapter 59 Emily's Extraordinary. In a training room of a battle master in the Lord's Mansion in Cheryl Town, Emily was focused on practicing her body tempering technique. Today is Reg's 3rd day in Bodenbig. Without Reg replenishing the magical elements in the training room, the concentration of magical elements in the training room is constantly decreasing. However, the concentration of magical elements is still higher than that of the outside world. Phew! Phew! Emily breathed deeply into the air, which was imbued with magical elements. Her clothes were already soaked with sweat, but Emily still didn't stop. Emily is making a sprint toward the extraordinary. A few days before Reg left the territory, Reg told Emily that she had reached the limit of mortals and that she would soon be able to cultivate battle chi and enter the realm of the extraordinary. Although Emily has a high talent for cultivation, Reg still prepared an awakening potion for her. Awakening potions can increase the chances of a cultivator developing battle chi. But Emily doesn't intend to use the awakening potion. On the one hand, the awakening potion is extremely precious to Emily. Even if Emily were sold, she wouldn't be able to get one awakening potion in return. Even a knight would need several years' worth of salary to buy a single ordinary awakening potion, and he would also need to find a way to sell it. On the other hand, awakening potions all have some side effects, and Reg also told Emily that with her own talent, she could reach the extraordinary realm without using awakening potions. Emily believed her master's words and did not use the awakening potion, wanting to cultivate her battle aura through her own talent and hard work. Phew! Phew! Physical strength is declining, and movements are slowing down. Emily felt that her body had reached its limit, and was about to break through. The next moment, a wisp of battle chi appeared in Emily's body. It moved around in her body a few times before being absorbed, but more battle chi was born. This is battle aura! I've stepped into the extraordinary realm! Emily was happy and excited, but also felt disappointed and regretful. Why couldn't I have entered the extraordinary realm a few days earlier, before my master left, so I could have told him the good news immediately? Emily cultivated in the training room for a while longer before leaving. Emily had just broken through to the next level, and almost everyone she met noticed the change in her. Mia, who was closest to Emily, congratulated Emily with envy. I'm just taking the first step, you will all soon reach the extraordinary level, Emily said to the crowd that had gathered around her. The daughter of a wealthy merchant has now integrated well into the servants of the Lord's manor. Even though Emily had become the Baron's woman, she did not become arrogant because of this status. We are all slaves of the Baron, and we all have the opportunity to learn and cultivate. If Emily was able to reach the transcendent, then almost everyone else will too. However, everyone still envied Emily, and even felt jealous, especially the first group of slaves who began training, Mia, Spike, Roger, and Kyle. They were given the opportunity to practice as early as mid-April. The second batch of slaves entered the Lord's Manor in late July. Emily entered the Lord's Manor a little later, but after becoming the Baron's woman, she began cultivating ahead of time, making her the first among the second batch of slaves to start cultivating. Despite a 3-month difference in age, Emily took the lead, even several steps ahead, in reaching the extraordinary realm. How could this not make them envious and jealous? I envy Emily for being able to reach the extraordinary level so early. They were jealous of Emily's superior talent in cultivation. Fortunately, there wasn't much jealousy. Everyone was a slave to the same master. If one is lucky enough to be bought by an owner, gaining the qualification to learn and cultivate, even if the speed is a little slower, one will still step into the extraordinary realm. Compared to other slaves in the slave market, he was already quite lucky. Emily knew that everyone envied and was jealous of her, but she didn't think much of it. Instead, she shared her experience of becoming extraordinary with everyone without reservation. Although the news of Emily's ascension to the extraordinary realm was only known within the Lord's Manor, the other servants in the manor, as well as Bellona, who was in charge of guiding the slaves training as a battle master, soon learned of it. Bellona is an intermediate-level battle master who has fought against orcs at the advanced battle master level, so she has nothing to envy about Emily. She wouldn't be jealous of Emily's talent, because Bellona's talent was even better than Emily's. Emily was considered Bellona's student. When the student reached the extraordinary level, Bellona spent her own money to celebrate Emily's achievement at the Lord's Manor. All the servants in the Lord's Manor came to participate. When a knight's child reaches the extraordinary level, it's always a cause for celebration, let alone when an ordinary person does. Emily herself didn't have any money, and the other paid servants were reluctant to spend it, so Bellona, who wasn't short of money, paid for it. Compared to the slaves who had the opportunity to cultivate, the other servants in the Lord's Manor were even more envious and jealous of Emily's ascension to the extraordinary realm. They knew that the knight was a battle master apprentice, and now Emily was also a battle master apprentice. Even though Emily was the Baron's slave, her status was far above that of a commoner. Unfortunately, they did not have the opportunity to cultivate. Even selling oneself to a lord doesn't guarantee a chance to cultivate. They all noticed that the 36 people who were given the opportunity to cultivate were all quite young, and some of them even had talent for cultivation. The butler, Otis, was most disappointed. The family of 3 were also slaves of the Baron, and his son Matt was only 22 years old. But Matt did not get the chance to train. On one occasion, Otis boldly asked Reg to grant Matt the opportunity to train. Reg wasn't angry. He even told Otis that Matt's talent for cultivation was relatively poor, making it difficult for him to reach the extraordinary level. As Emily becomes the first to reach the transcendental realm, others will follow suit. Otis was the butler, but he felt that he, an ordinary person, was unable to manage a group of superhuman servants. Only extraordinary individuals can manage other extraordinary individuals. Otis realized that he wouldn't be able to be the butler for long. In the future, there would be superhumans to take over as butlers. It's a pity that his son didn't have the talent to become an extraordinary being. Otis also hoped that Matt could continue to serve as the Baron's butler when he got older. I can't be a housekeeper for very long myself. Having been at the Lord's Manor for more than half a year, this was the first time Otis had drunk so much that he was somewhat drunk. When Otis woke up the next day, he was back to normal, still the strict and dutiful steward in front of the other servants. As Emily ascended to the extraordinary realm, some changes occurred in the Lord's Manor. The main reason is that other slaves who have gained the qualification to cultivate have become even more diligent in their cultivation. The first person to reach the extraordinary level has appeared. Even if he couldn't become the second person to reach the extraordinary level, he still wanted to reach the extraordinary level as soon as possible, stand out among the slaves, and be valued by his master. The 4 who trained the hardest were Mia, Spike, Roger, and Kyle. Being surpassed by Emily was one thing, but they didn't want to be surpassed by anyone else. Chapter 60 Housekeeping Maid, Battle Maid. When Emily reached the extraordinary level, Reg was still training in the military camp. Marquis Herbert assigned Reg the task of handling the corpses of the Allied forces of Trut Province after the war, but that doesn't mean that Reg only had this one task. A single mission would be far too easy for Baron Catalan's army. Only after each battle is over does Baron Catalan lead his army into a busy period. For combat troops, combat is the most important task, and daily training is the secondary task. Baron Catalan's army was assigned to the logistics department. The logistics department is responsible for transporting military supplies and distributing them to various units, which requires a large number of personnel. Of course, the Minister of Logistics was Marquis Herbert's man, so Reg only needed to send people to serve him. Reg did not send all the troops to the logistics department. The first company, composed entirely of regular army soldiers and officers, was training at the camp. The second and third companies, which were composed of farmers as soldiers, took turns being used by the logistics department. The logistics department is a place where one can make money, but Reg has no intention of doing so. He just wants to send people there to do their jobs honestly. Reg did 2 main things in the military camp. One was cultivation, and the other was dining and exchanging feelings with the nobles of the Trut province. The banquet featured exquisite food and beautiful dancers. Some nobles, for the sake of their grandeur, would bring along their cooks and women. Although Baron Catalan's army was responsible for the logistics of the Allied forces in Trut province, Reg could not guarantee that there would be no danger on the battlefield. Therefore, he only brought those who were capable of fighting on the battlefield, and did not bring any extra people. On the 4th day after arriving at the camp, Reg rode his horse, protected by 10 cavalrymen, and left the camp, passing through Baron Fielding's territory, and returned to Cheryl. Emily was the happiest person when Reg returned. She excitedly ran to Reg and said, "Master, I've reached the transcendent level." He looked like a primary school student who had just gotten a perfect score on a test and was running up to his parents, wanting to be praised. Well done." Reg offered a simple compliment, and Emily's eyes crinkled with laughter. Reg often went out when he went to buy slaves from his neighbors. However, this was the first time I had been away from home for several days. With Bologna in charge of Cheryl Town, there won't be any problems. Reg wasn't too worried about Cheryl Town. His main purpose in returning this time was to replenish the Lord's Manor's cultivation resources. Reg wasn't surprised that Emily became a fighter apprentice. Through his appraisal skills, Reg already knew that even without using the awakening potion, Emily would soon reach the extraordinary realm. Replenish cultivation supplies and provide guidance to slaves engaged in mage training. Finally, Reg called Emily to his side again. "Emily, you have stepped into the extraordinary realm. Now it is time to choose the path you will take next. The slave girl has two paths to choose from. One is housekeeping, which is the work of an ordinary maid in a lord's manor. In your spare time, you can cultivate. The other option is the combat maid. The combat maid is responsible for guarding the lord's mansion, and her training time is increased. When necessary, she will also accompany me to the battlefield to fight against the enemy. You are the first person in the lord's manor to reach the extraordinary level. I'm giving you a third option, the steward. Which one do you want to choose? Emily's little head was racing as she listened to her master's words. Whether it's a housemaid or a combat maid, there will never be just one. The lord's manor can only have one or a few stewards, and the number will not be too large. Moreover, becoming a steward grants greater power within the lord's manor, more frequent meetings with the master, and the ability to perform more duties for him. The only thing. Master, if I become your butler, can I still warm your bed? Emily asked softly, suppressing her shyness. Can. Then I choose to become the housekeeper, Emily said. Okay, from now on you will learn from Otis. Reg didn't stay in Cheryl for long. Before leaving, he spoke with Bellona for a while. Bellona was curious about what was happening in Bodenbig, and somewhat regretted that she was a woman. If she were a man, Bellona would also be willing to lead her brothers and sisters of the War Frenzy mercenary group to the battlefield to fight against the orcs and exchange their war merits for a noble title. With Bellona's strength, as long as she doesn't die on the battlefield, she has a high chance of becoming a noble. It wasn't just Bellona who felt regret. The members of the War Maniac mercenary group also felt sorry. Reg had no regrets or disappointments. He was only thinking about quickly improving his strength and conquering Bellona. Everyone, including Bellona herself, thought that Reg wanted to subdue her. No one guessed that Reg only wanted to conquer Bellona. After his conversation with Bellona ended, Reg rode his horse to Bodenbug under the protection of the cavalry. A round trip only takes half a day. Otis received orders from the Baron to teach Emily housekeeping skills and train her to become an excellent butler. Otis knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. As a slave to his master, Otis had no choice but to obey his master's orders wholeheartedly. Otis will train Emily to be an excellent housekeeper, so that her master can also see her contributions. This was the first time Otis had ever taught a superhuman to be a butler. Extraordinary people, how enviable! News of Emily learning from the steward quickly spread throughout the Lord's manor. Aside from Matt feeling somewhat upset, the others were quite accepting, especially the slaves who had gained the right to cultivate. They could easily figure it out themselves. Butler Otis was just an ordinary person, and if they became superhumans, the butler would no longer pose any threat to them. Even the butler himself dared not loudly reprimand the superhuman. Only powerful superhumans can manage other superhumans. Emily has high cultivation talent, and was the first to become a superhuman. She may become the strongest among the slaves in the future. Everyone accepted that Emily became the housekeeper. Unlike other slaves, Emily, born into a wealthy family, was educated and learned not only literacy and arithmetic, but also a wide range of knowledge. Other slaves needed to learn to read and do arithmetic, but Emily did not. Emily is now using this time to learn from Otis, which will not interfere with her training time. The Baron's woman, an extraordinary being, and his future butler. Emily's three identities caused the servants in the Lord's manor to show her increasing respect, to the point that they were almost using honorifics when addressing her. Some slaves guessed that Emily must have been the first to reach the extraordinary level, which is why her master ordered her to learn from the steward. Not all slaves are ambitious. Some slaves wanted to make a name for themselves, to gain their freedom, and to become knights or even nobles of the kingdom. But some slaves understood that this path was not easy, and that one wrong step could lead to their death. It's good for them to stay with their owner, since the owner has already invested so much money in them. If one stays by the master's side, the butler has the highest status. Emily has embarked on her career as a housekeeper. I wonder if the Lord's manor will have one steward or several stewards in the future. Or perhaps she could compete with Emily for the position of housekeeper. Emily is so beautiful, she should just focus on serving her master and not try to take the position of housekeeper. Chapter 61. The Western Route Army is fully assembled. Within a few days, Reg's Battle Master realm reached the second stage of the initial level. It's still quite a long way to go for a mage to reach the intermediate level 3. As time went by, the number of troops stationed at the Trut Province Allied Army base continued to increase, and Reg received fewer invitations to banquets. The reason is simple: Baron Catalan belongs to the logistics department. The logistics department has its own banquets, and each detachment has its own banquets. Relatively speaking, the logistics department hosts the fewest banquets, so there's no need for banquets to foster relationships. The nobles of each fighting force often held banquets to strengthen their bonds, and they needed to cooperate well with each other in the battles against the orcs. Nobles with whom you have a bad relationship should never be placed in the same combat unit. It wasn't until Reg's neighbors began bringing their troops into the garrison that Reg accepted more banquet invitations. These are all social occasions for nobles, and Reg will attend as many as possible in order to fit in. In fact, Reg wanted to spend more time on cultivation. Among the nobles of Trut province, there are indeed some who rarely attend banquets in order to focus on their cultivation. These unsociable nobles were ostracized by other nobles, who even placed their armies in the same fighting force. However, the nobles indulged in eating, drinking, and merrymaking without interfering with the army's training. Few nobles personally oversaw the army's training, their subordinates were responsible for it. Individual territory military training, and collective training of the same combat unit. The army, originally composed of regular soldiers and farmers, is growing in strength. In order to win the war of expansion, the kingdom prepared ample provisions. Kingdom officials also came down to inspect the area to prevent nobles from not feeding their soldiers properly. Most human nations are still in a state of active progress. Most nobles enjoy pleasure, but they are not content with it. Nobles would pursue more military achievements, larger fiefdoms, higher titles, and greater personal power. Wars of expansion are so important that even if some nobles wanted to be corrupt, they would do so discreetly. At the very least, he had to make sure his soldiers were well fed. Only by winning the war can we obtain a bigger pie, and the nobles can also get a larger slice of the pie. The weather is getting colder and colder. On November 17th, the first snow fell in the north. The snowfall did not stop the kingdom's army from converging on the border. In the cold weather, the soldiers huddled in their tents. The soldiers came out to train in the warm weather. This only applies to ordinary soldiers. For those with extraordinary abilities, even those at the apprentice level will have a significantly increased resistance to cold. An army composed of farmers as soldiers is cannon fodder. The standing army is the regular army. The elite force consists of cultivators who have not yet reached the extraordinary level as soldiers and those who have reached the extraordinary level as officers. There are also elite units composed of apprentices of fighting masters, and ace units composed of novice superhumans. Powerful nobles typically commanded an elite force, often composed of noble sons and the offspring of their vassals. The number of people may not be too large, ranging from 100 to several hundred. These elite troops, when deployed on the battlefield, can play a significant role. Marquis Herbert commanded a powerful elite force. Flame Cavalry Regiment. Each member is an extraordinary being and is equipped with a flaming horse, a magical beast mount that matches their level of cultivation. In the last expansion war, Marquis Herbert led the Flame Cavalry Regiment to achieve great feats. This time, Marquis Herbert also brought the Flame Cavalry Regiment. The fiery red steed and its fiery red armor were like a blazing fire that burned away all enemies in front of it. The Flame Cavalry Regiment became the most dazzling unit in the Allied forces garrison in Trut province. Reg pursues extraordinary personal strength, but also wants to build a powerful army. Especially elite units like the Flame Cavalry Regiment. Purchase more talented slaves and train them. Even if we don't build an elite force, we can still build an ace force with novice superhumans as soldiers, given enough time. However, the elite force that Reg is going to build will be somewhat special, as it will likely be composed entirely of female superhumans. After becoming superhuman, male slaves will serve as officers in the army. Only female slaves will be kept by Reg. Female slaves who advance to the extraordinary level can choose between two paths: domestic maid and combat maid. Once you have a large number of combat maids, you can first build up an elite force. Elite units composed entirely of women also exist in various human nations. The Violet Kingdom has one such unit, the Blood Rose Cavalry. It is composed of a princess of the kingdom and female superhumans from the nobility. In the wars of expansion for the kingdom, countless orcs were slaughtered. Every commander of the Blood Rose Cavalry is a princess of the Violet Kingdom. If a female superhuman of noble birth is unable to resist her family's arrangements due to her own strength, she can apply to join the Blood Rose Cavalry. Perhaps the Blood Rose Cavalry will also make an appearance in this pioneering war. Reg wanted his future battle-maid regiment to be even stronger than the Blood Rose Cavalry. That's all for the future. Reg only thinks about it occasionally. The most important thing is to focus on the present. As the first snow fell in the north, more and more of the kingdom's army gathered in Bodenburg. The area around Bodenburg became a vast camp. Lord Waltz Leighton, commander of the Western Route Army, was somewhat dissatisfied with the fact that some noble troops were dragging their feet and had not yet arrived at the front lines, and had already issued a military order. All noble troops who did not arrive in Bodenburg before December 1st were assigned to the Suicide Squad and made to be the first to fight the orcs. After the Marquis of Leighton issued his order, the noble troops still on their way quickened their pace, not wanting to become part of a Suicide Squad. Despite being only a Marquis, Waltz Leighton's reputation in the Violet Kingdom surpasses that of most dukes. After all, the title of Duke can be inherited, but Waltz Leighton's title of Marquis was earned by the Marquis of Leighton through a series of victorious battles after inheriting the title of Baron from his father. The Marquis of Leighton was not bad in himself, but what was admirable was his superb military command ability. In the first pioneering war in which the Marquis of Leighton participated, his army suffered heavy losses at the hands of the orcs. Lord Leighton led his own army and gathered his defeated troops, breaking out of the orcs' encirclement. Marquis Leighton is only one step away from becoming a duke. If he can lead the Western Army to a great victory in this expansion war, he will become the new Duke of the Violet Kingdom. The military treatise written by the Marquis of Leighton was a treasure coveted by all nobles. Even princes and dukes' sons wanted to become apprentices of the Marquis of Leighton to learn military strategy, but the Marquis of Leighton politely declined them all. The Marquis of Leighton devoted considerable effort to this war of expansion in pursuit of the ducal title. Not only did they bring most of the troops from their territories, but they also had to spend time reorganizing the Western Route Army and improving its strength. Anyone who dares to hinder the Marquis of Leighton may be sent to his death by the Marquis of Leighton. As a result, the number of banquets held by the nobles decreased. Before December 1st, the Western Route Army had completed its assembly. Chapter 62. Both sides actively preparing for war. The three armies of the Violet Kingdom have basically assembled and are undergoing reorganization and training during the cold winter. The Violet Kingdom's enemies, the orcs, are also gathering an army to resist the Violet Kingdom's invasion. Yes. For the Violet Kingdom, it was a just war of expansion. To the orcs, it was an invasion by an evil human race. Since we are not of the same race, war does not need to distinguish between right and wrong. The victors grow stronger, and the losers perish. Since the elven race lost its position as the ruler of the world of Nora, powerful races have continuously challenged for the throne. One of them was an orc, who has now fallen to the point of being classified as an orc. The elves were powerful, and all races joined forces to dethrone them from their ruling throne. Humans are currently stronger. No race wanted to see humans rule the world of Nora, so all races joined forces to fight against humans. To the north of the 7 human kingdoms lies a vast wasteland, also the territory of the orcs. Compared to the central and eastern regions of the human race's core area, the wasteland is cold and the land is relatively barren. But in order to feed a larger population and for military achievements, the 7 human kingdoms continue to advance into the wasteland. The various races of orcs were originally one of the Noravan races, but now they have a unified name, orcs. Even the orcs themselves are becoming increasingly concerned about this title. There is a powerful orc race that wants to establish an orc nation, gather the strength of the orcs to defeat the humans, and even become the ruler of the world of Nora. The reality is that no orc race is powerful enough to intimidate other races. It was only in order to fight against the humans that a loose orc alliance was formed. The behemoths, tiger men, lion men, eagle men, bear men, werewolves, elephant men, centaurs, and Minas are all powerful races within the orc alliance. Powerful orc races each have their own territory and sphere of influence, ruling over weaker orc races within their sphere of influence. The powerful orc races opposite the Violet Kingdom are mainly werewolves and centaurs. They had all invaded Reg's territory. The werewolf royal court is a gathering place for powerful warriors of the Sun Realm from 3 different races. They are Idel, the werewolf king, Buha, the centaur king, and Margaret Blackleaf, the elf envoy. The human invasion of orc territory is no longer just an orc affair. If the orcs continue to decline and the humans become stronger, how will the already declining elves survive? The elves once harbored hatred towards the various races that made up the orcs. In order to survive, the elves had to contribute significantly to the formation of the Orc Alliance. Before the Orc Alliance, orcs lost more often than they won against humans. Even after the Orc Alliance was formed, they still lost more than they won, though at least they won a few more times. But as time went on, the human race grew stronger, and it became increasingly difficult for the Orc Alliance to achieve a victory. Humans are now powerful in the world of Nora, and other races need to join forces to fight against them. The elves, living in a remote corner of the world, had no desire to see the orcs wiped out by the humans. The orcs are extinct. What race will be next to perish? Sooner or later it will be the elves' turn. So the elven race sent envoys to contact the Dwarf Kingdom, the Winged Kingdom, and the Goblin Kingdom, hoping they would join them in supporting the orcs. Ultimately, both the dwarves and the winged people agreed to support the orcs. The greedy goblins were unwilling to provide free support to the orcs. To gain support, they had to buy it with money or exchange it for treasures. The dwarves brought out their forged weapons and armor, the winged people brought out their fine bows and arrows, and the elves even dispatched a powerful army of mages. Margaret Blackleaf personally led a legion of elven mages, along with weapons and armor from the dwarves and exquisite bows and arrows from the winged people, to the werewolf royal court. She must help the werewolves and centaurs resist the invasion of the Violet Kingdom, and even defeat the Violet Kingdom's army before launching a counterattack. The three powerful figures, Idel, Buha, and Margaret, have gathered together to discuss this matter. To become the king of a race, one must not only be strong, but also have a clever mind. The three powerful figures quickly made a decision to make full use of their advantages, lure the enemy deep into their territory, concentrate their superior forces, encircle and annihilate one of the Violet Kingdom's armies, and then defeat the remaining two armies of the Violet Kingdom. This battle will not involve the legendary powerhouses who stand at the pinnacle of the Nora world for the time being. On the surface, the Violet Kingdom, the Werewolf Clan, and the Centaur Clan each have a legendary powerhouse in charge. However, the combined number of legendary powerhouses from both races and one nation does not equal that of the Elf race. The legendary powerhouses of the Elven race rarely make a move. Unless there is a crisis of national or ethnic annihilation, either the two races nor the nation would send out legendary experts. Once a legendary powerhouse falls, not only will their status decline, but they will also be devoured. In addition to having legendary experts in charge, the Violet Kingdom also has other means to deal with legendary experts. One nation could easily defeat two legendary powerhouses from two different races. In the cold winter, on the wasteland, both werewolves and centaurs were gathering their forces. The core strength of the two races is naturally the werewolf army and the centaur army. Under its core strength, the werewolf race has vassals such as the jackal race, the fox race, and the dog-headed race. The centaur tribe also had vassals such as the deer people, sheep people, and pig people. Some vassal races are weak and suitable to be cannon fodder. Some races are quite strong and can be used as regular troops. Both orc races must gather as many armies as possible to resist the expansion of the Violet Kingdom. The elves sensed the danger, and so did they. They were repeatedly defeated by the human race, and their territory continued to shrink. Once the wasteland is completely occupied by humans, they will have no choice but to flee to the far north, where it is covered in ice and snow all year round. Many ancient races still live there, and escaping there would only lead to another battle for survival. The elves, however, are already trying to contact these ancient races, urging them to return to the world and join forces against the humans. We cannot afford to lose again this time. With the strong support of elves, dwarves, and winged people, the werewolves and centaurs are determined to defeat the Violet Kingdom this time. The Violet Kingdom has not yet obtained much intelligence about the enemy's preparations. But the three armies of the Violet Kingdom were all actively preparing during the cold winter. For example, the Western Route Army, where Reg was stationed, had already completed its first reorganization under the command of the Marquis of Leighton. The Western Route Army consisted of 6 core-level units. The Trup Province Allied Forces, 40,000 men. The combined forces of Logdan Province numbered 50,000. The Aquitaine Province Coalition, numbering 50,000. The Belgica Province Coalition, numbering 60,000. The combined forces of Tarraco Province numbered 60,000. A mercenary legion of 30,000 men. The statistics only include combat-ready personnel, which totals over 300,000, plus a considerable number of civilian laborers accompanying the troops. Excluding mercenary legions, the Trup Province Alliance deployed the fewest troops among the 5 provincial alliances. There was nothing that could be done about it. Trup Province had the largest area but the smallest population, so it could only deploy the fewest troops. The further south you go in the Violet Kingdom, the denser the population becomes, and the nobles are willing to send more troops, though most of them are farmers who have just taken up arms. The other 5 provincial coalitions all included a portion of the king's troops. Chapter 63 Vanguard. Throughout December, all units of the Western Route Army were engaged in intensive training. Before the end of December, adjustments should be made to the units that performed outstandingly during the training phase. January is often the coldest time of winter, so there is less time available for training. As February arrived and the weather warmed up, war was about to break out. The army training had little to do with the army commanded by Baron Catalan, who was in charge of logistics. Aside from attending banquets at the invitation of other nobles, Reg spent most of his time diligently cultivating in his own tent. On December 22nd, Reg's Battle Master realm had reached the initial third stage. He's close to reaching the level of a mage. Finally, the year 818 of the Violet calendar came to an end, and the year 819 arrived. Reg was 17 years old. On New Year's Day, January 1st, Reg was in the military camp. Marquis Herbert personally hosted a banquet for all the nobles in the Truk Province coalition. Reg took a day off the next day to return to Cheryl. After the Western Route Army was formed, nobles, as members of the army, could no longer leave the military camp at will. To leave the military, one must request permission from their superiors. Only a few nobles, like Reg, were granted leave to go home, and these were all nobles whose territories were close to the military camp. If a noble's territory is in the southern border of the kingdom, forget about going home. Because he needed to ask for leave to go home, Reg has significantly reduced the number of times he goes home, and the amount of time he spends at home. If I can take half a day off, I won't take a full day off. In January in the northern border of the Violet Kingdom, the cold wind howled and heavy snow fell. The snow didn't completely melt throughout January. At this time, the Western Route Army didn't even need to worry about orc attacks. In this cold weather, even orcs would be too cold to move. Most of the Western Route Army troops stopped training, only the extraordinary individuals continued to train and cultivate. As time passed and war drew near, a tense atmosphere gradually enveloped the military camp. Even young people know that in the upcoming war, their chances of survival are less than 1 in half. Morale is very important, and nobles will also conduct propaganda to boost morale. For example, increase salaries and pensions, and tell soldiers that as long as they can defeat the orcs and expand the kingdom's territory, the kingdom will be able to support more people and their families will not starve. This is a just war to eliminate the evil orcs who occupy vast lands, giving our human race a wider living space. In reality, many low-ranking soldiers don't understand the concept of righteousness. As long as they know that they will receive compensation if they die in battle, and that they will receive wages and rewards if they survive, and that their families will be able to live a better life once the war ends, that is enough. Reg was still diligently training. On January 10th, the mage's cultivation level reached the intermediate level, stage 3. On January 28th, he entered the 4th stage of the beginner level in the Battle Master realm. For Reg, who has lived 2 lives, time always seemed to fly by during exams in his previous life when he was a student. Now is the time for cultivation, and time flies by. As January ends, the coldest time of the year in the kingdom's north also comes to an end. As the weather gradually warmed up, training for the various units of the Western Route Army began to increase. At the same time, the Western Route Army intensified its reconnaissance efforts in the wilderness. All 3 major armies are intensifying their reconnaissance efforts against the orcs, searching for the location of the orc main force and looking for opportunities to attack. At this point, Reg was no longer able to ask for leave to leave the military camp. The army could be dispatched at any time. The orcs have dealt with the Violet Kingdom many times and will not easily give it a chance. Unable to find an opportunity, after half a month of training, on February 16th, the Violet Kingdom launched a 3-pronged attack. Over the next 2 days, the armies of the other 6 human kingdoms will also march north to attack the orcs. We must not allow the orcs to gather their strength to attack a kingdom. It was difficult to gather the armies of the 7 kingdoms together, and the orc forces had to be dispersed. The Western Army set out from Bodenburg, with the Marquis of Leiden ordering the allied forces of the Trut province to be the vanguard. Many of the nobles in the province of Trut were worried upon receiving the order. The vanguard turned into a suicide squad, and before they could gain much merit, they were killed by the orcs. But the Marquis of Leighton's orders must be obeyed, and the Marquis of Leighton's orders are justified. The vanguard needs a relatively strong army. The strongest forces on average in the Western Route Army were the mercenary legions and the Trut province coalition. Mercenary legions are not well suited for large-scale battles, so the Trut province allied forces have to be the vanguard. Marquis Herbert accepted the task. Reg was somewhat pleasantly surprised. It's a good thing that the vanguard can fight the orcs sooner, and that we can deal with the orc corpses sooner. As for the unexpected incident, the vanguard was severely damaged by the orcs. With the small world around, Reg is very difficult to kill. After the battle ends, find time to leave the small world and rejoin the team. As a spatial mage, there's basically no need to explain why he survived. All the people who went to war with Reg died. Reg could only apologize in his heart and give their families enough compensation. On the morning of the 16th, the Trut province allied forces, as the vanguard, were the first to leave Bodenburg. Baron Catalan's army, responsible for logistics and handling the corpses, was positioned almost at the very back of the main force. In reality, the rear of an army is not necessarily the safest place, especially when facing werewolves and centaurs with large numbers of cavalry, who can easily launch attacks on the rear of the army. The vanguard marched north for 3 days without finding any trace of large groups of orcs, partly due to the slow pace of the main army's march. I only encountered a few ratman tribes, kobold tribes, and goblin tribes. Any baron could easily wipe them out with his troops, and the officials who recorded the battle achievements would not record these small-scale battles, nor would they count them as battle achievements. Reg led his team to the battlefield quickly, ordering his men to put the enemy corpses into his personal space. The personal space is full. Close it. Dispel the spell. The personal space and everything inside it were completely annihilated. Some nobles noticed that Baron Catalan quickly disposed of the enemy's corpses and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Marquis Herbert, who was aware of the overall military movements, was quite satisfied with this. After the war, Baron Catalan will definitely be remembered. After dealing with the enemy's corpses, Reg rode his warhorse, feeling the life energy contained within the World Tree clone's body, and was in a very pleasant mood. The more life energy, the better. It can make the World Tree grow, it can find and resurrect those who died in battle, it can improve people's physical talents, and it can increase their affinity with natural elements. Let the battle rage on. Reg was right. Starting from the 4th day, orcs began to launch attacks on the vanguard, harassing them day and night. It inflicted minor losses on the vanguard, but also allowed Reg to gain more life energy. Chapter 64 Resurrecting the Twin Rabbit Girls. The vanguard not only encountered harassment from orcs, but also encountered even more orc tribes. There are few orc tribes within 3 days' journey from Bodenburg, but the orcs cannot move any further. The orcs have already divided up their territories in the wasteland, and any attempt to change this will lead to conflict. The weak orc race was simply unable to move to a more distant place. They can only move slightly, or even stay in the same place, hoping not to be discovered by the human army. However, the Violet Kingdom's army treated all discovered orc tribes equally, slaughtering them all. They left behind a pile of corpses, waiting for a professional team to handle them. Reg didn't care that his reputation would be ruined. Whenever a battle broke out and corpses appeared, he would rush over to deal with them. To others, Reg was a dutiful and responsible person. For Reg, it was a windfall. A naked corpse is a great treasure, but others simply cannot utilize it. The vanguard army did not suffer many casualties. Those who died were mainly ordinary soldiers, and very few superhumans perished. Reg didn't find a suitable target for resurrection among the dead, but he did find one among the orc tribes that had been slaughtered by the vanguard. It was a tribe of rabbit people, or you could say a tribe of rabbit-headed people. The rabbit-headed man has a human body but a rabbit's head. The rabbit people, being weak and not conforming to human aesthetic standards, are almost never harassed by mercenaries. Rabbits cannot fetch a good price in the human slave market. But there is one exception among rabbit people. Orcs are not hybrids of humans and animals. They belong to a separate race. Rabbit people are also a separate race. However, in the world of Nora, there is surprisingly little reproductive isolation between different races. Dragons can reproduce with humans. When a rabbit human and a human mate, there is a relatively small chance of creating a half-rabbit human hybrid. This half-rabbit human has most of the appearance of a human, but has 2 pairs of ears. A pair of human ears are on the left and right sides of the head, and a pair of rabbit ears are on top of the head. There's also a rabbit's tail curled up in a ball. Just like Reg's bunny girl outfit in his previous life. Especially the beautiful half-rabbit people, regardless of gender, are very popular among the nobility and can fetch high prices. However, obtaining one of these half-rabbit people is highly dependent on luck. Reg did not find any half-rabbit people in the exterminated rabbit tribe, but instead found 2 rabbit souls with relatively high soul talent. People with strong soul power can detect the departed soul of a living being after it dies. Reg's soul power wasn't strong enough to reach that level, but he could use the appraisal technique to see the souls of dead creatures with relatively little effort. Nora has no underworld or netherworld. When a creature dies, its soul remains in place and gradually dissipates. Then Reg discovered 2 special rabbit souls in this rabbit tribe. Name Doya. Gender female. Age 8 years old. Status dead. Talent 9th grade physique 3rd grade soul top tier natural element affinity advanced earth element affinity. Name Duaway. Gender female. Age 8 years old. Status dead. Talent 9th grade physique 3rd grade soul top tier natural element affinity advanced earth element affinity. A pair of dead rabbit people twins, both possessing 3rd class soul talent. Most importantly, they also possess top tier affinity for natural elements. She's a woman. If it's a male orc, no matter how talented, Reg won't take him. After thinking for a moment, Reg decided to resurrect them and keep them in the small world to farm for him. However, Reg didn't like the rabbit-headed man's appearance. It was too ugly. The bodies and souls of the 2 rabbit people were collected into a small world, preserving their original genes. 2 small fruits grew on the world tree, each containing one of their souls. Reg then added Emily's genes into the 2 fruits. Under the control of the world tree's avatar, more life energy is infused into the fruit. The fruit began to grow, giving birth to the bodies of 2 rabbit men. Under the control of the world tree clone, the heads of the 2 rabbit men were no longer rabbit heads, but rather resembled Emily's appearance. It has white hair, an extra pair of long ears, and blood-red eyes. Due to the influence of Emily's genes, the rabbit man's physical talent was upgraded from level 9 to level 6. Reg did not expend any more energy to enhance the physical talents of the 2 rabbit men. After consuming most of the life energy accumulated within the world tree, the 2 fruits finally ripened and fell to the ground from the world tree. The fruit's outer shell cracked open slightly, revealing a naked rabbit woman inside. The 2 rabbit girls seemed to have taken a nap, and after a while they opened their bloodshot eyes. Perhaps because the memories of their deaths were too vivid, the first thing they did upon waking up was to clutch their necks or chests in pain. When they saw each other, they immediately became alert. Who are you? Where is this place? Dovey, the older sister, thought the other person was a human, but why did this human have rabbit ears, and even seemed somewhat familiar? The younger sister, Doya, wondered where she was, since she had been killed by humans. When the 2 rabbit girls were resurrected, Reg's true form was not suitable to enter the small world, but Reg's voice rang out in the small world. You were originally the rabbit-human twins, Dovey and Doya, who were killed. I have resurrected you and changed your appearance. From this day forward, you are my slaves, and your life and death are in my hands. Upon hearing Reg's words, the 2 rabbit men were slightly flustered. Death, resurrection, slavery, the control of life and death, changing appearances, and sisters. The timid rabbit man was momentarily stunned and wanted to run away. Reg didn't say anything more, letting the 2 timid rabbit girls familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Reg's voice didn't come out for a while, which made the 2 rabbit girls a little braver. Doya? Dovey? The 2 rabbit girls, whose appearances had changed, recognized each other first and embraced, crying together. Sister, Mom and Dad are dead, all the people in the tribe are dead, Waya! Doya cried loudly. Dovey was also crying. They had originally died, but a mysterious master had resurrected them and given them human appearances. The 2 rabbit girls cried for a long time before they finally calmed down. Sister, what should we do next? I don't know either. In any case, for the sake of our deceased loved ones, we must live on. Yes, survive. Once the 2 rabbit girls calmed down, Reg's voice returned to the small world, assigning them tasks and providing them with food and water. They now have 2 jobs: to collect mature magical plants for preservation and to plant new magical plants in open spaces. This is an easy job for them, and they get to eat as much as they want. When he has time in the future, Reg will also teach them to read and do arithmetic, and teach them cultivation. A warrior can cultivate without being literate, but a mage must first be literate. Arithmetic or mathematics are also very important. If you understand spatial geometry, constructing spell models becomes much easier. Chapter 65 Longbowmen. The resurrection of the twin rabbit girls was just a small episode in Reg's march. Reg didn't care how Marquis Herbert commanded the army. He only cared about how many orcs the army killed, how many orc corpses he could collect, and how much life energy he could add to the world tree. In order to revive the twin rabbit girls, the World Tree consumed most of its stored life energy, and this was only because the twin rabbit girls were very weak. Even if all life energy is exhausted, it is not guaranteed that a single apprentice-level transcendent will be able to be resurrected. The World Tree needs to accumulate more life energy. Fortunately, the War of Expansion has only just begun, and there will be more and more battles to come, including large-scale battles. This will also generate a large number of corpses, which Reg will have to deal with. This was also because the nobles could not hold banquets while the army was on the march. If another banquet is held, the chances of other nobles inviting Reg to attend will be greatly reduced. Reg, who frequently dealt with corpses, began to be ostracized by some nobles. Reg didn't care about this. The vanguard has already penetrated deep into the wasteland, leaving only one division of over 10,000 men in Bodenburg. The majority of the Western Route Army, led by the Marquis of Leiden, has entered the wasteland. Not only the Western Route Army, but also the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army entered the wilderness at almost the same time. In fact, the vanguard of the three armies, if positioned in a straight line, could form the new border of the Violet Kingdom. The results of this expansion war were already sufficient. However, none of the three armies will stop. The nobles did not gain enough military merits. The three armies also need to eliminate a portion of the orcs and severely damage them. This allowed the newly conquered territories to enjoy several years of peace. The Violet Kingdom's three armies are advancing, while the discovered orc army is constantly retreating. As the Violet Kingdom's army ventured deeper into the wasteland, they encountered more and more orc attacks. The orcs' relentless attacks on the three armies, day and night, resulted in relatively small casualties but increased the soldiers' physical exhaustion and significantly reduced the daily march distance. Just half a month after the three armies of the Violet Kingdom set out on their expedition, and as March began, the main force of the orcs finally appeared. In an open area, the allied forces of Trut Province stopped and regrouped. Ahead of them were tens of thousands of medium and weak orcs, including deermen, foreigners, and pigmen, led by a small number of centaurs. According to his subordinate's reconnaissance report, Marquis Herbert quickly confirmed that this was an ordinary orc army, slightly smaller in number than the combined forces of Bitrut Province, and far inferior in strength. Then let's turn the orcs in front of us into our own battle merits. The Marquis of Leighton is about to become a duke, and the Marquis of Herbert also wants to become a duke. Becoming a duke means a larger fiefdom, more wealth and resources, which can help one improve their cultivation level and accelerate the development of their family. Marquis Herbert looked at the orc army ahead with envy, as did the nobles of the Trut province, including Reg. In the eyes of other nobles, the orcs ahead were walking symbols of war merit. In Reg's eyes, those orcs would all become nourishment for the World Tree. No nobleman felt fear. Only the farmers participating in the battle for the first time were filled with tension, fear, and worry. Military regulations were strict. Not only would deserters be executed, but even being slow to act would result in punishment by officers. At the officer's command, the soldiers gripped their rifles, swords, shields, and other weapons, and marched forward step by step. Compared to the farmers who were fighting for the first time, some of the orcs in the orc army were more afraid. Compared to the various human nations, the orc race living on the wasteland exemplifies the survival of the fittest. Their families are all under the control of the centaurs. If they dare to escape, their families will be implicated. Under the centaur's command, the orcs, armed with a motley collection of weapons and mostly without even a piece of leather armor, could only keep moving forward. The two armies drew ever closer. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. At 250 meters, the Trut Province coalition launched the first attack. A portion of the elite archer unit equipped with longbows had already been gathered together by Marquis Herbert. The tall archer, wielding a longbow that was at least 2 meters long, fired arrows at least 90 centimeters long at the orcs. Thousands of arrows traveled 250, or even 300 meters and struck the orc army. Orcs hit by arrows either die or are maimed. The arrows not only pierced the crude shields held by the orcs, but even killed some orcs at the level of apprentice warrior. This demonstrates the power of the longbow. Most baronies in the entire province of Trut were unable to train longbowmen. The cost of training a longbowman is almost the same as that of training an ordinary cavalryman. Most importantly, longbows are even harder to obtain than war horses. A skilled longbowman can easily shoot 12 arrows to a distance of 300 meters in 1 minute. Within a range of 100 meters, it can even penetrate heavy armor. The longbowmen of the Trut Province coalition inflicted heavy losses on the orc army. Reg was shocked. Brent Catalan was never able to assemble a longbowman unit during his lifetime. The battle continued. The centaur, who commanded the orc army, could no longer sit still and immediately ordered the entire army to charge. Orc infantry charged forward despite the arrows fired by human longbowmen, while orc cavalry charged out from both flanks, heading towards the flanks of the Trut Province coalition. Marquis Herbert's command talent was average, and his command of battles was rather rigid. When the orc cavalry attacked, Marquis Herbert also sent out cavalry to counterattack. The orc infantry charged forward, and Marquis Herbert also ordered his infantry to charge. Soon, the human army and the orc army clashed. Some orc races are taller than humans, while others are shorter. On average, they are at roughly the same level. The human army has many advantages, such as the fact that the soldiers are able to eat their fill in the months leading up to the campaign. Regular soldiers usually have a leather armor. The farmer, who had only been in the army for a few months, had no armor, but his weapons were better than those of the orcs. Among the orc army, many orcs even used stone axes, stone spears, and wooden clubs as weapons. They were only able to have a full meal a few days before the war started. The ordinary orc army was quickly routed by the Trut Province coalition, which was one of the stronger armies on average in the western route. The centaurs leading the orc army fled first, and the routed orc army scattered and fled. The allied forces of Trut Province pursued them. The cavalry, in particular, galloped on their horses, doing their utmost to block the fleeing orcs. In the heat of battle, the human soldiers didn't have time to cut off the orcs' heads to tally their achievements. They hastily cut off the orcs' left ears and recorded the results after the battle. Chapter 66 Making a Huge Profit. The army of nearly 37,000 orcs was thus annihilated by the allied forces of the Trut Province. In the end, fewer than 3,000 orcs escaped. The total number of casualties among the allied forces in Trut Province was approximately 5,000, of which fewer than 2,000 were killed in action, and these were mainly farmers who had only been in the army for a few months. Only a handful of knights at the apprentice level of battle master died in battle. The battle was over. The human officers and soldiers on the battlefield did a quick cleanup and found not much loot. Most of the officers and soldiers who participated in the battle left the battlefield to rest. A portion of the troops that participated less in the fighting remained on the battlefield, working alongside logistical units like those of Baron Catalan's army, those that were at the rear of the main army and had not engaged in combat, to process the corpses of both friendly and enemy forces. Reg opened his personal space and had the soldiers of Baron Catalan's territory, as well as soldiers from other units, throw the corpses into his personal space. After storing hundreds of corpses in one place, Reg shut down his personal space and then pretended to open a new one. Because of his exceptional affinity for spatial elements, Reg is able to create a larger personal space compared to other spatial mages of the same level. When one reaches the 5th Dan level of apprenticeship, one can create a personal space with a volume exceeding 10 cubic meters. At the initial stage of perfection, one can create a personal space with a volume exceeding 100 cubic meters. Reg is now a mid-level 3rd stage space mage, easily creating a personal space with a volume of several hundred cubic meters. Reg had also demonstrated it to other nobles, making those who lacked spatial equipment, or whose spatial equipment had very small capacities, extremely envious. Now Reg can open his portable space and put hundreds of corpses in at once without anyone noticing. A steady stream of corpses were thrown into the small world, becoming nourishment for the world tree. The twin rabbit girls, who were in the small world, were terrified when they saw this scene. I'm terrified of becoming like that. Reg looked at the orc corpses that had entered the small world with some boredom, and found that among the orc corpses were not only the old and the young, but also a large number of women. Very few orcs have reached the extraordinary level. On average, you can hardly find the body of an extraordinary person among 100 corpses. The highest level is only the initial transcendent being, and their numbers are extremely rare. How could such an orc army defeat the combined forces of the Trut Province? They were likely intended to be used as cannon fodder to weaken the combined forces of the Trut Province. The Trut Province allied forces suffered 5,000 casualties, mainly due to the large number of orcs, but fewer than 2,000 died in battle, which had a relatively small impact on the strength of the Trut Province allied forces. Even if some people die or are injured, and 6 or 7 times the number of orcs are wiped out, it is worth it for the Violet Kingdom, even if they are cannon fodder. The Violet Kingdom's army also has cannon fodder. On the battlefield, cannon fodder serves a specific purpose. The orcs can use cannon fodder to weaken the Violet Kingdom's army, and the Violet Kingdom can do the same. The Trut Province allied forces, with relatively few casualties, managed to eliminate so many orc cannon fodder. That's a win for them. The nobles of Truk province gained more or less military merits. Of course, Reg made a fortune. Nearly 37,000 corpses were found on the battlefield, and about one-third of them eventually became nutrients for the world tree. Reg did not send all the corpses from the battlefield into the small world. The main purpose is to provide a reasonable demonstration of the use of portable space magic. The portable spell is only an apprentice-level spell. The larger the volume of the portable space it creates, the more mental and magical energy it consumes. If the personal space opened by Reg is small, it can be released and deactivated hundreds of times when Reg is at full strength. Reg has now created a personal space with a volume of several hundred cubic meters, which can only be released and deactivated a few dozen times. Doing it any more often would seem exaggerated and attract the attention of other nobles. Life energy is good, but Reg's current strength is insufficient, so he needs to be more careful. Even if only one-third of the corpses on the battlefield are turned into nutrients for the world tree, the life energy harvested is enough to make the world tree grow more than 30 centimeters taller. Reg instructed the world tree clone to store half of the life energy it had harvested, and use the other half for its own growth. When the world tree finished growing, it had reached a height of 141.58 centimeters. The land area of the small world reaches 3,616.27 square meters. The life energy stored in the world tree is enough for it to grow at least 23 centimeters taller. Each time the world tree harvests life energy, it stores half of it, and uses the other half for its own growth. Reg disposed of one-third of the corpses on the battlefield, while the remaining two-thirds were buried on the spot by other units. Even the bodies of their own people cannot be taken away. At most, it would be someone you knew who would take some of your belongings as a keepsake, like a hair. No one knows whether these relics will be returned to their families, or perhaps the person who kept them died in the wilderness. The allied forces of Truk province achieved a great victory, and if it weren't for the wilderness, the nobles would have wanted to celebrate wildly. After a brief rest, the army left behind some of the seriously wounded who could not keep up with the main force, and continued its advance. Ordinary soldiers who are injured are not eligible to use healing potions, nor are they eligible to be treated by light mages or nature mages. At most, a doctor will provide treatment. Not only did the Western Army encounter large forces of orcs, but the Central and Eastern armies also encountered large forces of orcs one after another. They wiped out the orc army by relying solely on their vanguard. Furthermore, all three orc armies were similar in that they were weak and consisted mostly of young and old orcs and female orcs. The three armies continued their advance, while the orcs relentlessly harassed them day and night. At the same time, new orc forces approached the three armies. These orc armies were still a mix of various races, but they looked more elite. The Violet Kingdom's army gave chase, but the orc army didn't engage them at all, seemingly just playing them for a ride. The three commanders, the eldest prince, Duke Walsh, and Marquis Layton, were all able to determine that the orcs intended to create distance between the three armies of the Violet Kingdom. Once the main force of the orcs attacks one route, the other two routes will be unable to provide timely support. Therefore, no matter how much the orcs tried to lure them, the distance between the three armies of the Violet Kingdom did not increase. On the contrary, it slightly decreased. The three armies of the Violet Kingdom advanced steadily, giving the three powerful figures, Wolf King Idel, Horse King Buha, and Elf Margaret Blackleaf, some headaches. They weren't worried that the Violet Kingdom's army would penetrate deeper into the wasteland and occupy the territories of the werewolves and centaurs. The Violet Kingdom's million-strong army has ventured deep into the wasteland, requiring a massive amount of food supplies to meet its needs. The deeper they ventured into the wilderness, the longer their supply lines became, which posed a danger to the army. Both Idel and Buha sent small groups to attack the Violet Kingdom's supply convoys. Most of the attacks failed, but a small number were successful. Idel and Buha were not worried about the Violet Kingdom's army penetrating deep into the wasteland, but they were also worried that the Violet Kingdom's army would not continue to penetrate the wasteland and instead build fortresses and defenses on the spot. It seems we need to proactively create opportunities for combat. Chapter 67 The Big One is coming. Another half-month passed, and the Violet Kingdom's army engaged in several medium-sized battles with the Orc army. Each time, the Violet Kingdom's army emerged victorious, while the Orc army suffered heavy losses. As the vanguard of the Western Route Army, the Truk Province Allied Army fought several major battles with the Orc army, eliminating more than 80,000 orcs. The losses of the Truk Province coalition forces continued to increase, with the total number of dead approaching 7,000. With the addition of those wounded and unable to continue fighting, the Truk Province coalition has lost nearly a third of its personnel. Although Marquis Herbert wanted to continue leading the Truk Province coalition as the vanguard for military merit. However, the Marquis of Leighton, commander of the Western Army, replaced the Truk Province coalition with the Lugdown Province coalition as the vanguard. Reg felt sorry. Currently, only the vanguard units are able to engage in major battles, resulting in a large number of corpses. After the Truk Province coalition forces were withdrawn, they were at most harassed by small groups of orcs. Reg will receive significantly less life energy. If possible, Reg would like to lead Baron Catalan's army to join the Lugerden Provincial Coalition and continue to handle the corpses on the battlefield. It's somewhat possible to do that, but it's too conspicuous. Reg chose to take a break and spend as much time as possible on cultivation. The mage's cultivation level is almost at the intermediate 4th stage. He has already entered the 5th stage of the initial level of the Battle Master realm. Reg even considered using the life energy of the World Tree to improve his Battle Master level. The 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom won consecutive victories and continued their advance. Even if they didn't encounter the Orc army, they would have encountered even more Orc tribes and wiped them all out. The 3 powerful figures, Idel, Buha, and Margaret, believed that the Violet Kingdom's army, due to a series of victories, would be somewhat complacent, and it was time to strike. This time, the werewolves and centaurs will send out most of their own troops and mobilize most of the troops of their vassal races to severely damage the Violet Kingdom's army. The first step of the plan. The werewolves and centaurs each sent a quarter of their elite troops. The werewolf clan, in particular, deployed elite troops equipped entirely with dire wolves. The orc races, which were vassals of the 2 major races, also mobilized their elite cavalry units. These elite cavalry units were divided into 3 groups, each tasked with harassing and containing the 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom. Soon, the 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom encountered the elite cavalry of the orcs. This elite orc cavalry force was even capable of defeating the vanguard of the 3 armies, forcing the vanguard to halt, defend the area, and rejoin the main force. The Violet Kingdom dispatched cavalry units from 3 armies to engage them, while the orc cavalry quickly withdrew. The 3 armies continued their advance, and the orc cavalry came to harass them again. The commanders of the 3 armies all had the same idea. The big one is coming. The second step of the plan. The werewolves and centaurs each sent a small number of elite troops, the majority of ordinary troops, plus the main force of vassal races, excluding Ken and fodder troops. The orc army immediately marched towards the location of the Violet Kingdom's eastern army to attack it. The massive orc army appeared and was quickly detected by the Violet Kingdom. Without hesitation, the eldest prince immediately changed the marching route of the central army to support the eastern army. He then sent an order to the Marquis of Leighton, commanding the western army to advance eastward. Lord Leighton sensed something was amiss, but he obeyed the eldest prince's orders to change the western army's route and go to support the eastern army. It would be best to have the decisive battle with the orcs at the eastern route army's location. However, the elite orc cavalry that had been harassing the central and western armies intensified their attacks, attempting to tie down the 2 large forces. This further convinced the eldest prince that his judgment was correct. The orcs' target was the eastern army. But Lord Leighton grew increasingly uneasy, especially after seeing the elite orc cavalry harassing the western army, who were willing to pay any price, even their own deaths, to hold them back. Nora's world does not have instant communication. Information is mainly transmitted quickly by the flying magical beasts they keep. The central army was the first to change its marching direction in order to support the eastern army. At first, the orcs harassing the central army seemed to be increasing their efforts, but in reality, the intensity of the harassment was gradually decreasing, allowing the central army to go to support the eastern army more quickly. The only real target for intensified harassment was the western route army. The distance between the central and western armies is widening. Sensing something was amiss, the Marquis of Leighton sent a message directly to the eldest prince, requesting that the prince's central army slow down its march and not fall too far behind the western army. Some of the headstrong princes completely ignored the Marquis of Leighton's words and instead ordered him once again to speed up the march of the western army. If the march cannot be accelerated, the elite troops of the western route army can be dispatched to join forces with the central route army as soon as possible. Upon receiving the order, Marquis Leighton was speechless. This Leonard Violet wasn't a novice on the battlefield. Why did he seem to have lost his mind this time? The Marquis of Leighton was unaware that the eldest prince had always been stubborn and self-willed, though he rarely showed it. Until one of the eldest prince's brothers suddenly emerged as a very threatening competitor who also won the favor of their father. After much difficulty, the eldest prince petitioned his father to become the commander-in-chief for the first time, leading an army of millions. Before he was the commander-in-chief, the eldest prince was able to listen to what others said. Now that he is the head coach, and eager to make a name for himself, his arrogant and self-willed personality is on full display. Instead of sending his elite troops to join the Central Army, the Marquis of Leighton urged the Western Army to speed up its march and send more cavalry to fight the attacking Orc cavalry. Maintain as much distance as possible between the Western Route Army and the Central Route Army. However, the Central Army was faster and even abandoned some of its supplies, so the distance between the two armies continued to widen. On March 21st, Wolf King Ida led a large force of Orcs in a fierce attack on the Eastern Army led by Duke Walsh. The Eastern Route Army suffered heavy casualties, but the Orcs suffered even more. Duke Walsh was a renowned general of the Violet Kingdom, having served as deputy commander on more than one occasion, leading large armies to attack the Orcs. While his command abilities were not as good as Marquis Leighton's, they were not far off. However, the overwhelming offensive launched by the Orcs this time misled Duke Walsh, who thought that the Orcs were determined to take down the Eastern Route Army. Duke Walsh did not urge the eldest prince, but reported what he believed to be the battlefield situation to him. "It's definitely the main force of the Orcs. Abandon the slow-moving troops, and have the Central Army march at full speed to support the Eastern Army." The eldest prince had not forgotten to send a message to the Marquis of Leighton, ordering the Western Army to speed up its march. When the Marquis of Leighton received the new message from the eldest prince, the distance between the Central and Western armies had grown even greater. Left with no other option, Marquis Leighton could only send out more cavalry, and even his few air cavalry, to scout around and guard against the surprise attack by the Orcs on the Western Army. Chapter 68 Feint to the east, attack in the west, retreat is the best strategy. Air cavalry are cavalry that ride medium to large-sized magical beasts. The Griffin Legion of the Griffin Empire, a world-renowned empire, is an air cavalry unit. Among the 7 kingdoms of the human race, the Violet Kingdom is known for its warlike nature and love of learning. The Violet Kingdom also wants to build an air cavalry force, but it will require a lot of time and a huge amount of resources. Although an air cavalry unit was not formally established, some air cavalrymen were trained to a certain extent. On the battlefield, air cavalry are the best scouts. Under normal circumstances, only those who reach the legendary level can fly. Aside from races like the winged people and eagle people who are born with wings and can fly, the air cavalry are invincible. Among the Orcs that the Violet Kingdom faces, there are no flying races. Orcs also try to train air cavalry, but their numbers are even fewer than those of the Violet Kingdom. The air cavalry stood tall in the sky, able to see a large area on the ground at a glance. Lord Leighton sent out his air cavalry as scouts to prevent the Western Army, which was in a hurry to get there, from being attacked by Orcs. To the north of the main force of the Western Route Army, an air cavalryman riding a giant owl flew across the sky, completely unaware of the densely packed elite troops of werewolves and centaurs on the ground. The 2 Orc armies, with a total strength of over 100,000, were personally commanded by King Buha. These elite troops were all re-equipped with weapons and equipment provided by the dwarves and winged people. Even the Elven Mage Corps supporting the werewolf and centaur tribes joined forces with this Orc army. The air cavalry of the Western Army flew overhead without spotting the Orc army on the ground. This was the work of the Elven Mage Corps. The Elven Mages cast a spell together, unleashing a massive illusion that covered the entire Orc army. Under the cover of a massive illusion, the Orc army moved slowly, steadily approaching the Western Army. As night fell, the Western Route Army had already set up camp and rested. As night deepened, the Marquis of Leighton's growing unease made it difficult for him to fall asleep. It was an intuition, or perhaps a gift, that allowed the Marquis of Leighton to sense danger. When the Western Route Army set up camp, the Marquis of Leighton ordered all units of the army to prepare for nighttime vigilance. He also ordered his elite guard, the Golden Lion Legion, to keep themselves fully armed and protected. If an enemy attacks, they can join the battle as quickly as possible. Not enough. That's not enough. Based on his intuition, the Marquis of Leighton guessed that the enemy might be approaching the Western Army camp and about to launch a night attack. Awaken the entire army and fight a great battle against the invading enemy? The Western Route Army had been marching for days, and the ordinary soldiers were exhausted and had fallen asleep. Only the elite units and key troops of the Western Route Army still had enough physical strength remaining. If an enemy attacks, it will undoubtedly be a powerful enemy capable of defeating the Western Route Army. The Violet Kingdom has plenty of people. Even if the regular troops and cannon fodder units in the Western Route Army are lost, they can be quickly replenished. Only the elite and best troops are of utmost importance. We cannot afford to lose them here. The Marquis of Leighton immediately dispatched his men to order nobles with elite or valiant troops to prepare for a retreat. The nobles who received the order all obeyed the Marquis of Leighton's command. The Marquis of Leighton's record is documented. They are far inferior to him. Only after the elite troops of the Western Rout Army had prepared to retreat did the Marquis of Leighton order his men to sound the horns, awakening everyone in the camp to prepare for battle. Outside the Western Army camp, in the Orc army preparing to launch an attack, Buha was startled when he heard the human horns and a commotion in the camp. "We've been discovered? It has come to this point. The arrow is on the bowstring, and there is no choice but to release it. All troops heed my command! Charge! Slaughter all humans! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Orc army split into 3 routes and charged towards the Western Army camp from the north, attempting to cut the Western Army into 4 sections. Led by Buha, the Orcs charged towards the central camp of the Western Army. The Wolf Riders, skilled in melee combat, led the way, followed by the Centaurs wielding bows and arrows. The Centaur ran on all 4s while continuously firing arrows into the Western Army camp ahead. Arrows rained down, and countless human soldiers were killed by them. The Wolf Riders charged forward, the werewolves brandishing their scimitars at the humans, while the dire wolves beneath them swung their claws to grab at them. The Western Rout Army, which had just been awakened by the sound of horns, was immediately stunned by the Orc army. The ordinary and cannon fodder troops were stunned, but the elite and valiant troops were not stunned and did not engage the Orcs in battle immediately. The nobles who commanded them immediately ordered their troops to flee south. "If any of your own people are blocking your way, just kill them. This is the Marquis of Leighton's order." Having experienced countless battles and witnessed countless deaths, Lord Leighton understood that the most important thing for the Western Rout Army was to preserve its best members. Not only were the elite troops and elite units of other nobles fleeing south, but the Marquis of Leighton also personally led his own Golden Lion Legion south. Upon witnessing the strength of the approaching Orc army, Marquis Leighton understood that the Western Army could not withstand it. Unless it is daytime, when the entire army has not expended much energy, and they have to discover the Orc army in advance, prepare for battle, and pay a heavy price, they will be able to temporarily hold off the Orc army. Only after receiving reinforcements from the Central Army could they repel the Orc army. The reality was that the Western Rout Army was in a hurry to get there, but the distance between them and the Central Rout Army was getting farther and farther. The Orc army arrived at the camp without a sound. These 2 factors directly led to the disastrous defeat of the Western Rout Army. On the retreat south, the Marquis of Leighton felt a surge of anger toward the eldest prince. Even if he later rallies a large army to defeat the Orcs, he will not be able to obtain the title of Duke. Lord Leighton used the largest number of cannon fodder and ordinary troops in the Western Army to delay the Orcs' advance, while the elite and elite troops, the best of the best, accelerated their retreat southward. The other nobles who witnessed this also chose to flee. When they fled, they did not take their main force with them, only their cavalry. The attacking Orcs were all cavalry. If they brought infantry along, they wouldn't be able to escape. Meanwhile, at the very rear of the Western Army camp, or rather, at the westernmost point, in the territory of Barren Catland, Reg was completely numb. A large army of Orcs had already stormed into the allied camp of Trud province, but had not yet reached the territory of Baron Cartran. The powerful Orc army's night raid had already taken Reg very far. Even more surprisingly, the elite troops and elite units of the Trud province coalition, including the Flame Cavalry Regiment led by Marquis Herbert, completely ignored the attacking Orc army and turned to run south. They had no intention of fighting the invading Orc army. Many nobles have already fled with their cavalry. What should I do? Chapter 69 500 Cavalry. Reg's mind raced, and he realized that he had 3 options in front of him. The first option was to follow the same path as other nobles, leading knights and cavalry on horseback southwards. This road will lead to pursuit by Orcs, and nobles who fall behind will suffer a terrible fate. The second option is to hide in your own little world and let the soldiers and officers of your territory's army escape on their own. Once the Orcs are gone, or the expansion war is over, they will emerge from the small world and return to their territory. The third option is to lead the territory's army in a collective action, attempting to escape with as many people as possible. Ultimately unable to escape the Orcs' pursuit, Reg could choose to continue hiding in the small world. After a quick thought, Reg decided to choose the third path. I'm just giving it a try. The chances of me dying are extremely low anyway. If they manage to escape successfully, They will not only lead Baron Catalan and his army to safety, but also gather even more troops to escape together. Perhaps Reg could recreate the glorious achievements of the Marquis of Leighton in the First Expeditionary War. Before the orcs could attack, 5 knights, including Gerald Knight and Mansfield Knight, all clad in full armor, gathered around Reg. "I've made up my mind. We can't run with those nobles. They'll become targets for the orcs. There are no enemies to the west. We'll run west. Anyone with a mount can run with me." Reg briefly explained to the 5 knights why they were heading west. The knights, who were tense and even fearful, felt that the Baron's decision was the better choice. The 3 knights, who served as company commanders, immediately issued orders to the infantry of the 3 companies. Everyone went to find a mount. Whoever could ride a mount could travel with the Baron. Those who have no mount, or who find a mount but don't know how to ride it, have no choice but to fend for themselves. Upon hearing the knight's order, the officers and soldiers of the 3 squadrons, regardless of whether they could ride horses or not, all went to find horses to ride. Baron Catalan's army was under the command of the logistics department, which had many horses for pulling carriages. Most of the horses used for pulling carts were unsuitable for use as war horses, but they were fine for riding. The nobles who fled with their cavalry paid no attention to this, and the officers and soldiers of Baron Catalan's army seized the opportunity to find horses and ride them. The first company, composed of officers and soldiers of the standing army, had the most riders. Almost all the officers could ride horses, and many soldiers could also ride. They were hoping to join the cavalry, which offered better benefits. Farmers who had served for a few months were assigned to the 2nd and 3rd companies of soldiers, and some soldiers could also ride horses. The livestock used for plowing in the Baron Cartran estate were mainly draft horses, and some farmers had access to the horses. The horses used by the logistics department to pull carts were mainly draft horses. Although the scene was chaotic, officers and soldiers from other units belonging to the logistics department saw the men from Baron Catalan's territory come to lead their horses and ride them. They quickly realized what was happening and began looking for horses to ride. Baron Catalan led over 300 men to participate in the war to expand the Violet Kingdom, but only about 200 of them ultimately mounted their horses and followed Reg. However, officers and soldiers from other units nearby mounted their horses and followed Reg. Their noble lord fled with his cavalry, and they themselves did not know where to go. Seeing a nobleman leading a large cavalry unit, they followed. 5 knights led the way, and if anyone blocked their path, they would simply ram through them, not caring whether they killed anyone. Survival is the most important thing. Before the orcs could attack, Reg led his cavalry out of the western army camp and continued their westward march. As he ran forward, Reg briefly counted the number of cavalrymen. There were actually more than 500 riders. Even if most of their mounts were draft horses, it was still a cavalry force that Baron Catalan was currently struggling to assemble. Moreover, even if Reg could bring the cavalry back intact, most of the people who did not belong to the Baron Catalan territory would leave directly. They were not knights, they did not pledge allegiance to the nobles, but were merely professional soldiers hired by the nobles. But they all have homes, and their homes are not in the territory of Baron Catalan, so they naturally cannot stay under Reg's command. Put this aside for now, the most important thing now is to escape. There were very few war horses in the group, most were draft horses, which looked tall but couldn't run fast. Moreover, a horse carrying a person cannot run indefinitely. After running for about an hour, nearly 10 kilometers away from the Western Route Army camp, the cavalry unit, temporarily named the Catalan Cavalry Regiment, was about to stop and rest. Everyone dismounted and let the horses rest for a while. After about 20 minutes, they could continue their journey. While the Catalan cavalry were resting, the Orc army successfully cut the Western Route Army into 4 sections. More than 30,000 centaurs, led by Buck, continued to pursue the elite troops and units of the Western Route Army that were fleeing south. The last to fall were not nobles leading small numbers of cavalry and knights, but elite troops without mounts. For example, longbowmen are considered elite troops, but not all longbowmen are equipped with war horses. Longbowmen units equipped with war horses were actually few in number. However, the elite troops, who were trained at great expense, were all equipped with mounts. Seeing that the orcs were catching up with them, and knowing that death awaited them, a group of elite troops chose to fight back and battle against the charging centaur army. The centaurs used bows and arrows from the winged people, and their range and power were in no way inferior to those of the longbowmen. The longbowmen, who had slaughtered the orcs in previous battles, were ultimately annihilated by the centaur army. It took about 2 longbowmen to kill 1 centaur. The centaur army continued its southward pursuit, while the Orc army remaining at the Western Army camp, mainly composed of wolf riders, launched a massacre against the largely commandless Western Army. Lacking command, the junior officers and soldiers ran around aimlessly like headless flies. An army of nobles, with nobles and knights being the most important components. Without nobles and knights, the army lacked commanders. Without orders from superiors, without command from superiors, and lacking in military knowledge, some junior officers and soldiers were illiterate, and had no idea what to do. They also had no way to launch a resistance against the orcs. That's why so many officers and soldiers who acquired mounts followed Reg. When the Marquis of Leighton voluntarily abandoned the main force of the Western Rout Army, he had already anticipated this scenario. A massacre. The orcs' massacre of the human army. The difficulty was almost the same as when human armies slaughtered orc tribes. Orcs, filled with hatred for humans, even engaged in killing contests with their companions to see who can kill the most people. The werewolf dug out the human's heart and liver and fed them to his dire wolf. The Western Rout Army camp has been stained red with human blood. The scattered remnants of the army were also pursued by the orcs. Chapter 70 Rescuing People. While the Catalan cavalry regiment rested, small numbers of cavalrymen gradually fled westward. These cavalrymen were originally infantrymen who knew how to ride horses. They found a horse to ride in the chaos of battle, rode it out of the camp, and galloped in one direction. They met the Catalan cavalry, which included a baron and 5 knights, and gladly joined the ranks. Reg ordered his men to distribute some water and dry rations to the new recruits. This made the new recruits of the Catalan cavalry extremely happy. They fled the camp on horseback, carrying neither food nor water. Many even threw away their weapons, just to run faster. Joining the Catalan cavalry was also a way to better survive in the wasteland. It's not easy for a single cavalryman, or even just a few cavalrymen to survive in the wilderness. Encountering even a weak orc tribe could mean certain death, not to mention the food problem. Reg placed a large amount of water and food in the small world, and this is where it comes in handy. Having rested enough, the Catalan cavalry regiment prepared to continue their advance. In the darkness, Reg used his appraisal spell to see infantry running towards him in the distance, with wolf riders chasing after them. Reg had no intention of going to rescue them and led the Catalan cavalry regiment to continue their westward escape. Basically, after running for an hour and covering about 10 kilometers, you need to stop and rest for 20 to 30 minutes. Just as people need rest, horses also need rest, and we should feed them some oats to replenish their energy. As dawn approached, Reg found a grove of trees, and the entire Catalan cavalry regiment hid there to rest. Daytime is dangerous. In the vast wilderness, targets can be spotted from afar. Moreover, orcs also have air cavalry. Hiding in the woods was finally a bit safer, and Reg had time to think things through. During the march, Reg used his appraisal skill to scout around, wary of encountering orcs. Although Reg was only a minor baron, news of the Violet Kingdom's 3 armies' movements would soon spread among the nobles. Reg knew that the Eastern Rout Army was being attacked by the Orc Army, and the Central Rout Army and the Western Rout Army rushed to support the Eastern Rout Army in order to fight a decisive battle against the Orc Army. It now appears to be a feint by the Orcs. Their true target is the Western Army. Reg planned to include the details of this war in the feint to the east, attack in the west strategy in his own version of the 36 stratagems for the Nora world after returning to his territory. However, how the Orc Army approached the Western Rout Army and launched a surprise attack was something Reg didn't yet understand. In a world with extraordinary powers, there are various methods of reconnaissance. The Orcs' ambush of the Western Army must have also involved the use of powerful, stealth, techniques. Reg believed that his 36 stratagems were quite useful, but the most important thing was still strength. If we are strong enough, we can simply crush them head-on. The ability to remain invisible is also a form of strength. The current situation of expanding the war is really giving Reg a headache. How could the Western Rout Army suffer such a crushing defeat when it was a war of expansion with a high probability of victory for the Violet Kingdom? Even the Central and Eastern armies are in danger. Once the Violet Kingdom's 3 armies were defeated, the Orcs launched a counterattack against the Violet Kingdom. At that time, the Violet Kingdom will use border fortresses such as Bodenbig and other defensive lines to resist the Orc Army. Barren Catrin is located on the border, and will likely be destroyed by the Orc Army. Reg personally led the expedition to participate in the pioneering war in order to collect corpses on the battlefield as nourishment for the World Tree. However, he witnessed firsthand a major defeat for the Violet Kingdom. Of the 300,000 soldiers of the Western Rout Army, how many could survive? Reg didn't know, all he could do was try his best to keep those around him alive. After a half-day rest, the Catalan cavalry regiment remained in the woods. Reg planned to rest during the day and travel at night. Werewolves and centaurs have better night vision than humans, but their vision is still limited at night. Being active at night and hiding during the day is the best choice. Reg took out food and water from the small world, and everyone had lunch together. Many in the group were relieved that the Baron was a powerful spatial mage who carried plenty of food and water with him, so they wouldn't go hungry on their escape. But their joy did not last long. Just past noon, a remnant force of several hundred men could be seen running towards the woods where the Catalan cavalry regiment was hiding. Behind the remnants of the army, a force of over 100 wolf riders was in pursuit. The remaining troops would be overtaken by the wolf riders before they could even enter the woods. If the people are far from the woods, Reg won't expose the Catalan cavalry to save them. The wolf cavalry force numbered just over 100, with the strongest wolf only at the initial stage of the Battle Master realm. There were also 9 Battle Master apprentices in the group, and the other werewolves had all trained and were not ordinary werewolves. If the Catalan cavalry regiment were to appear, the wolf riders would most likely not charge forward, but instead turn and leave, sending werewolves to keep an eye on the Catalan cavalry regiment, and then calling for reinforcements to eliminate them. The wolf riders wanted to leave, but the Catalan cavalry regiment had difficulty catching up with them, since most of the Catalan cavalry regiment's mounts were relatively slow draft horses. If they don't rescue this remaining force, they will be caught up by the wolf riders and killed before they even enter the woods. After the battle, the wolf riders will also find some traces of the Catalan cavalry regiment. For example, werewolves and dire wolves have an extremely strong sense of smell, enabling them to detect the Catalonia cavalry hidden in the woods. Since that's the case, let's save this remaining force. Reg planned to have the Catalan cavalry regiment charge out of the woods and wipe out all the wolf riders when they were about to catch up with the remaining troops. Reg summoned the 5 knights, explained the battle plan, and said that if they didn't eliminate this wolf rider force, they might be discovered by the wolf riders themselves. Like Reg, the knights were initially unwilling to rescue the wounded soldiers being chased by the wolf riders, lest they be discovered by the wolf riders. After hearing what the Baron said, since the wolf riders would discover us whether we rescued the wounded soldiers or not, we might as well fight the wolf riders and wipe them out. They are not afraid to fight orcs. The 5 knights immediately gathered the cavalry who could participate in the battle. Not all cavalrymen in the Catalan cavalry regiment were able to participate in combat. At least those who carried weapons were allowed to fight. Upon closer inspection, there were only slightly over 300 cavalrymen capable of participating in the battle, nearly 2/3 of whom were Reg's subjects. Reg plans to adjust his mount after the battle is over. Those who can participate in the battle should equip themselves with the best mounts. Those who cannot participate in combat should use inferior mounts. It's possible that you won't need to adjust your mount. You'll be able to acquire enough weapons after this battle. Reg quickly organized the cavalry into units, with 5 knights each leading a squad, and the officers were all Reg's men. This was the first battle for the Catalan cavalry, and many of the cavalrymen were filled with fear of the orcs. Reg will be the main force, killing all the werewolves who have entered the extraordinary realm, and then 5 knights will lead the team to eliminate all the remaining werewolves. Chapter 71, the Catalan chapter. The remnants of the army, without a single superhuman, continued to approach the woods where the Catalan cavalry regiment was hiding. Behind them, the wolf riders were getting closer and closer to them. The remaining soldiers fled frantically, throwing away their weapons and armor in an effort to run faster and avoid being caught by the wolf riders. Perhaps if I run a little faster than my companions, I can get into the woods and have a greater chance of survival. It'll be here soon. It'll be here soon. We're almost at the woods. Those running behind felt despair. They were about to be overtaken by the wolf riders. Some people fell to the ground and continued to crawl forward, only to have their heads chopped off by the wolf riders who caught up with them. Just as the wolf riders were about to catch up with the remnant force, Reg teleported away, disappearing from the edge of the forest and reappearing in front of the remnant force. With another teleport, Reg appeared behind the remnant army. Lesser magic missile. One after another, secondary magic missiles were rapidly released by Reg, attacking the werewolf who had stepped into the extraordinary realm. Before the remaining soldiers could react, 5 knights led their cavalry out of the woods. They bypassed the remaining troops and charged towards the wolf riders. The werewolf captain, who was charging at the front, was not even surprised when Reg suddenly appeared. A minor magic missile came flying straight at him. The secondary magic missile was too fast. It was so fast that the werewolf captain, who was at the beginner level of a warrior, didn't have time to dodge and had his head pierced. The werewolf captain had no time to dodge, and the werewolves at the apprentice level of the battle master were even less able to dodge, and were killed by the secondary magic missile. Several werewolves rushed over and swung their knives at Reg. The next moment, Reg disappeared from his spot, teleporting outside the werewolf's charging path, and continued to attack the werewolf with secondary magic missiles. Even after killing all the werewolves at the apprentice fighting master level, Reg's attacks did not stop. When Reg had killed more than 20 werewolves, the 5 knights and their cavalry finally charged over and attacked the wolf riders. Reg then turned his attack on the wolf riders at the rear. 5 knights, riding fine war horses and clad in heavy armor, charged directly into the wolf rider ranks, brandishing their long swords, each strike capable of taking the life of a werewolf. All the werewolves who had reached the transcendent level were dead, and these werewolves who had not reached the transcendent level were no match for the 5 knights' offensive. The ordinary cavalrymen behind the knights were generally no match for a single wolf rider. Fortunately, Reg and 5 knights dealt a heavy blow to the wolf riders, and the number of ordinary cavalry was also greater. The werewolf blocked one cavalryman's longsword, but was then killed by another cavalryman's longsword. However, some cavalrymen were killed by ferocious werewolves or dire wolves. While the fighting raged ahead, the exhausted soldiers at the rear collapsed to the ground, weeping with joy. They never expected that one of their own cavalry units was hiding in the woods. "We're saved." The happiest among the dozen or so remaining soldiers were none other than Reg's subjects, who could not ride horses and could not follow the Baron in his escape to fend for themselves. They were fortunate enough to encounter the Baron again. Upon encountering a large human cavalry force, all werewolves who had reached the transcendent level, including the captain, perished, and soon some werewolves chose to flee. But Reg wouldn't give them a chance to escape. One lesser magic missile after another reaped the lives of the fleeing werewolves. The werewolves who did not flee were killed by 5 knights and their cavalry. After a fierce battle, the Catalan cavalry regiment, at the cost of 16 dead, annihilated all the wolf riders. All werewolves and dire wolves were killed. Unfortunately, the werewolves' mounts were only dire wolves, and dire wolves were difficult to use quickly by the Catalan cavalry, so they had to be killed. Moreover, the Catalan cavalry needed to hide and couldn't cook, so with the rations provided by Reg, there was no need to leave the dire wolf carcasses behind. All that's needed is to collect the werewolf's weapons, armor, food, and water, cut off its left ear to tally the kill, and then throw the werewolf and dire wolf carcasses into Reg's personal storage space to dispose of them. Half of the life energy harvested by the world tree is used for its own growth, resulting in an increase in height of approximately 0.7 centimeters. Those who captured the werewolf weapons and armor were pleasantly surprised, as they discovered that the werewolves' equipment was actually better than what they used. Under normal circumstances, even the weapons and equipment of the elite werewolf troops are about the same as those of the ordinary troops of the Violet Kingdom. Reg used his appraisal skill on the werewolf's weapons and equipment, and discovered that they were actually made by dwarves. The weapons and equipment crafted by the dwarves are the most famous in the world of Nora. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Catalan cavalry regiment led several hundred remaining soldiers into the woods. Reg assigned 5 knights to deal with the hundreds of remaining soldiers, intending to take them with him that night. The speed of the draft horses was still too slow. Even war horses cannot carry people for long periods of time. So Reg changed his approach. The cavalrymen led their horses, which carried weapons, equipment, and other supplies. This way, they can travel all night, and the marching distance is not much shorter than that of riding a horse. It's considered good if you can ride a horse for a total of 6 hours in one night. Using his appraisal skill, Reg can lead his team far away from the orcs. Finding a place to sit down, Reg took a werewolf's scimitar and continued to use his appraisal skill, trying to identify more information. Reg identified the scimitar as having been forged by a dwarf at a specific time and place. Because the elves sent messengers to invite the dwarves to support the orcs, the scimitar was given to the werewolves. The information obtained from the analysis made Reg frown. The expansionist wars of the 7 human kingdoms have become more than just wars against orcs. Dwarves and elves have also joined the fray. The equipment of dwarves alone can greatly enhance the strength of orcs. Is the Violet Kingdom's expansionist war going to fail? It doesn't matter if we fail in our expansionist wars, but we must not allow the orcs to seize our land. Otherwise, Baron Catalan would not be able to escape. It didn't matter to Reg himself becoming a landless, destitute nobleman. What was unacceptable to Reg was that the city named after his mother in this life had been occupied by orcs. The outcome of this war was something that a mere barren like Reg could not decide. All Reg could do was help more people escape and, incidentally, gather more nutrients for the World Tree. The Catalan Cavalry Regiment can now be renamed the Catalan Battle Regiment, which includes both cavalry and infantry. There were 528 cavalrymen and 306 infantrymen. Including Reg and the 5 knights, the Catalan chapter has a total of 840 members. Weapons and equipment captured in the battle against the Wolf Cavalry, as well as some weapons and equipment in the hands of the infantry, were given priority for use by the cavalry. When fighting the orcs, the cavalry were the first to engage in battle. Even if Reg hadn't explicitly stated this rule, the infantry would have obeyed the Baron's decision. The Baron is a nobleman and a powerful superhuman. They are accustomed to obeying the orders of the strong. Rather than being at a loss themselves, they preferred to have a nobleman as their commander. The army then had a backbone. Chapter 72 Good News. No further incidents occurred in the afternoon. Everyone in the Catalan chapter took advantage of the afternoon to rest, especially the cavalry who fought the werewolves and the infantry who were being chased by them. In the evening, Reg took out some water and food from the small world, along with the water and food he had taken from the werewolves, and managed to feed everyone. As night fell, the cavalry, leading their horses, left the woods with the infantry and continued westward. Reg has stored a lot of water and food in the small world, which is a lot for Reg himself, but for the current Catalan chapter, it is only enough for a few meals. If they travel another day west, the Catalan Legion must head south and return to the Violet Kingdom as soon as their food runs out. There might be opportunities to replenish food along the way. As for disposing of all the dire wolf carcasses, there was no other way. If you leave the dire wolf carcass behind, the smell of blood will gradually spread. If they don't eat the wolf meat raw, but instead roast it over a fire, they'll easily be discovered by the orcs. Under the cover of darkness, the Catalan Legion pressed forward. No one spoke during the march unless something important happened. Only Reg, riding his warhorse, would periodically arrive at various locations within the group, using his appraisal skill to scout out all directions. About 3 hours later, the first enemy appeared. To the southeast of the Catalan chapter, more than 50 deer men riding moose and warhorses were chasing after a dozen or so human cavalrymen. Judging from the cavalrymen's horsemanship, they must be real cavalrymen, not infantrymen on horseback. Reg was puzzled as to why it was deer people chasing humans, rather than werewolves or centaurs. The orcs that attacked the Western Route Army's camp last night were only werewolves and centaurs. Reg examined it a few more times but did not obtain any important information. To obtain important information, more mental energy is needed to use the appraisal spell, which will reduce Reg's combat endurance. After all, Reg is the most important fighting force of the Catalan chapter. If it weren't for Reg, the Wolf Riders would have wiped out the entire Catalan Legion during the day. Reg thought for a moment, then surveyed the area to the south. Apart from the deer people and the humans being chased by the deer people, there were no other traces of humans or orcs within a certain range. First and second cavalry squadrons, mount up! We've spotted a small group of orcs chasing our comrades. Let's go rescue them! The cavalry of the Catalan Legion were divided into 5 companies, each led by a knight as company commander. Cavalrymen whose mounts are warhorses are all in the first squadron. The first and second squadrons were the fastest and strongest among the 5 cavalry squadrons. The discovered Deerman cavalry was weak, with only 2 battle master apprentices and the rest of the Deerman not yet reaching the transcendent level. Moreover, after a long journey, both human cavalry and Deerman cavalry were now moving at a very slow speed. Reg and Gerald's cavalry led the first squadron to intercept the Deerman cavalry, while the Knights of Mansfield led the second squadron to flank them. 2 cavalry units broke away from the main force of the Catalan chapter and charged toward the Deerman cavalry. The Deerman's night vision is very strong, not as good as the werewolves, but far superior to that of humans. Before the sound of galloping warhorses had even spread, the Deermen spotted the first company. At first, the Deermen thought they were other orc cavalrymen, but when they got closer, they found that they were actually human cavalrymen, and there were quite a lot of them. Without hesitation, the captain of this Deerman cavalry abandoned the pursuit of the human cavalry ahead and turned to run. The fleeing human cavalrymen didn't understand what had happened until a while later they realized that their allies had rescued them. The fleeing Deerman cavalry did not get very far before the first squadron caught up with them. Reg was the first to make a move, riding his warhorse and casting spells as he moved, quickly conjuring up a series of minor magical missiles that blasted towards the Deerman. The magic missiles that flew towards the Deerman at the Dosher apprentice level did not attack the Deerman directly, but instead targeted the moose beneath him. Reg intends to capture the 2 deer men alive and interrogate them. The other deer men weren't so lucky. A minor magic missile attack killed them instantly. When attacking deer men riding warhorses, Reg will try his best to avoid harming the warhorses. The cavalrymen who participated in this battle also received orders from Reg. Soon, the battle ended easily, with only 1 person killed and several wounded on their side. The strength of this deerman cavalry is far inferior to that of the wolf cavalry that arrived at noon today. Sir Gerald, go and interrogate those 2 deer men. Why did they appear? Where are the werewolf and the centaur? Yes, ma'am. 2 screams echoed across the desolate wilderness. Under the torture of Knight Gerard, the 2 captured apprentices, the deer man, only asked for a quick death and to tell Reg what he wanted to know. It turns out that during the day today, the werewolves and the centaurs' vassal races joined in the pursuit of the remnants of the Western Army. The werewolves and centaurs who launched the night raid on the Western Army had already withdrawn by evening. The task of hunting down the remnants of the Western Route Army was then handed over to the vassal races. Upon hearing this, Reg immediately understood that after the night raid on the Western Army's elite orc troops, the next targets would be the Central and Eastern armies. This was bad news for the Central and Eastern armies, but good news for Reg. Not to mention the elite forces of werewolves and centaurs who will participate in the next Great War, the elite forces of their vassal races will also participate in the next Great War. The vassal race forces that pursued and killed the remnants of the Western Route Army could at most be considered ordinary troops. Furthermore, the orc troops were very dispersed, often in groups of dozens or hundreds, who would disperse to hunt down the remnants of the Western Route Army. Orc armies of over 1,000 men are extremely rare. After extracting the information Reg wanted, Knight Gerald killed the 2 deer men, cut off their left ears, and threw their bodies into Reg's little world. The deer man mounts killed this time were kept as food for the Catalan chapter. They also acquired 17 intact warhorses, all ordinary warhorses, but still better than draft horses. The 2 cavalry squadrons, carrying their spoils, were about to return when 14 human cavalrymen, pursued by the deer men, caught up with them. Upon learning that Reg was a baron, they all dismounted, bowed to Reg, and requested to temporarily join his ranks. Reg asked them a few questions and learned that they were cavalrymen of Viscount Sinar, whom he did not recognize. When Viscount Sinar saw that the elite troops of the Western Route Army were retreating south, he hurriedly led his knights and cavalry to flee as well. On their escape, they were pursued by centaurs. Viscount Sinar's mount is a Tier 1 magical beast, while the knights generally ride high-quality warhorses, and the cavalry ride ordinary warhorses. Faced with the approaching centaurs, Viscount Sinar ordered his men to scatter and flee, hoping to save as many as possible. Their unit, composed of ordinary cavalry, originally numbered over 30, but under the pursuit of the orcs, only 14 remained. It is unknown whether Viscount Sinar is still alive. Chapter 73 I'm Not Going Back. With the cavalry returning, the Catalan chapter had grown even stronger. The information gleaned from the deer man gave Reg a new idea. The werewolves and centaurs rejoined the army and were about to attack the Central and Eastern armies. Only the vassal forces of the 2 major races are still pursuing the remnants of the Western Route Army. Given the strength of the Catalan Legion, there is no need to fear the vassal race forces that are scattered and pursuing the remnants of the Western Route Army. Returning to the Violet Kingdom alive will not be a problem. But Reg doesn't want to go back like this. Reg wasn't worried that the annihilation of the Western Route Army would implicate him. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. He, a mere baron, is of no importance. If anything happens, it's the Marquis of Leighton's business as the commander of the Western Army. Upon returning to the Violet Kingdom, Reg will remain a baron of the Violet Kingdom, and his fiefdom will not be taken away. Reg didn't want to go back so soon and planned to stay in the wasteland a little longer. The goal is to save more of our compatriots, kill more orcs, and gain more battle merits. If he could become a viscount, Reg would naturally not be content to remain a baron. A larger fiefdom and more subjects would allow Reg to accumulate more power. The promotion from baron to viscount also signifies an improvement in status. For example, the viscount's background allows him to expand the magical plant business at the Catalan potion shop to a larger scale. The baron dare not interfere with Reg's business, and the other viscounts, unless they had business conflicts, would not interfere with Reg's business either. If Reg encounters his fellow countrymen being chased by orcs, he will do his best to rescue them if he has the ability. Of course, the most important thing is to obtain nutrients for the world tree. The massive number of corpses produced in a great battle provides the world tree with a large amount of life energy. Unfortunately, the Western Route Army was annihilated. It's unclear whether the next step will be the reconstruction of the Western Route Army or some other plan. Reg led his team back to the Violet Kingdom, sensing that there wouldn't be many battles in the near future. It's better to stay in the wilderness. There are many advantages to it. At this moment, the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Legion should all be thinking about returning to the Violet Kingdom. So Reg summoned everyone in the Catalan chapter for a group meeting. I have good news for everyone. The elite werewolf and centaur troops that attacked the Western Army camp have returned to their posts. I guess their next targets will be the Central and Eastern armies. Now only some werewolf and centaur vassal races are hunting down our Western Army, and the orc troops are very scattered, making it difficult for them to encounter orcs of our size. With our team's strength, we should be able to return to the kingdom smoothly in a few days. But I don't plan to go back so soon. There are still a lot of Western Route Army soldiers being hunted down by orcs in the wasteland. We must save these compatriots, and kill more orcs to turn them into our war merits. I want to be promoted to viscount based on my military achievements, and you can also receive rewards such as money and land based on your military achievements. Now is the best opportunity. Perhaps we have become the strongest force in this region, and no orc can stop our advance. Those who are willing to fight alongside me in the wasteland stay. Those who are not, I will give you some food and water, and you can head south together. There is a good chance you will return to the kingdom alive. Reg let the officers and soldiers of the Catalan chapter make their own choice. Reg's people were the first to make their choice. They would always follow the Baron and obey his commands. After careful consideration, most of the soldiers in the Catalan Legion felt that this was indeed a good opportunity to make a name for themselves. Moreover, without the Baron's leadership, and with not a single superhuman in the group, the chances of returning to the kingdom seemed slim. A small number of people were eager to return to the kingdom, and seeing that no one else was willing to leave, they did not step forward either. The soldiers were mostly illiterate, but that didn't mean they were stupid. If no one goes back, or very few choose to return, then it's better not to go back at all. The chances of surviving with the Baron are much greater. My life is lowly, while yours is noble. If even the Baron isn't afraid of death, what do they have to be afraid of? Not a single member of the Catalan chapter left. They continued forward, but no longer headed west. This time, the Catalan chapter's objective is to find traces of their own people and orcs. For the remainder of the night, the Catalan Legion rescued 2 more groups of remnants of the Western Route Army and eliminated 3 groups of orcs. After daybreak, we rested by a small lake. They lit a fire to roast meat, completely disregarding the fact that the smoke would attract the attention of the orcs. Reg had considered changing the plan to march at night and rest during the day. This plan was originally designed for werewolves and centaurs. When facing forces of vassal races, there is no need to march at night and rest during the day. The problem is that marching during the day reduces the likelihood of engaging in combat with orc forces. During the day, both humans and orcs can see much farther. The orcs saw a large human cavalry force in their direction and realized they were outmatched, so they ran away. The Catalan Legion would have a hard time catching up. At night, some orcs have better night vision, but it is still not comparable to daytime vision. Night marches give the Catalan chapter more opportunities to engage the orcs. The Catalan Legion was having breakfast, as was the elite werewolf centaur force led by King Buck. From the night raid on the Western Army camp of the Violet Kingdom to its conclusion yesterday evening, the Western Army has been annihilated. At most, 50,000 survivors have been identified so far. Among them, the elite troops numbering over 10,000 fled south. This was the remaining force after Buha personally led an army of 30,000 in pursuit. All elite troops without mounts were wiped out by the Centaur army. Some of the nobles who were running behind were also caught up with and killed by the Centaur army. The deceased nobles were mainly barons, who often rode only one fine warhorse. If you are riding a magical beast, the chances of being caught by a centaur are relatively small. After eliminating a portion of the elite troops and nobles of the Western Route army, Buha did not continue the pursuit, fearing that even if they fled back to the border of the Violet Kingdom, it would be difficult to catch them. Now that the Western Route army has been annihilated, the Eastern Route army and the Central Route army remain as the 2 major targets awaiting Buha. Buha did not let the scattered remnants of the Western Route army go unpunished either. More and more troops from vassal races were mobilized to hunt down the remnants of the Western Route army. After breakfast, Buha led his elite werewolf centaur troops on a journey to join forces with the orc army led by Wolf King Idel to attack the eastern and central armies of the Violet Kingdom. On the other side, the elite troops and some nobles of the Western Route army, who were fleeing south, gradually gathered around the Marquis of Leiden's Golden Lion Legion after discovering that the centaurs were no longer pursuing them. Everyone could see the Marquis of Leighton's anger. At this moment, the Marquis of Leighton was like an angry lion, and no one dared to provoke him. "We'll go back to Bodenbig, rebuild the Western Route Army, and then fight our way back." "Yes, ma'am." Lord Leighton had no intention of supporting the Central and Eastern armies. The remaining elite of the Western Army might even be wiped out by the orcs because of that foolish eldest prince. However, the Marquis of Leighton had already sent air cavalry to inform the Central and Eastern armies of the annihilation of the Western Army. Chapter 74, Using War to Sustain War. What? The Western Route Army was ambushed by a large orc army at night, and almost completely wiped out. What's Leighton good for? How could he be ambushed by an orc army at night? Upon seeing the urgent intelligence sent by the air cavalry, Crown Prince Leonard Violet angrily launched into a tirade of curses. The expansion war of the Violet Kingdom was going so smoothly that the three armies were about to converge and fight the orc army together. How did the Western Route Army suddenly become annihilated? Orcs conspiracy? That's one reason. Another reason is definitely that Watts Leighton is unworthy of his reputation, as he was actually attacked at night by an army of orcs. If the Marquis of Leighton knew what the eldest prince was thinking, he wouldn't give the eldest prince any face when he stood in front of him, and would instead give him a good scolding. The Western Route Army has been annihilated, but the war continues. The battle between the Eastern Route Army and the Orc Army continued and intensified, becoming inseparable. If it were the Marquis of Leighton, he would probably have chosen to send the Western Army directly south back to his country, while the Eastern Army would cut its losses and retreat as many troops as possible. The main objective was to withdraw elite and key troops as much as possible. The Violet Kingdom has a large population, and the nobles have not sent out all of their standing armies. Only elite and elite troops are difficult to train quickly. If the elite troops and elite units are withdrawn, a new large army can be quickly formed. However, the eldest prince was reluctant to abandon so many troops, so he ordered the Central Army to continue eastward to join forces with the Central Army and together block the orcs' offensive. On the northern wasteland of the Violet Kingdom, Duke Walsh led the Eastern Route Army in a difficult defense against the Orc Army's attack, while the Central Route Army marched at full speed to support the Eastern Route Army, and the elite of the Western Route Army, led by Marquis Leighton, continued south back to the country. Meanwhile, the largest of the remnants of the Western Route Army, the Catalan War Band, under the leadership of Reg, continued to absorb other remnants and eliminate orc forces that were pursuing the remnants of the Western Route Army. The remnants of the Western Route Army felt that daytime was not a good time to travel, so they chose to hide during the day and travel at night. After the orc troops that were chasing the Western Route Army discovered this, they also rested during the day and searched for the remnants of the Western Route Army at night. This situation caused the Catalan Legion's total number of members to exceed 1,000 in the following day, and they killed more than 400 orcs. The orc troops that pursued the remnants of the Western Route Army were mostly cavalry units. For example, the deer people have their own moose mounts, but they also ride war horses. The sheep people also have ibex mounts and ride war horses. The mounts, exclusive to the orc race, are difficult for the Catalan warband to master quickly, but captured war horses can be put to use immediately. After eliminating one orc cavalry unit after another, the Catalan Legion amassed an ever-growing number of war horses. Some cavalrymen replaced their draft horses with war horses. The extra draft horses were led by infantrymen. Reg ordered all infantrymen who did not know how to ride horses to learn how to do so as soon as possible. Infantrymen are not required to be able to fight on horseback, but they must be able to become mounted infantrymen who can march quickly alongside cavalry units. Reg already sensed that, given the fighting situation of the Catalan Legion, everyone would soon have a mount and be able to march on horseback. This is very important in the wilderness. This Jackal cavalry unit actually has one Jackal at the beginner level of the Battle Master realm, and only 6 Jackals at the Battle Master Apprentice realm. In total, there are less than 150 cavalrymen, so their strength is very weak. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Cavalry Companies, follow me and charge. A team of nearly 100 people was chased down by less than 40 Sheepmen Cavalry. The Sheepmen Cavalry are so weak, don't you dare to fight back? Fine, I'll come and save you. We've spotted a large target, over 500 Deerman Cavalry. The strongest among them is only a beginner-level 5th stage Battle Master. We can't let them get away. A massive battle for the Catalan chapter has come to an end. All the Deerman cavalry were wiped out, and the Catalan chapter suffered over 100 casualties. After this battle, the Catalan chapter's combat strength decreased from 1,600 to 1,500. But as the officers and soldiers gained more combat experience through battle after battle, they gradually switched to war horses as their mounts. The weapons weren't replaced with better ones, but the worn-out weapons were all replaced with new ones. The Orc troops that pursued the remnants of the Western Route Army generally exchanged their weapons and equipment from the Western Route Army camp, which was littered with corpses. These weapons and equipment have now returned to the hands of the Western Route Army. The cavalry of the Catalan war band has rapidly grown from an unqualified cavalry force into a competent one through battles with the Orcs. As a result, Reg gained more battle merits, and the World Tree also gained more nutrients. Just as Reg continued to lead the Catalan Legion in fighting across the wasteland, the Central Army led by the First Prince successfully joined forces with the Eastern Army led by Duke Walsh. The Eastern Route Army fought a bloody battle with the Orc army for many days, suffering numerous casualties. In order to speed up the march, the Central Army abandoned many slow-moving units. Now that the two armies have joined forces, their total strength has exceeded 550,000. Immediately, the Orc army led by Wolf King Ida was driven into a deep retreat. However, Ida was in no hurry to send his elite troops into battle. He was waiting for King Buha to arrive. The elite cavalry force marched much faster than the Crown Prince's Central Army. Before long, two armies of Orcs will clash with two armies from the Violet Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Leiden led the elite of the Western Army back to Bodenbig. The Bodenbig garrison was not surprised by the return of elite troops and key units of the Western Route Army. The air cavalry had already relayed the news of the annihilation of the Western Army, and the intelligence had even been sent to the capital. The Marquis of Leighton's letter detailed the entire course of events. After reading the Marquis of Leiden's letter, the king did not outwardly show anger, nor did he punish the Marquis of Leiden and the eldest prince. Instead, he ordered the Marquis of Leiden to rebuild the Western Army in Bodenbig. At the same time, the king ordered the nobles who were not on campaign to gather a battalion to an army, according to their rank from baron to duke, and send them to the border. The plan was not only to rebuild the Western Route Army, but also to replenish the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army. There is no need to increase military supplies for the time being. When the three armies were conquering the wilderness, military supplies were being continuously transported from the border to the front lines. Now, the Western Army no longer needs to transport military supplies to the front lines. The nobles who did not participate in the expedition were not too surprised by the annihilation of the Western Army when they received the king's order. It was probably just an accident. The Violet Kingdom has launched so many expansionist wars that a single army has been wiped out many times, and there have also been instances where all three armies have been annihilated. Ultimately, the Violet Kingdom's profound resources allowed them to withstand the Orcs' counterattack. Even though a large part of the army was wiped out, a portion of elite troops and elite units were still preserved, and the Western Route Army was able to be reorganized quickly. The nobles mobilized their standing army, conscripted farmers, distributed weapons, and formed armies of sufficient size, dispatching their subordinates to lead these troops to the northern border of the kingdom. Chapter 75 The Shadowless Rider. The nobles who did not participate in the expedition did not care about the annihilation of the Western Route Army. The nobles who went to war, especially those in the Western Route Army, were filled with fear and anxiety when their families learned of the army's annihilation. They feared that nobles would die in the wilderness. This includes the Lord's domain of Catalan. It wasn't until the Marquis of Leiden led the elite of the Western Route Army back to Bodenbig that news of the Western Route Army's annihilation spread throughout the Bodenbig area. Baron Catalan, which is separated from Bodenbig only by the Fielding Baronate, soon received news of the annihilation of the Western Route Army. Everyone who knew that Lord Catalan was in the Western Army was greatly surprised. The knights who remained behind personally led a group to Bodenbig to inquire. It was soon learned that many nobles had returned with the Marquis of Leighton, but quite a few others had not. Most of the nobles who did not return were barons, a few were viscounts, and one count did not return. A kind-hearted baron told the Knight of Only that there was no need to wait any longer, as it was highly likely that Baron Catalan would not be returning. The Knight of Only returned sadly to Baron Cartran and told everyone the information he had obtained. Upon hearing that their master, the Baron, had died in the wilderness, the servants and slaves in the Lord's manor wept bitterly. Mia, who had only recently become a battle master apprentice, became distraught. In the end, it was Emily who stepped forward to comfort everyone. Master is a mid-level mage, and a powerful space mage at that. Not to mention other barons, even viscounts are not as good at escaping as Master. Our Master won't die. He's probably hiding somewhere or on his way back. Everyone must believe in him. He will definitely come back alive. Bellona was the first to agree with Emily. Bellona had fought alongside Reg on several occasions, so she naturally knew a part of Reg's strength and believed that Reg would not die so easily in the wasteland. Only after Bellona said that did the servants of the Lord's manor calm down a bit. Even the knights of Angli believed these words. When she was alone, Emily couldn't stop crying. Reg is Emily's master and also her man, and he gives Emily the opportunity to cultivate. Emily hopes that Reg will return fully recovered. If there are gods in this world, please bless my master so he can come back safely. Emily prayed silently. Many people thought Baron Catalan was dead, while others believed he was on his way back. But no one would have imagined that Baron Catalan was leading a group of remnants of the Western Army in a battle against the Orc forces on the wasteland. In just a few days, the Catalan war band has grown into the Catalan Brigade, with a strength exceeding 2,000. Everyone rode horses, and there were even quite a few extra horses. The Catalan Brigade was divided into 2 regiments, a cavalry regiment and an infantry regiment, a mounted infantry regiment. In addition, 3 knights joined Reg's ranks. Reg is very young. Neither in his past life nor in this life has any experience in commanding troops in combat. In this life, he mainly studies military knowledge at the Buddhist Academy. Despite this, Reg was able to lead a remnant of the Western Route Army and eliminate more than 5,000 orcs. As commander, Reg was well aware of the capabilities of the troops he led. In every battle, Reg would choose orc troops that were much weaker than himself, so that he could crush them. If they encounter a strong orc army, they will temporarily avoid it. As Reg led his troops in numerous battles against the orcs, his command abilities gradually improved. He is at least very competent when commanding a regiment of troops. Reg is developing into a qualified brigade commander. Even before he had become a qualified brigade commander, Reg was able to lead the Catalan Brigade to victory after victory by relying on his appraisal skills. In the beginning, every battle resulted in the complete annihilation of the enemy. As the number of orcs increased in later battles, it became impossible to annihilate them all each time, allowing a few orcs to escape. Information about the Catalan Brigade gradually spread among the orcs. The orcs gathered several orc cavalry units of several thousand and searched everywhere for and hunted down the Catalan Brigade. Relying on his appraisal skills, Reg led the Catalan Brigade past large orc forces on several occasions. The Catalan Brigade gradually gained fame in this region, even earning the nickname, the Shadowless Riders. They believed that the Catalan travelers came and went without a trace. The main orc force could not find the Catalan Brigade. Not long after, a small to medium-sized orc force was wiped out by the Catalan Brigade. Many times, the orc troops that were wiped out didn't even have a single orc escape. They were wiped out without even realizing it. The numerous small groups of orcs pursuing the remnants of the Western Route Army gradually developed a fear of the Catalan Brigade, worrying that they might encounter it. When Buha's elite orc cavalry arrived on the battlefield, the Catalan Brigade had truly reached the size of a brigade, with more than 3,000 men. The elite orc cavalry that arrived on the battlefield were unable to repeat their previous tactics this time. Previously, the Elven mage group used a massive illusion to conceal this elite orc cavalry force. In the end, most of the elves were weakened and have not yet recovered. This time, the elite orc cavalry, without the cover of the Elven mage corps, was quickly discovered by the Violet Kingdom's army and unable to launch a surprise attack. If a surprise attack is impossible, then we won't resort to sneak attacks. We'll launch a frontal assault. King Buha the horse and King Yidel the wolf led their respective armies of orcs in an attack on the Violet Kingdom's army. In this battle, the Violet Kingdom's army suffered far more losses than the orcs. The eldest prince and Duke Walsh quickly discovered the problem. This time, the orcs may be going all out. If the Western Route Army were still intact, the 3 armies working together should have been able to withstand the orcs' all-out attack. However, the Western Army had been annihilated, and the Central and Eastern armies joined forces to temporarily hold off the orcs' offensive, but suffered heavy losses. Without reinforcements, continuing like this will only result in a crushing defeat. The problem is that there are no reinforcements available in the short term. The Western Route Army is being rebuilt, and the nobles' armies are already on their way to the north. The eldest prince couldn't help but berate the Marquis of Leighton in front of Duke Walsh and the other nobles, believing that it was all the Marquis of Leighton's fault that the Western Army was wiped out in one fell swoop. Although the nobles present did not speak and their expressions did not change, most of them believed that the problem mainly lay with the eldest prince. If the eldest prince hadn't been so eager to support the Eastern Army, the Western Army wouldn't have needed to rush, thus creating an opportunity for the Orcish Army, which was already eyeing the Western Army. We must retreat. The orcs are stronger, and if the fighting continues, even if the Central and Eastern armies are not defeated, their military supplies will be exhausted. Military supplies could no longer be delivered to the front lines, as all supply routes had been cut off by the orcs. We could only fight and retreat at the same time. Most nobles were not as ruthless as the Marquis of Leighton, willing to abandon most of the Western Route Army to cover the retreat of elite troops. Fighting and retreating simultaneously actually requires elite troops to push forward. If ordinary troops were sent in, they would collapse immediately. Chapter 76 Heading North. Baron Rodrigo Horace, from the province of Belgica, a junior 4th level fighter, with 2 knights and 37 cavalry. The information revealed by the identification technique made Reg hesitate. To my surprise, I encountered a nobleman. If it weren't for Baron Horace, Reg would definitely have gone to recruit the knights and cavalry to strengthen the Catalan Brigade. What Catalan lacks most right now is superhumans. However, the addition of Baron Horace, even though he was a junior 4th level fighter, could hardly affect his control over the Catalan Brigade. However, this will affect Reg's ability to obtain World Tree nutrients. After each battle, Reg would use the excuse of cleaning up the battlefield to collect the enemy corpses and the corpses of mounts that were not considered food into his small world. The subordinates won't think too much about it. Baron Horace will surely have many thoughts after seeing this. For example, time is of the essence on the battlefield. There's no time to deal with enemy corpses. Baron Horace may also investigate Reg's secrets. It's better to cut the problem at its source. In any case, no orcs are chasing Baron Horace now, and Baron Horace is not running towards the Catalan Brigade. In the darkness, the two sides would not meet, and it would be almost impossible for Baron Horace to discover the Catalan Brigade. It's a pity about those 2 knights. To date, 6 knights have joined the Catalan Brigade. One of them, Knight McCree from Viscount Child's Domain, had reached the 2nd stage of the beginner level in the Battle Master realm. He is the only junior transcendent in the Catalan Brigade. The size of the Catalan Brigade swelled to 4,200 men. All the slow draft horses had been abandoned, and everyone rode war horses. However, there were fewer than 2,000 cavalrymen capable of fighting on horseback. The rest were infantrymen on horseback. Their skills were poor, some had only just learned, and they could easily fall off their war horses, let alone fight on horseback. In their spare time, these mounted infantrymen made the most of their time to practice their riding skills. Everyone knows that cavalry has a higher status than infantry. Especially in this wasteland teeming with orcs, if you can't ride a horse well, you might just die there. With fewer than 2,000 cavalry and a scarcity of superhumans, Reg's Catalan Brigade was unable to engage the large contingent of orc cavalry. The largest battle they fought was only the annihilation of a 1,100-strong orc cavalry unit, while the Catalan Brigade itself suffered considerable losses. As the Catalan Brigade continued to expand, Reg had abandoned his nocturnal lifestyle. Because during the day there are not many places where the entire Catalan Brigade can hide. On the contrary, at night, they are less likely to be discovered by orcs and have plenty of time to rest. Thanks to the fact that everyone was on horseback, even if they were spotted by the orcs, it would be difficult for them to catch up with the Catalan Brigade. The orcs' hard-won air cavalry are all on another battlefield. They won't use them to search for the remnants of the Western Army. Most of the time, Reg would spot the orcs before or even several times before the orcs discovered the Catalan Brigades. The name, Shadowless Rider, is becoming increasingly renowned among the orcs of this region. More orc troops joined the hunt for the Catalan Brigade. If outsiders saw them, they would think that the Catalonia Brigade was dancing on the edge of a knife, and that they could be smashed to pieces in one fell swoop. However, the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Brigade felt that their journey across the wasteland was too easy. They understood that it was all because of Lord Catalan. The powerful Baron Catalan was able to easily lead them through the orc encirclement. Lord Catalan is so young, he is a born leader. As members of the Western Route Army, they found it difficult to grasp the ability of the kingdom's renowned Marquis Leighton to command a large army in battle. It seems that Lord Catalan is a younger version of the Marquis of Leighton. The officers and soldiers' trust in Reg grew, and some even dreamed of staying under Baron Catalan's command indefinitely. Under the leadership of Baron Catalan, they won every battle and gained the military merits they desired. Reg led the Catalan Brigade across the wasteland, even returning to the Western Route Army camp for a quick look. The blood of the soldiers of the Western Route Army stained the earth red, leaving behind a trail of white bones. Many of the bones were covered with teeth marks, the marks of wolves or other animal monsters gnawing at them. This fueled the hatred of everyone in the Catalan Brigade towards the orcs. Over time, the size of the Catalonia Brigade has stopped growing. At its peak, it had more than 5,000 people. With each battle against the orcs, some died or were wounded, and the size of the Catalan brigade steadily declined. The remnants of the Western Route Army were almost wiped out by the orcs' pursuit. The remaining Western Route Army soldiers still alive on the wasteland were either highly skilled at hiding or, like the Catalan brigade, had formed a formidable force capable of turning the tide against the pursuing orc troops. It is now extremely difficult for Reg to find even a remnant of the Western Route Army. In addition, the number of orc troops chasing after the Catalan brigade continued to increase. After the Western Route Army was annihilated, Reg rallied the remnants of the Western Route Army and fought in various places for more than half a month. Now he felt it was time to go back. However, how to bring the Catalonia brigade back is a problem. Information was extracted from the captured orcs. The orc leader believed that the Shadow Riders would definitely return to the Violet Kingdom, so he deployed a large number of orc troops in the south, waiting for the Shadow Riders to walk into his trap. Reg was confident that he could use his appraisal skill to find the orcs' weaknesses and lead the Catalan brigade to break through the orcs' obstruction and return to the Violet Kingdom. It's uncertain how many people will ultimately make it back alive. There may be 2,000 people, or there may be less than 1,000. Let's think in reverse, head north, wipe out some orc tribes, and lure the orc forces away from the south. Perhaps more people will return alive to the Violet Kingdom. Reg summoned all the extraordinary beings in the Catalan brigade and announced his decision. Because Reg led the Catalan brigade to victory after victory, and because the knights trusted Reg. Now, faced with Reg's decision, the knights obeyed Reg's orders without hesitation. Head north, wreak havoc, and avenge our fallen comrades and friends. As the Catalan brigade headed north, the number of orc troops that Reg found suddenly decreased. This means that the number of orc troops positioned in the south, waiting for the Catalan brigade to walk right into their trap, will be far greater than one might imagine. The Catalan brigade, which inflicted heavy losses on the orcs, has become the primary target of the orc forces pursuing the remnants of the Western Route Army. We must annihilate the Catalan brigade in the wasteland and prevent them from returning to the Violet Kingdom. To keep their movements secret for the time being, the Catalan brigade, heading north, tried to avoid the orc forces as much as possible. Reg had several opportunities to wipe out small groups of orcs, but he gave them up. They also unexpectedly discovered two groups of remnants of the Western Route Army along the way. That night, the Marquis of Leighton led the elite of the Western Route Army south, while Reg led his men west, and naturally, some ran east and some ran north. The enemy attacked from the north, and the most dangerous place became the safest place, causing many people to flee north. However, the vassal tribes that followed came from the north, and most of the remnants of the Western Route Army who fled north died. It was already quite remarkable that Reg was able to find the two groups of remnants of the Western Route Army. Chapter 77 Wolfgirl Mavis. The Deer People tribe has a total of 823 members. The strongest was an old deer man at the 5th level of the Battle Master Apprentice stage, whose actual strength was not even as good as that of a 3rd level apprentice. The entire tribe of deer men should number over 1,200, with 1/3 of them obeying the centaur's orders to go on campaign. The remaining 823 deer people were mostly old, weak, sick, or disabled. There were very few superhumans among them. This deer man tribe can be considered, to some extent, as a weak baronial territory within the Violet Kingdom, and one where the Baron has already led his territory's army on an expedition. Kill them all, leave no one alive! Yes, sir! The Catalan brigade even included mounted infantry in the battle, completely surrounding the Deerman tribe. The battle ended easily, with all the Deermen killed. The Catalan brigade suffered only 3 dead and a dozen wounded. This time, Reg doesn't plan to provide the world tree with nutrients. He doesn't have that much time. After the officers and soldiers cut off the deerman's left ear, they hurriedly searched for spoils of war. It mainly consists of dry rations, gold and silver jewelry, magic ore, magic plants, and war horses. At this moment, the Catalan brigade has nearly 5,000 men, each with a war horse, and nearly 1,000 cavalrymen with a second war horse. If each member of the Catalan brigade had 2 or 3 war horses, under Reg's leadership, they could move swiftly across the wasteland. Reg made an agreement with the officers and soldiers of the Catalan brigade. Upon returning to the Violet Kingdom, each person can leave behind a warhorse, a set of weapons and equipment, and their spoils of war. The extra warhorses belong to Baron Catalan. Each person contributes 1 ordinary warhorse to Reg, which is worth 50,000 gold coins. Each person contributes 2 ordinary warhorses, which amounts to 100,000 gold coins. When Elroy was in charge of Cheryl, the annual tax revenue was only about 1,600 gold coins, which was equivalent to 60 years of Cheryl's tax revenue. This is a huge fortune. Reg will acquire a huge fortune, and the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Brigade will also gain a considerable amount of wealth. They searched for small but valuable items from the Deer Man tribe and took them with them. Of course, military achievements are also very important. The severed left ears of the Deer Men were marked and placed in Baron Catelyn's personal storage space for longer preservation. Many people may not believe the battle achievements recorded in the official documents. When we return to the Violet Kingdom and take out the left ears of these orcs from our personal space, that will be the best proof. Knight McCree, a beginner-level second-stage battle master, even has the opportunity to become a Baron of the Violet Kingdom. It was up to Sir McCree to choose whether to remain loyal to Viscount Child or to switch allegiance to the king. Perhaps Viscount Child died on the run. After annihilating the Deerman tribe and collecting their spoils, the Catalan Brigade immediately moved on to find their next target. In a single day, the Catalan Brigade wiped out 3 orc tribes and killed more than 2,000 orcs. A small number of orcs escaped and spread the news of the Catalan Brigade. Information transmission takes time. Most of the orc army was attacking the Violet Kingdom's central and eastern armies. The remaining orc army was mainly responsible for hunting down the remnants of the Western Army, and now they were searching for the Catalan Brigade in the south. The number of orc troops left behind in the tribe was very small. No orc could have imagined that a human army would venture so deep into enemy territory alone. To eliminate or drive out the Catalan Brigade, the only option is to summon troops from outside. After confirming that the human army was the Shadow Riders, a large number of orc troops that had been pursuing the Catalan Brigade began to head north. Its troop strength is more than 10 times that of the Catalan Brigade. But it will take them time to move north, and the Catalan caravan's slaughter behind the orcs' lines continues. Rest at night, fight during the day. A single day is enough to wipe out several orc tribes, all of which are vassal races of werewolves and centaurs. For example, deer people, sheep people, pig people, jackal people, fox people, etc. Werewolves and centaurs originally had their own territories, and their vassal races did not mix together. Due to the expansionist wars of the Violet Kingdom, all the orc tribes temporarily migrated north, and thus became mixed together. This was also because the werewolves and centaurs had devoted almost all their strength to defeating the 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom, leaving very few troops to guard the rear. Each orc tribe was basically left with only the old, weak, sick, and disabled, and there were hardly any superhumans left. They were easily wiped out by the Catalan Brigade, while the Catalan Brigade itself suffered very little loss. The number of warhorses in the Catalan Brigade was constantly increasing, as were the officers and soldiers' battle achievements and spoils. During their rest, many people dreamed of returning to the Violet Kingdom and living a happy life with their families. They believed that, under the leadership of Baron Catelyn, they would surely return safely to the Violet Kingdom. The fighting continues in the Catalan Brigade. After killing many werewolves and centaurs, they finally encountered a centaur tribe. This centaur tribe is very small, with only about 300 elderly, weak, sick and disabled people remaining behind. However, faced with the attack of the Catalan Brigade, all centaurs capable of wielding weapons joined the battle. Especially the centaur's arrows. If it weren't for Reg's intervention, they would have caused considerable losses to the Catalan Brigade. However, the centaur tribe was not completely wiped out. Several centaurs fled after seeing the Catalan army attack. The destruction of a centaur tribe enraged the high-ranking officials of the centaur court, who ordered the armies of their vassal races to annihilate the Catalan Brigade as soon as possible. The centaur royal court has a force remaining behind, but it cannot be mobilized for fear of an attack on the royal court. Knowing the enormous consequences of destroying a centaur tribe, Reg quickly led the Catalan Brigade to relocate. After annihilating several more orc tribes along the way, Reg finally spotted the orc army. They are the vanguard of the orcs from the south, and more orc troops are on their way. We must wipe out the Catalan Brigade as soon as possible. However, the Shadowless Rider remains the same Shadowless Rider. They come and go without a trace, and the orc forces simply cannot keep up with the pace of the Catalan Brigade. One tribe was destroyed, and the orc army arrived, and then another tribe was destroyed. The Catalan Brigade was constantly on the move, leaving the orc forces exhausted. Feeling that he had mobilized the orc forces sufficiently, Reg decided to make one last trip before heading south back to the Violet Kingdom. As for the target, since we've already wiped out one centaur tribe, let's wipe out another werewolf tribe. A small werewolf tribe appeared in Reg's sight, with 659 werewolves, including 7 who had entered the extraordinary realm, all of whom were apprentices of the battle master. Etc. Reg discovered a very valuable beast-eared girl. Name Mavis. Gender female. Lifespan 12 to 89 years. Identity a wolf girl who lost both parents and was ostracized by her tribe. Talent 2nd class physique 4th class soul topped her light element affinity advanced wind element affinity. Realm apprentice level 4 battle master. If the animal-eared girl has a family, even if Reg kills her family and takes her away, it will be difficult to subdue her. A beast-eared girl who has lost both parents and is ostracized by her tribe should be relatively easy to subdue. Chapter 78 The Road Home. When the Catalan army attacked, several werewolves fled on their dire wolves with tears in their eyes, while the remaining werewolves who could wield weapons bravely resisted the Catalan army. 6 secondary magic missiles successively killed 6 werewolves at the Dosher apprentice level. The remaining werewolves were left to the knights to lead the hunt, while Reg found Mavis hiding on the edge of the area by himself. Adding wolf ears and a wolf tail to a human makes him almost look like a werewolf. The wild wolf girl was popular with many nobles. Mavis is about 1.55 meters tall, with silver hair, silver tail fur, silver gray eyes, and a beautiful little face with a wild look. It perfectly matches Reg's aesthetic. However, in this gray werewolf tribe, Mavis's mutated appearance and the fact that she had no parents caused her to be ostracized by the entire tribe. However, things hadn't escalated to the point of open conflict, allowing Mavis to continue living in her parents' house and fend for herself. Because of his high talent and some luck, he became a 4th Dan apprentice fighter at the age of 12. Reg rode his horse to where Mavis was hiding and looked at her. Mavis opened her small mouth and bared her teeth at Reg, as if trying to scare him away. Mavis, acknowledge me as your master, and I will give you a chance to live. Mavis ignored him and continued to bar her teeth at Reg, trying to bite him to death. Reg didn't want to waste any more time on Mavis and jumped off his horse. Mavis lunged at Reg with bared teeth and claws, but Reg knocked her unconscious with a single chop and threw her into the small world. The twin bunny girls, busy farming in the small world, were so frightened by Mavis's sudden appearance on the ground not far away that they huddled together and trembled. Those are werewolves from the upper clan. The twin bunny girls tremble with fear at the mere smell of a werewolf, let alone a werewolf appearing here, even if that werewolf is unconscious. Not long after Reg took Mavis away, the werewolf tribe was destroyed. The officers and soldiers hurriedly harvested the werewolf's left ear and searched for spoils. After everything was over, Reg said to everyone in the Catalan Brigade, "Come on, I'll take you home." The Catalan Brigade, consisting of 4,861 men and 15,573 war horses, marched south in a grand procession. Even if 100,000 orc troops were scattered across the vast wilderness, it would be difficult to find the Catalan Brigade. The Catalan Brigade was occasionally discovered, but only by more dispersed groups of orc cavalry. However, they discovered that the Catalan Brigade was useless. The entire Catalan Brigade was on horseback, and the orcs simply couldn't catch up. We couldn't catch up before, and we can't catch up now. Each member of the Catalan Brigade had at least 3 horses to ride, a configuration far exceeding that of ordinary orc cavalry units. To intercept or even annihilate the Catalan Brigade, at least the elite cavalry units of the vassal races, or ordinary cavalry units of werewolves and centaurs, would be required. The Catalan Brigade was merely well equipped. In reality, its combat strength was inferior to that of a regular cavalry unit of the Violet Kingdom with the same number of soldiers. The Catalan Brigade still contained a large number of mounted infantrymen who could not be transformed into true cavalrymen in a short period of time. On their journey south, Reg used his appraisal spell to evade the orc forces, but the cavalry was too large to avoid being discovered by the orcs. One orc cavalry unit after another learned of the Catalan Brigade's whereabouts and joined the pursuit of it. However, they found that they were getting further and further away from the Catalan Brigade. A half-orc cavalry force was attempting to intercept the Catalan Brigade ahead, but Reg spotted them early on and led the Catalan Brigade to evade them. "Damn it! Who can catch that damned shadowless rider? 1 man and 3 horses, we've spotted the shadowless rider, but we can't catch up with him at all. Damn the shadow riders! My tribe has been wiped out by the Shadow Riders. We cannot give up. We must kill all of them. If only our elite cavalry hadn't all left. The Shadowless Riders only bully the weak and have never fought us head-on." Exhausted from their pursuit, the orcs dismounted and began pounding the ground with their fists to vent their rage. A half-orc, riding a mount of 0 or even 1 level magical beast, was chasing the Shadow Rider alone when he was killed by a minor magical missile fired by Reg. Reg has captured many magical beast mounts, and as long as they are not dead, they have been imprisoned in Reg's small world. In the small world, Mavis has awakened from her coma. Upon realizing she was alive and in an unfamiliar place, Mavis immediately became alert, only to see 2 half-rabbit humans and some magical beasts. Mavis looked at the rabbit girl, and Dovey and Doya were so frightened that they knelt down. Mavis had no intention of killing the rabbit girl, but instead asked, "Who are you? Where is this place?" "I am Duaway, and she is my sister Doya. This is the Master's territory. Please don't eat us," Duaway replied, trembling. "Owner?" Mavis recalled what happened before she was knocked unconscious. A human wanted her to acknowledge him as his master, she disagreed, and he knocked her unconscious. Now she should be locked up somewhere by him. Mavis's eyes dimmed. As a werewolf, falling into the hands of humans meant certain doom. Should I commit suicide? Mavis abandoned the idea. Orphaned and ostracized by his clan, he struggled to survive. How could someone commit suicide because of a minor setback? "I don't want to die. I want to live and find a chance to escape." Mavis asked the 2 rabbits more questions about their master. Outside, as the Orc cavalry pursued them futilely, the Catalan Brigade drew ever closer to the border of the Violet Kingdom. The Orc troops originally stationed in the south, waiting for the Catalan Brigade to walk into their trap, were mostly transferred to encircle and annihilate the Catalan Brigade because of the Catalan Brigade's rampage in the rear. The Orc forces remaining in the south are dwindling in number, and their attempts to intercept the Catalan Brigade have been thwarted. Even when they encountered small groups of Orcs that the Catalan Brigade could easily wipe out, Reg led the Catalan Brigade to avoid them. "We're about to go home, and there's no need for any more casualties. Even one death in battle would ruin the final journey." Compared to the Catalan Brigade, the journey home for the Violet Kingdom's central and eastern armies was fraught with bloodshed. With elite troops and a large number of ordinary soldiers as the main force, they struggled to resist the frenzied attack of the Orc army. Every day that passed, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of people fell on the way of the retreat. The nobles watched as their elite troops, which they had invested heavily in training, suffered continuous losses in battle, and their hearts bled. The thought popped into their minds that Marquis Layton's choice was correct: use the main force to hold back the Orc army while the nobles led their elite troops, cavalry, and other units in a swift retreat. "We've already covered a third of the journey. It's too late to make new choices now. Forget it. The loss of territory and troops is the most important thing. My safe return to the Violet Kingdom is the most important thing. If the territory's army is gone, just recruit new ones. The problem is that training elite troops takes too much money and time, and cannot be recovered in a short period of time." Chapter 79 Cattleman Cavalry Division. From west to east they are Baron Bodenberg of Romson, Baron Fielding, Baron Catalan, and Baron Simon. Finally, the Catalan Brigade approached the border of the Violet Kingdom, and the Orc cavalry behind them no longer dared to pursue. After the Western Route army was destroyed, Orc cavalry units raided the borders of the Violet Kingdom. They were soundly defeated by the troops left to guard the border, as well as the elite troops brought back by the Marquis of Layton. Therefore, they dared not approach the border of the Violet Kingdom any further. The Catalan Brigade returned and was quickly discovered by the scouts who had gone ahead to investigate. The scouts were shocked to discover such a large cavalry force, wondering where it came from. "I wasn't afraid. We're all human, and even if you're a foreigner, they won't just stab you when they meet you." Reg summoned the scouts who had discovered the location and asked them where the border of the Violet Kingdom was. The scouts told us that it was the Baron Romson territory, and that Bodenberg was about 40 kilometers to the east. Reg ordered the entire army to dismount and rest, and then returned to Bodenberg with renewed vigor. The Western Route army was annihilated. They were originally a defeated and remnant force, but under the leadership of Baron Catalan, they will return to Bodenberg as a heroic army. All of this is due to the Catalan Brigade's record. Over the past 20 days, the Catalan Brigade has been fighting in all directions, eliminating a large number of Orcs and gathering more than 6,000 officers and soldiers of the Western Route army. At this moment, the Catalan Brigade still has 4,825 people, with dozens falling behind or dying along the way. Reg's personal space contains the left ears of over 30,000 Orcs, representing the total number of Orcs killed by the Catalan Brigade. The main reason for the high number of Orcs killed was the destruction of Orc tribes in the rear, while the number of Orcs killed in the early battles with Orc cavalry was relatively small. During the break, an air cavalryman riding a winged horse flew over. Knight Thorpe, an air cavalryman, flew down and asked who the commander of this force was. Soon, Reg met Thorpe. Your Excellency, I am from the Western Route Army's Air Cavalry Unit, and I am here on the orders of Lord Leighton to inquire with you. When the Catalan Brigade was still some distance from the border of the Violet Kingdom, it was discovered by the Air Cavalry of the Western Route Army. Reg knew this too. Reg was worried about the Orc Air Cavalry, so he would also keep an eye on targets in the air. The Air Cavalry brought the intelligence about the discovery of the Catalan Brigade back to Bodenburg, and the Marquis of Leiden ordered the Air Cavalry to come and inquire about the situation of the Catalan Brigade. Lord Leighton suspected that the Catalan Brigade was a unit of the Western Army. The Central and Eastern armies were engaged in a bloody battle with the Orc army, so it was unlikely that a cavalry unit of this size would return first. Reg had never met the Marquis of Leighton in person, but he had seen him from afar several times and had used his appraisal skill to appraise the Marquis of Leighton. The Marquis of Leighton also had some of the shortcomings of the nobility, but he was much better than the Marquis of Herbert, the commander of the Allied forces in the province of Trut. At least Reg felt that the Marquis of Leighton wouldn't covet the Catalan Brigade's achievements. On the contrary, he would publicize the Catalan Brigade extensively to boost morale. Reg told Thorpe Knights almost everything about the Catalan Brigade, including its history and achievements. As Sir Thorpe recorded Reg's words, he was filled with surprise. It's hard to believe that after the Western Route Army was wiped out, Lord Cateran actually managed to gather the remnants of the Western Route Army and, surrounded by orcs, eliminate so many orcs. If it weren't for the Catalan Brigade's presence, the Orc army might have already amassed and launched a new round of raids on the kingdom's borders. Your Excellency, congratulations on your glorious victory. After recording the events, Sir Thorpe congratulated Reg and then rode his Pegasus back to Bodenburg to report the glorious achievements of the Catalan Brigade to Marquis Leiden. Soon, the Marquis of Leighton saw the information recorded by Sir Thorpe and was quite surprised. The Marquis of Leighton thought of himself when he was young. Both were participating in the pioneering war for the first time, and their armies suffered heavy losses. They led their territorial troops to gather the defeated soldiers and fight their way out of the orcs' encirclement. Even the Marquis of Leighton believed that Baron Catalan had done a better job than he had in his youth. So many orcs had besieged Catalan's brigade, yet they had never been able to capture them, and instead, so many orcs had been killed by Catalan's brigade. Another rising star has emerged in the kingdom. Lord Leighton felt that the return of the Catalan Brigade was a good opportunity. The Western Route Army was annihilated by the Orc Army, and its morale was low during the reconstruction process. The Catalan Brigade's achievements can be used to boost morale. Lord Leighton quickly decided to hold a grand celebration for the return of the Catalan Brigade. In addition, the Marquis of Leighton renamed the Catalan Brigade as the Catalan Cavalry Division. An infantry division has about 10,000 men. 5,000 cavalrymen can form a cavalry division. 5,000 men plus 5,000 horses, and the horses were even more valuable than the men. The Catalan Cavalry Division had not just 5,000 horses, but 15,000. Such luxurious configurations are rarely seen in the armies of the Violet Kingdom. Sir Thorpe came and went in haste, carrying orders to find the Catalan Brigade, which was already heading towards Bodenburg. The Catalan Brigade was transformed into the Catalan Cavalry Division, and Bodenburg was to hold a grand celebration to welcome the victorious return of the Catalan Cavalry Division. All the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Cavalry Division were excited. Who wouldn't want to go home as a hero? They transformed from remnants of the Western Route Army into heroes. This feels amazing. The morale of the entire Catalan Cavalry Division soared once again. Although in terms of strength, the Catalan Cavalry Division could not compare with those elite cavalry units. However, in terms of morale, even the invincible elite troops were not as high as the Catalan Cavalry Division. Under Baron Catalan's leadership, they fought countless battles across the wastelands, achieving victory after victory, as if they had fought their entire life's worth of battles. In Bodenburg, under the orders of the Marquis of Leiden, preparations for a grand celebration immediately began. A grand celebration doesn't need to be extravagant, the key is size. All troops gathered in Bodenburg were required to participate in and watch the victory parade of the Catalan Cavalry Division. The news that Baron Catalan led the Catalan Cavalry Division to victory, annihilating 100,000 orcs, quickly spread throughout the Bodenburg region. Whether they knew Baron Catalan or not, no one could believe it was true. The Western Army was annihilated, but a mere baron managed to gather his defeated soldiers and form a cavalry division amidst the encirclement of orcs, killing so many orcs and ultimately returning victorious. Even the Marquis of Leighton couldn't have achieved this level of skill when he was young. However, this matter was personally ordered by Lord Leighton and verified by him personally, so it couldn't be fake. At most, the Catalan Cavalry Division wasn't that strong, and its battle record wasn't that exaggerated. It is certain that a Baron did indeed lead the routed soldiers of the Western Army back after breaking through the Orcs' encirclement. Chapter 80 Returning in Triumph. Among the Western Route Army undergoing reconstruction, those most familiar with Baron Catalan were some nobles in the border region of Trut province. They regularly held banquets with Baron Catalan and were very familiar with each other. Some of the nobles remained in the wasteland and never returned. They were probably dead. The nobles who returned alive felt fortunate, yet also saddened for those who did not return. They would occasionally discuss why the young Baron Catalan had not returned. Although the contact time with Baron Catalan was relatively short, mainly because Baron Catalan had not been a nobleman for long. It's a pity that such a young and talented Baron Catalan perished in the wasteland. Some of these nobles had originally intended to hand over their daughters or granddaughters to Baron Catalan. Seeing that Baron Catalan had not returned, they felt both relieved and regretful. Baron Catalan clearly didn't need to lead the expedition himself this time, but when he did, the Western Route Army was annihilated. It can only be said that this genius was just too unlucky. However, only a few days later they heard news from Baron Catalan again. Baron Catalan is not dead. Not only did they not die, but they also rallied the defeated soldiers of the Western Route Army and formed the Catalan Cavalry Division. Surrounded by the Orc army, they killed 100,000 Orcs and are now about to return victorious. That's incredible. No one could have imagined that a mere Baron could achieve such a feat after the annihilation of the Western Route Army. They formed a cavalry division and annihilated 100,000 Orcs. Even the previous Trut province allied forces would have suffered heavy losses if they wanted to eliminate 100,000 Orcs. They sensed that Baron Catalan was indeed not dead, and that he had indeed gathered a sizable number of defeated soldiers and killed some Orcs. As for the claim of forming a cavalry division and killing 100,000 Orcs, that was likely an exaggeration by the Marquis of Leighton. Regardless, Baron Catalan is alive and has successfully led his men out of the Orc encirclement. Baron Catalan's future is limitless. Marquis Herbert, who considered the province of Trut as his sphere of influence, saw the same point. As long as Baron Catalan doesn't fall, he should grow into a new Marquis of the Violet Kingdom, just like Marquis Leighton. But Marquis Herbert did not want to see two marquises in the province of Trut. Marquis Herbert pondered how to resolve this matter. Outside, under the orders of the Marquis of Leiden, the troops that had gathered in the Bodenburg region were converging on Bodenburg to participate in the victory parade of the Catalan Cavalry Division. There was no red carpet, and no flowers. Only a small group of demoralized Western Route Army reconstruction troops remained. Officers and soldiers were also discussing the return of the Catalan Cavalry Division in private. They, too, did not believe that any of this was true. It was nearly 4 p.m. One of the air cavalrymen flew back first and excitedly shouted to everyone, "They're here!" A powerful superhuman looked westward and saw a black dot appear in his field of vision. The black dot grew larger and larger, and there were more and more of them. It was a huge cavalry force. The Catalan Cavalry Division may not be the strongest, but it has the size and the morale. Moreover, the demonstration of strength needs to take place in battle. Scale and morale are what can be seen on the surface. Most people who saw it would assume that the Catalan Cavalry Division was a powerful cavalry force. The Catalan Cavalry Division was getting closer and closer to Bodenburg, and even ordinary soldiers could see it from afar. "This size is more than a cavalry division, it's probably a cavalry corps," a minor noble exclaimed. A cavalry division has 5,000 cavalrymen, and a cavalry corps has 15,000 cavalrymen. The Catalan Cavalry Division has enough mounts, but it's short of men. Of course, the nobles, who are all superhumans, have already seen that the Catalan Cavalry Division has few men but many mounts, with each man equipped with at least 3 war horses. Even the Violet Kingdom rarely has such a luxurious cavalry force. Where did the Catalan Cavalry Division, which was formed from the remnants of the Western Route Army, get so many war horses? It was obviously stolen from the Orcs. Some nobles even began to believe that the Catalan Cavalry Division had indeed killed a large number of Orcs while surrounded by the Orc army. Without killing a large number of Orcs, it would be impossible to seize so many war horses. Some nobles also began to admire the commander of the Catalan Cavalry Division. However, some nobles envied and were jealous of Baron Catalan, wondering why it couldn't be them. Even if they lose this war of expansion, they can still be promoted in rank. The earth was shaking. The officers and soldiers participating in the victory parade of the Catalan Cavalry Division shook off their previous dejection and gradually became excited. The nobles wanted to replace Reg. These officers and soldiers dreamed of becoming members of the Catalan Cavalry Division, returning victorious and glorious under the spotlight. The Catalan Cavalry Division came from west to east. As they approached the welcoming crowd, the cavalrymen slowed their pace, mounted their horses, and accepted the cheers with their heads held high. The Catalan Cavalry Division is invincible! Long live the Catalan Cavalry Division! The nobles did not cheer like the officers and soldiers below, but instead focused their attention on Baron Catalan, who was at the forefront of the Catalan Cavalry Division. This young baron, participating in the pioneering war for the first time, received an honor that many of the earls present had never experienced. The Catalan Cavalry Division was indeed a cavalry division. As for the Catalan Cavalry Division's record, it probably wasn't as exaggerated as killing 100,000 enemies, but it wouldn't be small either. The Marquis of Leyden was not a king, and he did not stand on the walls of Bodenburg to wait. Instead, he rode a golden lion beast outside the north gate of Bodenburg, smiling as he welcomed the return of the Catalan Cavalry Division. When Reg arrived before Marquis Leyden with the Catalan Cavalry, Marquis Leyden manipulated his aura to amplify his voice throughout the entire area. "Welcome back, valiant soldiers of the Catalan Cavalry Division! You are brave and fearless! Invincible! Orcs tremble at the mere mention of your name!" Lord Leyden, using the Catalan Cavalry Division as a pretext, delivered a vivid and impassioned speech, greatly stirring the emotions of the Western Route Army soldiers present. With such a morale restored and cohesive army, Lord Leyden was able to lead them to support the Central and Eastern armies. When the Marquis of Leyden finished his speech, Reg shouted, "A gift!" As soon as Reg finished speaking, the knights, officers, and soldiers behind him pulled out the orc's left ear from one of the sacks on their war horses and threw it into the air. Those were countless orc left ears, representing the glorious achievements of the Catalan Cavalry Division. No one would bother to count exactly how many orc left ears the Catalan Cavalry Division threw out. There was no need. With the Marquis of Leyden's endorsement, the Catalan Cavalry Division was seen by ordinary officers and soldiers as having killed 100,000 enemies. As for the actual number of enemies killed, only the nobles would know, but that didn't stop some of the lower and middle nobles from feeling envious and jealous of Baron Catalan. "You've worked hard. Please come into the city. A feast has been prepared for you." Upon hearing the Marquis of Leyden's words, Reg led the Catalan Cavalry Division into Bodenburg. Chapter 81 Discussion of Marriage. A grand banquet is being held in Bodenburg because the Catalan Cavalry Division has returned in triumph. For the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Cavalry Division, there was plenty of food and drink. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they would go to the newly designated camp to rest. The nobles were also holding banquets, where the food was much more exquisite, and beautiful women danced gracefully to the accompaniment of pleasant music. The barons and viscounts below were talking about the triumphant return of the Catalan Cavalry Division and Baron Catalan. Reg was with the marquises and earls, but what they were talking about was the aftermath of the pioneering war. Reg, a minor baron, listened but did not speak, and did not participate in the conversation of the important figures. The deeds of Baron Catalan and the Catalan Cavalry Division spread rapidly, centered in Bodenburg. It quickly spread to Cheryl. Upon learning that Baron Catalan had returned alive, many of Reg's men and servants wept with joy. "I believed that my master wouldn't die so easily," Emily murmured. Reg's men and servants were not only pleasantly surprised, but many were also speechless with shock when they learned that the Baron had returned with a cavalry division after slaying 100,000 orcs. Even Bellona felt she needed to re-evaluate Reg, who not only possessed great strength but also an exaggerated talent for leadership. This time, Butler Otis took the initiative to spend money to host a banquet to celebrate the Baron's triumphant return. The residents of Cheryl spontaneously celebrated upon learning of the Baron's triumphant return. The war maniac mercenary group was also celebrating. At the banquet, Bellona shared her thoughts with her brothers and sisters in the Berserker mercenary group. "I want to bring everyone to join the Baron's ranks." Most of the war maniac mercenary group agreed, and the rest did not object. The whole town of Cheryl felt as if it had celebrated another new year. After the noble banquet in Bodenburg ended, Reg spent the night resting in Bodenburg. As the new day dawned, after breakfast, Reg, led by the Marquis of Leyden's servants, went to meet the Marquis of Leyden. "Please sit, Your Excellency the future Duke," Marquis Leyden said to Reg with a smile. "Your Excellency is too kind. The Duke is still too far away from me. I was just lucky to break through the encirclement of the Orc army this time," Reg replied modestly. The Marquis of Leighton replied to Reg with a, "You'll see if I believe you. Look. You are much stronger than I was when I was young. We were both participating in the pioneering war for the first time, and both of our armies were severely damaged by the orcs. We both gathered our defeated troops and returned home, but your record is much better than mine. From the day I stepped onto the battlefield, I achieved countless victories, all because I have an innate ability to sense approaching danger, which has allowed me to avoid many perils when leading my troops into battle. And you?" Reg had previously assessed Marquis Leighton's abilities, so he was naturally aware of the Marquis's talents. He never expected that the Marquis would reveal this now. At least within aristocratic circles, news of the Marquis of Leighton's talent and abilities did not spread. In response to the Marquis of Leighton's question, Reg replied without hesitation. "I see. I also have a natural ability. I can spot enemies from a greater distance and have a slight sense of their strength. With this ability, I lead my troops to attack weaker enemies and avoid stronger ones." Reg fabricated his abilities, and the Marquis of Leighton exclaimed in amazement upon hearing it. "Reg, your abilities surpass mine. Now I am certain that as long as you do not perish, you will surely become the Duke of the Kingdom." Reg smiled shyly. Marquis Leighton continued, "However, the Catalan family is too weak. Your two older brothers cannot offer you much help. Your path to becoming a duke will be quite long. If you want to become a duke sooner, you will need a family that can provide you with sufficient support." Reg immediately understood that the Marquis of Leighton was referring to his Leighton family. In fact, the Leighton family was a newly emerging noble family. The Marquis of Leighton started as a baron and rose through the ranks to become a marquis. If it weren't for the problems that arose during this expansionist war, the Marquis of Leighton might have even been promoted to duke. It can be said that the Leighton family is in no way inferior to other established marquises. "Your Excellency, I need a wife who is about my age, beautiful, gentle, and considerate," Reg said seriously. Reg doesn't mind a marriage alliance. When he's weak, he does need the support of a powerful force. The Catalan family does not have that capability. The Leighton family fits this standard perfectly, and Reg has also used his appraisal skills to appraise the Marquis of Leighton, so he knows the Marquis of Leighton quite well. Moreover, the Marquis of Leighton had extended an olive branch. Hearing Reg's reply, the Marquis of Leighton became even more amiable and satisfied with Reg. Talent alone is not enough for the path to becoming a duke. One must also be intelligent and adept at navigating social situations. After a moment's thought, the Marquis of Leighton quickly remembered one of his granddaughters. "Reg, you studied at the Royal Capital Mage Academy. I also have a granddaughter studying at the Royal Capital Mage Academy. She is a year older than you and meets your requirements. If you have time, the two of you should meet." Reg readily agreed. Little did she know that the Marquis of Leighton harbored some inner turmoil. Her granddaughter was indeed very beautiful and had a good personality, but she had a flaw that could hardly be considered a fault. She loved alchemy and was fascinated by it. Once someone becomes obsessed with alchemy, they won't even eat. "Let's meet first and see how it goes. If that doesn't work out, then we can choose someone else." The Marquis of Leighton has more than one granddaughter, but this one is the most outstanding. Marrying a granddaughter with only beauty to Reg would only make her a pretty face. She'd just become a decorative object. Marquis Leighton wanted to support Reg first, so that the two of them could become dukes of the kingdom in the future. After discussing the marriage alliance, the Marquis of Leighton brought up the matter of the Catalan Cavalry Division. "Your Excellency, the Catalan Cavalry Division may seem large, but its actual combat strength is rather poor. It contains a large number of mounted infantry, whose strength is not as good as that of ordinary cavalry units of the same size. Therefore, I intend to disband the Catalan Cavalry Division, and those who belong to the nobles shall return to their respective ranks. Some nobles may have already fallen. They can be sent home to rest and fight alongside me. They have fought enough battles and there is no need for them to participate in the war anymore. Those who remain and wish to stay, I can accept them." The Marquis of Leighton nodded, quite satisfied with how Reg had handled the situation. The Catalan Cavalry Division is already quite famous. If it were to be defeated by the orcs on the battlefield, it would be a huge blow to the morale of the Western Route Army. It would be better to just disband the division and let the personnel of the Catalan Cavalry Division go home. That's the best excuse. Furthermore, other nobles would not be satisfied with having their subordinates in the Catalan Cavalry Division led by Baron Catalan. If Reg leaves the Catalan Cavalry Division behind, the Marquis of Leighton's opinion of Reg will actually decrease. Chapter 82 Disbandment, Going Home. After the arrangements for the Catalan Cavalry Division were completed, The remaining task was to arrange things for Reg. "The war is not over yet. What do you plan to do next?" Marquis Layton asked. "I'm already quite prominent, so I plan to keep a low profile. Now that I've joined this war, I won't back out now. I'm going to continue my previous work, handling the army's logistics. If Your Excellency has any needs, I can help." "All right then, you'll serve as a staff officer in the General Staff, learn from them, and incidentally use your abilities to provide some assistance to the Western Route Army," Marquis Layton decided. "I understand." Reg accepted the Marquis of Layton's arrangement. After leaving Lord Layton, Reg went to the garrison of the Catalan Cavalry Division. Reg summoned all the knights and gave the following orders. "After discussions with the Marquis of Layton, we have decided that the Catalan Cavalry Division will be officially disbanded, and its personnel will return to their respective lords. Those whose lords have already fallen in battle can take their spoils home without having to continue fighting. Of course, you can also choose to stay, become one of my subjects, and join my army." The 5 knights from Baron Catalan did not need to make a selection. They were already Reg's men and would simply obey his orders. The other knights need to make a choice. In reality, there aren't many good options. If the lord hasn't been killed in action, then let's go back. Even if the lord is killed in battle, I still want to go back and check on him. There may be a new lord to succeed, then continue to be loyal. They might also be stripped of their noble titles, in which case joining Baron Catalan's ranks would be the best option. Below the knights, the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Cavalry Division chose to have more freedom. They are all free citizens, all employees, and of course they can voluntarily terminate their employment. Especially when they were abandoned by their lords on the battlefield. If you voluntarily terminate your employment, no one will cause trouble. After Reg gave the order, the knights summoned the officers of the Catalan Cavalry Division and relayed Baron Catalan's orders. Finally, the officers relayed the orders to all the soldiers. Faced with Baron Catalan's orders, most officers and soldiers shared the same thoughts. Go home. They've had enough of this war. Especially under the leadership of Baron Catalan, they have gained enough merit and acquired a large amount of spoils. They can go home and live a happy life with their families. Leaving the army before the war was over was a privilege granted by the Marquis of Layton, commander of the Western Army. Therefore, the officers and soldiers decided to return to their own lord's command first, and then resign from their posts. The lord has already fallen in battle, so let's go straight home. After having their last meal together in the military camp, Reg personally stood at the camp gate to see everyone off. "Goodbye, Your Excellency. Long live the Baron! The Baron is invincible!" Many officers and soldiers couldn't stop their tears from flowing when they left the barracks. They knew that if they hadn't met Lord Catalan, they would most likely have died in the wasteland instead of returning as heroes. The various units of the Catalan Cavalry Division scattered and left, leaving behind only Reg's 154 subjects. The camp still belongs to Reg for the time being, and perhaps officers and soldiers of the Catalan Cavalry Division will leave and then return. In addition, there are more than 10,000 war horses in the military camp, including nearly 500 high-quality war horses. Reg plans to sell most of his war horses. The population of Baron Catalan is less than the number of these war horses, so it's troublesome to keep them for the time being. Exchanging war horses for money is the best option. Reg will also keep some high-quality war horses and ordinary war horses, and even plans to breed these war horses. As for the sale of war horses, the news will soon spread among the nobility. Currently, a high-quality war horse costs over 25 gold coins, while an ordinary war horse costs around 13 gold coins. Reg intends to make friends with the nobles of the Western Route Army. A high-quality war horse costs 23 gold coins, while an ordinary war horse costs 12 gold coins. If the nobles of the Western Route Army are still struggling with the issue of pensions for their subordinates, Reg can be sold to those nobles who did not participate in the expansion war. War horses are a hot commodity in the Violet Kingdom. As long as you tell the outside world that you are selling nearly 10,000 war horses, caravans will come to buy them soon. The war horses left in the camp need to be managed, and Reg also wants to go home to visit. So Reg divided the 154 people into 2 groups, and he led one group back to Baron Catalan first. Outside the military camp, the nobles of the Western Route Army were quite surprised to find that the Catalan Cavalry Division had been disbanded. This cavalry unit, which was already renowned in the Western Route Army and whose fame would later spread throughout the country, was disbanded. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't be willing to give it up. Even though the Catalan Cavalry Division had many nobles under its command, the problem was that the nobles had already abandoned their men, and now had no face to ask them back. The reality was that the Catalan cavalry division was disbanded. This left many nobles who envied and were jealous of Baron Catalan feeling deeply moved. Of the various units that left the Catalan cavalry division, some successfully found their lords, while most resigned their posts. Some teams learned that their lord had not returned from the wasteland, and was more likely to have perished. Most people chose to leave directly and embark on their journey home. With a warhorse by their side, their journey home will be very smooth. They went home together with their companions, not afraid of being robbed. Some returned to the cavalry division's barracks because they had no family, were simply looking for work, or had other reasons. Reg led a troop of cavalry and rode swiftly back to Cheryl. Cheryl came into view, but Reg didn't feel much, because he knew he would definitely survive. However, the people who followed Reg were all agitated. They're finally back, alive and well. When the Western Route army was attacked by orcs at night, the scene was so chaotic that they all thought they were going to die at the hands of the orcs, and would never see their families again. Led by the Baron, they returned alive, as heroes, laden with victories and spoils of war. I wonder if those who didn't fight alongside the Baron should regret it or be glad. After all, Baron Catalan led over 300 men into battle, and only half of them returned alive. The officers and soldiers on the town walls of Cheryl quickly spotted the cavalry. They felt that the Baron had returned. Sound the horns to welcome the Baron back. The residents of Cheryl heard the horn and, judging from the tone, concluded that it wasn't an enemy attack, but rather the return of the Baron. So many residents came out of their homes, and even walked toward the city gates, to greet the Baron. Bellona, Knight Only, and others rode their war horses swiftly to the city gate. The servants of the Lord's Manor did not come out to greet him. Instead, the welcoming ceremony was held at the Lord's Manor. They had been making preparations ever since they heard about the Baron's return. Chapter 83 Huge Gains. Your Excellency, welcome home. Long live the Baron! Welcome back victorious, Your Excellency! They're all on the same side, there's nothing to say, Reg just waved his hand and that was it. Upon entering Cheryl, Reg rode back to the Lord's Manor. Bellona, Knight Only, and others followed Reg and briefly recounted some events that had occurred in the territory during Reg's absence. Nothing serious happened. There weren't even any kingdom officials recruiting soldiers. In noble territories where the Lord personally leads the territorial army into battle, no royal officials are sent to conscript soldiers. Normally, these lords would bring the main force of their territory's army with them. Baron Cartran was a rare exception. Reg only brought a company of regular soldiers and 2 companies of farmers, along with a mere 5 knights. As he approached the gates of the Lord's Manor, the servants and slaves of the manor came out to greet him, and many of them looked at Reg and shed tears of joy. Emily longed to pounce on her master. I'm back. Don't worry, everyone. Orcs can't kill me. On February 16th, the allied forces of Trut province, where Reg was stationed, were the vanguard of the Western Route and set off first. Yesterday, April 19th, Rhaegar led the Catalan cavalry division back to Bodenburg. 2 months have passed without us even realizing it. Reg has made tremendous progress over the past 2 months. Even if Reg doesn't participate in the war afterward, or even if the Violet Kingdom loses this expansion war, the merits he gains on the battlefield will still lead to his promotion to viscount. There are still nearly 10,000 warhorses waiting to be sold in the cavalry division's barracks, with a total value of over 120,000 gold coins. The most important takeaway. In the miniature world, the world tree has reached a height of 245.39 centimeters. The land area of the small world reaches 4,562.83 square meters. The life energy stored in the world tree is enough for it to grow another 126.42 centimeters within the first stage. Even if the world tree used all of this life energy for its own growth, it could not grow another 126.42 centimeters. Because the world tree reaches a height of 333.33 centimeters, it enters the second stage. After entering the second stage, the world tree needs to consume more life energy to grow 1 centimeter taller. Unfortunately, on the battlefield, Reg couldn't find an opportunity to revive talented individuals. The kind of talent Reg wants isn't someone with high cultivation ability. With the world tree around, Reg himself can create people with high physical talent. Reg wants to resurrect a superhuman who possesses all kinds of knowledge. Among ordinary soldiers, there might even be those with first-class talent who don't even know how to read. This kind of person is of no use to Reg for the time being. The 2 people who were finally resurrected were still rabbit people. Let's see if we can find an opportunity in the upcoming war. In addition to the world tree growing taller, and the small world expanding in size, the small world also houses mounts of 0 tier and 1st tier magical beast level that Reg has captured. The twin rabbit girls followed Reg's orders and busied themselves farming and harvesting magical plants in the small world. The werewolf girl, who was bored, also went to help. Regardless of other gains, the growth of the world tree and the life energy it stored alone filled Reg with immense joy. Therefore, they will continue to participate in and expand the war, seeking opportunities to obtain nutrients for the world tree. Reg's return has brought a lively atmosphere to the Lord's Manor. Mia stepped forward and said that she had already cultivated battle chi and entered the extraordinary realm. Reg presented Mia with 2 options, a domestic maid and a combat maid. I choose the battle maid. I want to fight alongside my master. Mia made her choice without hesitation. That night, Emily fell to Reg's sword several times. The next day, after breakfast, Reg led his cavalry back to Bodenburg. The 2 teams switched shifts, and the other team went home to visit. 138 more men joined the army camp to serve under Reg. In the Catalan cavalry division, only 1 in every 30-odd men remained. The percentage was low, but as Reg was not surprised, most people were tired and wanted to go home. In fact, the new recruits under Reg, along with his own people, were also exhausted from fighting. It just so happens that Reg is going to the general staff to serve as a staff officer. Reg doesn't plan to take them with him in the upcoming war. He can just stay in Barren Catland and rest. Reg returned to Bodenburg and visited some familiar nobles. The nobles that Reg was most familiar with were his neighbors, Baron Simon and Baron Fielding. Reg only found Baron Fielding in Bodenburg. Baron Fielding said that Baron Simon had not returned from the wasteland and was unlikely to be alive. Not only Baron Simon, but also Viscount Coffee, the neighbor to the south of Baron Catalan, did not return. Many of Reg's acquaintances are now forever lost in the wasteland. The nobles who returned alive had no reason to resent the Marquis of Leighton, the commander of the Western Army. The main reason for the annihilation of the Western Route Army was the eldest prince. If the Marquis of Leighton hadn't sensed the danger in advance, perhaps even fewer nobles would have returned. Reg visited the nobles he knew and then spread the word about selling his war horses. Soon, nobles of all ranks, from minor to major, came to Reg to buy his war horses. The nobles of the Western Route Army alone bought up all the war horses that Reg was going to sell. Both the Marquis of Leighton and the Marquis of Herbert sent their men to buy a batch of war horses. The nobles who failed to purchase war horses felt regretful. The nobles lost a considerable number of ordinary cavalrymen when they fled back to Bodenburg from the wasteland. Elite troops without mounts would find it difficult to escape the centaur's pursuit, and ordinary cavalry would also find it hard to escape the centaur's pursuit. Keep in mind that this was the elite centaur force personally led by King Buha. For minor nobles, cavalry was part of their status, and they always had a cavalry unit accompanying them when they went out. War horses are becoming increasingly scarce and expensive in the northern markets of the Violet Kingdom. Suddenly, a batch of war horses appeared on sale at a discount, and they would buy dozens or even hundreds of them. All the war horses that were supposed to be sold have been sold, and Reg finally has some money. With over 120,000 gold coins in hand, this money will be the development fund for the territory after the War of Expansion ends. At that time, the Baron Catherine will become the Viscount Catherine. As for what the expanded territory will look like, that will depend on the allocation by the kingdom's important figures and the efforts of the Marquis of Leighton. Reg wanted to take over Viscount Coffee directly, but felt it was unlikely. Even if the Marquis of Leighton helped Reg to do so, it would be difficult to achieve. Viscount Coffee did not commit any wrongdoing in the war, so the possibility of him being stripped of his title is relatively small, and his son will inherit the title of Viscount. It is more likely that the baronial territory of Simon will be annexed. Furthermore, Cheryl town occupies a large area of land to the north, which requires the Violet Kingdom to defeat the orcs in the Expansion War and occupy a large area of land. With the Western Route Army annihilated and the Central and Eastern Route Armies suffering heavy losses, it is not impossible for the Violet Kingdom to turn the tide and win. Reg's appointment as a staff officer in the Western Route Army's general staff would be a great help to the Western Route Army. For example, when the two armies are engaged in battle, Reg can easily help the Western Army find the weak points of the Orc Army and break through them. The Violet Kingdom has a very deep foundation and is capable of rebuilding 3 armies of the same scale as before, once again and again. Chapter 84 Crossbow Cavalry. 2 months of experience in the wilderness helped Reg grow into a qualified division commander. It's rare for a nobleman to have such extensive combat experience on their first battlefield experience, nor could they achieve such a brilliant record as Reg. They were no longer in the dangerous wasteland, and most of their war horses had been sold. The remaining war horses were returned to their territory by the people. Reg moved into Bodenburg by himself. Now Reg also has time for cultivation and contemplation. In terms of cultivation, Reg has already reached the 5th level of the initial stage of the Battle Master realm, and it won't be long before he is promoted to the intermediate stage of the Battle Master realm. The Mage's realm has reached the 4th stage of the intermediate level, which is still quite far from the 5th stage of the intermediate level. There are many things to consider, such as the gains and losses of this battle, the future development of the territory, and what kind of territory army should be built in the future. There's really not much to think about regarding the gains and losses of this battle. The Violet Kingdom's million-strong army conquers the wasteland, while Reg is merely a minor baron, drifting along with the tide. If it weren't for King Buha leading his elite or cavalry to attack the central and eastern armies, Reg would not have been able to gather the remnants of the western army to form the Catalan Cavalry Division. If you're unlucky, you might be the only one who gets home alive. A cavalry division must be commanded by at least a count. Reg commanded the Catalan Cavalry Division, tying down more than 100,000 orc troops, even though these 100,000 orc troops were ordinary troops, or even cannon fodder, of the werewolf centaur vassal races. Without the harassment of the Catalan cavalry, the orcs' raids on the Violet Kingdom's borders would increase. They rallied the remnants of the Western Route army, killed over 30,000 orcs, and tied down over 100,000 orc troops. No one can ignore the contributions Reg made. So even if the Violet Kingdom loses this war, Reg will still be promoted to viscount. Reg hasn't thought too much about the future development of his territory yet, since he doesn't know what his territory will look like in the future. With 120,000 gold coins in hand, this is the development fund for the territory, which is quite sufficient for a vis country. Agriculture definitely needs to be developed. In addition, Reg plans to use appraisal skills to appraise the land in order to develop the mining industry, and even the smelting industry. Of course, the population of the territory is the most important. Without a population, no industry can develop. Therefore, Reg wanted to directly take over the Viscount Coffee's domain, which had been in operation for many years. This is difficult to do. To attract people to his territory who had memories of their past lives, Reg quickly came up with a good idea. Pay to win, or spend real money. The Violet Kingdom has a large population but limited land, and even if hundreds of thousands or even millions of people die in the War of Expansion, it cannot change this situation. The north is relatively cold and may be attacked by orcs. In addition, the journey is long, so only a minority of civilians are willing to move to the north. Reg plans to use resettlement allowances to attract civilians to settle in his territory. You don't need to pay too much money. An adult receives 10 silver coins, while a minor or elderly person receives 5 silver coins. There was also land allocated free of charge. If Reg were to publicize this extensively, the influx of civilians might fill his territory. We'll discuss the specifics later. Reg has already noted down the idea. Finally, a new territory army was formed. Reg had considered this matter before embarking on the war. Reg wants to build a disciplined, brave, hard-working, and steadfast army for his territory. They recruited young farmers as soldiers and used male slaves they had purchased as officers to train a new army for their territory. Of course, these are just ordinary troops from the territory. Reg also wants to form elite units and forces similar to the Flame Cavalry Regiment and the Golden Lion Legion. The male slaves in the Lord's Manor were to become officers in the regular army, leaving only the female slaves. A maid squad could be formed. Given enough time, the maid's war band will be even stronger than the Blood Rose Cavalry. These were all Reg's previous ideas, but after experiencing more on the battlefield, Reg had new ideas. The Violet Kingdom has no shortage of cavalry or archer units, but it lacks units with exceptional horse archery skills like the centaurs. Longbowmen's arrows have a long range and great power, comparable to the archery skills of centaurs, but they are less mobile. When the Western Route army was annihilated, it lost a large number of longbowmen. Wolf riders also have their own advantages. In battles between werewolves and cavalry, the werewolves' mounts, the wolves, can also attack the cavalry's mounts. Warhorses are no match for dire wolves. In one-on-one close combat, human cavalry are no match for wolf riders. To deal with wolf riders, you need archer units, but wolf riders are supported by centaurs. Reg wants to build a force that can counter centaurs and wolf riders. This unit must also be cavalry, capable of maintaining mobility on the wasteland. Cavalrymen need time to learn horsemanship, and even more time to learn mounted archery. Building such a cavalry force would not only require a huge amount of money, but also a long period of time. Reg thought for a moment, and came up with a new idea: reduce the time spent learning mounted archery. They transformed from horse archers to crossbowmen. Archery requires extensive training to master accuracy, especially for cavalrymen shooting arrows while traveling on bumpy roads. The crossbow's aiming and trigger pulling process is simpler, and ordinary soldiers can use it after a short period of training, making it easy to deploy on a large scale. The crossbow can have a longer range than the bow. Of course, crossbows also have disadvantages. They are heavier than bows, have a slower draw time, and a slower rate of fire. Reg thought of the Juga repeating crossbow. If a repeating crossbow capable of firing 10 arrows in succession could be created, the drawback of the crossbow's slow firing rate would be overcome. It's just a regular repeating crossbow, sacrificing performance to increase its rapid fire capability. This means that the repeating crossbow can fire in rapid succession, but its range is shorter and its power is less than that of other crossbows. In the world of Nora, where superhuman powers exist, there is a way to overcome the weaknesses of the repeating crossbow. Using alchemy, they created magical repeating crossbows or magic-powered repeating crossbows. It has a longer range and greater power than a longbow, and can even be used by ordinary people. Even an ordinary cavalry unit fully equipped with repeating crossbows would be virtually invincible on the wasteland. But there are two major problems here. As a magical weapon, the repeating crossbow's cost increased significantly, making it difficult to mass-produce. Let's put those two problems aside for now and focus on how to manufacture the repeating crossbow. Such skilled professionals are unlikely to go to the battlefield to fight. Perhaps we can hire them for money in the future. Reg even took on a part-time job, learning alchemy. Forget about equipping cavalry units with repeating crossbows in the short term. Let's focus on building up the new army and the maid squad first. The repeating crossbow is equipment that needs to be used by people. Once the new army and maid squads are formed, and the repeating crossbows are manufactured, they can be deployed directly. The core of the new army and maid war bands is the young and talented slaves that Reg has purchased. After the War of Expansion ends, Reg will continue doing this. Chapter 85 Princess Katarina. Reg has officially become a staff officer in the Western Army General Staff. The General Staff was mostly composed of sons of nobles, with few true nobles. After entering the General Staff, Reg's understanding of the current situation of the Western Route Army increased dramatically. For example, how many troops has the Western Route Army currently assembled? For example, the most important task for the Western Route Army at present is to go and support the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army, which are retreating. Reg is using this opportunity to acquire more military knowledge. Occasionally, the Marquis of Leighton would give Reg a few pointers, which made everyone in the staff very envious of Reg. Few people are jealous of Reg since everyone knows about his achievements. If it were them, they might not even be able to come back alive. After finishing his evening cultivation, Reg was in his bedroom when he suddenly entered the small world. The twin rabbit girls used some materials that Reg had placed in the small world to build themselves a small house. After the arrival of the werewolf girl Mavis, another small house appeared. Reg appeared in front of Mavis once again. Mavis was slightly taken aback, but immediately bared her teeth at Reg fiercely. Mavis can't forget that it was this human who knocked her unconscious, and now it seems she's been imprisoned. Seeing that Mavis's wild nature remained unchanged, Reg frowned. "If you bare your teeth again, I'll hit you." Mavis wouldn't listen. Reg couldn't hold back any longer and found a rope to tie Mavis up. Mavis struggled desperately to resist, but she was no match for Reg. Despite being bound hand and foot, Mavis still looked defiant, twisting her head and opening her mouth as if trying to bite Reg. Snap! Reg's hand landed heavily on Mavis's buttocks, leaving a red mark. Mavis gritted her teeth and remained silent. Smack! 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 Reg kept hitting her with his palm, and Mavis's bottom was red from being slapped. Mavis didn't cry out in pain. Her eyes were red and tears were welling up in her eyes. Dowaiduya, who had been watching from the sidelines, now dared not look anymore. She turned around and tried to cover her ears with her hands. It's just that they have a lot of ears, so it's hard to cover them. Little dog, don't bare your teeth at your owner or I'll hit you. I am not a dog, I am a wolf, Mavis said for the first time. Whether you're a wolf or a dog, let's see if you behave. If you bare your teeth at me again, I'll hit you. Mavis seemed to give in somewhat, because Reg had hurt her, but it was only a feigned submission. Mavis desperately didn't want to submit to Reg, a human. Reg also knew that he couldn't successfully train the wild werewolf girl in one go. There was still a long way to go, and he could take it slowly in the future. Compared to Mavis, the twin bunny girls were much more well-behaved. This also explains why the rabbit girl was resurrected by Reg. Reg played with their ears and tails for a while, feeling happy, before leaving the small world. After seeing Reg leave, Mavis, still bound, finally burst into tears. Dovedoya hesitated, wondering whether she should untie Mavis's ropes. After thinking it over carefully, they felt that untying the ropes was a minor matter and that their master would not punish them, so they helped Mavis untie the ropes. Mavis, whose buttocks were throbbing with pain, dared not move and silently shed tears. On April 24th, the entire Bodenburg region was abuzz with excitement. It was even more exciting than the return of the Catalan Cavalry Division. Because the Blood Rose Cavalry has arrived. The Blood Rose Cavalry officially joined the war. Reg quickly obtained information about the Blood Rose Cavalry. The current commander of the Blood Rose Cavalry is Princess Katerina Violet, the sister of the current king and the sixth daughter of the former king. Katerina is a powerful expert at the Sun Realm, said to be the strongest among the 3 generations of the Violet family, and has the potential to reach the legendary realm. The Blood Rose Cavalry, though called a regiment, actually has more than 4,000 members, all of whom are female superhumans. There are over 1,000 official members, and only those who become junior extraordinary individuals can become official members. Each person is also equipped with a mount of at least Tier 0 magical beast level. The apprentice level extraordinary individuals are reserve members, numbering as many as 3,000. If the Blood Rose Cavalry had been present on the night of the Western Route Army's annihilation, they could have easily held off tens of thousands of elite orc cavalry. This is the power of the Blood Rose Cavalry. Under normal circumstances, the Violet Kingdom would not send the Blood Rose Cavalry to participate in the campaign. Humans are a patriarchal society, dominated by men. Women should not be put to do things that men can do, especially in war. In this war of expansion, the Violet Kingdom suffered heavy losses, and even the eldest prince was unable to return. In addition, Katerina kept volunteering to fight. Only then did the king agree to send the Blood Rose Cavalry into battle. With the arrival of the Blood Rose Cavalry, Marquis Leighton was more confident in completing the support for the Central and Eastern armies. The Catalan Cavalry Division gradually gained fame by showcasing its combat achievements. The Blood Rose Cavalry has always been very famous in the Violet Kingdom, and is known to other human nations. The sudden arrival of the Blood Rose Cavalry in Bodenburg caused quite a stir. People in the Bodenburg region all wanted to see the Blood Rose Cavalry in action. As someone valued by the Marquis of Leighton, Reg had the honor of accompanying the Marquis to meet Princess Katerina. As the king's sister, Princess Katerina is not young, but as a powerful cultivator at the Sun Realm, she appears very young. She has the Violet family's signature purple hair and eyes, stands at 1.82 meters tall, and has a lithe figure, just like Bellona, yet possesses the noble air of a princess. Many people present were drawn to Princess Katerina, their minds filled with impossible fantasies. All the commanders of the Blood Rose Cavalry have been princesses, and they remained single during their tenure. Princess Katerina exchanged a few words with Marquis Leighton, and then surprisingly turned her gaze to Reg. "You must be Baron Catalan, young man. Well done! I hope you can become the next Marquis of Leighton," Princess Katrina encouraged. "I will try my best," Reg said modestly. Those around him felt a renewed sense of envy and jealousy towards Reg, who had caught the princess's eye. Little did they know, Reg was utterly speechless. "Little guy, you're the little guy, your whole family are little guys." Well, it's because Reg is too young, only 17 years old. It is indeed a little one for Princess Katerina. However, Reg is not short. He has already grown to 1.78 meters and will continue to grow, probably reaching 1.85 meters. The barracks of the Catalan Cavalry Division had been emptied, and after being thoroughly cleaned by the Marquis of Leighton, they were made available for the Blood Rose Cavalry Regiment to use. Lord Leighton and Princess Katerina discussed the matter and decided to set off 3 days later to meet up with the Central and Eastern armies. It can't be any later. Every day that it gets later, the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army will suffer tens of thousands of casualties. Idel and Buha led their orc army in a fierce attack on the Violet Kingdom's army, but they also suffered considerable losses themselves. Overall, the Violet Kingdom suffered greater losses, and the orcs, as well as the vassal races, also suffered even greater losses. Chapter 86, first half ends. On the morning of April 27th, the Western Route Army, consisting of 100,000 troops including the Blood Rose Cavalry Regiment, set off from Bodenbig and headed northeast to meet the retreating Central and Eastern Route armies. The army gathered in the Bodenbig region actually numbered over 250,000, but the Marquis of Leyden did not bring all of his troops. Instead, they left the cannon fodder troops behind to continue training, mainly bringing along the standing armies of various noble territories, as well as the elite of the Western Route Army. This will also speed up the march of the Western Route Army. Moreover, with the addition of the Blood Rose Cavalry, the Western Route Army is now quite strong. In addition, the troops left behind can also guard against attacks from orcs. The main force was the orc troops that the Catalan Cavalry Division had previously held back. They had more troops, but were not very strong. They could barely hold them off with cannon fodder troops made up of farmers. The Western Army set out from Bodenbig and was quickly discovered by the orcs. Under the leadership of Idel and Buha, the orc army intensified its attacks on the Central and Eastern armies. Even if we cannot annihilate the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army, we must at least inflict more casualties on them. The Orc Army and the Violet Kingdom Army have been fighting for so long that both sides have suffered heavy casualties, and the survivors are exhausted, but both sides are persevering. The arrival of the Western Route Army to provide support, even though it is far from the Central and Eastern Route Armies, will greatly boost the morale of the officers and soldiers of the Central and Eastern Route Armies upon learning of this. The Orc army could not stop the Violet Kingdom's army from joining forces. Therefore, Ider and Buha decided to inflict even greater losses on the Central and Eastern armies before the Western army arrived. When the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army joined forces, their total strength was at least 550,000. Fighting and retreating with the Orc army, the combined forces of both sides have dwindled to less than 300,000. More importantly, in order to cover the retreat of the main army, elite troops were sent out as the main force to resist the attack of the Orc army, which also caused these troops to suffer heavy casualties. The nobles to whom the army belonged were heartbroken. How much money would it cost to rebuild or restore the military organization? How long would it take? News of the Western Route Army's departure was also relayed to both armies. The eldest prince and Duke Walsh realized this was an opportunity, and quickly relayed orders to the entire army, instructing the Western Army to set off to provide support. The morale of both armies was greatly boosted, but the number of casualties increased every day when fighting the Orc army. Because the Orc army launched an even fiercer attack. Of course, the number of Orc casualties is also increasing. A week later, the three armies of the Violet Kingdom will converge, and the Orc army will retreat. The Western army encountered no resistance from any Orc forces along the way. The eldest prince and the Marquis of Leyden met again, both of them looking calm. But everyone present could tell that the two were not at peace. The defeat of the Western Route Army deprived the Marquis of Leyden of the opportunity to be promoted to Duke. To be promoted to Duke, the Marquis of Leyden would need to put in even more effort and gain more military merits. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, the eldest prince made a wrong decision that brought great losses to the Violet Kingdom, including the deaths of many nobles in the war. Many nobles no longer wish for the eldest prince to become the next king. The eldest prince already understood this, and even knew the mistakes he had made in this war. But given the eldest prince's proud nature, he would not bow down to the Marquis of Leyden, he would only bow down to his sixth aunt, Katerina. Princess Katerina glanced at the eldest prince indifferently. She had originally thought he would become the next king, but she had misjudged him. Having had this experience, it will be very difficult for the eldest prince to become the king of the Violet Kingdom. Once the three armies returned to their respective encampments, the eldest prince relinquished his position as commander-in-chief and returned to the capital. Princess Katerina will assume command of the three armies and continue this pioneering war. The first half of the Violet Kingdom's expansionist war has now ended, with the Violet Kingdom suffering a crushing defeat. The million-strong army split into three routes, but less than a third of them returned alive. More than 700,000 soldiers died in the battle, equivalent to 1/50th of the total population of the Violet Kingdom. The cost was heavy, but the Violet Kingdom could still bear it. The nobles didn't care about the lives of the common people. The entire noble class of the Violet Kingdom will not be satisfied with a lost war of expansion. If the war of expansion ends like this, besides Baron Catelyn being promoted to viscount, which other nobles will be promoted? Very, very few. The war of expansion must continue, with a counterattack against the orcs. Moreover, the expansionist wars of other kingdoms have not yet ended, and the wars of the Violet Kingdom cannot end first. Otherwise, werewolves and centaurs might lead orc armies to attack other kingdoms. The 7 human kingdoms joined forces to wage a war of expansion in the wasteland, with the Violet Kingdom's main opponents being the werewolves and centaurs. Unless the Violet Kingdom is truly devastated, this war will continue. Troops and military supplies from various noble territories were continuously sent to the front lines. All 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom are under reconstruction. Many nobles, including those already in the army, sent messages to their own territories, requesting that a portion of their troops be dispatched to the front lines. The 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom are rebuilding and resting, and the Orc army is also resting. The annihilation of the Violet Kingdom's army of over 700,000 was a major victory for the werewolves and centaurs. Significant contributions were made by the Elven Mage Corps and the weaponry and equipment support from the Dwarven Wing people. Of course, the werewolf, centaur, and vassal races also suffered heavy casualties. It was a great victory after all, and a grand celebration was in order. After the celebration, the Orc army went to rest. Idel, Buha, and Margaret could all see that the Violet Kingdom had no intention of ending the war. The war was going to continue. Idel and Book were also dissatisfied with the war ending so abruptly. The previous great battles inflicted enormous losses on the Violet Kingdom, but it was still not enough. Both Idel and Buha want to reclaim the land occupied by the Violet Kingdom. Their ultimate goal is to destroy the Violet Kingdom. This goal is difficult. The Violet Kingdom has a legendary expert in charge, and if the Violet Kingdom faces a crisis of destruction, the legendary expert will definitely take action. The realm of Radiant Sun is second only to the legendary realm, but the legendary powerhouse who can fly is far more important than the Radiant Sun realm. While those at the Radiant Sun realm can be surrounded and killed on the battlefield, legendary powerhouses can leave whenever they want. If a legendary powerhouse who does not belong to any faction were to harass another faction, it would obviously cause significant damage to that faction. Legendary powerhouses with affiliations tend to be more stable. The Violet Kingdom's unwillingness to end the war suited Idel and Buha's wishes perfectly. If the Orc army launches a direct attack on the Violet Kingdom's fortified defenses, the Orcs will suffer heavy losses. The Violet Kingdom's army once again marched into the wasteland, the home ground of the Orcs. Chapter 87 Long-Term Employment. Princess Katarina, Duke Walsh, and Marquess of Leighton, the 3 commanders, made a decision after deliberation. The Central and Eastern armies were rebuilt within a month, and the troops were trained. A month later, the 3 armies set out on another expedition. This time, the 3 armies' objective was no longer to cripple the Orcs, but to occupy a portion of the wasteland to the north, and then establish fortified defenses. The 3 commanders understood that the wasteland was the Orcs' home ground, and the Orcs were certainly waiting for the Violet Kingdom's army to once again venture deep into the wasteland. We cannot afford to repeat the crushing defeat of the first half. Once a portion of the wasteland is occupied and a fortified defense line is established, the Orcs will surely be anxious and launch an attack on the Violet Kingdom's army. With the fortified defenses in place, we must make sure the Orcs suffer a crushing defeat. On the first night after returning to Bodenburg with the Western Route army, Reg practiced his body tempering technique in the small world, successfully advancing to the intermediate level of the Battle Master realm. In fact, Reg could have become an intermediate level Battle Master much earlier. Unfortunately, in the outside world, Reg only revealed himself as a mage and did not undergo the training of a Battle Master. Therefore, when Reg went into battle as a strategist with the army, he did not train as a Battle Master, nor did he enter the small world, for fear of being discovered. It wasn't until he returned to Bodenburg that Reg made his breakthrough. As a staff officer of the Western Route Army, which is currently undergoing troop training, Reg's tasks are either too many nor too few, and he will eventually be able to find time to return to his territory. During the 2 weeks that Reg accompanied the Western Route Army on its journey, another extraordinary individual emerged from the 36 slaves he purchased. It was Safun, one of the 2 fourth-tier talents. Safun is the same age as Reg, possesses a 4th-class physical talent and a high-level lightning element affinity talent, and it took him more than half a year to cultivate his battle chi and enter the extraordinary realm. The main reason is that Reg led the army on an expedition. If he had stayed in the territory and provided Safun with normal cultivation resources, Safun would have been able to complete the breakthrough in as little as 6 months. Seeing Safun break through, Spike and Roger became extremely anxious and worked even harder to cultivate, hoping to reach the extraordinary level. However, Spike and Roger both possessed 6th grade physical talents, which was quite different from Safun's 4th grade physical talents. According to Reg's assessment, the two will need another year before they can reach the extraordinary level. This illustrates the importance of cultivating talent. Compared to the cultivation of a battle master, the cultivation of a mage is slower. However, Reg is not in a hurry and lets the slaves cultivate in peace. Reg has returned, and the cultivation resources provided to the slaves have been restored, and even improved somewhat. The small world's land area has exceeded 5,000 square meters, which can provide more low-level magical plants as cultivation resources. There are not many mercenaries left in Cheryl town, and no foreign caravans come to purchase magical plants. The revenue of the Catalan potion shop is not as good as it was at this time last year. Keep in mind that at this time last year, the Catalan potion shop had only been open for a month, and the number of low-level magical plants it could sell was very limited. Fortunately, with the large sum of money from the sale of warhorses, Reg will not be short of money for a while, and whether the Catalan potion shop makes money or not is no longer important. If the low-level magical plants produced in the small world can't be sold, then they can be used to train slaves, who will be the core of the army in their future territory. Reg restored the slaves' supply of low-level magical plants and high-concentration magical elements, which greatly improved their cultivation efficiency. When Reg returned to his territory for the second time, Bellona requested an audience with him. When Bellona saw Reg, she immediately knelt down on one knee. "Your Excellency, I wish to lead my brothers and sisters from the War Frenzy mercenary group to join your ranks." Reg wasn't too surprised by Bellona's words. "Will the superhumans of your war maniac mercenary group pledge allegiance to me, or will you continue as mercenaries?" Reg asked rhetorically. Those who have not reached the extraordinary level are not qualified to pledge allegiance to the nobility. Another issue is that female superhumans pledge allegiance to the nobility. "Your Excellency, we choose to accept your long-term employment. The War Maniac Mercenary Group will be temporarily disbanded until the day you no longer employ us." Reg nodded and said, "Sure, as long as you don't make any mistakes, I will continue to employ you. When the War of Expansion ends, the Baron Cardeland will become the Viscount Cardeland. I need more trustworthy subordinates. You have already earned my trust, and I will pay you according to your abilities and positions." Reg didn't care whether the superhumans who formed his mercenary group were loyal to him, as long as they could be used by him. Reg would even prefer to employ superhumans long-term rather than have them pledge allegiance to him and bestow knighthoods upon them. A knight is granted a village, but Reg doesn't believe that a knight can manage a village well. Even some nobles were unable to manage their own territories. Regardless of whether they possessed extraordinary power, the feudal system was an outdated system. Reg preferred a centralized system. If the Violet Kingdom were a centralized power, it wouldn't need to consider what kind of territorial armies the nobles would send out. At the king's command, he can mobilize the troops he needs to the front lines. Managing villages and towns is best left to professionals. Those with extraordinary abilities should focus on cultivation. Those with exceptional management talent could also take up the position. Since the superhumans in the War Maniac Mercenary Group do not pledge allegiance to him, there is no need to hold a special allegiance ceremony. On the surface, the War Maniac Mercenary Group was disbanded, and its members officially became Reg's subjects, accepting his employment and becoming members of the territory's army. Their relationship is much closer than with the previous mercenary group. Most members of the Reg Mercenary Berserker group experienced only minor changes in their pay, while Bellona's pay saw the biggest change. Bellona's Battle Master level is about to enter the intermediate third stage. Relying on her own talent, she is almost invincible among intermediate superhumans. It can even fight against weaker high-level superhumans on its own. With such a powerful Bellona, especially when Reg is away, Bellona is very important to Reg as she guards the territory and suppresses everything. Reg gave Bellona a slight increase in her monetary salary, and also included some low-level and mid-level magical plants that could be directly used as cultivation resources as part of her salary. Converting the magical plants into money, Bellona's annual salary already exceeds 1,000 gold coins. Hiring an invincible intermediate-level superhuman for 1,000 gold coins is not an exaggeration. However, most barons could not afford to hire them, and some viscounts were also reluctant to do so. When Elroy ran Cheryl, his annual income was only SOSO. Of course, Reg didn't just want to hire Bellona, he also liked Bellona as a person. When Reg told the Marquis of Leighton that he wanted a beautiful, gentle, and considerate wife, it was because he didn't want the Marquis of Leighton to find him a domineering wife. This is a problem for Reg, whose wife is backed by the Leighton family, and Reg has not yet grown to the point where he can stand up to the Leighton family. Relatively speaking, Reg has a wide range of hobbies, and he also keeps 3 bastard girls in his small world. Chapter 88 Freya Layton. There are 3 noble families with the surname Catelyn in the Violet Kingdom. They are Viscount Felix Catelyn, Baron Edmund Catelyn, and Baron Reg Catelyn. Felix and Edmund's territories are joined together, located on the eastern border of the kingdom. When news of Reg leading the remnants of the Western Route Army to form the Catalan Cavalry Division and defeating 100,000 enemies spread rapidly throughout the Violet Kingdom, Edmund was utterly incredulous upon hearing the news. Felix and Edmund had a SOSO relationship with Reg, and when they heard the news of the Western Army's annihilation and Reg's possible death in the wasteland, either of them paid much attention. Upon learning of Reg's triumphant return, Edmund was speechless with astonishment, unable to believe it was true and that it must be propaganda from the kingdom. Edmund hurried to Viscount Catelyn and asked his elder brother Felix about the matter. Felix was also surprised by this. But Felix believed the story was only partially true. It's true that their brother returned in triumph, but the claim of forming a powerful cavalry division and killing 100,000 enemies is likely fabricated. They didn't achieve that level of success. However, given the kingdom's willingness to publicize the matter in this way, no matter how exaggerated it may be, Reg is certain to receive a Viscount title. Reg might even be valued by important figures in the kingdom, and his future will be more than just that of a Viscount. Felix and Edmund were both envious, and Edmund even became jealous. We're all barons of Catalan, so how come you're going to become Viscount of Catalan so soon, just like my older brother? Felix also aspired to make a name for himself. While he inherited his Viscount title from his father, Reg earned it through his own hard work. They all became nobles at the same time, but Reg had the courage to participate in this pioneering war, which shows the difference between the 3. Edmund, keep in touch with Reg more often. We're brothers after all, we can't be estranged. I understand, brother. News of Baron Catelyn and the Catalan cavalry spread. Because of his brotherhood with Reg, the nobles of the East were curious about Reg and increased invitations to Felix and Edmund's banquets. The main topic of conversation at the banquets was the kingdom's rising star, Baron Reg Catelyn. Felix and Edmund didn't know much about Reg either, especially after Reg went to the north. Using their previous understanding of Reg, along with some boastful words, the 2 brothers created a cultivation genius and a leadership genius. Given Reg's illustrious record, most of the nobles actually believed it. This left the 2 brothers with many feelings. The Reg they knew was so ordinary. At most, it was his becoming a space mage that surprised them. But no one expected Reg to do something so big. Thanks to Reg, they became the main characters at some aristocratic banquets. In the small world, Reg sat by a campfire, rubbing Mavis's head with great interest. Behind him, the twin bunny girls clenched their fists and massaged Reg's shoulders. Mavis looked unwilling, but dared not resist. On the surface, she had already submitted to Reg. There was no way around it. Reg's spanking hurt too much. After Reg left, Mavis would keep clenching her teeth, as if she wanted to bite Reg to death. Reg would naturally notice this, but he didn't pay it any mind. Taming the wild wolf girl brought Reg a lot of fun. Reg chose a 2-pronged approach to training Mavis, using both firm and gentle methods. The hard way is to hit them. If they don't listen, hit them. If they dare to show their teeth, hit them. Hit them until Mavis has at least outwardly submitted. In the current situation, Reg can freely rub Mavis's head and grab her tail, and Mavis dares not resist. The softer approach would be to provide Mavis with a better living environment and more cultivation resources. Placed in a werewolf tribe, orphaned and ostracized by her people, Mavis's life was unimaginable. Simply surviving was no easy feat. In the small world, although the space is not large, there is plenty of food, a high concentration of magical elements in the environment, and magical plants to eat. Depending on the situation, Reg will likely take Mavis out into the outside world again in the future. Playing with animalard girls was just a diversion for Reg from his cultivation life. Apart from his work as an advisor, Reg spent most of his time cultivating. And so time passed quickly, until the Marquis of Leiden's granddaughter arrived in Bodenburg. Name, Freya Layton. Gender, female. Lifespan, 18 to 147 years. Identity, granddaughter of Marquis Layton of the Violet Kingdom. Talent, 4th class physique, 3rd class soul, top tier water element affinity, advanced fire element affinity. Realm level, beginner level 3 mage. Freya is 1.66 meters tall, with a slightly slender figure, but with a slender yet large body. She inherited her blonde hair and blue eyes from the Marquis of Layton, and had a delicate and beautiful face, but it was obscured by a pair of black-rimmed glasses on her nose. She's a very pretty and quiet girl, with a bit of a bookish and researcher vibe. We met a few times when we were studying at the Royal Capital Law Academy. Freya is popular among the boys at the Mage Academy because of her looks and status, but Freya doesn't care about these things. Through his appraisal skills, Reg felt that Freya was fairly suitable for his requirements, but the specifics would depend on Freya herself. Marquis Layton introduced Freya to Reg, then turned and left, handing the place over to the two of them. After seeing her grandfather walk away, Freya spoke calmly to Reg. Baron Catalan, the kingdom's rising star, I learned some things about you on my way here. Overall, I am quite satisfied with you. I am willing to accept my grandfather's arrangement to marry you, and I don't care if you marry other women, but I have one request. What are your requirements? Reg asked, amused. I love alchemy, and I hope you will provide the funds for me to study it. The information Reg obtained from Freya's assessment contained relevant details, and Freya's alchemical talent was quite high, with a significant chance of becoming a high-level alchemist, and even a slight possibility of becoming an alchemy master. Whether it's alchemy, medicine making, or array formation, these secondary professions for mages are all extremely expensive. However, Reg currently has a large sum of money in hand, and there will be other opportunities to make money in the future. Moreover, Freya's current level of alchemy is still relatively low, so Reg can easily support Freya's expenses. Well, that's not impossible, but I have one request. Freya's eyes lit up. Although she was the granddaughter of the Marquis of Layton, and one of his most outstanding granddaughters always have to get married and take their husband's surname. Freya is fond of alchemy, and Marquis Layton grants her funds, but he won't continue to support her indefinitely. Reg is handsome, a year younger than me, but he is a mid-level space mage with great strength, and has become a rising star in the kingdom. Reg was able to satisfy her interest in alchemy, and Freya was willing to marry Reg. I will try my best to meet your needs. It's nothing serious. I'm also interested in alchemy. You can teach me sometime. Freya nodded repeatedly in agreement. Reg didn't expect Freya to research the magic crossbow, since Freya's alchemy skills were still very low, and she needed time to improve them. Chapter 89, second half begins. Reg agreed, Freya agreed, and a political marriage was thus arranged. We've only met once, so there's no question of liking or disliking each other yet. Political marriages are all too common in every country, even Reg's father was one of them. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion and the fact that the Violet Kingdom had suffered another major defeat, the Marquis of Leiden would have wanted to hold his engagement party in Bodenburg. The engagement party couldn't be held, but the news had already spread. The Marquis of Layton will marry his granddaughter to Baron Catalan, making the Marquis of Layton Baron Catalan's patron. The marriage will likely take place after the end of the Expeditionary War. This news spread quickly among the Bodenburg aristocratic circles. The barons and some viscounts were once again filled with envy and jealousy towards Baron Catalan. Why can't I be valued by the Marquis of Layton? Of course, they understand the reason. Baron Catalan was valued by the Marquis of Layton because of his brilliant military achievements. He first achieved brilliant victories, and only then did he gain the favor of the Marquis of Layton. Furthermore, Baron Catalan was not only valued by the Marquis of Layton, but perhaps the dukes and marquises of the kingdom also had the idea of winning over Baron Catalan. However, the Marquis of Layton beat him to it, which gave the Marquis of Herbert a headache. Freya temporarily stays in Bodenburg to develop feelings for Reg. Freya will only return to the Royal Capital Mage Academy to study once the kingdom's army sets out on another expedition. The next time Freya leaves the Mage Academy, it will be by dropping out and marrying Reg. Lord Layton was not worried about Reg dying in the war. Even during the extremely dangerous annihilation of the Western Route army, Reg was able to return with honors. This time, Reg is an advisor, acting alongside the Marquis of Layton, so the danger is minimal. Moreover, the Marquis of Layton was also anxious. Knowing that Reg had special abilities, the Marquis of Layton did not want to let Reg go, but he was worried about competition from other dukes and marquises. So they called their granddaughter to the front lines as soon as possible to meet Reg. Both parties agreed, mainly to get Reg to take a liking to her, and the marriage was arranged. So much so that the Marquis of Layton, who usually maintains a serious expression, has been smiling more often these past few days. However, the Marquis of Layton also had something on his mind. Reg spends a lot of time cultivating every day, while Freya spends a lot of time researching alchemy. As a result, the young couple, who were engaged, spent very little time together each day. How can you cultivate feelings like this? Marquis Layton could only urge Freya to go find Reg, lest such a good man be snatched away by other women. Freya dawdled, but under her grandfather's urging, she had no choice but to put down her alchemy and go find Reg. Reg found Freya's appearance quite amusing. Since I happened to want to learn alchemy, I went into Freya's room with her so that she could teach me about alchemy. When alchemy was mentioned, Freya suddenly became much more talkative. Reg also told Freya about his plan to forge a magic repeating crossbow. Reg wanted to forge a repeating crossbow with a long range and high power, while keeping the cost as low as possible so that it could be mass-produced. Freya believed that the possibility of achieving this level was extremely low. There are magic crossbows with long range and high power, magic repeating crossbows, and even magic repeating crossbows with long range and high power. The latter is very expensive, while the former two are relatively cheaper, but neither can be mass-produced. There was a lack of raw materials and a shortage of alchemists. We'll talk about mass production later. First, let's produce the long-range, powerful magic crossbows, and then figure out how to reduce costs. You're going back to the capital, so I'll give you some money. See if you can buy a magic crossbow. Let's do a reverse engineering. Freya readily agreed. The capital city has the most alchemists and the most magical equipment, so you should be able to buy magic crossbows and magic repeating crossbows there. Freya's feelings for Reg grew stronger as she spent more time with him, and the two found they had a lot in common. Most importantly, Reg was willing to provide financial support for Freya's research in alchemy. For Reg, Freya was primarily a beautiful marriage prospect, but it seems her usefulness has increased considerably recently. In the context of aristocratic marriages, this was already a very good outcome. It's so difficult to find mutual affection. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed since the Western Route Army returned. Compared to the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army, which have been undergoing reconstruction over the past month, the Western Route Army has been training for a longer period of time. To a certain extent, the Western Route Army will bear a heavy responsibility in this expedition. The Marquis of Leighton also wanted to wash away the shame of the previous defeat of the Western Route Army. On June 11th, Freya stood on the walls of Bodenburg, watching her grandfather and fiancé depart for war. Once the entire Western Route Army had left Bodenburg, Freya embarked on her journey to the capital. Upon learning that Freya was engaged, countless boys in the Mage Academy were bound to be disappointed. The three armies of the Violet Kingdom set out on another expedition, but this time their advance was much slower than before. All three armies carried large quantities of building materials, preparing to construct fortified defenses. Actually, we brought some building materials last time, but most of them were left behind on the way. Last time, the Violet Kingdom's army aimed to severely damage the orcs. This time, the objective is simpler. The border of the Violet Kingdom will be pushed northward by 150 to 200 kilometers, expanding the kingdom's territory by at least 150,000 square kilometers. The three armies of the Violet Kingdom set out on their expedition, but were quickly discovered by the orcs. Upon learning that the three armies of the Violet Kingdom would again act separately as before, Idel and Buha burst into laughter. Humans never learn. It was the same last time, and it will be the same this time. This time, we will leave even more humans on the wasteland and use their flesh and blood to fertilize the land, Buha said disdainfully. No, some of the human flesh and blood must be shared with the dire wolves. They haven't had enough yet. Sure, the dire wolves can eat as much as they want. Margaret Knight listened to the conversation between the two orcs, her brow furrowing. Although she loathed humans and wished they were all dead, Margaret did not want to see human corpses eaten by dire wolves. But now we're allies, well, nominal allies. Margaret would not say anything that could damage the friendship between allies. After discussion, the three powerful experts at the Radiant Sun Realm decided to follow the previous plan and lure the enemy deeper into their territory. Then, the Elven Mage Corps would use magic to conceal the elite Orc cavalry and launch a surprise attack on the Violet Kingdom's army. Margaret sensed something was wrong. No matter how stupid a human is, they can't fall into the same trap twice. This time, the plan might not go so smoothly. But Margaret believed that even if the plan changed, it would not prevent the orcs from defeating the Violet Kingdom's army once again. After all, the werewolves and centaurs have support from the elves, dwarves, and winged people. On the wasteland, the army of the Violet Kingdom would be no match for the orc army. Chapter 90 Fire. The three armies of the Violet Kingdom halted their advance after a week deep into the wasteland. Using the building materials they brought with them, the three armies immediately built fortresses and constructed defensive lines. The Western Route Army built Fort Warts, the Central Route Army built Fort Katrina, and the Eastern Route Army built Fort Ulysses. The distance between the two forts, east and west, and Katarina Fort is about 100 kilometers. If there are enough building materials, other fortresses will be built along this defensive line. Under the command of their officers, the soldiers dug trenches and horse traps, set up chevaux de frise, and scattered caltrops to limit the Orc cavalry's advantage. Especially during the construction of the fortress, elite troops composed of warrior apprentices were deployed. Compared to ordinary people, superhumans have greater strength and work faster. Thanks to the efforts of the extraordinary individuals, the fortress is under rapid construction. On the Orcs' side, Idel and Buha were somewhat bewildered by the actions of the three armies of the Violet Kingdom. They were waiting for the Violet Kingdom's army to advance further before launching a surprise attack, so why did the humans stop and start building fortresses and defenses? Once humans have built their fortresses and defenses, how much would it cost the Orcs to breach the defenses and take the fortresses? Without hesitation, Buha immediately led the centaurs, wolf riders, and cavalry of his vassal races to set off first, intending to destroy the fortresses and defenses that the humans were building. Ida led more infantry to keep up with the cavalry as much as possible. Margaret's elven mage corps, following Buha's army, might launch another surprise attack on the Violet Kingdom's army. According to reconnaissance, Buha has learned that humans are mainly building 3 fortresses. Cavalry are not good at siege warfare. By the time the Orc cavalry charged over, the construction of the 3 fortresses would likely be more than halfway complete, providing considerable resistance to the cavalry. Then we can only choose one target first, instead of splitting our forces into 3 groups. The central route is guarded by the Blood Rose cavalry, which has wreaked havoc across the wasteland, while the eastern and western routes are relatively weaker. Buha realized that the western route army had been almost completely wiped out, with only a few escaping. It was essentially equivalent to rebuilding a new western route army, so its morale should be low. He planned to use the western route army as a breakthrough point again. An elite Orc cavalry force composed of wolf riders and centaurs led the way, accompanied by an elven mage regiment. Buha was about to launch another surprise attack on the western army. The cavalry units that followed were mainly composed of vassal races, but some ordinary wolf riders and centaur troops were also left behind. Their target was the eastern army of the Violet Kingdom. The Elven Mage Corps once again cast a massive illusion to conceal the whereabouts of the elite Orc cavalry. The Violet Kingdom's air cavalry only spotted an Orc cavalry force heading east. The Orcs were about to attack the eastern army, but all 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom were ready for battle. The reason why the western route army was suddenly attacked by Orcs last time has not yet been found. As Buck's elite Orc cavalry drew ever closer to Wutzburg, Marquis Leiden's innate ability was triggered once again. Danger! Danger is imminent. Lord Leighton understood that the Orc cavalry's attack on the eastern route army was just a pretext. The real target was the western route army. Damn it! Do you think I'm a pushover? This time, I'll make you suffer. While the construction of Wutzburg could not be completed quickly, the defensive line consisting of trenches, horse traps, chevaux de frise, and barbed wire was rapidly constructed. The walls of Wutzburg were fortified with defensive lines on all 4 sides and on both flanks. Even if the Orc cavalry managed to break through the lines, they would suffer heavy casualties. The Marquis of Leighton immediately notified all units of the Western Route Army to prepare for battle, especially at night. They feared another night raid by the Orcs. Marquis Leighton's talent ability is a passively triggered ability, while Reg's talent ability is an actively used ability. Lord Leighton ordered Reg to investigate the situation outside. Even if the Orcs launch another night attack, we must discover their presence even earlier. Reg accepted the Marquis of Leiden's mission and practically lived on the walls of Wutzburg, observing the distant horizon. The fact that the Marquis of Leighton has sensed danger means that the Orcs are less than a day's journey from Wutzburg. As the Marquis of Leighton perceived the danger to be increasing, it meant that the Orcs were getting closer and closer to Wutzburg. How do Orcs manage to avoid being detected by air cavalry? Even the Marquis of Leighton couldn't figure it out for the time being. Reg did have an idea. It might have been done by an elf. The Violet Kingdom has discovered that werewolves and centaurs are using weapons and equipment from dwarves and winged people. Ignoring weaponry, the Violet Kingdom's forces, originally of equal strength, should have had better weaponry and equipment, but now it's the werewolves and centaurs who have better equipment. Works by dwarven masters often fetch high prices in human territory. So far, no elves have been found among the Orcs in the Violet Kingdom. Another night fell, and the Marquis of Leiden arrived at the still unfinished walls of Wutzburg. Lord Leighton already sensed that the Orcs would be attacked by the Western Army that night. Compared to the last time, the Western Route Army is now well prepared. The Western Route Army will not be defeated again. Now we'll see when the orcs launch their attack. Every now and then, Reg would use the appraisal skill to appraise objects in the distance. Soon, it was past midnight. Half of the soldiers in the Western Route Army were sleeping, while the other half were preparing for battle. Ordinary soldiers cannot go for long periods without sleep. Another appraisal spell was cast by Reg. The centaur under the illusion. Reg teleported to Marquis Layton's side. Before Reg could speak, Marquis Layton understood from Reg's serious expression. "The orcs are here?" Reg nodded. "Sound the horns! Prepare for battle! The orcs are coming! Fire the flares!" The Marquis of Layton loudly gave the order, and his men immediately carried it out. The bugle call for an enemy attack sounded. The soldiers on guard gripped their weapons tightly. The sleeping soldiers woke up one by one, picked up their weapons, and ran to their positions on the defensive line. Flares were launched into the sky as if they were free, illuminating the earth. Following the light, nobles, knights, officers, and soldiers searched everywhere for traces of the orcs, but they could not find them. Could it be that Lord Marquis Layton made a mistake? The nobles wouldn't have such thoughts. Even the annihilation of the Western Route Army last time proved that the Marquis of Layton's judgment was correct. On the north wall of Wutzburg, a magic cannon, extremely rare in the Violet Kingdom, has been set up. It was created by an alchemist from the Violet Kingdom himself. Compared to magic cannons of equal power crafted from earth refineries, the magic cannons of the Violet Kingdom are larger, heavier, consume more energy, have poorer durability, and are exorbitantly expensive. But at least we can produce it ourselves, and we're just waiting for the alchemist's technology to advance and for the products to be iterated. Marquis Layton commanded the gunners to aim the cannons at the orc army that was approaching from the northeast, which was shrouded in illusion. Fire! Chapter 91 Chaotic Battle. Elite orc cavalry forces continued to approach Wutzburg. The next moment, the sky and the earth ahead were illuminated by flares. "We've been discovered?" Buha exclaimed in surprise. Just like last time, the Western Route Army detected it in advance, but Buha still led his army to launch an attack. This time it will be the same. Under the cover of illusion, the elite orc cavalry continued their advance. They hadn't gone far when a burst of energy blast slammed into the orc army, killing and wounding a number of centaurs. "They've really been discovered. Has the elves' illusion failed?" Buha's thoughts raced, and he immediately issued the battle order. "All troops charge! Kill all humans! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Awoo! Upon seeing the orcs' condition, the already overloaded elves dispelled their illusions, revealing a force of 80,000 elite orc cavalry. The magic cannons on the city wall fired a few more shots, inflicting some casualties on the orcs, but it was of no use to the orc army. "We still need the Western Route Army to fight the orcs. The entire army is ready for battle." The centaurs charged ahead, entering within 200 meters of the defensive line, and launched their arrows. At such a distance, the Western Army only had a very small number of longbowmen who could launch a counterattack. In the first half of the Expansionist War, most of the longbowmen in the Western Army were lost, and even when troops were transferred from noble territories, there were not many longbowmen left. The officers and soldiers of the Western Route Army in the defensive line tried various methods to dodge and block the arrows shot by the centaurs, but the losses were still considerable. Seeing that the humans had few means of retaliation, Buck ordered the centaurs to stop and continue firing arrows at the defensive line. The wolf riders behind gradually charged to the front. Under the cover of a hail of arrows, the wolf riders charged forward. Before the wolf riders could even reach the trenches, they faced the challenge of caltrops and horse traps. The dire wolf was pricked, or it fell into a horse trap. Not only were the dire wolves injured, but the werewolves riding them were also injured. The archers in the defensive line could not fire arrows, and only the archers on the city wall could provide support, which caused some losses to the wolf riders. Upon witnessing this scene, Buck didn't know whether to be happy or angry. The dead and injured were werewolves, not centaurs. But this battle was lost, and not only werewolves were weakened, but centaurs were also weakened. The wolf riders continued their charge, leaping over barbed wire and horse traps, breaking through the chevaux de frise, and rushing directly into the trenches to fight the Western Route Army soldiers hidden there. In the trenches, wolf riders were unable to utilize the advantages of cavalry. However, the inherent characteristics of the wolf riders allowed the werewolves to dismount from their war wolves and engage in battle with the soldiers of the Western Route Army. The dire wolves also joined the werewolves in the battle. The centaurs' arrows temporarily ceased before the wolf riders clashed with the Western Army soldiers. The centaur advanced the distance and fired another arrow, aiming it at the city wall. The fighting within the defensive lines grew increasingly fierce, with the elite and best troops of the Western Route Army being deployed, yet they still suffered repeated defeats. Buha's 80,000-strong elite or cavalry force was the most elite force of the werewolf and centaur races. The combined strength of all the elite troops and elite units of the Western Route Army was less than a quarter of the total. Even the combined elite, top tier, and ace troops of the Violet Kingdom's 3 armies couldn't reach that number. Of course, the number of elite troops in the entire Violet Kingdom still exceeds 80,000, but it is impossible for them all to be mobilized. For the Western Route Army, the loss of the defensive line was not a big deal, as long as they could hold Wattsburg. On the city wall, the magic cannon unleashed its power once again, this time targeting Buha's location. An energy projectile hurtled toward Buha, but Buha leaped up on all fours and pierced the energy projectile with his spear. The energy cannonball exploded immediately after being punctured, but it was completely blocked by the fighting spirit released by Buha, and he was not injured at all. These energy projectiles can at most harm those at the star realm level, but Buha is a sun realm expert, and could not possibly be injured by them. In the ensuing battle, the magic cannon was not fired again. The fighting within the defensive line continues. The fearless werewolves and dire wolves, after paying a heavy price, gradually occupied the right flank and front line of Wattsburg. Some units of the Western Route Army, which were defending the right flank and the front line, showed signs of collapse. The Marquis of Leiden ordered the garrison on the left and right flanks of the frontal defenses to retreat, as there was more than one defensive line outside Wattsburg. These retreating troops cannot retreat directly into Wattsburg, as this could allow the orcs to also rush into Wattsburg. The werewolves ignored the retreating humans and charged toward Wattsburg. Buha also led some centaur warriors to charge forward. The cavalry did not carry siege equipment, so to breach the city, they would have to rely on the strong to smash the city gates, or even the city walls. The battle has entered the stage where the strongest fighters clash. Marquis Leiden of the Radiant Sun Realm led a group of powerful warriors from the Western Route Army to fight against centaur and werewolf warriors in order to protect Wattsburg. The battles between the strong are incredibly exaggerated. A single punch can create a deep crater in the ground, and a single sword strike can easily carve a trench in the ground. The powerful orc warriors are pushing the battlefield towards the city walls. The strong men of the Western Route Army, on the other hand, were thinking of extending the battle to the orcs. It eventually turned into a chaotic battle. Fortunately, although the Western Route Army did not have many elite troops, its number of experts at